Critical of he and his teammates' performance in Denver loss, saying urgency is there, man. It's just you got to want it. At the end of the day, we got to want it. Today, it didn't look like we wanted it.
Well, if you want it at the end of the day, the game's over. So you should want it before, much earlier in the day.
Yeah. The defense isn't good, and the star quarterback is injured, so there could be more of this. But yeah, we'll see if he fires anybody up and makes a difference. No update from the Ravens on quarterback Lamar Jackson. Left the game in the third quarter Sunday with an injured hamstring, so they did lose. Uh-oh, here we go. Yak, help me out.
I want to hear your first attempt.
Who?
Namdi? Matabuki. Season-ending neck injury. Suffered it September 14th. Isn't going to be able to play through it, done for the year. And the Ravens defense is having problems, and now subtracting a Pro Bowl defensive tackle. Those problems might get worse. DJ and PK.
#college football.
I kind of look at the entire picture. I get that narrative, and it's really not a narrative. It's factual. It's the facts. I get it. But I try to look at the entire picture and what we've been able to do here. But at the end of the day, we got to find a way to win those games. And I take ownership, and I take responsibility.
Penn State coach James Franklin. Nittany Lions not going to dwell on the loss to Oregon. They're now 4-21 against top 10 teams. You like to say there's got to be a winner and a loser, and how well did you play? And there's a pretty large segment of the Nittany Lion fan base and the media that covers them that doesn't want to subscribe to that theory anymore if they ever did.
The game was meaningless. They got two more ranked teams on their schedule, Ohio State, and you'll go with the brand name, so you'll pick Ohio State. And then Indiana, you'll go with the brand name, and you'll pick Penn State. And it's exactly what they did last year, so they'll get in the playoff again. What's the big deal?
And then what do you do when you get to the playoff, right? Ohio State had 2 losses last year, got to the playoff, won the title, so all is well.
Yeah, and Penn State won a playoff game last year. And they lost to Notre Dame by 3 points in the next game. And this guy's a bum? I don't get it.
Nobody wants to hear it right now, he said, but there are a ton of positives. But nobody wants to hear that after the loss to Oregon. They want 17-0.
They're not going to get 17-0.
ESPN radio host and commentator Paul Feinbaum is reportedly considering leaving the network to make a run for the United States Senate, representing the state of Alabama. He's been looking to run as a Republican in an attempt to fill the seat vacated by former Auburn coach Tommy Tuberville, who's running for governor.
And in unrelated news, ESPN has fired him.
Not yet.
Well, if he wants to do it, do it.
DJ and PK.
#NBA.
I mean, the NBA is going to do their job. None of us did no wrongdoing. Yeah, I mean, that's it. We invite the investigations. It's not going to be a distraction for me or the rest of the team.
I do see myself signing a contract extension. I can't tell you exactly when that'll happen, but I do see it happening.
By the way,
guys, man.
See you next year's media day.
Lakers star LeBron James said he's not concerned about his contract status as he enters the final year of his deal, and he'll play on an expiring deal for the first time in his 8 seasons in L.A.
He's worth millions, if not billions. Why would he be concerned about his contract? He's worried about paying the rent?
Goes back to what you were told by somebody who's told you other stuff about the L.A. sports scene. They expect this to be his last year, wrap it up in L.A., so it would make total sense if that's true. What's playing out now, it all lines up.
It do.
There it is. Kevin Durant says he does envision a contract extension with the Rockets. He's in the last year of his deal. He's getting paid $55 million, traded there in the offseason. So give him a little time to work that out.
He do.
Just turned 37. And you heard Kawhi Leonard in there inviting the investigation. He doesn't think it's accurate that he performed no services for Aspiration, the now bankrupt Green Banking Company and the LA Clippers team sponsor with which he signed a lucrative endorsement deal.
Well, you wouldn't want it to be a non-lucrative endorsement deal. What would be the point of signing it then? You know, it has to be lucrative.
Buck star Giannis Antetokounmpo said he's focused on winning another NBA title and that he is and was open to considering if he wanted to remain in Milwaukee long-term in the pursuit of another title.
Well, I'd also encourage him to pursue liberty and happiness. And make more money, because that'll bring both.
Founding father, Patrick Kinahan. Life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness. DJ PK.
Hashtag Major League Baseball.
Wildcard round starts today. All 4 series today. All the game 2s tomorrow. And if they need a game 3s, it'll be Thursday. You feel strongly about any of these? The best 2 out of 3 seems like almost anything could happen.
Each and every. I mean, it's impossible to feel strongly about one versus the other. I mean, you just said it.
It's a coin flip. Couple games, couple big hits. Some pitcher comes out, has his best stuff, or doesn't. And everything changes.
Yeah. I mean, the greatest pitchers in the game probably have, career-wise, 75 losses. And not every one of them was against the best competition ever. It's baseball, man.
Got a couple of natural rivalries in here. Detroit and Cleveland get it going at 11 a.m. on ESPN. They got a triple header. Red Sox and Yankees, obviously the big rivalry at 4 o'clock. The Dodgers and Reds at 7 o'clock. And then ABC has the Padres and the Cubbies at 1 o'clock this afternoon.
Dodgers and Reds used to be a rivalry way back.
Way back in the day.
Yeah.
They had some good showdowns. That's decades ago, but nonetheless. They'll probably trot out some old clips of some old games and old Hall of Famers going at it.
Maybe even young Hall of Famers.
Seems unlikely. So there were a few managerial changes yesterday. Some people are connecting the dots. Rocco Baldelli is out with the Twins. They collapsed after they dealt away all their players midseason, so he's gone. He had 7 years there. Giants fire Bob Melvin. Texas Rangers mutually parting ways with Bruce Bochy. Any chance Bruce ends up back in the Giants dugout? You want to connect those dots? I saw other people connecting them last night.
Well, obviously, Buster Posey runs the show, and he was the manager when they won the series. So, yeah, I suppose so. He's 70 years old. He wants to continue doing it.
There was a rumor earlier this season about this very thing.
There's a rumor going round. That's Lee Bryce. And my neighbor, who I mentioned her birthday the other day, was talking about at the Sandy Amphitheater when he performed. Yeah, Bryce Lee's there. I said, you got that backwards. It's Lee Bryce, not Bryce Lee.
Names that work forwards and backwards.
Gotcha, Sniggy.
Yeah, they are.
It's a good reason why you changed it.
There it is.
Professionally. You're not the only one.
DJ and PK.
Hashtag NHL.
The Mammoth are in Idaho tonight, facing the LA Kings. Preseason action from Idaho Central Arena in Boise. Coming up with coverage on the Zone at 7 o'clock tonight. DJ PK, that is what is trending. Brought to you by Shamrock Plumbing. There's no job too big or too small. Get the personal touch with Shamrock Plumbing. Coming up, Frank Dolce's here at 8 o'clock. John Jayaraja will be here at 9 o'clock. And we have the question of the day next. Stay with us.
And now, a look at traffic from the KSL Traffic Center.
Delays to an earlier crash on Legacy Parkway in Centerville are dissipating after crews have cleared things out there. Also, a crash southbound I-15 near 600 North in Salt Lake City has been moved over to the right shoulder, and traffic is easing as they have gotten that out of the roadway. This update is brought to you by the Whipple Service Champions. From system installs to fast fixes to delivering award-winning heating, cooling, plumbing, and electrical services, call the Whipple Service Champions for the win today. With your KSL traffic update, I'm Jake Hatcher on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
You've been listening to The Zone for decades. Yes! But now you can watch the guys break down your favorite teams.
Some viewers may find the following video disturbing. Viewer discretion is advised.
Catch the video stream of DJ and PK, Jake and Ben, Hanson, Scotty, and JJ and Alex right now at KSLSports.com or by searching KSL Sports on YouTube. Utah's best sports radio is on air, online, and on the KSL Sports app. This is 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
So my mother is thinking of switching from Verizon to Pure Talk, but she's worried the deal sounds too good to be true. Michael, she said, how can those Pure Talk people offer me the same basic service as Verizon for so much less money? I said, Ma, go ask Google how much Verizon spends on advertising and promotions. A few seconds later, my mother said, oh my goodness, $12 billion a year? That must be a typo. I'll tell you what I told my mom. It's not a typo. Verizon spends $12 billion a year on advertising and promotions, and their customers are paying for it. Well, Pure Talk doesn't spend that kind of money on commercials. Trust me, I would know. That's why they can offer you and my mother unlimited talk, text, and plenty of data on a crazy fast 5G network for just $25 a month. And if you're a business owner, you could really save a fortune. Dial pound 250, say the words Mike Rowe, and you'll get an additional 50% off your first month. That's pound 250 Mike Rowe. Pure Talk. Everything you need and nothing you don't.
Show some love to youth sports volunteers with the Hercules Hero of the Week. Let's praise your favorite youth coach, ref, or maybe the parent that pulls the team together. Your nomination could score them a $100 Visa gift card from Hercules First Federal Credit Union and a $200 gift card from Beehive Meals. Listen to see if they win Thursday afternoons with JJ and Alex. The Hercules Hero of the Week with Hercules First Federal Credit Union and Beehive Meals, helping you take the busy work at a family dinner. Get rules, info, and nominate your hero at KSLSports.com/contests.
Discover the exceptional value of Bar W Beef, where quality meets convenience. Bar W Beef's dry-aged beef, aged for 14 days, offers rich marbling and tender texture, perfect for grilling, roasting, or pan-searing. Enjoy the rich flavor and generous size. Shipped directly from the ranch to your door. Now hosting one-day pop-up events, go to barwbeef.com to find a pop-up event near you, or stop into the store in Nephi for weekly in-store specials. barwbeef.com. That's barwbeef.com.
Hey guys, Alex Curie from the KSL Sports Zone here. I'm here with Blair today. Blair's also been on the program at SLC Fat Loss. Thanks for coming in, Blair.
Pleasure to be here.
Awesome to see you. So let's get down to it. How much weight have you lost?
I've lost an amazing 52 pounds in just 60 days.
But I guess more importantly, how do you feel?
Oh, I feel great. I have more energy, and the GERD and acid reflux is gone.
Now, talk to me about this scale for a minute. Were you surprised how quickly that number came down for you?
It was astonishing to me as I'd get on the scale, even in the very beginning when I saw, 2-3 pounds drop off. But I ended up looking forward to getting on the scale to see how much I'd lost in the last day.
And what are the biggest benefits that you've seen now that you've worked with SLC Fat Loss for a while?
I have much more confidence in myself, lots more energy, much more adventurous walks with my dogs.
Blair, thanks for sharing your success with SLC Fat Loss. To learn more about the secret of losing up to a pound of healthy fat a day, just like Blair, get a hold of the folks at SLC Fat Loss. That's slcfatloss.com. That's slcfatloss.com.
Results may vary. Ticket packages for the Utah Mammoth 2025-26 season are available now. From full season and half-season packages to mini plans and other flexible options, choose the ticket package that fits you best and be part of the action all season long. Call or text 801-325-PUCK to talk with a rep or visit nhl.com/Utah/tickets/season tickets to learn more.
You're the fall cleanup phenom, the titan of trimming. You wield a leaf blower like a surgeon does a scalpel. When it comes to your lawn, power moves are the only moves you make. That's why you just applied IFA's Fall and Winter Lawn Food for stronger roots and an early green up next spring. IFA's Fall and Winter Lawn Food. It's the ultimate lawn owner power move.
Listen every Monday morning to DJ and PK and Monday afternoon with JJ and Alex for your Chevy Strong Play of the Game. Win great prizes from Rocky Mountain Chevy.
This is your Cougars at 30 update. Presented by Kenny J's Barbecue on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
4-0 BYU getting ready to host West Virginia. Kalani Sitake and his takeaway from the slow start at Colorado, following mine 14-0.
Colorado did a great job in their game plan and the strategy, their schemes. Not that we were caught off guard. We just didn't play within ourselves, especially on the defensive side at the beginning. Made a lot of mistakes, but a lot of the mistakes happened because Colorado put some pressure on us. So it was a good moment for our program, for our team to fight through some adversity and to find a way to get a win.
This Cougar Update brought to you by Kenny J's Barbecue. Kenny J's Catering delivers bold, smoky barbecue no matter the occasion. Check out the catering menu at kennyjsbarbecue.com for weddings, work, or any event. That's kennyjsbarbecue.com.
Nobody brings you better coverage of the teams you're passionate about than these guys.
Try some more.
This is DJ and PK on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Like we always do with this time, I go for mine, I get to shine. Now throw your hands up in the sky. Go for mine, I get to shine. Now throw your hands up in the sky.
Don't miss your chance to win big every week on the Zone. This week on Win Ticket Wednesday, win Fastness VIP tickets to Nightmare on 13th. One location, 2 haunted attractions, Nightmare on 13th, where Halloween lives. Get $10 off nighttime attractions by using discount code ZONE. Listen to Zone all day Wednesday for your chance to win. Question of the morning up on our Facebook page. Devin Dampier has a huge bounce-back game. 21 of 26, 270 yards passing. Are we feeling better about the Utes? Now, we have some people out there, PK, sometimes get a little disrespectful.
Jerks.
But not Brett. Brett, yes, sir! Exclamation point. Go Utes! Exclamation point.
Buttheads.
Felt like I was in the military there for a moment. Yes, sir!
How would you know? You've never been in the military. How would you know what it feels like?
Watching movies. There you go. That'd be my whole experience right there.
Watching movies.
And stories from family members are in there, but,
but you
mostly
weren't.
watch the movies.
Irregardless.
Tony, not having any of it. He's not lining up with Brett. They played the worst team in the league. Let's talk about that when they play better teams.
Okay, we will.
Did they play the worst team in the league? Do you go West Virginia or Oklahoma State?
Well,
some kind of playoff game at the bottom?
If you go by the last couple of games, then, yeah. I mean, you look at, if you're going to go score-wise, Oklahoma State played Baylor fairly close. Obviously, Tulsa game was close. And the last couple of games, West Virginia's been blown out big time. So
it might be they're actually the true bottom of the bottom of the barrel.
Depending on, what you want to think, that it's certainly within the realm. You can make that case, and it's not that big of a stretch.
Either way, in your quarters of the Big 12, which I think you should keep doing. That was fun when you did that. They'd be in the bottom quarter for sure. So at some point, it no longer matters.
Yeah, definitely.
They're far enough down.
Right. That's a fact.
Rivalry in all things. After Tony says they played the worst team in the league, Tyler, we played BYU. You Zooms are always hating.
Zooms?
Yeah. I think he missed the B there by 2 keys. It's 2 to the right.
Stand up, sit down, fight, fight, fight.
There it is. Matthew, even as a Ute fan, I got to agree with this statement. Tyler appears to be a BYU hater. First Utah fan saying it. BYU also has those types of fans. Yep, no need to bring up BYU in this discussion.
Well, every rivalry has it. That's why it's a rivalry. If you didn't have it, it wouldn't be a rivalry.
It wouldn't sound at all like the rivalries around the country.
There's got to be sports hatred in order for it to be a rivalry. If it's not, it's just another game.
But Matthew, as a Ute fan, agrees. Bottom of the league, let's talk when they play better teams. Get a better test, which is literally their next game.
Oh, yeah, but you can argue, okay, that makes sense, but if you played literally the top of the league, was that just the game against the best that money has to offer in Texas Tech? And the rest of the schedule, you're not going to face a team of that caliber where they bought all those guys up front to play well. And so you go against BYU and ASU first, and then BYU, and then I think they got Colorado after that. I'm not sure. But I know the next 2 games.
The point is they haven't played anybody. If Iowa State's truly a top 10 or 15 team, they haven't played anybody between that and Team 70. So what's he going to do against the 20, 30, or 40th best team or best defense
That's
in the country?
issue.
Right. And they haven't played any teams in that range, but obviously they got a couple teams coming up that look like they're exactly in that range.
Yeah, and so I would think that he would have more success, certainly next week. We'll see about BYU. Because I think right now I'd put BYU's defense ahead of the Devils. But I may not put a big difference between the two. Remains to be seen. And so we know what he can do against Texas Tech, and that's not very good. Or what he did anyway. Maybe if he gets another shot, there'll be different results or better performances, if not the same results in terms of a winning and losing. But that's the mystery here is, all right, you stunk against Texas Tech, but Texas Tech very well could be the best team in the league. I've got them going to the final, right? That was my prediction.
And playing Iowa State,
right,
who the Utes don't play. So what do you do against team? Yeah. There's the top two teams, and let's just assume the West Virginia.
Think so.
Right, and West Virginia and Oklahoma State are the bottom two teams, so you don't play Oklahoma State and you did play West Virginia and blew them out. So that's a 16-team league.
And then the other teams that they've played that he's had success against. I'm not just limiting it to the Big 12.
But all those teams, when you look at the national rankings, are
they're all
way
in the same
down
bar.
with everybody's list. Right?
They're in the same
70,
group.
80, 90.
They're not, we know he can light up crappy teams.
Right.
And we know he struggled against a really good team. So what is he going to do? Because, and I don't know this for sure, remains to be seen, but right now you can make the case that they played the best team in the league and got smoked. Well, let's see. We still have 2 months of the season to go, and maybe in a few weeks that's changing. Maybe as we get to this point, the last day of October, maybe we will think differently. That's the fun part is what do you got? What are you going to show? Because nothing is guaranteed here going forward. And if you look at the way Colorado played, if they can muster up that effort and have a little bit better effort, maybe they can knock off Utah. I'm wondering with Colorado, they got the 5-star quarterback. If you're not going to go anywhere this year, do you just play him? Because the guy you got is gone after this year. So what's the point of investing all this time into him if you're going to just scrape by and maybe get to 6 wins?
Well, after that loss, Colorado's they're 2-3 and they're 0-2. So if they're not having that conversation now, it feels like they ought to have it very quickly.
Right. I mean, you can still find a way to have a pretty decent season, but you're up against it. And so you really have no margin left. And I was thinking, well, they got that kid, 5-star kid. Why isn't he playing? Because you're not going to have the kind of season that you'd hope for with a 50-year senior. So we'll see what happens in a few weeks when they come to town here.
Oh, they could be 2-5 by then. We'll see how it plays out. But
that might be an easier game than we anticipated.
They're at TCU, and then they've got Iowa State at home. So there's nothing easy out there for them.
So that's where you really fill in my gaps.
There you go.
Because I got like 1 or 2 weeks, but man, you've got the schedule right at your fingertips at all times.
Not at all times, but quickly
right,
enough.
because you have
I
to
saw where
sleep.
you were going, and then I started thinking to right the ship or not.
Schedule's a big deal for you.
Yeah. 2-3, lining up with those teams. Oh.
Yeah, and you thought SC had a great, easy roll last week. Don't back down. Don't. Just admit defeat and move along.
I told you when they traveled. I did. I let you just roll yesterday. I didn't say anything.
You had nothing to say.
But today I've got something to say.
Yeah, you told me. It's all about Illinois. It's all about Illinois. You did tell us. You're right. You told
Illinois
us.
Given up 100 points in 2 games.
Right. You were right.
But
You were
USC,
right.
Thanks for that 500 yards.
You were
Thanks
right.
for sleeping through 2.5
It
quarters.
was all about Illinois.
See? I told you. Perfect.
Just go with the bigger brand, and usually it works for you. Yeah, you're consistent. You like the big brands. You and your boy, the Herd, loves the big brands, and you love him. So with that in mind, he has this opportunity to show that Texas Tech was a bad game. And everybody can have a bad game, and most people will have bad games. You look at anybody. They've had bad games. That's just the way it goes. This is not a sport that is leading to perfection. It's a game of errors and mistakes and misreads and tipped balls and all these things. So I'm not going to throw Dampier out and saying, nah, man, if they have any decent team, any decent opponent, he's going to stink. I'm not there yet. I'm not even close to being there. I want to see what he can do. And that's why I didn't necessarily fret that game, because it was early in the season, and it is only one loss, and it very well could have been against the best team. It remains to be seen. Right now, you can make a strong case, yes, that is the best team. So they don't necessarily play that level of competition going forward. The objective, if you can't get first place, get second place, because really there's no difference between the two when it comes to playing in December in Arlington, right? That's all that matters. And so from that perspective, get to that point. And right now, I think they still have an opportunity. They go out and get beat next week, and he looks poor, plays poorly. Well, then that changes everything.
What about all the people around him?
What about
Is
him?
he the guy who's good enough when the team around him is good enough, but he's not good enough to put him on their shoulders? Or maybe down the line, it's like you said, he'll play a better game and he will put him on the shoulders.
I think it largely depends on him.
Because their inability to run the ball at all against Texas Tech from the start, I didn't think was on him. Now, the inability to make plays down the field, a lot of that's on him.
I didn't say it was on him. But the fact is, if they can't run the ball, then it is on him.
Right.
Because he's not a great passer.
And maybe in a future game, when he does hit on one deep ball, they won't have the penalty. And maybe in a future game, he'll hit the open guy.
And maybe it'll be picked off. I mean,
yeah, well, then we'll be sitting here saying, all right, well, the Iowa State game just told you, there's a level that he can't get
If
to.
he was a great passer, he wouldn't be at Utah.
There's that.
Right. So those are the facts. Those are the cold, hard facts. I don't take any pleasure saying it, but that's the reality of the situation. I mean, they don't get – if they think they get the blue chip kid, they misread him and he transfers because he's not good enough to play. So certainly football is a team game, but the fact is if they can't run the ball, then you're going to have to rely on him, and then you're going to get in trouble. And they're normally not going to have big-time receivers that are going to get 1,000 yards. It's those. You can hate me all you want.
No, they've had guys.
Those are numbers.
They've had guys in the NFL for multiple years whose numbers at Utah were pretty pedestrian. I mean, they clearly haven't gotten out of those guys what they had to give.
It's not the way they're built.
Yeah, Devon Bailey would be the most recent example, but Tim Patrick would be another example.
Steve Smith
is another example. Going back even further, you're right. Yeah.
So that's the reality of it. They've got to be able to move the ball, and he's got to be able to run. Because if he can't run with any level of effectiveness, his best qualities are being undercut. And Texas Tech completely bottled him up. He was a non-factor in the run game. And so they're going to have to find a way to make that a significant factor. That's their recipe for winning. And then hitting a few passes here and there. Yeah, but his electric athletic ability, which he does possess, if he can't do that, if he can't have just some great wow me type of plays, then they're probably going to struggle. But I think he will. I think he will be able to have those more so starting next week. I think we'll see where he settles in much more in October. The funny thing is, if they would have played West Virginia and Oklahoma State, they'd be undefeated right now, and everybody'd be singing their praises. They'd be ranked in the top 15 minimally because they always get tons of love. The national media loves the program. 3 things that he can count on, Joel Klatt. And even now, I listen to a podcast that he does, and he's still not backing off of them. He reminds me of you, man. You dig in your heels, and you just go with it. Even as the evidence amounts and becomes overwhelming, nope.
Time will tell.
Yeah, and that you do that very well.
Thank you.
And Joel is still sticking by. They're a team to be reckoned with, and maybe they will be. Maybe they will be. Absolutely, yeah.
So if they're 9-3, are they a team to be reckoned with?
Yeah, because you're going to have good wins. I don't think you can just dog competition way your 9 wins, right? So that'd be 5 more. I don't see it. You're schedule boy, so tell me.
You don't see what?
That they can just easily roll out 5 wins because the competition sucks.
They're going to have to beat some teams that are decent.
So that's an impact on the league standings.
They've got several teams here on their schedule who are 2-3 or 3-2, so it's been a little bumpy. Now, somebody in that group probably figures it out and strings together 3 or 4 wins. So you're going to face somebody down the road who's 6-2 or 7-2 or whatever. Even if they don't look like they're off to a great start in September, they'll have a good October, and it'll look like a tougher game down the stretch. Right now, BYU and ASU, and probably one of your dark horses, I would think Cincinnati's probably as we sit here right now, looks like the 3rd best team on the schedule. Maybe that changes when we get there. Maybe K-State, who's on their schedule, plays better, or Kansas. But they both had a few bumps here in the road early on.
Yeah, I think Cincinnati, if you beat them.
That's a good win.
Especially if you go back there. Mm-hmm. I think it is a good win, unless they have major changes with injuries and whatnot.
It's far enough away. It's hard to know what you're going to be.
But yeah, studying them leading up to the Big 12 Media Days in July, then talking to people there, thinking they are going to be a tough team to beat.
All of the November schedule is hard to read right now. It could change between now and then.
I am reading
any
it
of them, as you read it now, any of them could be really good tests in November.
I'm reading it based on the research and the conversations and 4 games.
You wouldn't write if anybody out of the group of Baylor, Kansas, and Kansas State either. That's their November.
No, Baylor, you got how I believe is an NFL quarterback. He can throw 300 yards on you just like that and really not even have a great game. He's good. Speaking obviously of Robertson, he is good. There's no doubt about it. So you're going to beat Baylor. You're going to have to play well to beat Baylor. Baylor's one of these teams that's just, they hang around. And they're not a top 10 team. I understand that. But they are not a pushover whatsoever. Absolutely not.
They're 3-2. The 2 times they've been in the 20s, they've gotten beat, and the 3 times they've scored in the 40s, they've won.
Right.
And they have had a series of more realistic tests than a lot of teams that have blown through 2 or 3 games.
That's a fact.
Pretty easy.
Yeah, right off the bat.
They had
in
Auburn.
The non-conference.
They opened with Auburn and SMU back to back.
I mean, no one's playing that in the non-conference.
Their one gimme was Sanford.
What are they thinking?
Yeah. What are they thinking? That they have a big stadium and they need to play real games and fill it? Or they didn't know, I don't know, they didn't know SMU was going to be SMU when they scheduled them. I don't know how long ago that was scheduled. But either way, it was they didn't run from it. They could have gone out and played some directional school you never heard of, and they didn't do that. So
yeah. They could easily be here with 1 loss. Right. If you hold them in the 20s, if you hold them below 25, you should consider that to be a monumental effort by your defense. And I know the Devils did, and they made their own breaks because there was some interceptions there that thwarted the drives, the possessions. And so turnovers. I told you when the Devils under Dillingham, when they win the turnover battle, they're 13-0. You literally can't be better. You want to beat them, don't turn the ball over. You don't turn the ball over, then it's a little skewed because you got to throw out that first year, right? When they were starting a running back who's in the NFL and starting a tight end at quarterback.
But since they figured it out and it started clicking and he got his guys and all that
since
stuff.
you got a quarterback playing quarterback, obviously they have been a lot better. So the statistics, I think on the turnovers, though, that really shows you the way to beat them, and that's Utah's next opponent. So they must, speaking of Dampier and his guys, take care of the ball. And if they do, I see no reason why they don't win. Because they lost who the Devils just beat last week? TCU. Inside the 5-yard line, they throw a little slant pattern. Guy dives, it's a little low, hits his fingers, pops up. The guy who's coming over to help makes the interception. inside the 5-yard line. It's kind of a fluke. And that was a 3-point game or something like that.
It was.
Yeah. So, I mean, that's obviously can go either way. You take care of that, maybe you win the game. Not everything that transpires would have transpired under the circumstances once they change. But the point is,
you got a lucky break because which way a ball bounces in that situation, nobody really controls.
Right.
The thing just happens. All you control is how you react to it. So you're playing with 110% effort and whatever other cliche coaches love to throw out. You're racing over there, and you react and you make a big play.
So that's really all Utah needs, and I think Dampier needs. Everybody understands West Virginia is in a big-time rebuild, and so they're not capable of beating decent teams right now. That's a fact. That's why they make the coaching change in the first place. Mm-hmm. So whatever you think of Rich Rod, whoever it is, the man on the moon, Nick Saban, whomever, you've got to give that coach and his people at least a year. Maybe you don't give them 3 or 4 years like they used to do with the transfer portal. I understand that. But you got to give him at least a season to see what he can do, right? So they're not very good right now. Okay, so they should come out here Friday and get worked by BYU. We get that. But that's aside, that's over, that's done with. All Utah needs to do to change the picture is go in and beat the Devils a week from Saturday. That's it. You win that game, 2-1, rival, anything can happen there. See how that plays out. But that, as much as the Texas Tech game was such a downer, all you need to do is beat the Devils. And you haven't totally gotten back because you still have the one loss.
Yeah.
But you would get a lot of it back. And then the enthusiasm and the confidence, it would just grow substantially.
I think it would be 2 games to get it all back. I mean, because the next game is a rivalry game, which is going to stand on its own and be a big, big deal.
But it always was.
Right. So but if they come out of ASU and BYU and they've swept them, then
they're good to go.
It's on fire.
And their schedule,
confidence is high.
Their schedule gets weak.
And there's no way that they could be
weaker.
There's no way that they could sweep those games unless Dampier makes some big plays and has good games.
Right. And then they'd be fine. So I didn't understand all the despondence.
Well, they haven't beat those 2 yet.
They
so
haven't.
The sky is falling.
Nothing that you wanted to achieve has been eliminated.
It's possible. It's just less likely.
And nobody spent more money than Texas Tech. And your coach told us 2 years ago the top 25 will reflect the top 25 money.
I just read a story, which Bronco Mendenhall
as recently as yesterday
was mentioning. I read it last night.
Yeah, nice.
About Virginia and Florida State, and Virginia is another example in line with Texas Tech. If you commit money, and Virginia hadn't, and then last year they decided we're spending $20 million, and everybody who made a big play in the Florida State game, they went right down the list: quarterback, wide receiver, running back. None of them were in the program a year ago. They all came because they went into the transfer portal with money. And they got impact skill players. They got paid, and they made big plays, and it was a wild game, and they were able to outscore them. This is brand new territory for Virginia.
Well, but if you pay the money,
it's the Texas Tech story, and we can go on down the line. It's the Indiana story. There's another team that isn't a brand name, has been down a long time, but they've invested a lot of money in their program, so now they win a lot more games.
Right.
Which, as you said, Kyle said that multiple times 2-3 years ago when this was all ramping up. That you go down the top 25 and you look at the money and you look at the teams and they would equate. So here we are.
Well, I think I think it's always been that way. It's just that it was hush hush.
Right. But there was a reason those SEC teams were all up there.
Yeah. Being on the inside of it for many years, I knew of it. Yeah. I knew of examples. I saw it. I heard about it, and I came back here and the media people who said, well, the coaches get all the money and the players don't, it's because you haven't been a beat person. You don't really know what you're talking about. They have been getting money. And so it's an extension of that. And now it's more money, and now it's more out in the open. And the fans are just going to have to figure out, how do I deal with that? For me, it's no problem.
I think fans
because I don't make a big deal of this stuff anyway.
I think fans will ultimately deal with it by if my team wins, I'll be fine with it. And if they lose, I'll get turned off and drift away. Then if they bounce around and up and down, which, as you have pointed out, has been Arizona State's history, that'll be interesting to see how important football is in that town or that part of the country or whatever, and how close are they to the shadow of some NFL team and all that stuff comes into play. But if they win big, they're going to embrace it. I mean, teams we're talking about who are spending the money, who are in the top 25.
Yeah, but I don't know they're going to embrace it every year. I disagree with that.
Really?
They'll disagree. They'll embrace it in the moment. But it'll never have that passion over here. And I'm glad it doesn't.
Because it gets a little weird.
Yeah, because I just don't think if you're a 55-year-old man, your mood should be determined on 18, 19, 20-year-old kids playing football. I've never understood that. That made no sense to me. But I'm grateful that you do because it's employed me in this business and your passion for it. I think it should be viewed as an entertainment. That was a good movie. That movie sucked. Texas Tech, that movie sucked. The Rose Bowl against Ohio State, that was a great movie.
That was a great movie.
It was.
That was a great movie.
Right. Ute fans had the time of their lives.
And whoever wrote that second scene, that was out of control.
And you lost the game by 3 points. The last team who had the football scored. But you had a great time. Isn't that what's far more important? That's the way it should be. And I think that's the way it'll be on this side of the country. The other side of the country, they go nuts. They go crazy. It's outrageous. So that's what they got. And they got to live with that. Over here, I think we have a little more perspective.
DJ PK, it's 97.5 The Zone. Frank Dolce, former Ute quarterback. We'll talk with him about all this at the top of the hour. Stay with us.
And now, a look at traffic from the KSL Traffic Center.
Got a crash in West Haven on 21st Street, headed westbound. Traffic is getting around it on the right shoulder there. North I-15 around the Point of the Mountain, starting to see usual delays for the morning commute. No crashes to report in the area right now. This update is brought to you by GoPave Utah. Attention from Wasatch Front businesses and property managers. Do not wait for bad weather to schedule your professional snow service, and do it with our friends at GoPave Utah. Your complete parking lot safety starts with GoPave Utah, GoPaveUtah.com. With your KSL traffic update, I'm Jake Hatcher, 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Hey, bro. You hear us every day with our crazy opinions.
Hey, what you doing?
Well, now, it's time to hear from you.
Hey, great show.
Download the KSL Sports app and fire off your thoughts with the call-in tab on the bottom of your screen.
Your show is fantastic. It's the one that captivates me the most.
You can tell PK to stop singing.
G-Bang!
Let Jake and Ben know what you really think of the Jazz. Tell Hans and Scotty about your favorite barbecue spot or what color of tie JJ should be wearing on TV. The best entries will be played on the air. Download the KSL Sports app now and hit the call-in button to let your voice be heard.
I think you guys do an incredible job.
This is 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
If you've ever had to deal with a plumbing problem, you may have felt the pain of realizing you don't know any plumbers. Whether you're trying to stop a leaky faucet, fix a running toilet, replace your old water softener, or install a tankless water heater, the plumbers at Any Hour Services can help. All you have to do is call Any Hour Services or schedule an appointment at anyhourservices.com. Help with plumbing maintenance and repairs is closer than you think. Call Any Hour Services or schedule an appointment at anyhourservices.com. No one helps more homeowners than Any Hour Services.
I'm Walker Kessler, and I play basketball for a living. So I know how important it is to have the support of a team you can trust. That's why I love UCCU. UCCU is more than a credit union. They're a true financial partner, a local team of experts your entire family can trust at every step of your financial journey. Just visit uccu.com and elevate your banking experience.
Whether you're dealing with a weekend warrior injury or recovering from surgery, Canyon Sports Therapy gets you back in the game fast. We specialize in sports and orthopedic rehab with expert physical therapists, personalized sessions and treatment plans, and the latest tools to speed up recovery. As primary care providers, we can take new patients without a referral, often with same or next day appointments. And yes, we're even open on Saturdays. Book now at canyonsportstherapy.com and feel better. Canyon Sports Therapy, getting you back in the game.
Delicious doesn't change because the times change. Delicious is something passed from one generation to the next. That's why, for 50 years, delicious Mexican meals have always started in one place. El Matador. Family-owned and operated, El Matador is a community legend featuring fresh menu items and tasty take-and-bake meals. El Matador now offers catering and is the home of chips and salsa gift bags for the holidays. Delicious. It starts at El Matador, 606 South Main Street in Bountiful.
You worked hard for your 401k.
But if you've left your job, your money might be sitting in the wrong hands. I'm Jeff Jr. with Trajan Wealth, and it's very possible that the 401k that you have had for years has hidden fees and limited investment choices. But if you're no longer with the company, that 401k may be at the mercy of your former employer. All of these things could be costing you thousands. Rolling over your 401k into an IRA can provide better investment options that align with your long-term goals. At Trajan Wealth, we're fiduciary advisors that are held to a higher standard with no hidden agenda and no hidden fees. Don't let your retirement dollars sit in an old plan, and don't roll it over to your new plan without consulting Trajan Wealth first. Call Trajan today at 801-899-7600. That's 801-899-7600.
Advisory services are offered through Trajan Wealth, LLC, an SEC-registered investment
Be advised, this is your opportunity to save up to 40 to 80% on a hot tub or swim spa. This weekend only, Friday through Sunday, Mountain America Expo Center, Sandy. Be advised, this is your opportunity to save up to 40 to 80% on a hot tub or swim spa. This weekend only, Friday through Sunday, Mountain America Expo Center, Sandy. 18-month interest-free financing. Our factories have demanded we sell 1,000 hot tubs and swim spas this weekend. Mountain America Expo Center, Sandy. Huge factory incentives, factory rebates, this weekend only. Mountain America Expo Center, Sandy. We can remove your old hot tub. Free delivery of your new hot tub. Hot tub starting at $2,999. Mountain America Expo Center, Sandy. Free delivery of your new hot tub. Just relax and enjoy. Mountain America Expo Center, Sandy. Friday, 2 p.m. to 8 p.m. Saturday, 10 a.m. to 8 p.m. Sunday, 10 a.m. to 6 p.m. Free admission, free parking, free delivery. Mountain America Expo Center, Sandy. Call 833-SPA-SALE or visit hottubandSwimSpaSale.com.
Hey, this is Chris with JCW's. Craving something sweet? We do ice cream right. Come in and try one of our shakes, freezes, or an ice cream cone, and you'll see why we say JCW's, quality, and a lot of it.
3, 2, 1. This is your Utes at 50 update. 58! Presented by Kenny J's Barbecue on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Utes headed into the bye week. Kyle Whittingham talking about the improvement of the passing game in the win at West Virginia.
We know that that was something that hurt us, last week, and we needed to be able to push the ball down the field better. We did that this week. Receivers stepped up, answered the challenge. I thought we had a good scheme going in, and right dose of run and pass, play action off the run game, and tight ends were a factor again. Dallin Bentley continues to play good football for us. J.J. Buchanan had a really nice touchdown grab, that first one. The other, Ryan Davis, has been good every game, and so the throw game really was in much higher gear this week than weeks past.
This Ute Update is brought to you by Kenny J's Barbecue. Kenny J's Catering delivers bold, smoky barbecue no matter the occasion. Check out the catering menu at kennyjsbarbecue.com for weddings, work, or any event. That's kennyjsbarbecue.com.
This is Utah's best coverage of the Utes, Cougars, Jazz, and Mammoth. Here we go. From the guys who have been there for all the biggest moments in Utah sports history. You're listening to DJ and PK on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
The artist of the day today is T-Pain, celebrating his 41st birthday. It's brought to you by Live Nation for all the live concerts and events in 2025. Check out livenation.com. Got a quote through on our Facebook page. BYU 4-0, 1-0 in Big 12 play, and a lousy West Virginia team coming to town. How you feeling, Cougar fans?
Should feel great.
Yeah, largely, they're feeling pretty good.
Yeah.
Tony, however, has some issues.
What?
BYU's defense was getting destroyed by Colorado's run game.
And then it wasn't.
Poor tackling in the first quarter and the beginning of the third quarter. Fortunate to get out with a win. Some offensive plays were head-scratchers at critical times.
No.
But they didn't turn it over, and they forced Colorado to throw the ball, and Salter throws like Uncle Rico. So on to the next one. Keep building.
Yeah, I think that the fact that they actually got torched early and then didn't and allowed one touchdown over basically the next 3.5 quarters is the far more impressive angle than they gave up 2 scores right away. And the adjustments they made, the old what they call the spy on the quarterback. You could see Jack Kelly doing it on that very last possession, and they highlighted it, and it was obvious to see the adjustments that they made. Once again, Jay Hill and his guys know exactly what they're doing, and the defense then pretty much locked them down. I mean, they gave up 1 touchdown. You can't throw shutouts against quality, at least halfway decent teams every game. No, you're not that good, and the other team isn't that bad. And they got 1 touchdown after that. That's the story of the game defensively, and when they needed stops, they absolutely got them. And offensively, it's the continued development of Grizzly Bear Bachmeier. This kid is phenomenal. In my conversations after the game, they are ecstatic with his development. There's just no doubt about it. And his intelligence and his comprehension of the offense. I told you yesterday, he checked into a play every time he did it. Every time was the right play except once when the play clock was winding to 0 and he was up against it. His percentage of making the right play is off the charts, and he's just a freshman. And they full well know they have by far the toughest stretch in the league. No other team comes close to the schedule that awaits these guys. They've got West Virginia. They need to absolutely beat West Virginia, and they need to absolutely beat Arizona next week. Then it is on.
It's on.
It's Utah, number 14 Iowa State, number 11 Texas Tech, TCU, and Cincinnati. Those teams right now are combined 19-3. Nobody in the league, I looked this up, nobody plays a 5-game stretch like BYU does. It's not even close.
So be 6-0 going in.
They have to be. They must be. Yes.
You're going to need a mulligan later. Don't be using your mulligan now.
Yeah.
Because 8-1 ought to get you the conference title game.
Oh, gosh. And with the teams that they play right there?
8-1 will be very hard to accomplish. They'll have to play a lot of really good football.
If they went 8-1, it would be a phenomenal coaching job and playing job.
I think the point about the first quarter was bad, but the next 3 quarters were really good. Jeff says BYU's defense ended up being awesome. They held CU under 300 yards.
Yeah.
I mean, the criticism would be, hey, you only had 1 turnover, and those drives – you can give up a lot of yards. They can be misleading because you hold them to a field goal. Obviously, that makes a huge difference. So it didn't, the bend but not break, stop them in the red zone. That didn't happen. But if you offered pretty much any head coach right now, hey, in your next game, you're going to hold the team under 300 yards, then take it.
And you're on the road? There's 50,000 people
under
there?
300 yards on the road
Yeah.
against a conference opponent.
Yeah.
Coaches are going to take that every time. I mean, stats are for losers, but there are also some stats that say, well, if you hit that stat, your odds of winning go through the roof.
Well, you're increasing your odds. There's
Big
no question
time.
about it.
Yeah.
But football and soccer can be one of these crazy sports in which you can dominate statistically and lose. It's like they're the only 2 sports, I think, that you can dominate statistically and lose.
You love baseball analogies. What would the baseball analogy be? Like 6 line drive outs or lining yourself into double plays?
But I think all that stuff evens out.
It's out.
Yeah. I mean, it does happen, obviously.
Yeah.
But I think that you look at the Devils, right? They darn near could have lost that game, and they almost doubled TCU in offensive output.
Right. But it comes back to...
They had their red zone scoring sucks.
Yes. It's the red zone right there. The
Yeah.
turnovers in the red zone, the short fields, and then a missed or a blocked kick. Or sometimes just settling.
They have a hard time punching, and even the winning touchdown came on 4th down after they had 1st and goal.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. That's the only – well, there's 2 places they missed the Scatterboo. People want to say, oh, they're going to fall off. The kid, Brown, actually has more yards at this point in the season than Scatterboo had last year.
But Scatterboo always got the last yard. It's 3 points for the first.
The tough yards and the heart and soul of the team. They don't have that. They're just the guys, if you don't do what I say, I'm going to maul you type of attitude that he had. He still has it. I mean, I don't see where he has a long career. I will get Trent Richardson there at the Fox Big Noon thing, and I just scream Scatterboo. You only got so many hits in you, and he's taking 1 million. But soak it up right now, man, and go crazy. Good for you. Make as much money as you possibly can.
Ride it as you can, and then ride it the way Richardson does.
Yeah.
It's your thing about don't let the sport use you. You use the sport.
Right, and here's Richardson now. He's still a younger guy.
He's got a good gig, traveling around the country, dunking helmets and trash cans.
Pretty sweet.
And
good
laughing.
For him.
Yeah.
Absolutely. Good for him, man, because he took a lot of hits, and then when he got to the pros, he was about hit out. Right?
It happens.
Yeah, it does.
It does. I mean,
especially bowling ball dudes like those guys. They're not speed guys. So from that perspective, that the stats played in BYU's favor, and the good thing is that they won the game. But they're in for a gauntlet unlike anything that they've ever had. Ever. I don't think people realize this, because I even think here in our own media market, I don't think our fans, our listeners of both schools, I don't think they're giving the Big 12 credit for being as good as it is.
Because people reward the team that's undefeated. They reward the team that's top 5, winning playoff games and all that. And the league that has 1 or 2 elite teams at the top gets a lot more respect than the league that has 10 really solid teams.
And these aren't big-time brand names. But all that has changed. The brand is gone because of the money situation.
Show me the money.
Yeah, and Texas Tech right now is a brand name. Money-wise. There's no question. Look at the recruits. Go just call it up. Look who they're getting commitments in from. So having to play, and Utah can vouch for this. They understand that very, very well. And I think Ute fans, they're not excited still about being in the conference because it's not SC, it's not Washington, it's not Oregon. I get all that. But the quality, week after week, once we get past them, Arizona may be a tough game. It remains to be seen. Maybe I'm overestimating or underestimating them. But once they come back on the night of the 11th, it is on. The next 5 weeks. Wow.
DJ and PK, it's 97.5 The Zone. Frank Dolce, former Ute quarterback, joins us next. Stay with us.
Win big every Wednesday on the KSL Sports Zone with Win Ticket Wednesday. This Wednesday, win fastest VIP tickets to Nightmare on 13. 1 location, 2 haunted attractions. Nightmare on 13, where Halloween lives. Get $10 off nighttime attractions by using the discount code ZONE. And listen to the KSL Sports Zone all day Wednesday for your chance to win.
So my mother is thinking of switching from Verizon to Pure Talk, but she's worried the deal sounds too good to be true. Michael, she said, how can those Pure Talk people offer me the same basic service as Verizon for so much less money? I said, Ma, go ask Google how much Verizon spends on advertising and promotions. A few seconds later, my mother said, oh my goodness, $12 billion a year? That must be a typo. I'll tell you what I told my mom. It's not a typo. Verizon spends $12 billion a year on advertising and promotions, and their customers are paying for it. Well, Pure Talk doesn't spend that kind of money on commercials. Trust me, I would know. That's why they can offer you and my mother unlimited talk, text, and plenty of data on a crazy fast 5G network for just $25 a month. And if you're a business owner, you could really save a fortune. Dial pound 250, say the words Mike Rowe, and you'll get an additional 50% off your first month. That's pound 250 Mike Rowe. Pure Talk. Everything you need and nothing you don't.
I'm still going for it, even with higher stroke risk from atrial fibrillation, an irregular heartbeat not caused by a heart valve problem. Over a 3-year study, Eliquis apixaban tablets reduced stroke risk better than warfarin, and over 97% of Eliquis patients did not experience a stroke. A first stroke occurred in 2.9% of warfarin patients versus 2.3% of Eliquis patients.
Don't stop prescription Eliquis without asking your doctor. Stroke risk may increase. Eliquis can cause serious and potentially fatal bleeding. Don't take if you have an artificial heart valve, abnormal bleeding, or antiphospholipid syndrome. While taking, you may bruise more easily or bleed longer. A spinal injection increases blood clot risk, which may cause paralysis. Get medical help right away for unexpected bleeding or bruising, or back pain, tingling, numbness, muscle weakness, or incontinence. Aspirin products, NSAIDs, SSRIs, SNRIs, and blood thinners increase bleeding risk. Tell your doctor about planned medical or dental procedures. Learn more at Eliquis.com or call 1-855-ELIQUIS.
Attention sports fans, drive into fall savings with Hercules First Federal Credit Union. This fall, score auto loan rates as low as 4.99%. Plus refinance with Hercules and save an extra 0.50%. Open a new Visa card and get an additional 0.25% off your rate. Enjoy 90 days with no payments and a $100 gas card when you add gap warranty or maintenance. But hurry, this offer ends soon. Visit HerculesCU.com today. Hercules First Federal Credit Union, growing stronger together.
I'm still going for it, even with higher stroke risk from atrial fibrillation, an irregular heartbeat not caused by a heart valve problem. Over a 3-year study, Eliquis apixaban tablets reduced stroke risk better than warfarin, and over 97% of Eliquis patients did not experience a stroke. A first stroke occurred in 2.9% of warfarin patients versus 2.3% of Eliquis patients.
Don't stop prescription Eliquis without asking your doctor. Stroke risk may increase. Eliquis can cause serious and potentially fatal bleeding. Don't take if you have an artificial heart valve, abnormal bleeding, or antiphospholipid syndrome. While taking, you may bruise more easily or bleed longer. A spinal injection increases blood clot risk, which may cause paralysis. Get medical help right away for unexpected bleeding or bruising, or back pain, tingling, numbness, muscle weakness, or incontinence. Aspirin products, NSAIDs, SSRIs, SNRIs, and blood thinners increase bleeding risk. Tell your doctor about planned medical or dental procedures. Learn more at Eliquis.com or call 1-855-ELIQUIS.
From sunrise tailgates to the final whistle, keep your edge with Bucked Up Energy. Zero sugar, legendary flavors, clean performance. Stop by 7-Eleven, Maverick, or Holiday Oil. Pick up your favorite Bucked Up can and stay dialed in through every Cougar touchdown. Visit your local Bucked Up retail store today or go to buckedup.com and use code ZONE to claim 20%. Bucked Up Energy. Utah born, Cougar strong. Ready when you are.
Les Olson IT is trusted for businesses providing state-of-the-art printers, copiers, managed IT services, and licensed security systems for Utah. Work smarter with Les Olson IT.
Les Olson IT.
Broadcasting from the Mountain Home Services Studio, this is 97.5 KZNS FM Colville, 1280 KZNS AM Salt Lake City, and 102.7 KSL FM HD2 Salt Lake City Midvale. This is 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. Over 2 decades of sports radio dominance in Utah.
My favorite.
This is DJ and PK on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Join Haynes and Scotty at the El Matador Restaurant, 606 South Main in Bountiful, Friday from noon to 3. El Matador, a Utah Mexican food staple for over 50 years. DJ and PK, it is time now to talk football with Frank Dolce, former Ute quarterback. Frank, good morning.
Hey, DJ, PK, what's happening?
Hi.
Well, there's a Ute win. A few people feel a little better about that. The Utes are 4-1 now, but I'm curious whether you watched that game and thought, okay, the Utes straightened some stuff out, or whether you watched that game and thought Texas Tech is 50 times better than West Virginia. I got to wait for the ASU game in 2 weeks before I know what the Utes really have and if they're bouncing back.
Yeah, I think that. I mean, it was a really good win for Utah. They did a lot of nice things. Kind of a bounce back in ways, but, West Virginia is not – I just don't think they're that good. And is Texas Tech 50 times better? Texas Tech is certainly something times better than – I'm really – so I'm as curious to see what Texas Tech does going forward as I am to see how Utah manages the conference going forward. And if – Texas Tech is really that dominant at the line of scrimmage as they showed against Utah, or if it was a combination of Utah wasn't very good that day and Texas Tech was good that day, and so we'll see. Anyway, I think those are some interesting storylines for both of the teams moving forward. But it was, I mean, it's exactly what Utah needed to do is have a performance like that, a clear-cut win, and I still think there's some stuff to work on, but a nice win nonetheless.
Yeah, I think for the Utes, they got a little confidence back. Dampier played to a level that was acceptable, and sure, the competition stunk. You got to give Rich Rod an opportunity to build a program, right? He didn't take over a program where the coach went and got another job. He took over a program where the coach is fired, and that makes a significant difference. And no matter who you are across the country, we see it all the time. I think the difference here now is you don't get 2-3 years to build a program like you used to, or 3-4 years, because with the transfer portal and all that, you're expected to be competitive because a couple knuckleheads, like guys like Dillingham, turned it around in a year. And so if he can do it, you better be able to do it. And that's the standard now. And we see that Deshaun Foster gets 15 games and he's fired. That's the way it goes. And really, when you look at Mike's his name, Mike Gundy, he basically only got the same amount of games. I mean, I realize he's been there 21 years, but 2 years ago they were really good, and then last year they sucked, and then before they even get to the halfway point of this season, he's gone. So that's the reality of it. And I think for Utah here, yeah, they're probably not as bad as they showed against Texas Tech, nor are they as good as they showed against a weak non-conference and a weak West Virginia. But the good thing is that doesn't really matter because there will be tests. And I think in 2 weeks after the BYU game, we'll know exactly where this team stands. ASU and Utah, or ASU BYU, should provide the tests that tell us, is this team a contender, or will this team have to battle to maybe get to 7 or 8 wins? And we'll know that the next 2 weeks, the next 2 games, because they got the bye.
They got the bye, yeah. I think that's true, and the way that you described it, so I think there was a sense that Utah would go through the Big 12 schedule and maybe have a tough outing here and there and scrape out a win, but mostly have, victories that were clearly on the side of Utah. So Utah, dominating the game or controlling the game or whatever it is, especially at the line of scrimmage, and then you win by, a couple scores or something, and then maybe have a couple in there that are challenging. But the way I look at this team now, and I think the sense that I get from what's happening inside the walls is there's some improvement, but this team isn't exactly what we hoped they would be or what we thought they would be coming out of 3 games. And so I feel like the Big 12 is going to be a battle every week for Utah. And they're clearly, it's a team that has enough talent to win 8, 9, maybe more games. But it's also a team that doesn't have so much talent that you can throw out a stinker and expect to pull it out at the end. Yeah. Like, they're going to have to play at the top of their game on both sides of the ball each week to gather together to stack up victories.
Right. Yeah, because you look at the schedule going forward now, maybe the exception of Colorado, but I can make a case they can win them all or maybe lose 2 or 3, maybe in 4. That's fun. It's fun as a fan to pay attention to that.
Well, it is kind of engaging to have a football team like that where they're good enough.
Right.
Like they're good enough, and if they put it all together, then they could be really good, week to week. But if there's a little bit of struggle, if Dampier's off a little bit and they're having problems running the ball, then how are they going to manufacture an offense? And the defense is going to have to keep them in a game and just give them enough opportunity. And I mean, there's a bunch of different storylines. I think coming out of this game, I don't know how you guys feel about it. I think it's a bit of a concern is the fact that West Virginia ran the ball so effectively. I know that they only threw the ball for 85 yards. I'm not dismissing that. But 5.4 yards per carry throughout that football game, 260 plus yards, I think that's something that needs to be cleaned up by Utah defensively.
How much do you dismiss that a lot of stuff happened in garbage time because the game got out of hand so quickly?
Mm-hmm.
And so is that they can't stop the run, or is the focus slips, whatever? Because let's be honest, Frank, when that touchdown went in, it was 21-0. Nobody thought West Virginia was coming back. None of us thought it. Nobody in that stadium thought it. Everybody watching on TV that wasn't hardcore addicted to the game was off to find another game. This thing's over.
Yeah. Well, I don't want to dismiss that either, but I think that the point I want to make is if you do in the midst of a game, if you do dismiss that, all of a sudden you find yourself on the wrong side of something. So that's what I mean about this focus and determination and playing at the top level each and every week. This team is good enough, but they have to be completely dialed in every week to win the game, to win the conference schedule. And I think you're right. There's a couple in there that should be, maybe not another West Virginia, but there's a couple in there that should be kind of like, okay, Utah clearly controlled this game. But for the rest, I think it's going to be a battle.
All of November is. But outside of maybe Colorado.
Which is in October. I don't see anybody else on there where you're looking at it like they're going to win by 2 or 3 scores. You knew going into West Virginia they're going to win by 2 or 3 scores. Now it turned out they won by a lot more than that, right? But everything else looks like, the middle of the fourth quarter, the subs are going to be standing on the sideline, and the starters are either going to be trying to close it out or they're going to try to be bringing them back.
So it kind of sounds like you're saying Colorado is down. Like you're not high on Colorado, but they gave BYU a little trouble.
Yeah.
They did.
He said with the possible exception, though.
Colorado's going to get – they've got enough talent. They're going to get somebody. Are they going to get bowl eligible? Maybe. Probably not. Maybe. Because they'll have to get a couple somebodies to get bowl eligible. The league is deep. It's like when you're down to team 7, 8, 9, 10, is that an elite team? Is that team going to the playoff? Is that team going to impress anybody? No, but for 3 hours, they're going to be hard to beat. You may end up beating them, but you're not going to roll them the way you did West Virginia. And honestly, I was saying we were discussing if West Virginia or Oklahoma State's the worst team in the league. And PK's like, yeah, OK State might be the worst team in the league, but it's not like they're getting laughed off the field the way West Virginia just did. And maybe ultimately they will be the worst team in the league. Maybe West Virginia win a couple games. They beat Pitt. And maybe they'll win a couple games like that and Oklahoma State won't. But only one of them got humiliated this past weekend, and maybe Ute fans should hold on to that. The fact maybe West Virginia won't get blown out like that by a lot of people.
Maybe not. But they certainly didn't. They didn't show well over the weekend.
Nope.
But I think what you said is interesting. Like even when you get down to the bottom of the league, like we said, there's a couple teams, but it's not like you're going to go out there. It's going to be. You're going to have to get rough, like you said, for 3 hours to come out with a victory. And that means, playing well at the line of scrimmage. You're not turning the ball over. And there's productivity in all phases on the offensive side and a defense that's, limiting in the offensive game plan. So it's kind of turning into this for Utah anyway. I mean, I don't know. Like I said, we'll see what happens with Texas Tech. Maybe that's the team. But for Utah and for a lot of the teams in the conference, for a lot of the teams in the conference, it's going to be a week to week. You're going to have to play at your best effort to grind out victories.
Yeah, we were talking about, how much of this rests with Dampier. And, it's a team game. I think it's the ultimate team game for sure. But the fact is, I think that if they cannot run the ball, then it is on Dampier because that means he's going to have to pass the ball. And I don't like that situation for the Utes. They must have balance and be probably a little more aligned towards the running game with him being able to do what he does because he is a dynamic athlete, no doubt about that. So that's what makes me a little bit nervous. They've got to be able to run the ball. And if they run the ball, then it takes a lot of pressure off him, and then they can hit the pass here and there. If they can't, I think they're in trouble.
I was listening to the West Virginia broadcast during that game, the radio broadcast. I like to check in and see how the opponent is calling the game. And the color commentator for West Virginia kept saying, well, Utah's getting a 2 to 3 yard push off the ball every time they run it. The offensive line is just pushing the defensive line down the field. And so that's just going to be the key for Utah. If the offensive line can create the push at the line of scrimmage, then the running game will be fine, including with Dampier.
Yeah.
What team in the league is going to stalemate Utah at the line of scrimmage like Texas Tech did? That's when Utah will potentially find itself in trouble. Because I agree with you. I think Dampier does a lot of really good things, and his leadership is off the charts. The one thing where he's pedestrian, he's not a classic thrower of the football. That's just not where he excels.
Right.
And so, but if the running game is going well, then you can manufacture a passing game that keeps a defense a little bit off balance, and that's what they were able to do against West Virginia.
He is accurate on short and even on medium routes, that the medium routes are in the middle of the field. And some quarterbacks don't like to throw over the middle, and you throw high, and the safety and the linebacker can be underneath. Lots of bad things can happen, and they don't seem to happen to him. He seems to have all that figured out.
Mm-hmm.
But that all stopped against Texas Tech. And so I'm just wondering, quality of athlete, linebackers who can run, who can match up with the running back out in the flat, or, they've got to handle a slot receiver or something, strong safeties and all that. Are other teams going to have what Texas Tech had? Because nobody seemed to be open against Texas Tech on those short and medium throws. And then he holds it a beat, and their pass rush was there.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, well, it's lots of things against Texas Tech. The speed of the game increased significantly. So all of a sudden your reads and everything is a click faster. That's difficult to manage. Passing lanes are diminished at the line of scrimmage. So because they're so disruptive at the line of scrimmage, passing lanes, and when you're trying to throw over the middle, and he's not a 6'4" quarterback, that is challenging. And then the margin for error against a defensive backfield or a linebacking group that's very athletic is super thin. So a ball that you may complete against somebody else is tipped or knocked down against Texas Tech in a similar situation, because the closing speed and the coverage is just much more significant. So those are, it's like, it's not just one thing that Texas Tech did well. It's a bunch of things, and then you saw the result of it. It was just a dominating effort in pass defense. So that's what I'm going back to. Is there another team in the conference that has the athleticism, that can be super disruptive at the line of scrimmage and close down passing lanes, and then shorten the decision-making time on Dampier? I mean, you kind of have to have a combination of all those. That was a perfect storm to really dismiss the passing game. The other thing that you think about is Dampier doesn't necessarily throw the deep ball with tremendous accuracy. He can put it in a place where maybe a receiver can go and get it, but it isn't. The short pass, the throw over the middle, mid-range passes, I think he's fine. Throwing the ball downfield, accuracy is challenging. It's so difficult to stretch a defense in that phase of the passing game, unless you have a lot of time and you get good separation with your receiver.
Next man up, Hunter Andrews went down. What do you think of J.J. Buchanan? Can he be the next man up?
Oh, I think J.J. Buchanan everybody's been pleasantly surprised with the way he's performed. And it feels like, even with the youth and inexperience and all the stuff, it feels like he's ready to take some more and put some more on his shoulders. And so, why not? There's a guy who's been very, very productive, very reliable. And so I would say this about Utah offensively. J.J. Buchanan needs to become another piece of the puzzle. I don't see yet. Maybe it will never appear, but I just don't see one guy, like the go-to guy. I would say there's several on the team that are very reliable, or at least reliable. And the way that you attack a defense with this particular offense is by utilizing as many of the pieces as you can, as effectively as possible, to make sure that the defense is spread out, is paying attention to lots of different pieces on any given play, so you can't focus on one particular player. I just don't think Utah has that or has identified that yet. So the emergence of Buchanan, I don't think he necessarily becomes a superstar, maybe, but I think he becomes a very interesting piece of the puzzle with several different pieces.
Frank, as always, we appreciate it, and we will talk to you again next week. It'll be a game week. Enjoy your bye weekend.
Next week. Yeah, you guys enjoy the bye weekend. I know you're going to do something really fun.
Exactly. Thank you, Frank.
All right, guys. We'll see you.
DJ and PK.
I'm going to sail around the world.
You are not.
I am too. You keep telling me you got to do these things. You got to get out, man. Let's go. Time's wasting. And I set some goal, and you just look at me.
There's 3 things you need to do before you sail around the world, which you're not going to do.
And now I'm going to do it.
Okay. All right. Do it. Ireland, the land of your forefathers.
True.
Italy, the land of your forefathers.
Both true.
And your wife seems to really like the idea of a Mediterranean cruise, which you could go 2 for 1 and, go to Italy and get a little taste of that.
Huh?
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay.
Buy the cruise stops in Italy.
Italy, Ireland, Mediterranean. All right. Got it.
Got it. There it is. Now, sail around the world. And also you have to finish the ballpark bucket list. You're very close.
Oh, yeah.
Got to finish that.
I'll probably wait on Tampa until they get the new one.
Yeah, I understand.
Yeah. What I want to do is, and this will require time being done working, which I know Yak wants sooner than later, but that's another story. We won't get into it.
Hey, shh.
I want
2 hands in the back, Yak. 2 hands in the back.
I want to go to all the spring training sites in Florida.
Oh.
Are we talking like one spring training? You want to do them all at once?
Not necessarily, no.
Oh, okay. I just wonder if it was like one.
You might be able to.
Like one March where you went down there.
It's way more spread out.
It's more spread out
I've
than
done
Arizona.
it over here in my homeland.
Well, yeah, but you can just stay at your sister's. Just bounce around.
I got multiple places.
Yeah, right.
Yeah.
I was just wondering if you were like going to take like a March and go to every one.
That might possibly be a good thing to do, yeah.
Yeah, because I think you're dealing with 16 teams, but I think you're dealing with 12 sites. Don't some of them share? Some of them don't, but I think some of them do.
In Florida?
Yeah.
I don't know.
Yeah.
I can tell you all about Arizona.
I know they do in Arizona.
Yeah.
I know the Padres and Mariners share in
Been there
Peoria.
many times.
Yeah. Peoria, hello.
My sister lives about 3 miles from there.
Perfect.
Yeah.
DJ and PK. Well, we were just talking about it, and now it's happened again. It's fresh as this morning's headlines, PK. We'll get to that next. Stay with us.
And now, a look at traffic from the KSL Traffic Center.
Got a crash southbound I-15 in Sandy. It's approaching 106 South. It's blocking the right lanes in the area. Traffic is backed up all the way into Murray at this moment. Also crashed northbound I-15 at the point of the mountain. It has been pulled out of traffic on the left shoulder, but is not causing many delays at this current time. This update is brought to you by Advanced Window Products. Factory direct affordable windows. Call today. They're on their way. Financing is available. Save now, pay later. Go to advancedwindows.com. With your KSL traffic update, I'm Jake Hatcher on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
This is Jake Scott and Ben Anderson. Hey, bro. You hear us every day with our crazy opinions.
Hey, what are you doing?
Well, now it's time to hear from you.
Hey, great show.
Download the KSL Sports app and fire off your thoughts with the call-in tab on the bottom of your screen.
Your show is fantastic. It's the one that captivates me the most.
You can tell PK to stop singing.
G-Bang!
Let Jake and Ben know what you really think of the Jazz. Tell Hans and Scotty about your favorite barbecue spot or what color of tie JJ should be wearing on TV. The best entries will be played on the air. Download the KSL Sports app now and hit the call-in button to let your voice be heard.
I think you guys do an incredible job.
This is 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
I'm Walker Kessler, and I play basketball for a living. So I know how important it is to have the support of a team you can trust. That's why I love UCCU. UCCU is more than a credit union. They're a true financial partner, a local team of experts your entire family can trust at every step of your financial journey. Just visit uccu.com and elevate your banking experience.
Whether you're dealing with a weekend warrior injury or recovering from surgery, Canyon Sports Therapy gets you back in the game fast. We specialize in sports and orthopedic rehab with expert physical therapists, personalized sessions and treatment plans, and the latest tools to speed up recovery. As primary care providers, we can take new patients without a referral, often with same or next day appointments. And yes, we're even open on Saturdays. Book now at canyonsportstherapy.com and feel better. Canyon Sports Therapy, getting you back in the game.
Ticket packages for the Utah Mammoth 2025-26 season are available now. From full season and half-season packages to mini plans and other flexible options, choose the ticket package that fits you best and be part of the action all season long. Call or text 801-325-PUCK to talk with a rep or visit nhl.com/Utah/tickets/season tickets to learn more.
Be advised, this is your opportunity to save up to 40 to 80% on a hot tub or swim spa. This weekend only, Friday through Sunday, Mountain America Expo Center, Sandy. Be advised, this is your opportunity to save up to 40 to 80% on a hot tub or swim spa. This weekend only, Friday through Sunday, Mountain America Expo Center, Sandy. 18-month interest-free financing. Our factories have demanded we sell 1,000 hot tubs and swim spas this weekend. Mountain America Expo Center, Sandy. Huge factory incentives, factory rebates, this weekend only. Mountain America Expo Center, Sandy. We can remove your old hot tub. Free delivery of your new hot tub. Hot tub starting at $2,999. Mountain America Expo Center, Sandy. Free delivery of your new hot tub. Just relax and enjoy. Mountain America Expo Center, Sandy. Friday, 2 p.m. to 8 p.m. Saturday, 10 a.m. to 8 p.m. Sunday, 10 a.m. to 6 p.m. Free admission, free parking, free delivery. Mountain America Expo Center, Sandy. Call 833-SPA-SALE or visit hottubandSwimSpaSale.com.
Tonight on KSL, what 3 words?
Tremor, beeline, glee.
What are they for?
Granny, months, receptions.
And why does this guy wish he had them?
They could find it in the precise location where I was and got me help.
KSL takes you on a ride that you're sure to come back from.
When your location comes down to just 3 words.
And how to find your 3 words.
That makes our job so much easier.
The 3-word locator, tonight at 10 on KSL and the KSL Plus app.
Trucordia Insurance and Risk Solutions. You chase your dreams. Trucordia protects them. With national headquarters right here in Linden, Utah, Trucordia is centered on relationships. Relationships with their clients and the communities where they have such deep roots. Relationships with team members and businesses for an ever-expanding range of solutions. And relationships with national and regional carriers, providing competitive rates and enhanced market access. And Trucordia is proud to be a founding partner of Game Night Live. Another relationship right here in their own backyard.
Right now at Tim Daly Mazda Southtown, you can get any new 2025 Mazda CX-50 for 0% financing for 60 months. Yes, 0% for 60 months. Or extended to 72 months for only 1.9%. You heard right, as low as 0% for 60 months. It's happening now at Tim Daly Mazda Southtown. APR OAC, not available with any other offers. See dealer for complete details.
Grab a friend and come check out the Garden Restaurant. You'll be greeted by the delicious smell of fresh baked goods like our famous Lionhouse rolls and our brand new cinnamon rolls. Open weekdays 11 to 3. Fresh flavors, iconic location. The Garden Restaurant.
This is your Cougars at 30 update. Presented by Kenny J's Barbecue on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
BYU hosting West Virginia Friday. Parker Kingston on how they battled back from that early deficit at Colorado.
Yeah, I mean, it just shows how resilient our team is on both sides of the ball. They came out, it was 14-0 before we could even blink. Defense stepped up big time, stopping them in the second quarter to let us come back. And then from then on, we were just rolling, moving the ball down the field. The defense was stuffing them, getting huge sacks. Special teams was making big plays with Sam pinning them deep in their own end zone. And it's been good to see the team come together in those tough wins. We haven't really had adversity, and I think that was our first taste of adversity, and we handled it well.
This Cougar Update is brought to you by Kenny J's Barbecue. Kenny J's Catering delivers bold, smoky barbecue no matter the occasion. Check out the catering menu at kennyjsbarbecue.com for weddings, work, or any event. That's kennyjsbarbecue.com.
Nobody brings you better coverage of the teams you're passionate about than these guys.
Try some more.
This is DJ and PK on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
T-Pain, Young Jock. Hey, she snapping. She snapping.
DJ PK, it's 97.5 The Zone. Welcome into the KSL Sports Zone. PK, we were just talking money and college football.
Welcome into the KSL.
I was supposed to say it earlier, and
it's
I
a
forgot.
whole new era.
It really is, and I forgot earlier, so I had to bounce back and swing by and catch that. We were talking about money. You were talking about, well, Texas Tech. Utah loses to Texas Tech. Well, they don't have the brand name in this 60-year history. That belongs to Texas and Oklahoma and blah, blah, blah. But right here, right now, they've spent a ton of money. They got a really good football team. And what matters is the here and now. And we were talking about Indiana has done it in the Big Ten. And Virginia just got a big win over Florida State, and it turns out they invested $20 million in the offseason. And the Virginia Tech Board of Visitors approved a budget plan for an additional $229 million planned investment in athletics over 4 years. And they just did it in a vote this morning. Wait a minute. Va-Tech's 0-3 and hasn't had an 8-win season since like 2019. And it's working for Virginia, so let's put some money in the Tech budget and go.
Well, sure.
There it is.
I mean, no surprise. I think that's what it takes. And if you've got that, you can't guarantee that that's going to lead to automatically winning. No, I'm not going there.
Well, especially as more teams do it, right? Everybody can't win. The first team that does it, you can see how that puts them out in front. When a bunch of teams do it, you're going to play other people who've invested heavily.
You still have to have a football program, and really anything, but we're dealing with football here. I think you still have to have an identity, and that's what Utah has done so very well for so many years. We know what their identity is. Now, some people will say, yeah, we know it, and it's not good at some of their spots. I understand that, but, they have done a lot of winning. And so you still have to find the right kind of kid. And that's where this money thing, and I've had several conversations with coaches about this, how it fits in, because it's there, but everybody from the coaching or school standpoint is totally turned off if that's what you bring up early. We've all been in job interviews where, well, how much do you want? Oh, crap, what do I say?
Yeah. Yeah.
Right? I can recall my own life. I'm working in the Casa Grande Dispatch, right? Donovan Kramer Jr. Guy's still there. The guy who hired me. When I went back a couple years back, he was still there. He's in his 70s now. Remembered me, right? And I was making $215 a week. And at that point, now the community in the Valley is stretched almost to reaching it. My day, there was a big separation, right?
It was in the middle of nowhere.
Yeah, you had to drive 45 minutes. Now you don't to get to the metro area, right? And so I wanted to get back in that area. And I get an interview with the Mesa Tribune had this little smaller paper in Chandler, right, which was still considered out in the boonies a little bit. And I had the interview, and the guy says, well, how much do you want? I thought, man, I'm going for it. 300. He sits back in his chair, and I can remember it. And he says, oh, Wait.
I fold.
Here are my cards. Go.
Because I wanted to move back into the
Right.
city area.
275 would work.
Right. But the story was, the ending is I got it.
All right.
For the nice round number of 300.
Should have said 310, man. What was I thinking? I settled on 300, right? So I did get it, right? But we've all been in their situation. And there's a kid out there, I don't want to give his name, but BYU was in on it. And they told me, he and his parents, right off the bat, how much? And they were totally turned off by it.
I get that. And there's
But why should you be totally turned off by it? That's the reality of it. Why are you going there?
Because the other kid over here isn't, and they're worried about the whole transactional
So what?
nature
If
of
I'm
it.
better than the other kid, who cares?
And people may miss on talent because of that, but I get why they're turned
And you
off.
keep missing on talent, and you're going to be unemployed.
You will be. You'll be right next to Mike Gundy.
So it's
Yeah.
a funny situation
It
there.
is. But Mike Gundy had that thing like, we're done with the NIL season. Now it's football season. You don't want to talk about it anymore. I think he had guys he thought were coming back and holding him up. And
Well, they do that.
I know.
You lost a prominent player this past year, what they told me.
Yep.
Is he wanted more, and they finally said, we don't have any more. And he left, and he got more. Good for him. But so that we have to figure out a way to deal with this money deal because it's true. And you're going there now. You have the great engineering program. That's all nice. It's a good thing Majerus is out. He would have died if he would have. He always wanted to push academics.
You can flip
they're
through
not going there for
you
that.
can flip through the entire roster. You're just not going to find that many engineering majors.
You're going for, in large part, the money. Why are they going to Texas Tech? The money. Why did the softball pitcher go to Texas Tech? Why did she leave Stanford? The money. Okay. If I get a job offer that is way more than what I got, it's not going to happen now. I'm too late in the game. But just stay with me here, just for argument's sake. Do I not consider it? I got to do what's best for my family. You remember several years ago, Edgerrin James, big-time runner for the Colts.
Mm-hmm.
He leaves to go to the Cardinals. Well, Cardinals sucked, but they gave him way more money.
There you go.
He had to take it. The Colts are up against it. The Cardinals had room, so he takes it. Did he win? No, not games. Did he win bank account? Yes.
I just saw a clip. I didn't see the show, but it was from game day, and they're sitting on the set, and Saban was talking about how he had to go through a transformation, that everything he had done as a coach had been transactional. He says, and that's what college football is right now. It's largely transactional. How much money you got? Okay, I'll come there.
Yeah.
He said, but when he got beyond that, and he cited a specific game, Michigan State was like 4-5, and he literally said, they were fixing to fire me, and they were playing Penn State. And he started talking. And the quote, PK, he sounded exactly like Pablo. And all the other coaches who are like, it's about the process. It's about winning this play. It's about, did you do the right thing? Not being so results oriented. And ironically, once he stopped being results oriented, the results got dramatically better. And the whole thing was planned out because they had the graphic ready and they put up his win percentage before and after that game. He wasn't Nick Saban before that game. After that game, he became Nick Saban. His winning percentage went from like 59% to 81% or something like that. They had all the numbers. It was phenomenal. So it's like you have to be in that world, but not of that world. You gotta be able to talk money, and you gotta have the money. You better have the money first. You gotta be offered and talk it and realize, but that's not purely what wins. There have always been sports teams that spent money and lost.
Yeah, that's what I said.
Always. Going back to when we were young and just getting started, and it was the Angels in Southern California.
Well, the Mets are doing it this year.
And the Mets did it this year, and it's an unbroken chain of teams in between.
But you still have to factor in money. Money's out there, and we act like it's seedy. And so now you go over there. And BYU's been dealing with this for the last several months. They gets all squeamish about the amount of money, particularly the basketball, that they're paying these kids. Well, go look at the freaking roster. They got like 4 Mormon kids on there now. And 2 of them have served missions. That's drastically different. Why? Because Kevin Young is the greatest ever? If Kevin Young was the greatest ever, he wouldn't be at BYU. He'd be coaching the Lakers.
Well, now that they have money to pay top coaches.
But,
Yeah.
I mean, not to say that he isn't great, but he's the only one? Come on.
No, they got a lot of money. So they got a combination of elite AAU guys, whatever top 100 or top 5 or top 1, whatever it turns out to be with DeBonce in the draft. And then a combination of that and then guys who maybe didn't have that level of rep, but now have played really well as freshmen and sophomores somewhere else in some other team, some other league in the country.
Great.
And they're like, that's the piece of the puzzle that fits next to DeBonce or Saunders or both.
BYU is unique and special because they'll tell you about it, but it's no different than Kansas. It's no different than Baylor. It's no different than Kentucky.
If you have the money, you
North
can get the best
Carolina,
players, and
Duke.
you have the best players and a good coach, you can win a lot.
Yeah. They'll love you, but so at Duke, they hate you?
Yeah. But it's always like that. I mean, it's just how people are
But
wired.
don't be squeamish about it.
100%.
Yeah, hey, we'll love you. We got a great program, great coach, great fan base, and great money. Come one, come all.
And see, and coaches I think can handle it because there you list like 4 things that you'd better have all that stuff
And
because
they
if you know you're
do.
not winning,
Yeah.
and then the money.
Sure.
But when they just come out money, like, all right, are you going to be the kid who watches the extra film? Are you going to be the kid, or once you get the money, you've reached your goal and you're done?
Okay, great. And they can love, DeBonce can love these guys, and he does. He seems like a very special kid from that perspective.
Yeah.
But if he was offered $2 million, would he be at BYU?
No, I think the number was $5 million. That was the stories were the $5 million. You got to get to that plateau. But I think it also probably.
But we can't talk about the money.
But we can, and we are.
No, they can't.
I know.
The kid can't.
It's such a big
Come on.
pivot. What BYU is now versus what BYU was before this rule change is such a big pivot. I get why some people's head is spinning. And you've even said it. You're comfortable talking about it nonstop. But even you are
talking
like
about anything.
But even you have been like, this is just unbelievable.
It is.
Because it's such a big pivot. So some people are squeamish about it, dizzy, whatever phrase you want, and all that. But it's like it doesn't happen.
Because it's a church school.
Yeah, but
what?
But you can't get there. Notre Dame has had religious ties since its founding. They spend big money and become
Even
a
longer.
brand. And
The Catholic religion has been around a lot longer, buddy boy.
I've heard that. And
Baylor spending money.
And Gonzaga.
Baylor.
Oh, my
Baylor.
gosh, the stories I could tell
Gonzaga,
you.
yeah.
Right.
The stories that have been told to me.
How did they overachieve
Just saying.
How did they overachieve their league year after year after year after year?
You know,
after year.
There it is. And everybody knew about it.
Yeah. And now Virginia Tech is in as recently as this morning. And I will say that the story says, of course, money's going to football. And, of course, to attract and retain talented coaches. The fourth one down, they did say they're going to make some investments in Olympic sports. And they are doing infrastructure improvements to several facilities for athlete and fan experience. So I assume football stadium, football center, but probably a couple of their other facilities as well, the way they listed
23 season ends in football. The Devils are 3-9.
Mm-hmm.
Sucked. Got
Going nowhere.
55-3 here at Rice Eccles. Yeah. Season ends, they get smoked by the U of A. First thing they ask Kenny Dillingham, what are you going to do now?
Fundraise.
3 times.
Fundraise. So you can't win without the money.
And that season was Jed Fish's breakout season.
Uh-huh.
What does he do? He leaves. Why?
Arizona doesn't have the money. They don't.
They
don't. Everyone always congratulates.
So Johnny comes in here and complains, where's my money? And it's bad. It's seedy.
Everyone congratulates Arizona because they're playing a much more difficult schedule than a lot of college basketball teams chose to play in that whole Luda Olson in the 90s and the 2000s.
They have.
And they came to the Marriott Center. And I remember talking to Dave Rose about, wow, you got Arizona. And he kind of his head sideways. Basically, what it came down to after a longer conversation was, well, he didn't want to take too much credit for getting Arizona. He just knew Arizona had to play big games. And they had to take chances other teams didn't because the basketball team had to make money to help fund the entire athletic department in a way that most schools don't. So you can call another school and they won't come because they don't have to. But Arizona was short on cash, so they had to.
Yeah, and Ludelson was known for that. And,
yeah.
And they still
A, he was good. He was good enough. And B,
Yeah.
he knew he had to. He knew the role with the school and the athletic department.
The money thing is always a sticky situation, but it's always real. And especially now, if I just, if a kid, I don't want it to be the first thing. I get it.
Mm-hmm.
And I don't want it to be not necessarily the first thing, but the only thing.
Oh, that's really scary. Right.
If it's the only thing,
but I think
then
that's
it's probably a lose-lose proposition.
But if it's
for
the
both
first,
sides.
second, and third thing out of their mouth, that's when coaches, I think, are saying exactly what you think. Is that the only thing? Like,
yeah, okay, but it's the first, second, or third. But if it's the ninth,
it's first, second, and third. Oh, yeah, the ninth, it might not be any different, but you might just know how to play it.
The only reason it's the ninth is because you're playing it.
Yeah.
It's way higher on the list.
Yes.
But we've got to pretend that it's lower.
Yeah.
And we do it in the job world. Don't come here for the money. Why the crap not?
That's literally why we go to work. If you didn't get the money, would you come to work? How many people at your place of work would show up?
Yes, I would.
No, you would.
I would do this virtually for free.
You had an opportunity once, and you said, give me money.
I did it, and I thought, well, this is stupid.
See, that's what we all
Guy across from me is making way more.
That's what we all think.
And then I changed it. But in the beginning, sure, I just wanted in.
Yeah. Fix the rest of it later.
And I did.
DJ and PK, it's 97.5, The Zone.
And now, a look at traffic from the KSL Traffic Center.
Got a crash south on I-15 in Sandy. It's pulled over the right shoulder, approaching 106 south. Traffic is backed up into Murray at this moment. Also, there's an accident. Point of the Mountain has eased up after the crash has been cleared out of that area earlier this morning. This update is brought to you by UTA. When you take UTA, you can do just about anything while you ride. You won't even notice all the traffic you're missing along the way. Plan your trip today at rideuta.com. With your KSL traffic update, I'm Jake Hatcher on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
What's up, everybody? I'm Mike Wilson with Any Hour Services, and you might have heard that during the month of September, Any Hour Services is having our free furnace sale. That's the sale where when you have Any Hour Services install a new air conditioner, we'll give you a new furnace for just the cost to install it. About $400. The furnace is free, you just pay the labor. If you think you might be interested and want to know how much you can save during our free furnace sale, call Any Hour Services and schedule your free estimate today. Google Any Hour Services or schedule online at anyhourservices.com. No one helps more homeowners than Any Hour Services.
Delicious doesn't change because the times change. Delicious is something passed from one generation to the next. That's why for 50 years, delicious Mexican meals have always started in one place. El Matador. Family owned and operated, El Matador is a community legend featuring fresh menu items and tasty take and bake meals. El Matador now offers catering and is the home of chips and salsa gift bags for the holidays. Delicious. It starts at El Matador, 606 South Main Street in Bountiful.
Discover the exceptional value of Bar W Beef, where quality meets convenience. Bar W Beef's dry-aged beef, aged for 14 days, offers rich marbling and tender texture, perfect for grilling, roasting, or pan-searing. Enjoy the rich flavor and generous size. Shipped directly from the ranch to your door. Now hosting one-day pop-up events, go to barwbeef.com to find a pop-up event near you, or stop into the store in Nephi for weekly in-store specials. barwbeef.com. That's barwbeef.com.
Hey, it's JJ here. I love hearing from listeners that have also had success with Salt Lake City fat loss. I'm with Dale. He's also a client. Thanks for coming in.
Thank you.
Why did you join the Salt Lake City fat loss program?
Because it has to do with accountability. I need somebody to hold me accountable.
What was your goal with your weight loss?
I started out at 330 pounds, and my goal is to get down to 200 pounds.
Were you able to meet that goal, and how were you able to do it?
I've lost 46 pounds. I've still got a ways to go. I figure I probably have 2 more sessions to go with it, so I'm going to stay in as long as it takes.
What helped you be successful at losing weight with Salt Lake City fat loss?
Because I believe in it. I'm living it. It's a part of my life now.
Would you recommend the Salt Lake City fat loss program, and why?
Absolutely. It's the best program I've ever been into, and I've tried lots of diet programs.
Wow, another great success story with Salt Lake City fat loss. Learn the secret of losing up to 1 pound of unhealthy fat per day and start your own success story at slcfatloss.com. That's slcfatloss.com.
Results may vary. Worried about market losses? If headlines are keeping you up at night, it's time to take control. Hi, I'm Jeff Jr. with Trajan Wealth, and I know you've worked hard to save. But in times like these, what if can turn into what now? If you're planning to retire or are in retirement, you need a strategy that helps protect your future. At Trajan Wealth, you can capture market gains, protect your account from losses, and guarantee income for life. Right now, you could receive a bonus of up to 30% or annual growth of up to 10% for retirement income. You heard me right. An upfront bonus of up to 30% or annual growth of up to 10%, all guaranteed to boost your lifetime income in retirement. Don't leave your future to chance. Plan with confidence. Call Trajan today at 801-899-7600. That's 801-899-7600.
Annuity guarantees are based on the claims paying ability of the issuing insurance company, DBA, in most states as Trajan Wealth Insurance Solutions.
You still got it, but your immune system weakens as you age, making it harder to fight flu, pneumococcal pneumonia, RSV, and COVID-19. Ask your doctor or pharmacist which vaccines you need. Sponsored by Pfizer.
Go from daydreamer to industry leader with Amazon Business. From office supplies to IT essentials, Amazon Business provides tools that help you save costs and make insight-based decisions. Learn how to bring your visions to life at AmazonBusiness.com. This message comes from Viking, committed to exploring the world in comfort. Journey through the heart of Europe on an elegant Viking longship with thoughtful service, destination-focused dining, and cultural enrichment on board and on shore. With small ships that bring travelers closer to the destination, there's more time to explore. And every Viking voyage is all-inclusive, with no children and no casinos. Discover more at Viking.com.
3, 2, 1. This is your Utes at 50 update. 58! Presented by Kenny J's Barbecue on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
The Utes are headed into the bye week, and they're doing it with a victory in their back pocket. Devin Dampier on the team's mindset against West Virginia after losing to Texas Tech.
Use last week as fuel. Don't let a team beat you twice. That's the big mentality, especially just facility. We had a 2-day rule. As soon as, we go over it, on to the next game, and just focus on our next opponent. 0-0 again, go into this game, and 1-0.
This Ute Update is brought to you by Kenny J's Barbecue. Kenny J's Catering delivers bold, smoky barbecue no matter the occasion. Check out the catering menu at kennyjsbarbecue.com. For weddings, work, or any event, that's kennyjsbarbecue.com.
This is Utah's best coverage of the Utes, Cougars, Jazz, and Mammoth. Here we go. From the guys who have been there for all the biggest moments in Utah sports history. You're listening to DJ and PK on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
DJ and PK, it's 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. Shehan Jayaraja is going to join us in our next segment to talk college football and Big 12 football. And we'll find out who he's believing in and not believing in. You had a thought you wanted to share.
Yes, I do, and it is 100% correct. Don't hashtag at me. Don't do anything that is even remotely contradictory. I will not tolerate it.
Yak, do you think this is about to be a brilliant point and he's 100% sure and he's just going to lock it down? Or do you think we're just going to be shaking our head and thinking, here we go?
He already kind of bungled it by saying, don't hashtag at me. Just don't at me.
I know, but I wanted to throw in hashtag for the I represent the old people now.
Oh, okay. Got it. Okay, boomer.
All right, let's see how much he's overselling and how much he really has come up with some stroke of brilliance right here.
Today, for the next 3 to 4 weeks, starts the best sports time of the year.
Oh, there it is. It's October versus March. Yes, the annual debate.
Of course, tomorrow's October.
The sports equinox.
Right, but the playoffs are starting today.
Right.
We got 4 baseball playoff games today. I'm already trying to figure out my day and all the stuff I have to do. Padres at 1 o'clock.
It was, I think it's like 4 or 5 years ago today. It's got to be more than 4. It was probably 5 or 6 by now. My wife broke her leg. You remember that.
Mm-hmm.
And I had to take her in. We had to be there. They always go to crack of dawn, right?
Mm-hmm.
And so I had to be there at 7 a.m. I had to take the day off, obviously.
Yeah.
And so she's going to be in there all day with surgery and rehab. Well, so I dropped her off, They do the admitting process, stayed with her a little bit, then went to the gym, and then came right back. So I was right back by 10 or 11, right? I only went I got out of there at 9 and went for an hour, came back at 10, and sat there in the waiting room. And then when they wheeled her into the room for recovery, which took 2 hours before she was ready to even think about leaving, I sat there the whole time watching baseball. Just sat there.
Well, you can't talk to her. She's coming out of anesthesia.
Oh, right.
So,
She's gone. Right.
Yeah.
But in the waiting room, I'm there, and I'm watching baseball. It was awesome. It sucked that her leg was broken, and she was in a wheelchair for months at no end. And it was funny. We got, those little scooter things that they have when you go to people ride them. We'd go to the grocery store. I didn't even go to the gym during that time because that's when I would do my jogging and sprinting. She would get in that thing and just race down the aisle because she could get the stuff that was on the eye level, but couldn't stand to get the other stuff.
Right.
So that's where I had to go I go to the grocery store all the time, and I was dead sprinting. So because she was just flooring that thing, we were having fun with it, and so it was a great day. And I remember it. I sat there watching baseball the whole day, and that's what today is. And then you've got the start of hockey, you've got the start of basketball, you've got college football in its full swing, you've got NFL. There is literally not a better time of year than right now.
Except in March.
No.
Because you love to go to spring training.
No.
And the NCAA tournament's on.
No.
And the NBA and the NHL are going, but you don't have football.
Football is king and queen and prince and princess and every other thing out there. Because there's a lot of women football fans. They get underestimated.
Oh, you don't have to tell me. Left and right. I can make this argument till I'm blue in my face, and nobody seems to care. And it's sports. Women don't care.
That's
I'm
not
like,
true. That
go
is
to
so
a game.
not true.
Literally
That's
just
so not
go to
true.
the stadium and see who's there screaming their head off. It's like, you got to get out more.
This starts the next 3 to 4 weeks, the best sports time of the year.
DJ PK, it's 97.5 The Zone. Big 12 football. Who should we be believing in now that we're a few games into this? That's next. Stay with us.
Whether you're stuck in the office,
I believe you have my stapler,
in your car, or at your in-laws.
You want a piece of me? You bet I do.
The Zone is with you every step of the way. Download the KSL Sports app to get live streaming of your favorite shows and access to all the latest updates on your favorite teams. Your home for the best coverage of the Utes, Cougars, Jazz, and Mammoth is on air, online, and on the KSL Sports app. This is 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Since 1954, Mountain Home Services has been Utah's trusted name in home comfort. Right now, get your AC and furnace tune-ups for just $29. A furnace tune-up helps prevent wear and tear, catches small issues early, improves efficiency, enhances safety, and keeps airflow balanced, adding years to your system's life. And Mountain Home Services is not just heating and cooling. They offer free second opinions on everything, including electrical, plumbing, and fireplaces. Plus, you're backed by Mountain Home Services' upfront pricing guarantee and 100% satisfaction guarantee. No surprises, just honest service. Call 801-543-2222 or visit mountainhomeservices.com to schedule your $29 tune-up today. Mountain Home Services. Comfort starts here. Again, that's 801-543-2222 or visit mountainhomeservices.com to schedule your $29 tune-up today.
Thinking about buying a new car? You might want to pump the brakes. With prices climbing across the board, that new car smell is coming with a bigger price tag than ever. It's no wonder more people are choosing to keep the cars they already own, and Maaco is here to help make those cars feel brand new again. Whether your vehicle's rocking a faded finish, carrying around a few dents from daily life, or your bumper's seen better days, we've got you covered. Maaco specializes in high-quality, affordable paint jobs and light collision repairs that bring your car back to life. Without the sticker shock, you'll be surprised how far a fresh coat of paint and a little bodywork can go. It's fast, affordable, and makes your car look great without blowing your budget. Don't wait. Book your free estimate online or visit your nearest Maaco today. Appointments fill up fast, and your car deserves a fresh start because now, more than ever, it just makes sense to invest in what you already have. Uh-oh, better get Maaco.
Hey, Benjamin, we've got a surprise for you. What?
You have a brother. $100 bill just like you.
Hey, I'm Ben.
What?
We just got him for joining America First Credit Union and opening a new checking account.
And you're going to live together at America First.
What? This is nice.
For a limited time, new members get a $100 cash bonus when they open a checking account or $50 when they open a youth checking account. So head to AmericaFirst.com and get your money working today. Membership eligibility, terms, and conditions apply. Federally insured by NCUA.
Be advised, this is your opportunity to save up to 40 to 80% on a hot tub or swim spa this weekend only, Friday through Sunday, Mountain America Expo Center, Sandy. Be advised, this is your opportunity to save up to 40 to 80% on a hot tub or swim spa this weekend only, Friday through Sunday, Mountain America Expo Center, Sandy. 18-month interest-free financing. Our factories have demanded we sell 1,000 hot tubs and swim spas this weekend. Mountain America Expo Center, Sandy. Huge factory incentives, factory rebates, this weekend only. Mountain America Expo Center, Sandy. We can remove your old hot tub. Free delivery of your new hot tub. Hot tub starting at $2,999. Mountain America Expo Center, Sandy. Free delivery of your new hot tub. Just relax and enjoy. Mountain America Expo Center, Sandy. Friday, 2 p.m. to 8 p.m. Saturday, 10 a.m. to 8 p.m. Sunday, 10 a.m. to 6 p.m. Free admission, free parking, free delivery. Mountain America Expo Center, Sandy. Call 833-SPA-SALE or visit hottubandSwimSpaSale.com.
10 years ago, Les Olson IT set out to do more than fix copiers and printers. We set out to become the IT team Utah businesses count on. Today, we're proud to celebrate a decade as Utah's managed IT service provider, trusted by thousands of local companies for secure, reliable tech support. Thanks for trusting us. Here's to the next 10 years of innovation, protection, and partnership. Visit lesolson.com to learn more.
Les Olson IT.
Broadcasting from the Mountain Home Services Studio, this is 97.5 KZNS FM Colville, 1280 KZNS AM Salt Lake City, and 102.7 KSL FM HD2 Salt Lake City Midvale. This is 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. Over 2 decades of sports radio dominance in Utah.
My favorite.
This is DJ and PK on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
DJ and PK, it's 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. 4 baseball games. Starts at 11 a.m. with Detroit and Cleveland. ESPN's got the triple header today with the Red Sox and Yankees at 4 and the Reds and Dodgers at 7, with probably some grainy old video of Ken Griffey Sr. Maybe they'll run him out. And your guy Ron Say. Old school. But it's that time of year when all the sports are converging and overlapping, and it's time to talk college football right now. Shahan Jayaraja joins us right now, CBS Sports National College Football writer. Good morning. How are you?
I'm doing great. Thanks for having me.
I didn't know. You know, sometimes you're having a day that feels a little more like West Virginia. Sometimes you're having a day that feels a little more like Texas Tech. Sometimes you're kind of, stuck in the middle like Kansas State.
Something like that. But like you said, it's becoming the best part of the sports calendar where everything converges. Hope you guys are taking care of my Baylor Bear Keontae George over there.
Oh yeah. We had Jazz Media Day, and we're the flagship station, so we were over at the practice facility and saw him and getting ready for the season and see what he can do. It's a big season for him, that's for sure.
He wasn't on our show, but he sat down with the show right after us, was over there. And the players tend to come in a little later. We tend to get more management and fewer players. And you can get that wherever you get your podcast. Just put it in. And he was so impressed with A.J. DeBonsa. He was selling A.J. DeBonsa, who's, we'll see if he's the number 1 pick. We'll see how that works out. But he's at BYU, and he's played some pickup hoops with him, and he's very impressed. Are you impressed?
I love it.
Yeah. Are you impressed with how many teams right now in the Big 12? You sit there and think there's 4 ranked But how many of them do you really love and you're really convinced, man, I can talk about these guys all year long, and no matter what I say, they'll back up what I say?
Well, there's one that I'm 1,000% confident. One team that I feel like at this moment you can almost pencil into Arlington, and that's Texas Tech. They've been everything that I've hoped. And the other thing, too, by the way, is that their schedule is very manageable. They have to play at Arizona State. They have a huge game against BYU that I'm hoping to attend. But, other than that, it's pretty manageable for Texas Tech. So I think that they're going to be a team that has a very legitimate chance to not just be in the playoffs, but maybe be a first-round bye as a top 4 seed. I think they're potentially that good. So that's the 1,000% lock, but a lot of other teams I like quite a bit. I think Iowa State to this point has been one of the most underrated teams in the country. I think that Arizona State, we're going to, I think, look back at that Mississippi State game as maybe not being as bad a loss after seeing the way that they competed against Tennessee. And obviously that goes down to the final play of the game on the road in Starkville. So I think they very much have the ability to bounce back. And I mean, again, there's a lot of teams that I would view as sort of cuspers, right? I think that you look at a team like TCU, again, they lose at the very last second against a very good Arizona State team. I think that Baylor has showed some signs of being potentially encouraging. Obviously, Utah, I think, is going to be in pretty good shape, and I think that they just lost to a fantastic Texas Tech team. So, I mean, honestly, I think that there are maybe 2 or 3 that I'm like, they are going to be there, no doubt about it. But there's a lot of other teams who I think are right on the cusp as well.
I had as my sleeper going into the season Cincinnati, and I think they're right on track to continue to be a sleeper. And I don't know that they would be finishing first or second, but I think that especially if you go into Ohio and you beat that team, that's a great victory.
I agree. And I'll tell you what, I think that I said before the year, from a pure roster perspective, there's a pretty good case that Cincinnati is a top half roster in the league. My question for them was kind of straight up, are they going to be able to execute at a high enough level? I just didn't have a lot of trust, I guess you could say, in the coaching staff. Now, I think they've done a much better job in 2025 situationally. I mean, the fact is, I went and calculated, they had lost a year and a half worth of 1-4 games over the last 2 years. They had lost something like 6 straight, and they finally get one on the road against a really good Kansas team that I have a lot of excitement for. So the fact they've been able to handle those moments well is huge. I think that Brendan Sorsby is probably the best quarterback in the Big 12 that nobody's talking about, maybe the best in college football that nobody's talking about. And I think that they have shown that they've maybe taken that little bit of a step. And by the way, they did that last week against Kansas without their best player, Dante Corleone, in the lineup. So I think that this is a team that definitely could be in that 8-9 win conversation, which would be a fantastic situation for a staff that looks like they were in a bit of trouble heading into the year.
PK went to Arizona State, so he is always watching them with a critical eye as long as they don't play head-to-head with Utah and BYU, especially home games. And one thing he constantly says here is they're winning a lot of one-score games. Are they at the point where you think these one-score victories ought to even out and the ball ought to bounce against them a few times? Or do you think Dillingham somehow has recruited guys / established a culture who thrive in those situations and that they are going to win more than their share of those one-score games?
I think that they definitely are going to be a team that wins more than their fair share. But like you said, some of this stuff is just the bounce of the ball. And you see that against Mississippi State, right? A game where obviously they are in a position to win it in the last minute. And last year, I mean, you go through, they beat Kansas State in a very close game. They beat BYU in a very close game. They beat UCF in a very close game. It's just hard to do it that many times. So I think that this is a team that, if they're in close games, they're going to win 60+% of it. But again, if you start to add those numbers up, that's where you run yourself into trouble. I was hoping to a certain extent that, when they played some of these other teams, that they'd be able to pull away and make it not a one-score game. But, I will say too, their early season schedule has been tough. And by the way, they get Utah and Texas Tech and Houston and Iowa State next. So it's not necessarily going to get easier for them. So I think it's a team that is going to win more than their fair share of one-score games. But I don't know if you can guarantee that they're going to handle it to the same extent that they did last year, where, they basically sweep their one-score games after that Tech loss. So that is definitely a concern for me. especially, again, when you have a situation where the game can swing on one play, on one takeaway, on one interception. And so I think that, for me to view them as a sort of top-tier contender, they've got to start putting away some of these games earlier.
I thought maybe Arizona can give some teams some tough games, and obviously they got smoked pretty much by Iowa State. Does that knock them down a little bit, in your opinion? Because we've got, I assume BYU is going to beat West Virginia, and then they go to Arizona the following week.
Yeah, I think that for me, Arizona's goal this year is to get to a bowl game. It's to have a decent season, to be competitive against some of the better teams in the league. And they weren't on the road against Iowa State. And I think Iowa State's very good. So, look, they go to, or they host Oklahoma State this next week. I think BYU is going to be a tough game for them. But, again, if you go into the second half of the schedule with a 4-2 record, and you really, have a chance to get 3 more other than that, that's plenty to me. I think that this is a team that is simply looking for improvement, simply looking for, I guess you could call it, positive reversion to the mean after what happened last year. And outside of that Iowa State game, again, I think they're going to have a chance to be competitive in a lot of these games heading forward. I think the big thing is when you do play the BYUs, the Arizona States, even the Baylors and Kansases potentially, you want to be in those games. You want to have a chance in those games. I don't think you have to win them in year 2 under Brent Brennan, but I think that you need to not be outclassed. If every game against a good team looks like it did against Iowa State, I think that's a problem. But I think of this team, again, this is the first moment that they've been presented with a challenge like Iowa State. I don't think they handled it well, but I don't think that necessarily means that they're completely down for the count. I think that this is still a very good team, and Noah Fafita is finally kind of back to looking like the quarterback that we thought he was in 2023.
All right, you've talked. There's a lot of 3-1 teams in this league. You talked about Cincinnati, and you've talked a little bit about TCU and Arizona. UCF is 3-1. Are they going to be good enough to beat some of the top teams in the league and open the door for BYU and Utah? You need help late in the year. You need somebody to get knocked off. Is UCF a team that can do that, or are they paper tiger on a September schedule and they're not even going to be bowl eligible?
Yeah, I think that they're probably a paper tiger. Kansas State really kind of took it to them in the second half of that game, and Kansas State hasn't been great this year. You look at the wins that they've got. It was a 1-score win against Jacksonville State. It was that decimation of North Carolina, who looks like one of the worst teams in the country, and it was an FCS win. So I don't necessarily know that they're going to be able to beat and compete with some of the better teams in the league. Now, I think that they maybe, especially with Taven Jackson at quarterback, are a little bit more of a chaos team than they could have been. Again, especially you look at that first game. They looked terrible against Jacksonville State. Maybe should have lost that game, frankly. But I just don't know if they have the depth of talent right now, especially on offense, to be able to hang in that late stretch. In the last few weeks of the year, they get both Texas Tech and BYU. I don't know if they can hang in those games, especially with both those games being on the road. And so, I don't necessarily know that this is a team that's going to be much more than competing for trying to get out of the bottom 3 of the Big 12.
How much do you think that the national playoff that they created and expanded has maybe dented, I don't want to go ruined, but dented the regular season? And what I'm going to use this as an example, that you got the situation with Penn State and Oregon. Okay, it's a big game in overtime, blah, blah, blah. Franklin can't win the big game, but he's got 2 more games against ranked teams, right? He's got Ohio State and Indiana. My guess is he'll beat Ohio State or lose to Ohio State, maybe beat Indiana. They got 2 losses, so that puts them in the playoff just like last year. Ohio State loses to, and you're supposed to, if you lose early in the season. Ohio State loses the last game to Michigan and finishes 4th, still gets in, and we know what happens. So I didn't understand why it was so dramatic, because I think it's to an extent, these bigger conferences has become like the NCAA tournament in basketball. Who really cares if you finish 1st, 2nd, or 3rd in your conference, as long as you get in the tournament and are playing in the Elite 8?
So there are two ways I want to address this question. The first is, I think that one thing that it has done is, yes, it puts a little bit less weight on the biggest of the big games, right? Ohio State versus Michigan doesn't mean as much as it used to. Texas, Oklahoma doesn't mean as much. But I think that what we are seeing is that there are 150 other games that wouldn't have meant as much that suddenly mean a whole lot. I think about, for example, in week 1, we have a South Florida versus Boise State game. That game was a playoff game in a lot of ways. Boise State is kind of out because of that game, whereas 2 years ago, where we're talking about a 14 playoff, that's not a game that's really on national radars the same way. And there are many, many examples of it. I think even, for example, if you talk about, with auto bids, like every single game that impacts the Big 12 title race is suddenly a nationally relevant game in a way that was not the case just a couple of years ago. So I think that that's one piece of it, is that, maybe it impacts the top 6 and the importance of their game. But I think with teams 7 through 45, it makes every one of their games substantially more important and more watchable and builds more narrative around those games. And actually, even looking back to 2024, I mean, I can't tell you how many stories I was able to get greenlit on Group of 5 teams because suddenly their games were incredibly important to the national picture. So that's one piece of it. The other thing, too, though, is that, I mean, I'll tell you what, I get to sit here and see the traffic and analytics and reception and all this stuff after the game. There has been very little drop-off in terms of interest in these games. And I mean that also from the perspective of, look, obviously James Franklin and Penn State have the ability to play their way back into that situation. But, people are ready to jump on Franklin. And, these games are huge narrative setters for these teams, even if, again, they have the opportunity to bounce back from them. I mean, think about, again, a couple of years ago, right? We'd be going through the last 9 games of the season, essentially, ignoring what might be the most talented roster in the country at Penn State. Whereas now, this is it turns up the temperature, it turns up the interest in some ways of you better do this. You better go on the road and beat Ohio State, who's number 1 in the country. You better handle Indiana, which, again, is playing one of the best teams in the country right now. So I think that while, again, there was a time when seasons were just over and you eliminated teams when these sort of things happen. I think that this actually drives interest in conversation in a lot of ways, because here's reality too, right, is that if Penn State can't beat one of those 2 teams, then they're out. And then all of a sudden you're having legit fire James Franklin conversations. You're having real, this is one of the great failures of the playoff era conversation. And again, I think that the one thing, too, that is comparable with the NCAA tournament is that different teams are playing for different things, right? Kentucky's not just playing to make the NCAA tournament. They're playing for a trip to the Final Four. If they don't do that, then that's considered a disappointing season. Other teams are just trying to make it into the field. That's going to be the case with the Boise State last year, with an SMU last year. And so I think that very much does adjust the way that we look at it, where, again, for a team like Penn State with what they invested into their team, being the 11th seed in the college football playoff is not really considered any sort of real success because they're meant to be competing for something more.
To your point, I suddenly find several Notre Dame games interesting because with losses to Miami and A&M, they're right on the cusp. If they win 10 in a row and Miami and Texas A&M are both in, there's an argument that, they've gotten a lot better and they lost to 2 really good teams that are in. Plus, let's face it, they're Notre Dame, so they'll probably get the benefit of the doubt. But along the way, they got to play Boise State. They got to play USC. Navy's off to a good start. Could Navy upset them? Any one of these guys, I feel like I have to at least check the Notre Dame score to see if they're in a game they might lose or if, like Arkansas, they're running away and hiding.
Yeah, it's 10 straight playoff games, essentially, for Notre Dame at this point. Because here's the other thing, too, right, is like you said, they're probably not going to be not talked about, right? They're Notre Dame. Even in a previous era, we're probably going to find some way to talk about them. But the way that it changes is that it shifts the onus in so many ways onto the teams that they're playing. It's a big opportunity for Boise. If Boise State goes out and beats Notre Dame, all of a sudden we're forgiving them a little bit for what happened against South Florida, right? So there's so many more opportunities for different teams to play their way into attention. And that's the thing that I have loved the most through 1 year of the college football playoff, going to 12 teams, is that, again, there are just so many more teams involved in different ways. And again, I can say as somebody who can see the analytics on this stuff, it drives interest in moving away from just the top 5 or so brands in college football.
What's your reaction to the Oklahoma State situation?
Oh man, it is. I wasn't optimistic about that group coming into the year, but it has been so much worse than obviously I expected. I mean, this is a team that I think will contend to be the worst team in the power conferences. I think it's a team that will contend to be one of the worst teams in the country. I will say, you know what, like Doug Meacham, their interim coach, has come in and really seemed to loosen things up. I obviously kept a close eye on that Baylor-Oklahoma State game last week, and Dave Aranda said after the game, like, you know what, they came out in a bunch of wonky stuff that they haven't done all year long because they were just throwing stuff out there, and they managed to move the ball and try some things and do some things a little bit because Doug Meacham was like, screw it, why not? So this is, from a roster perspective, a brutal situation. I think that one thing that's very underrated about how difficult this is that they have 65 new players this year. So it's not like a situation, I mean, even let's make the comparison of like in Arkansas where, you know, you fire the coach and then maybe these guys who have played together and grown up together, like they get a chance to try to figure something out and bounce back. Like this isn't one of those situations. All of these guys came here essentially, you know, not in a negative way, but as mercenaries. And so now a lot of them are going to have to decide, like, do I sit out and redshirt so I can transfer again next year and get a real opportunity to play? Like I don't know how you handle that as a program and as a staff. And again, it's just very difficult to see where exactly even a single win could come from this year.
Sean, we appreciate it as always. Thanks for joining us, and we will talk to you again next week.
Thank you so much for having me.
Sean J. Raja, join us right here on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone, talking all things Big 12 each and every week. We're going to take a break after PK says something.
I don't think that it's ruined or dented the enthusiasm for the game.
Mm-hmm.
I just think that the big games aren't as big as they used to for the big boys.
Right, I agree. And I think he agreed when he said Ohio State and Michigan doesn't carry the weight it used to.
And, okay, South Florida and Boise becomes a playoff game, but everybody expects those teams or that team, whoever it is, to get worked in the first game in the playoff anyway.
Yeah.
So it's good for them to get in, but that's it. Then they lose. Then they go home.
So I don't really live and die with Notre Dame, but I just think if Notre Dame gets a third loss, it could open a spot for a Big 12 team. Now, it may not. It may be a fifth team from the SEC.
Right, I'll believe it when I see it.
I get it. I totally get that. But I know if Notre Dame wins out for 10 and gets to 10-2, I don't think there's any chance. Use BYU's 10-2 team last year, and it could be whoever this year.
Oh, I agree.
Utah, Iowa State, BYU again.
Well, we're 1 for
Notre
1,
Dame,
and we're going to be 2 for 2
Yeah,
if it
Notre
happens.
Dame will get that.
Because it's a TV show.
See?
And Notre Dame brings the biggest amount of
But if Notre Dame
people.
gets another loss, maybe that opens the door.
Maybe.
Because I do think, to his point, Big 12 teams are playing to either get in or win a game. Anything beyond that?
I think they have a better chance.
A better chance than what?
To get to the Final Four, I guess.
Than what I just said?
Yeah.
Or versus, okay.
I mean, I'm talking at large. Now, I'm not talking about an individual team, an individual year.
I'm going back, and I know you agree with this take because I've heard you made it. You know, that the Utes, they've had a lot of success under Kyle, and they've gotten to a high level. But there's a level when they get to, they're bumping against the ceiling.
Agreed.
And that, I think, is that national semifinal. To win a quarterfinal game and to be one of the 4 teams left, you got to beat one of those teams that the Utes usually lose to. Certainly they did, obviously, in the Rose Bowls to Penn State and Ohio State.
But I do think things are changing in that you have a number of players now that can go get money and play. So the big dogs goes back to what was said. There's an opportunity to have some leveling there with the $20.5 million on the resolution from the senator.
So Texas
House,
Tech or Indiana or somebody I don't expect is going to do it?
Yes. Yes.
That would be great because I'll be rooting for that team.
Yes.
I grew up rooting for the little guy. I just default to rooting for the underdog. I do it all the time. And you've been on the outside looking in? Yes. You're my team.
Okay.
Let's go.
I think there's a better chance of that happening than maybe you're saying, and I think there's a better chance than ever. TCU is just, or not TCU, Texas Tech is rolling in the 5-star guys.
Yeah.
They're not a little guy
They're not
anymore.
a little guy, no.
But they'll be in the Big 12 for the
foreseeable future.
Yeah.
We'll see what happens when we get to 2030 and who does what.
Right.
All right, DJ and PK, it's 97.5 The Zone. Stay with us. Coming up next, everything you missed in this show, we'll wrap it all up.
It's game week for the Cougars, and the KSL Sports Zone is getting you ready for kickoff. The undefeated Cougars return home to Provo for a Friday night showdown against the Mountaineers of West Virginia. Listen all week long for the best coverage of Cougar football. Then catch the post-game show immediately following the game on KSLSports.com, as well as a complete wrap-up the following day on College Football Saturday beginning at 10 a.m. Your home for the best coverage of BYU football is live on air, online, and on the KSL Sports app. This is 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Since 1954, Mountain Home Services has been Utah's trusted name in home comfort. Right now, get your AC and furnace tune-ups for just $29. A furnace tune-up helps prevent wear and tear, catches small issues early, improves efficiency, enhances safety, and keeps airflow balanced, adding years to your system's life. And Mountain Home Services is not just heating and cooling. They offer free second opinions on everything, including electrical, plumbing, and fireplaces. Plus, you're backed by Mountain Home Services' upfront pricing guarantee and 100% satisfaction guarantee. No surprises, just honest service. Call 801-543-2222 or visit mountainhomeservices.com to schedule your $29 tune-up today. Mountain Home Services. Comfort starts here. Again, that's 801-543-2222 or visit mountainhomeservices.com to schedule your $29 tune-up today.
Attention high schoolers, are you ready to power up your future? The Hercules Scholarship Competition is officially open now through November 1st. You can win up to $2,000 towards your tuition. It's simple. Fill out the application, answer one essay question, submit before November 1st. Don't miss your chance to invest in your future. Apply today at HerculesCU.com for your Hercules Scholarship and make your education unstoppable. Hercules First Federal Credit Union, growing stronger together.
I'm still going for it, even with higher stroke risk from atrial fibrillation, an irregular heartbeat not caused by a heart valve problem. Over a 3-year study, Eliquis apixaban tablets reduced stroke risk better than warfarin, and over 97% of Eliquis patients did not experience a stroke. A first stroke occurred in 2.9% of warfarin patients versus 2.3% of Eliquis patients.
Don't stop prescription Eliquis without asking your doctor. Stroke risk may increase. Eliquis can cause serious and potentially fatal bleeding. Don't take if you have an artificial heart valve, abnormal bleeding, or antiphospholipid syndrome. While taking, you may bruise more easily or bleed longer. A spinal injection increases blood clot risk, which may cause paralysis. Get medical help right away for unexpected bleeding or bruising, or back pain, tingling, numbness, muscle weakness, or incontinence. Aspirin products, NSAIDs, SSRIs, SNRIs, and blood thinners increase bleeding risk. Tell your doctor about planned medical or dental procedures. Learn more at Eliquis.com or call 1-855-ELIQUIS.
Hey, Doug, I hear you're giving out free test drives.
Yeah?
How about bringing around that sweet black 1500 and we go for a little spin?
Seth, you're 16 and don't have a dime to your name.
Yeah, but my daddy does. When I pass the test on Thursday, I'm going right back here to Doug Smith.
You don't even have a license?
Test drive a new 2025 Ram 1500 at Doug Smith Ram in American Fork. Get 1.9% APR financing for 72 months for our Drive in the Fall event. And bring your license. No one knows Ram like Doug.
Thinking about buying a new car? You might want to pump the brakes. With prices climbing across the board, that new car smell is coming with a bigger price tag than ever. It's no wonder more people are choosing to keep the cars they already own, and Maaco is here to help make those cars feel brand new again. Whether your vehicle's rocking a faded finish, carrying around a few dents from daily life, or your bumper's seen better days, we've got you covered. Maaco specializes in high-quality, affordable paint jobs and light collision repairs that bring your car back to life. Without the sticker shock, you'll be surprised how far a fresh coat of paint and a little bodywork can go. It's fast, affordable, and makes your car look great without blowing your budget. Don't wait. Book your free estimate online or visit your nearest Maaco today. Appointments fill up fast, and your car deserves a fresh start because now, more than ever, it just makes sense to invest in what you already have. Uh-oh, better get Mako.
Listen every Monday morning to DJ and PK and Monday afternoon with JJ and Alex for your Chevy Strong Play of the Game. Win great prizes from Rocky Mountain Chevy.
This is your Cougars at 30 update. Presented by Kenny J's Barbecue on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
BYU getting ready for a Friday night game with West Virginia. Kalani Sitake likes Rich Rod, but knows the Mountaineers have several injuries.
West Virginia is a really good team and a lot of talent. I mean, they've been struck down with a lot of injuries that hurts any team. We've been part of that happening to us in the program, and so I do know that they have an amazing head coach that has proven.
This Cougar Update brought to you by Kenny J's Barbecue. Kenny J's Catering delivers bold, smoky barbecue no matter the occasion. Check out the catering menu at kennyjsbarbecue.com. For weddings, work, or any event, that's kennyjsbarbecue.com.
For all of you, less motivated listeners, it's time for your 9 o'clock. Where the heck have you been headlines?
Where you at?
With DJ and PK on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Like we always do with this time, I go for mine, I get to shine. Now throw your hands up in the sky. I go for mine, I get to shine. Now throw your hands up in the sky.
DJ and PK, it's time to get you up to date on everything you missed in this show. The Slacker Radio Headlines brought to you by Trajan Wealth. Call Trajan Wealth today, your local trusted financial fiduciary, 801-899-7600, or visit their website at TrajanWealth.com. Talked a lot of football today. Frank Dolce came on and talked Utes. Frank brought up the thing that bugged him in the West Virginia game, which otherwise he thought it was, a shot of much-needed confidence and all that, and he recognizes West Virginia is going to be near or at the bottom of the league. But he said their ability to run the ball, that was a little bit of a red flag right there, 260 yards. Now, having said that, Rich Rod has schemes and recruits players.
That's what he does.
Yes. And
he's always had great rushing.
And when
players.
Kyle had had his program adapted to the Pac-12, and they were through the 5 and 7 season, they were winning 9 and 10 games. They routinely lost to Arizona, and routinely Arizona had a back run for 200 yards. Mm-hmm. When Kyle, the defense was stuffing everybody else in the league, Arizona was running for massive numbers, the kind of stuff that just turned you. You didn't even have to know the game to know that was too much.
That's what his offense is built on.
Right. So even if they can't do everything else, you can get a team to fall out of bed and run the ball a little bit.
Yeah, and we'll see that as the recruiting for him picks up.
Yeah.
And
who was it? Kadeem Carey? Mm-hmm. Was that? Yeah, Kadeem Carey was the back. He
local
was
guy.
Really,
he was from Tucson.
Yeah, he was really good.
Yeah. Oh, that's who they are. That's who his teams are.
Yep.
That's a fact. We've known it for years.
So not all that surprising that they ran it like that. Now Texas Tech ran it for over 170 yards, so they need to be better against the run here. Next, against Arizona State. How would you grade out ASU's run game right now?
Between the 20s, very good.
In the red zone, the struggle is real.
Yeah. I was telling my wife, we were watching the game the other night, I said, they ought to just stop on the 21.
Well, there is something to that about get to the 30-yard line, take a shot. It's not the deepest of deep balls, but, you don't want Jordan Tyson's really good, so he can score when the ball's at the 5-yard line. But, give him a little bit of a work, a little bit of a threat where – at the 30, maybe he can hit you with a double move.
Yeah. It's hard to say that has cost them because they've only lost one game.
Right.
But it probably did cost them that
one
game.
Yeah. Right, yeah.
Or at least it would have gone into overtime because they had the first and goal inside the 5. Their ratio to points
touchdowns to field goals
is inside the 5 is atrocious.
Yeah.
But this Brown is not a big kid. This Raleigh kid, but he's a 5-star kid who went to SC and transferred, and right now he leads the conference in rushing, so that says something. He'll probably drop a little bit because they have a bye this week.
We talked college football just in the last segment with Shahan Jayaraja, and I think largely he sees the Big 12 the same way we do. There's a definite bottom of the league West Virginia, and Oklahoma State.
Which there always will be.
Right.
The teams will change.
And then there are other teams that may not be far away from that. UCF, maybe Colorado.
I wouldn't go beyond those.
I wonder what you thought of Arizona.
Not yet.
Okay.
Not yet. I think, as you know, I think the world of Iowa State.
The only other team with a losing record right now is K-State, and I think we both think they're going to get bowl eligible and get back on the winning side of the ledger. They're probably going to lose some more games, but they're not going to lose them all. They're going to take some people down.
Right. They're a decent team. I think I've been a little bit disappointed with their offense. Avery Johnson now has got experience, but the offense hasn't not been good. And they did lose to Arizona, and they did not look good. That was a non-conference game,
23-17.
finishing out the schedule.
But again, you're seeing the trend. They've only been able to get to 30 points twice, and those are the two games they won. And one of them was their money game against North Dakota, who of those 4 Dakota schools tends to be the lesser of the programs. Some of those other schools are really pretty good. So K-State's got to prove it. They got to beat somebody good. Their best, I mean, they beat UCF, great, but they got Baylor this week.
There's a lot to prove. So many of these teams have so much to prove. And this has been fun. It was fun last year. It'll be fun again these next 2 months.
You were bringing up the fact that you went through everybody's schedule, even though I'm schedule guy and you're on my turf.
Well, I was writing about it, and so
you
I had
went
a point
and you found it that BYU's stretch of games, 4 in a row in the preseason. Man, Cincinnati's at 3-1, so laugh at them at your own risk here. And you've liked their quarterback for a while now, so. That'd be 5 straight brutal games. So for everybody who's got that stretch, there has to be somebody who doesn't. And Shahan is like, yeah, it's Texas Tech. They don't. The teams we were just talking about that are down. They play UCF at home. They do have to go to West Virginia.
I looked.
Yeah, they've got at the end of their schedule. They've got Oklahoma State coming up, and I don't know where are you putting Houston now. Has Houston done enough? We're not putting them in because they were originally slated for the bottom quarter.
They're not the bottom quarter.
Yeah. Good enough. 4-0. They've done something right.
Yeah. Coach Fritz has a rep. They're not the bottom. No, not at all.
Stephen F. Austin, Rice, Colorado, and Oregon State. The real tests are coming.
I think the real tests are coming for everybody.
Yeah. But they'll lose to Tech, beat Oklahoma State, and be 5-1. Halfway through the season.
Oh my gosh! If you said that in the summer,
they'd sign off. Every Houston fan would sign off on that.
You're building it. You're building something here, and then with all that talent there that you can scoop up with a fishnet, practically. Jeez, as long as you got the cash, you'll be able to be competitive for years to come, and I think they will. It's surprising that Houston took that long to get into a better league, but here they are. And they've got all these opportunities to do what they need to do.
Well, they would tell you politics kept them out, that everybody views them as a sleeping tiger and doesn't want to give them. Don't put them in a conference because then all those Houston kids, not all of them, but at least some of those Houston kids will want to stay home and then they'll be really good.
Yeah, I know, but
I
understand
players.
that. But there's an embarrassment of riches in that area. I just talked to Scally and the others who recruit there.
They'll all tell you.
And the ASU's got this big thing, the logo, Tempe to Texas, that they love to pump because they've been having success there. And some kids, all things being equal, they want to try something different.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, that's cool on them for doing that. We saw it with the Florida kids coming to Utah. They try something different. And Zach Moss, I saw Zach Moss at the Fox Big Noon thing. He was on the inside of the ropes there. I saw he was signing autographs. My wife says, "Who's that kid?" And I couldn't quite see. And I look around. I said, that's Zach Moss. And as I understand it, he's not obviously on an NFL team. He's
had a neck injury.
Yeah, if he's done, I believe he's okay with it. But he's also open to if he gets another opportunity.
Gets one more shot.
Yeah.
We talked NFL. Those were 2 underwhelming NFL games last night. Dolphins got their first win, but lost Tyreek Hill for the year. Dislocated knee.
Might even be longer than that, man.
Right, now they're saying ACL.
Yeah, all sorts of stuff.
Yeah.
That sucks for him, obviously.
Yep. And the Broncos, that was more what I thought who the Broncos were and when we thought who the Bengals were.
With the situation of Burrow, yes.
Right. But they had, they
after post-injury to Burrow.
Yes. But I dismissed their backup quarterback situation immediately, and then he went out and had a good game.
Yeah, I forget who it was against now. Browning been in the league, hadn't played much. But yeah, Denver
was a 10-win team, and I thought, and you know, bury Kansas City at your own risk. But I thought you can't pick all the chalk when you're picking division winners and all that. And I went with Denver thinking they had 10 wins, and the coach is in his second year. He ought to be able to get, you know, more out of the team, and it ought to be better in his second year. And the quarterback's in his second year, and he ought to be getting better. There ought to be some upside to Denver. Now, I think they could be 4-0 right now, but they messed up a game. Well, messed up 2 games. Should be 3-1 or 4-0, but 2-2 is good enough, and we'll see where they go from here.
NFL is about staying in the mix.
Yes.
And then peaking in December.
Yep. And the injuries change it no matter what you think. You see these massive injuries. There's so many of them. And Cincinnati's lost their quarterback. Miami's lost their star receiver. You can just start running through the league as guys go down.
Right. So that's my line of thought for them. Stay in the mix, or for everybody, not just Denver. Stay in the mix and then get it together post-Thanksgiving.
Jets coach Aaron Glenn ripped his team. Media could hear it through the doors. That kind of stuff used to happen, but as these locker room complexes have gone from locker rooms to complexes, it used to be like you're outside one door. But now sometimes you're outside 2 doors, and maybe you're outside 2 doors and 80 yards away.
No, but I've been in that situation.
Where you can hear.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. I was going to say, what was the best one you ever heard?
Peterson Gym.
Which would be an old facility with really small locker rooms, right?
And the door might as well have been open.
Yeah.
Yes. Oh, yeah.
Did you hear BYU coaches or Utah coaches, or both? Because obviously they both played there and they both lost there.
It was an appointed BYU coach.
Oh, okay.
His job...
It's hanging in the balance.
No. No. The assistant's job was to lay the wood on the players.
Oh, yeah, okay. Yeah, good cop, bad cop kind of thing.
You're up, Bob. I don't want to give out names.
Sure.
And, yeah, wow.
He went to town.
Mm-hmm.
He went to town.
Yeah.
I missed it. I didn't get to hear it, but everybody else did. I was doing a post-game show on the radio, and Jim Valvano at NC State snapped in a UCSB locker room.
Yeah. That
would have been awesome.
But
they all came back smiling. Everybody loved it. Yeah. Yeah, you didn't get a lot of the big time in Santa Barbara, so to get that was fun. All right, baseball. No bold predictions. 4 playoff games today, but it's the best 2 out of 3 series. Anything can happen. One big at bat for somebody.
Well,
one pitcher's got his stuff.
2 years removed from the Diamondbacks going to the World Series.
Yep.
So, come on.
Yankees-Red Sox is the glamour matchup at 4 o'clock. Starts with Detroit and Cleveland at 11. It wraps up with Cincinnati and L.A. at 7, all on ESPN.
And I know there'll be plenty of them, but I would suggest that only a fool would bet on baseball. But yet I know there'll be millions.
There'll be people who do. Yeah. Right.
I mean, you have to put weight into the regular season, 162, so the teams that were better, but it's such a...
Which are the home teams. In these series, there's no
home teams.
There's no road. There's no... You get all 3 at home for whatever that's worth.
Actually, I got my hair cut yesterday. We're getting pictures tomorrow, so my wife said, you got to get a haircut. And so away we went. I went in yesterday, and the lady who cuts my hair, old Trudy, is a big-time sports fan, and she asked me that very question. Are all 3 at home?
Mm-hmm.
And I said, yes, I'm pretty sure.
They are.
And then we paused, and I looked up on my phone, and because I got the baseball app, and she's like, right here. Yeah. Yep, home.
Yep.
I didn't even have to look.
No travel days. You go in for a 3-game series, and you got to win 2 out of 3.
Well, I mean, they got to get the stuff done.
Yeah.
Because,
they've got one day Friday for travel or for rain days.
Yeah.
And then Saturday it's divisional.
Well, it won't rain in L.A. You know why? Because it never rains in Southern California.
Sing it. DJ and PK, when we come back, your feedback next. Stay with us.
And it's all over almost here.
Don't go nowhere.
You've been listening to The Zone for decades. Yes! But now you can watch the guys break down your favorite teams.
Some viewers may find the following video disturbing. Viewer discretion is advised.
Catch the video stream of DJ and PK, Jake and Ben, Hanson, Scotty, and JJ and Alex right now at KSLSports.com or by searching KSL Sports on YouTube. Utah's best sports radio is on air, online, and on the KSL Sports app. This is 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Hey, Benjamin, we've got a surprise for you.
What?
You have a brother. $100 bill just like you.
Hey, I'm Ben.
What?
We just got him for joining America First Credit Union and opening a new checking account.
And you're going to live together at America First.
What?
This is nice.
For a limited time, new members get a $100 cash bonus when they open a checking account or $50 when they open a youth checking account. So head to AmericaFirst.com and get your money working today. Membership eligibility, terms, and conditions apply. Federally insured by NCUA.
These days, many companies have turned to influencers to tout their products or services. But here at John Watson Chevrolet, the only endorsement we need is from our customers. Because of their feedback, we're proud to be Utah's best reviewed Chevy dealer. Visit us today to see why we get reviews like,
"Their sales team is the best. Didn't put on any pressure, just super helpful and fun. They made the process a breeze."
John Watson Chevrolet, your 5-star Chevy dealer. 3535 Wall Avenue, Ogden. Chevrolet. Together, let's drive.
Do you know the secret to losing up to 1 pound of fat every day? At Salt Lake City Fat Loss, we know the secret. Our doctor-developed, easy-to-follow weight loss program helps you lose weight fast, naturally, and safely with no drugs or injections. No prepackaged meals, bars, shakes, or exercising required. Our program helps reset your metabolism so you can lose weight quickly and keep the weight off for good with an easy-to-follow maintenance plan that includes ongoing personal support. And our program costs half as much and works up to twice as fast than most other programs. Go to slcfatloss.com to schedule your free consultation now.
Alex here. JJ and I have been on this program for more than a year. I've dropped 65 pounds. You can have that same type of success. You've got to get with SLC Fat Loss.
JJ here. I lost 40 pounds in 60 days, saved $200 when you mentioned JJ and Alex. slcfatloss.com.
Many clients lose 20 to 30 pounds in about a month or two. That's up to a pound per day. Schedule your free consultation now at slcfatloss.com. That's slcfatloss.com. Results may vary.
You worked hard for your 401k, but if you've left your job, your money might be sitting in the wrong hands. I'm Jeff Jr. with Trajan Wealth, and it's very possible that the 401k that you have had for years has hidden fees and limited investment choices. But if you're no longer with the company, that 401k may be at the mercy of your former employer. All of these things could be costing you thousands. Rolling over your 401k into an IRA can provide better investment options that align with your long-term goals. At Trajan Wealth, we're fiduciary advisors that are held to a higher standard with no hidden agenda and no hidden fees. Don't let your retirement dollars sit in an old plan, and don't roll it over to your new plan without consulting Trajan Wealth first. Call Trajan today at 801-899-7600. That's 801-899-7600.
Advisory services are offered through Trajan Wealth, LLC, an SEC-registered investment advisor.
Be advised, this is your opportunity to save up to 40 to 80% on a hot tub or swim spa this weekend only, Friday through Sunday, Mountain America Expo Center, Sandy. Be advised, this is your opportunity to save up to 40 to 80% on a hot tub or swim spa this weekend only, Friday through Sunday, Mountain America Expo Center, Sandy. 18-month interest-free financing. Our factories have demanded we sell 1,000 hot tubs and swim spas this weekend. Mountain America Expo Center, Sandy. Huge factory incentives, factory rebates this weekend only. Mountain America Expo Center, Sandy. We can remove your old hot tub. Free delivery of your new hot tub. Hot tub starting at $2,999. Mountain America Expo Center, Sandy. Free delivery of your new hot tub. Just relax and enjoy. Mountain America Expo Center, Sandy. Friday, 2 p.m. to 8 p.m. Saturday, 10 a.m. to 8 p.m. Sunday, 10 a.m. to 6 p.m. Free admission, free parking, free delivery. Mountain America Expo Center, Sandy. Call 833-SPA-SALE or visit hottubandSwimSpaSale.com.
3, 2, 1. This is your Utes at 50 update. 58! Presented by Kenny J's Barbecue on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Utah headed into a bye week. Ryan Davis on the feeling, coming off a win going into the bye week.
Feels great. I was on the sideline. I think I heard someone say we haven't gone into a bye week in 3 years with the W, so for practice is long and hard, and obviously going into bye week with the loss kind of stinks. So yeah, it feels good. Obviously we got to keep it up, stay consistent, and keep on grinding every day, but definitely feels good.
This Ute Update is brought to you by Kenny J's Barbecue. Kenny J's Catering delivers bold, smoky barbecue no matter the occasion. Check out the catering menu at kennyjsbarbecue.com. For weddings, work, or any event, that's kennyjsbarbecue.com.
And now, enough of us. It's time to hear from you. From all your texts, tweets, and posts. This is the best feedback of the day.
Ooh, I was there. That's the best game of my life.
With DJ and PK on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
DJ PK, it is time for your feedback. What do you think of today's show and the stuff we've been talking about? 4-0, 1-0 in conference with a lousy West Virginia team coming to town. How you feeling, BYU fans? And Bailey says, good. Play our starters for a half Friday. Rest everyone else. We get an extra day's preparation for Arizona. I love this late night Friday game.
Okay. Sounds good. Yeah.
Basically, just do what Utah did to West Virginia.
I see no reason why that doesn't happen.
Especially since you're at home and they're traveling halfway across the country. And now they're coming in after an absolute beating, so you would think team
I would say
morale would be
2/3
down.
of the way across the country.
Okay. Yeah, 2/3 is a good call.
And I think it's important for Bachmeier to continue to develop because it's a developmental position for him in the situation that he's in. And then, get the other quarterbacks in the game, get him and LJ Martin, get out as soon as you can. And, I mean, Chase Roberts doesn't need to prove anything, and I don't care what Chase Roberts' stats are. His NFL career or opportunities shouldn't be based on stats this year.
No.
Because the circumstances have changed.
And NFL people know that.
Yeah.
Just make the best of whatever opportunities you get this year. You're playing with a freshman quarterback, not a senior quarterback, and everybody knows that's different.
Yeah, right. Exactly, yeah. I mean, because their passing has been pedestrian, but they know in conversations that they understand that 5-game stretch that I've been talking about, they're going to have to put the ball in the air. They understand that completely. Unless their defense just absolutely dominates, but I don't know you can dominate 5 weeks in a row against that level of competition.
David says they're looking good. At Iowa State and Texas Tech will be tough. I don't think Arizona has enough to beat them. Cincinnati look good, but not too worried about them right now. Ooh. They will go 4-0 at home the rest of the way. David has pronounced it.
Yeah, I wouldn't just blow off Cincinnati like that.
Yeah. And you notice he didn't mention Utah, but he said 4-0 at home the rest of the way.
What about the Utes?
I know. I think he thinks they're going to win.
Oh, okay. I see what you're saying. He didn't mention them because he thinks it's – yeah, good luck on that.
I assume those –
That's not going to be a blowout.
Yeah. Yuck. You got somebody use the open mic feature?
Yeah, so we talked earlier today. PK brought it up about the money issue in college sports, and Adam had this take on that front.
So the money issue is so big, but I think that incentivizes schools to have another reason they attend. So just like BYU is a spiritual church-sponsored school, members are more likely to go there because they get to have more of a religious experience versus going to Arizona State, which is just a party school. Maybe there's a quarterback that's looking for that scene, or players looking for that scene, or players looking for like the spiritual side, like you see at BYU, or maybe TCU, or Notre Dame, or or you have people that want to serve, and so they're willing to take a little less or whatever to go to Army or Navy, etc. So I think it motivates schools to have more than just money, so that there's more incentive or there's other benefits of attending the school and being part of the athletic program in the community.
No.
That's true, but it's still money.
Well, militaries don't pay out anyway, so that doesn't apply to them. But
you're
that's
a government employee.
That's always been the case for BYU. That Roger Reed took heat for pushing an advantage that he had. Now, maybe push is way underselling it, but yeah. And I've heard about.
Listen,
our
you
coaches.
got to have all these other things that people talk about, because you can't afford to outbid everybody. But if you get outbid, the other advantages aren't going to save you enough to build a good program. An isolated kid, sure, but it's a numbers game. You got to have the money.
Yeah, and it depends on the kid.
It does.
You know, like Dalton Kincaid was offered 7 figures to go to Alabama, but he comes from Henderson, Nevada, where his parents had, I don't want to say they were rich or whatever, but basic needs were being taken care of. So do you want to uproot it? But asking, and we don't have necessarily a lot around here, but obviously we do have some. And you know all about that where you get in some situations where
people are living in poverty.
That money matters.
It matters. They literally don't have enough food, or they don't have money for rent. That happens around here all the time.
Right. And if those kids have an opportunity. I
100% what you just said about every kid is different. I mean, even Kincaid himself, like if the Bama offer comes in when he's at San Diego, do the Utes get him to come here, or does he go to Bama? Now, once he's here, he's got a relationship with the head coach. He's got a relationship with the offensive coordinator. He's got a relationship with the quarterback and other teammates. And they're like, you get a good thing here. You're on a first-round NFL trajectory here. You go there. They got an NFL tight end too. So it was about the money, but in that case, there were a bunch of other things. And that'll happen sometimes. But if you don't have the money, you can't win most of the recruiting battles. And if you don't win most of the recruiting battles, you'll send a couple kids to the pros, but you'll go 5-7 or 7-5.
And I've been strong on the money. And the one thing I'll say, baby, now we got to go, is don't use money to chase happy. If you're happy, that's what matters the most.
Happy's good, yeah. Which is ultimately, I think, what Dalton Kincaid decided and staying for a year.
Right.
And now you're looking at the Bills.
Don't leave happy for money.
DJ and PK, it's 97.5 The Zone. Coming up next, Jake and Ben.
Dang it, show's over.
Wait a minute, I'm not finished.
Shut up and let him finish.
Where did the time go?
Well, that was an incredible waste of time.
That's it. I'm done.
See you next time. Goodbye.
Win big every Wednesday on the KSL Sports Zone with Win Ticket Wednesday. This Wednesday, win fastest VIP tickets to Nightmare on 13. 1 location, 2 haunted attractions. Nightmare on 13, where Halloween lives. Get $10 off nighttime attractions by using the discount code ZONE. And listen to the KSL Sports Zone all day Wednesday for your chance to win.
5 guys walk into a JCW's and order burgers. A pastrami, a mushroom Swiss, a guacamole bacon, a hickory barbecue, a ribeye steak, 2 onion rings, 3 french fries, a strawberry, mint, peanut butter, chocolate, and marshmallow shake, and not one left to tip. Because at JCW's, we don't ask for it. We think the price you see should be the price you pay. And all that, would you like to leave a tip stuff, is for the birds. JCW's. Quality and a lot of it. Open in American Fork, Lehigh, Provo, South Jordan, and Harriman.
If you're 55 or older and into that whole saving money thing, T-Mobile has an exclusive phone and internet bundle just for you. Right now, get 2 unlimited phone lines plus 5G home internet for just $30 each per month with autopay, plus taxes and fees. And with 5G home internet, setup is easy with just 1 cord and no technician needed, which is great if you're also into that whole keeping it simple thing. Switch now and experience the best mobile network in the U.S. Visit your local store to start saving. T-Mobile, it's better over here.
Based on analysis by Ookla of speed test intelligence data Q4 2024 to Q1 2025, Ookla trademarks used under license. Unlimited on our network. Customers on voice plan may notice speeds lower than other customers and further reduction if using more than 50 gigs a month due to data prioritization. Video streams and SD on this plan. Home internet pricing after $20 in monthly bill credit plus $5 per line without autopay. Debit or bank account required. See 5G device coverage and access details at T-Mobile.com.
Right now at Tim Daly Mazda Southtown, you can get any new 2025 Mazda CX-50 for 0% financing for 60 months. Yes, 0% for 60 months. Or extended to 72 months for only 1.9%. You heard right, as low as 0% for 60 months. It's happening now at Tim Daly Mazda Southtown. APR OAC, not available with any other offers. See dealer for complete details.
Since 1954, Mountain Home Services has been Utah's trusted name in home comfort. Right now, get your AC and furnace tune-ups for just $29. A furnace tune-up helps prevent wear and tear, catches small issues early, improves efficiency, enhances safety, and keeps airflow balanced, adding years to your system's life. And Mountain Home Services is not just heating and cooling. They offer free second opinions on everything, including electrical, plumbing, and fireplaces. Plus, you're backed by Mountain Home Services' upfront pricing guarantee and 100% satisfaction guarantee. No surprises, just honest service. Call 801-543-2222 or visit mountainhomeservices.com to schedule your $29 tune-up today. Mountain Home Services. Comfort starts here. Again, that's 801-543-2222 or visit mountainhomeservices.com to schedule your $29 tune-up today.
Ticket packages for the Utah Mammoth 2025-26 season are available now. From full season and half-season packages to mini plans and other flexible options, choose the ticket package that fits you best and be part of the action all season long. Call or text 801-325-PUCK to talk with a rep or visit nhl.com/Utah/tickets/season tickets to learn more.
Tonight on KSL, what 3 words?
Tremor, beeline, glee.
What are they for?
Granny, months, receptions.
And why does this guy wish he had them?
They could find it in the precise location where I was and got me help.
KSL takes you on a ride that you're sure to come back from. When your location comes down to just 3 words. And how to find your 3 words.
It makes our job so much easier.
The 3-word locator. Tonight at 10 on KSL and the KSL Plus app.
Broadcasting from the Mountain Home Services studio, this is 97.5 KZNS FM Colville, 1280 KZNS AM Salt Lake City, and 102.7 KSL FM HD2 Salt Lake City Midvale. This is 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
And now,
it's 10 a.m.
Let's just get down to it.
And it's time for your sports fix.
Strap yourselves in, folks.
From 2 guys who have covered the teams you're passionate about for years.
We are professionals.
This is Jake Scott and Ben Anderson on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Jacob Ben, 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. Jake Scott, Ben Anderson, thank you for making us a part of your lives. No matter how you may be doing it. Maybe you're streaming us. Maybe you're on the YouTube. Maybe you're on the KSL Sports app. Maybe you're just listening the old-fashioned way on 1280 or 97.5, but we appreciate you doing it. Oh, and shout out to our podcast listeners as well.
Of course.
Our dear friends from the future.
Yeah. Welcome to the past.
Hopefully everything in the future is going well. We hope that no, I'm not even going to tempt fate by saying that.
Yeah.
How you doing, Ben?
Doing well, you?
Oh man, I'm doing fine. I'm doing as well as you can the day after a Donks win.
Oh yeah, I know. I got to figure out which fingernail I'm giving up.
Yeah, which one you pulling out?
Bring the pliers, Christian?
Yeah.
Are you going to hold him to that? I think he
the
agreed.
old-fashioned one.
Yeah.
I know which.
I'm talking like medieval torture.
Which one would you pick, by the way?
Like,
would you pick the pinky because it's
probably pinky? But you know what? I do worry a little bit if the pinky is the least protected. There's nothing around it. It's kind of a peninsula, so it's on its own. So it gets banged around way more than you think because there's no other finger protecting it from getting hit. You know what I mean? So maybe you go ring finger. We go left ring finger. That's kind of my thought.
That feels like a big nail, though.
It is. It is. Well, they're all good ones. I'm happy about every fingernail I currently have.
Have you ever lost a fingernail?
No, I haven't. I've smashed them, but.
Christian?
Not a whole one, like a half.
But yeah, I've bent them back, certainly.
I've lost my whole one twice.
Ugh.
And once was slamming it in the car door when I was a kid.
Yep.
And I got to tell you that I wince every time my daughter closes the door.
Yeah.
I really do. I wince every single time. I look exactly at her hand placement.
Yep.
And I have flashbacks to that every single, because I shouldn't describe this. It came like 75% of the way off.
Yeah.
And so my mom had to pull the remaining 25. You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
And I'm going to count to 3, 1, 2, and she did it.
Yeah.
Oh!
Yeah.
Awful. And so, yeah, I flash back every time my daughter closes the car door.
Nothing makes me yell quicker in my house, and I'm not a big yeller when it comes to the kids, but I have yelled 100 times in my life, we don't play with doors, because of that reason. It's an easy, I think my grandma cut her finger off in a door. You know, it's just like she's missing the end of one of her fingertips. That very reason. I think an old church door when she was young. But yeah, we don't
need
mess
to
with
change
doors.
the subject.
We're not messing with the Christian. Quit messing with the door.
I'm cringing pretty hard.
You tell me when you want to get that fingernail.
Tense up.
You tell me when you want that fingernail, bud. I'll pay up.
I pulled a my dad moment absolutely over the weekend where my daughter slammed the front door so hard. I made both my kids come inside. I was like, you both come in. Now, I want you to show me that you're capable of shutting the door at a reasonable firmness. And I did that. Stop right now.
Come back.
Back inside. Shook the whole house. Anywho. So Christian's riding high after a Donks victory. You feeling good about it, Christian?
I wasn't going to bring it up, but if you're asking, yeah, I'm
what a
feeling
team to
pretty
beat.
freaking good.
What an absolute team to beat.
Yeah.
Season has been turned around. You beat the Bengals.
You need to look up where that NFL expert we had on the other day is based.
Expert.
I think this is another one of those situations. Like
I think they might be better if Jake Browning starts. I'm not sure Burrow has it. They might be starting the wrong JB out there.
No, this dude sold it because I put the question as like a joke.
Uh-huh.
Like it was one of my, I'm going to make a joke and ask my questions. Like I used the word Bungles. I said, are the Bungles going back to being the Bungles without Joe Burrow? And he's like, no. In fact, I've still got him penciled in for the Super Bowl. I mean, have you seen Jake Browning play? I mean, the guy is dealing. And I was like,
him?
I kind of took a step back.
Yeah.
And I think it might be another Chip Patterson situation, where I ask a joke question and the guy's randomly from Raleigh. I asked a joke question about the heiress, and the guy turned out to be from Raleigh. Deadpan me, gave me a "How dare you ask that question" kind of answer. So is this NFL guy we had on the other day? Is he from Cincinnati? I just want to know. Is he from?
Was his last name Browning?
Is
it a family member?
It was not. I don't think his last name was Browning. Could
How
be
do you think Bill Belichick's girlfriend will do in her coaching debut tonight?
All right.
All right.
Turns out, Christian, the interview ends, and I was like, boy, that was strange. And Christian's like, says here he's from Raleigh. I get it.
All right.
I get it. However, like, I cover BYU and Utah, and if I went on some other random radio station and they made a joke about BYU or Utah, I probably wouldn't be offended.
Yeah, I don't think so.
I mean, unless it was an Mormon joke or something actually offensive.
Agreed.
Which is in the news.
Yep.
Colorado had another school having to apologize. But no, if somebody made a joke about the coach, if somebody made a Coach Witt joke, I'd be like, oh, okay, well, that's funny. And then say another funny thing about Coach Witt. He notices leather pants. Did you know that, Ben?
I did.
Remember that? Nice pants. Are those leather?
Yeah.
Because he's kind of a rocker guy. I don't know if you knew this about Coach Witt.
He also just saw it and said something.
He's a guy who appreciates leather pants.
Yeah.
I bet he has a pair of his own.
I don't think so.
How funny would that be?
I bet he has chaps.
No, he's not a cowboy.
Motorcycle rider.
The dude is like
he's got motorcycle chaps.
He's like a
guarantee you he
Schwinn
has
rider.
leathers. I guarantee you Witt has leathers. Absolutely. He's got a jacket and he's got the front leg for sure. Absolutely.
Come to think of it, I think he does have a motorcycle.
Of course he has a motorcycle. He's driven it all over. Yeah.
Well, he's famous for riding the bike to practice.
Yeah.
You've seen.
You almost hit him.
That's the thing. I did almost hit him, and he was on a motorcycle.
I made a promise that on Witt's last day as the head coach of Utah, I'm going to steal his bike. You're just going to catch me ripping down 5th South, ripping into 4 South, on Kyle Whittingham's, whatever it is, Mongoose or whatever he has from the 80s.
I mean, that begs the question, why?
Get him one last time. Get him one last time.
It's like stealing Sean Bradley's bike. Why?
It's exactly the same, except for it's Kyle Whittingham's bike.
No, except for you can't ride Sean Bradley's bike.
No, I cannot. It's 9
Like
feet
no one who's
other
not
than
his
Sean.
size. Yeah. Which is a story that is now like 15 years old or 20 years old or whatever it is, where somebody stole Sean Bradley's bike, and Sean's comment at the time was, "I don't know why you'd steal my bike. Nobody but me really can ride it." Probably give Mark Eaton a call. Rest his soul. Ben, Jazz Media Day was fun yesterday, and we'll catch up on
Jeez,
football.
that went dark. You really took that to a dark place.
Well, I didn't mean to. I mean, Sean's story is not great. So, you know what? I bring up these. Actually, it's taken a really positive turn lately, if we really want to get into it.
No,
but,
we don't.
The story of his bike getting stolen is notable, but now I shouldn't bring it up. That's my point. I just shouldn't, because his accident involved him riding his bike, which is awful. And I really personally like Sean very much, so I should really stop bringing it up. And then you should allow me to move on. Please.
I don't think I'm the one stopping you.
You were. You're the one who said that turned dark. I had moved on. I had said, Ben, let's talk about Media Day, because we had that yesterday, and I was going to tease that we will get into the football because we were light on the football, and you said, well, that turned dark, so that sounds like you going back to it, doesn't it?
Care to proceed?
I wonder if there's anything that really stood out to you, Ben. We had a bunch of players on the show. We talked to Coach Hardy at the very end. I thought he was terrific. He's always I think he always gives very thoughtful answers, believe it or not. Somebody who has to listen to a bunch of press conferences, I think he's usually quite thoughtful, and I thought he was with us.
Yeah.
We could talk about how you were basically a celebrity at camp, like the who's who of the Jazz was coming out of the woodwork to kiss Ben's rump. I couldn't believe it. I was like, wow, Ben, he's got a voice.
It's not what happened. But I do spend a lot of time over there, so I'm familiar with some of the faces that are there.
Most famous rump in the room.
Great point, Christian. Great point. I mean, I was impressed, I got to tell you.
You know what was the overwhelming, I think, important aspect of the day? And we will see. Maybe it's the prologue to something great, and maybe it's absolutely ends up being nothing because he ends up being a bust, and we don't know. It's too early, and what you do at Media Day does not turn you into a good basketball player. But I thought everything Ace Bailey did yesterday was just about as perfect as you could have hoped. Going back to lottery night while I think that story got a little bit overblown, there was weird stuff with Ace right after he got drafted by the Jazz. The reaction was a little tepid. He didn't follow the Jazz on social media right away. He didn't post that he'd been drafted by the Jazz right away. Like, there were some things that every other player was doing that he didn't do. And then he got to Salt Lake and did all the right things and has done all the right things since. And then yesterday, when he was asked why he fired Omar Cooper, his agent, I was, because we prepare for these days. We know what to expect. I really thought we were going to get Ace a little bit bumbling, a little bit nervous, not sure how to answer that question. Kind of just say, oh, I don't want to talk about. Oh, it's personal. Oh, I don't really know what happened. Because he could have absolutely said that because he's 19 years old and could have played dumb or could have legitimately not known what to say. And I thought his answer was perfect. And here's what he had to say.
I feel like I just made the best decision to move forward to better me and my family in the position that way.
End of story. It's exactly right. That's totally justifiable. I think this is what's best for me. This is what's best for my family. And that was the decision I made. He didn't hide it. He didn't run from it. He didn't say, I don't want to talk about it. It's personal. He just gave a really good answer and he moved forward. And that's just how you have to address that stuff because that's an awkward story. This is a person in Omar Cooper who has probably been with Ace for 5+ years, as we've talked about, did actually really good things for Ace Bailey. Probably got him a $10 million deal at Rutgers. And I don't mean just the $1.5 million he got at Rutgers, but whatever his shoe deal was and all these things that he was in the room helping negotiate. He probably actually set up Ace in some really positive ways, but you also have to know when someone's no longer serving you, and I'm not sure Omar Cooper was serving Ace Bailey positively anymore once he got to the draft, and probably did hurt Ace in that sense. Ace should have been the number 3 overall pick at worst to a bigger franchise in the Philadelphia 76ers that's closer to competing, and he ended up in Utah, a small franchise that's really far away from being anything, and the Jazz are going to give Ace everything he needs. But if he's good enough, so would have the 76ers would have also. So I thought, that answer was phenomenal. I thought it showed real independence because he doesn't have an agent or a manager at the moment. So that was something he was able to mimic from what the Jazz told him, or he came up with this on his own. And furthermore, all anybody said about him was he's the most enjoyable person to be around. Every player, young and old, every coach was just like, he's just so excited to be here, and he's so happy to be on the court, and that's enjoyable.
Yeah, I didn't doubt it, honestly. And I can get into to why. And we can go back to draft night. Neither one of us really doubted it then. And it's because he really had no choice. So how's his behavior going to be? And, getting specifically to his manager, quote unquote manager. And I think it's important not to call him his agent. I think it's important to note that because he has an agent and his agent's behavior has been entirely appropriate. And it would seem to me that his agent's advice has been entirely appropriate, evidenced by the clip that you
but he also fired his agent.
Approve of. He fired his agent.
He doesn't have
too.
a manager or an agent
at the moment. He fired his agent too. Well, I take that back. But my ultimate point was going to be about predatory behavior to young athletes, and that sounds more severe than I actually mean it. But you can see it in real life where adults spot young people that have potential athletically and think, how do I get on board for a payday or for fulfillment because I never made it and I've got to be part of somebody's hoop dream,
or my son didn't make it,
whatever the motivation. I would argue most of the time it's money, but you see it all over the place, and I don't approve of it most of the time. Let me put it that way. I do think there are some altruistic coaches out there or people in this world that truly want to make or help young people and use sports as a vehicle to help young people. So I don't want to cast a wide net over everybody, but there is a lot of behavior out there, and I don't want to convict Omar Cooper either necessarily. I just think this is a broader problem where people like him spot young people that could bring him fame,
power.
Yep. And honestly, the Maverick Carters of the world do not do any service to this problem at all, because now the Omars of the world are saying, well, I could be Maverick Carter.
Yeah.
Isn't he basically running the Knicks or something right now?
It's like, I've got my own LeBron.
He was just LeBron's AAU guy.
Yeah.
You know? And the uncle, who's Kawhi's guy? Uncle
Dennis.
Uncle Dennis is looking at Rich Paul and saying, hey, I could be a super agent. Now, I don't want to say that Rich Paul is doing anything illegal, which I actually think Uncle Dennis probably is. But you get what I'm saying.
Yeah,
like Rich Paul was selling T-shirts out of his trunk. Probably gave LeBron a free T-shirt and said, hey, good to know you. And next thing you know, he's a super agent. Like, that's not doing this problem any favors.
Correct.
And the fact that Ace is 19 makes him vulnerable, regardless of his emotional adjustment to life. There's not a 19-year-old alive that is not vulnerable to manipulation. And so it's who does he choose to listen to? And if he came up with his responses yesterday on his own, good on him, good for him. But my advice would be find an agent that knows what they're doing and actually has your best interest at heart.
Well, don't be surprised if he ends up with Clutch. That would not surprise me at all from Ace Bailey. It very well could happen. It wouldn't surprise me in the slightest. But
go find Leon Rose's kid with the CAA.
Yeah, and I would imagine CAA will certainly be in the mix as well. But I think a good sign that Ace turned the page. Now, speaking of turning the page, that was a term we heard a couple of times from the Jazz. I think Will Hardy said that very specifically to us.
I said that to him. Yeah.
Yes, you said looking for a new start, and I think they were happy to not be talking about last year anymore. The one thing I think is important to...
I think he was even mad at me for asking that question about last year, by the way.
I don't think they want to talk about last year.
Yeah, they don't.
I think they're ready to move on from it. It is also worth noting, and I think this is going to be an important part of this conversation, not to say we're, holding the Jazz's feet to the fire or whatever. We know why they did last year, but the truth is, if Ace turns into a guy and is the face of the franchise, it was a direct result of the shenanigans they pulled last year to lose all those games. And so while they may try and say, we hated that, we didn't like it, no one had fun doing that, that might be true, but you may still benefit from it. It may still be something that allows you to take that step forward. And that's not celebrating what happened last year. But I do think it's important to recognize that you can't really pretend that that's not a chapter in the team's history. And I do think a little bit yesterday, there was a desire to really distance themselves from what happened last season. And I understand why. It wasn't fun for everybody. They want to move on. They don't want the players thinking about it. But it was a big part of why the team is going to look the way it does right now. And right now, Ace is being celebrated widely within the doors. I mean, Will Hardy told us yesterday on the show, and if you missed the interview, go listen to it at KSLSports.com.
Yeah.
He said on draft night, we had to hide how excited we were because we needed to get these guys into the building and get them, under our watch at this point. But he said on draft night, they had to hide their excitement.
Well, I would believe that. The turn the page thing, I definitely felt that vibe. They don't want to think about last year. They don't want to repeat last year. Part of me, and I'm not saying this is a fact, I don't know. Part of me think that's a little propaganda-y and we're going to see the same stuff. I hope not, because I'd like to see them thread the needle of keep their pick yet kind of be trying. I don't know. I don't think that's possible. So I don't know. I don't know if I buy all of that. I think if that vibe and they play all their guys and Will actually, coaches like he's demonstrated he can coach in the past, I think they could easily be in the 30s. No problem.
Yeah, I think so too.
So are they going to do the same stuff to make sure that doesn't happen? And that's the skeptic in me because I want to, like I said, I would love to see him thread the needle. It's
hard to do.
It's hard to do without compromising the try factor.
And even yesterday, and I don't want to say he changed his tune. He didn't. But Austin Ainge, famously at his introduction, when asked if they were going to tank, he said, we're not doing that anymore, or whatever it is. But to that effect, we're not doing that anymore. And then yesterday, when PK asked him, because they were on DJ and PK in the morning, said, we get a lot of questions about this draft pick. He has to be in the top 8. How do you feel about it? And what Austin Ainge said is, we're not thinking about that right now. Which is a little bit of a different saying than that's not going to happen.
Yeah.
Now, it's not contradictory to what he had said previously. So I don't think he's going back on what he said initially. But I do think as I listened, it opened the door for the idea of, well, what happens when you do start thinking about the draft pick? What happens when that draft pick does start to become more of a priority, which the further you get into the year, depending on your win total, the more important that draft pick gets.
So if I might use an analogy, it's like asking, well, you had to punch yourself in the face repeatedly last year to get that outcome. Are you excited to turn the page from punching yourself in the face? Well, yeah. God, I hated punching myself in the face. It was just the worst. I mean, I never want to think about punching myself in the face ever again. But then the question is, are you going to punch yourself in the face next time?
Yeah.
And I don't know if we got an answer to that. Actually, we did. Ryan Smith said he was comfortable if the team was in the 40-45 win zone.
Yeah.
I don't know if they get to 40, but he's saying there, I am comfortable if we win too many games. That was his. Yes. That's what he said.
Well, that's the gray
area.
I just
don't know if that's really true. I mean, I should believe the man, honestly. I should take somebody at their word. I don't think he said that accidentally.
There is a difference Whether in a way there's not, because if you don't have the pick, you don't have the pick. Who cares what selection it is? But I have to imagine there's a difference. Yeah, you win 45 games, 40-plus games, that's going to be the 13th pick. That's going to be the 12th pick. Okay, you're probably okay. You're not getting a great player with the 12th pick. You're probably not. There's good players around. But if you're talking about the 9th pick, well, historically the 9th pick is not a legendary selection. It's more valuable than 12 or 13 or 14. Then you start wondering, okay, is it better to just hold on to it, lose a couple of games, and get the 7th spot and hold on to it versus giving up the 9th pick? That's where the gray area comes in.
By the way, this is exactly why 2 years ago on this show, to give us credit, we were having the argument of whether or not it was a better thing to just win more and convey the pick.
Convey it. That was the
Taylor Hendricks draft.
Yeah.
And everybody was grumpy because the Jazz had got off to a really good start, right? And then pulled the plug just enough at the end to keep the pick.
Yep.
That's why the argument was, why not try and make the playoffs?
Yeah.
Convey the pick, and then you don't have to worry about this.
And in retrospect, maybe the best one, and we'll see, maybe he turns out to be an okay player. Again, we haven't given up on him, but maybe it ends up being the Cody Williams pick. Maybe you should have just gotten there. Just give it up, and you could have done whatever you wanted this year. You know?
Right.
Those picks, those protected picks haunt you. They are a much steeper price than they think.
But
they sound on at face value.
And maybe they made the right decision at the time. I don't know. But this is the argument. This was the argument to just convey it, because then it's not hovering over your franchise for the foreseeable future.
And it makes it hard to, as we said, turn the page, because you're still paying the price of the last time you punched yourself in the face.
Way to bring it home. Yeah. All right, stay tuned. We'll get to top 3 stories of the day at KSLSports.com. Coming up next is the Jake and Ben Show, 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
It's game week for the Cougars, and the KSL Sports Zone is getting you ready for kickoff. The undefeated Cougars return home to Provo for a Friday night showdown against the Mountaineers of West Virginia. Listen all week long for the best coverage of Cougar football. Then catch the post-game show immediately following the game on KSLSports.com, as well as a complete wrap-up the following day on College Football Saturday beginning at 10 a.m. Your home for the best coverage of BYU football is live on air, online, and on the KSL Sports app. This is 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Hi, this is Derek Overstreet, president of the New Millennium Group and co-host of Stop Working, Start Living with KSL News Radio. Can you imagine what your life would be like if you could retire 3 to 5 years earlier than you thought possible? The things you could do, the loved ones you could spend time with, the memories that you could create. That's what our team at the New Millennium Group does. We'll walk you through the entire process every step of the way. If you'd like to get a copy of the 5-step proprietary plan that will help you retire 3 to 5 years sooner than you thought possible, give us a shout right now. 888-999-6370. That's 888-999-6370 or utahsfinancialplanner.com. Listen, most of our listeners right now have a tax problem, not a money problem. There's not enough money in Social Security Medicare as it is. Let us show you how you can significantly reduce your taxes. That's 888-999-6370, 888-999-6370 or utahsfinancialplanner.com.
Be advised, this is your opportunity to save up to 40 to 80% on a hot tub or swim spa this weekend only, Friday through Sunday, Mountain America Expo Center, Sandy. Be advised, this is your opportunity to save up to 40 to 80% on a hot tub or swim spa this weekend only, Friday through Sunday, Mountain America Expo Center, Sandy. 18-month interest-free financing. Our factories have demanded we sell 1,000 hot tubs and swim spas this weekend. Mountain America Expo Center, Sandy. Huge factory incentives, factory rebates this weekend only. Mountain America Expo Center, Sandy. We can remove your old hot tub. Free delivery of your new hot tub. Hot tub starting at $2,999. Mountain America Expo Center, Sandy. Free delivery of your new hot tub. Just relax and enjoy. Mountain America Expo Center, Sandy. Friday, 2 p.m. to 8 p.m. Saturday, 10 a.m. to 8 p.m. Sunday, 10 a.m. to 6 p.m. Free admission, free parking, free delivery. Mountain America Expo Center, Sandy. Call 833-SPA-SALE or visit hottubandSwimSpaSale.com.
These days, many companies have turned to influencers to tout their products or services. But here at John Watson Chevrolet, the only endorsement we need is from our customers. Because of their feedback, we're proud to be Utah's best reviewed Chevy dealer. Visit us today to see why we get reviews like,
buying a car should be a fun experience, like a kid getting a new toy. And at John Watson Chevrolet, it was.
John Watson Chevrolet, your 5-star Chevy dealer. 3535 Wall Avenue, Ogden. Chevrolet. Together, let's drive.
Since 1954, Mountain Home Services has been Utah's trusted name in home comfort. Right now, get your AC and furnace tune-ups for just $29. A furnace tune-up helps prevent wear and tear, catches small issues early, improves efficiency, enhances safety, and keeps airflow balanced, adding years to your system's life. And Mountain Home Services is not just heating and cooling. They offer free second opinions on everything, including electrical, plumbing, and fireplaces. Plus, you're backed by Mountain Home Services' upfront pricing guarantee and 100% satisfaction guarantee. No surprises, just honest service. Call 801-543-2222 or visit mountainhomeservices.com to schedule your $29 tune-up today. Mountain Home Services. Comfort starts here. Again, that's 801-543-2222 or visit mountainhomeservices.com to schedule your $29 tune-up today.
Hey guys, Alex Keary from the KSL Sports Zone. I'm sitting down here with Dale today, who has also been on the same program I've been on.
Thank you.
Why did you join the SLC Fat Loss program?
Because it has to do with accountability. I need somebody to hold me accountable.
What were your particular goals with weight loss? I know it changes for everybody.
I started out at 330 pounds, and my goal is to get down to 200 pounds.
Tell me about the goal then. Have you been able to meet it?
I've lost 46 pounds. I still got a ways to go. I figure I probably have 2 more sessions to go with it, so I'm going to stay in as long as it takes.
What do you think helped you the most with that success at being able to drop the weight with SLC Fat Loss?
Because I believe in it. I'm living it. It's a part of my life now.
All right, so would you recommend SLC Fat Loss to somebody, and why?
Absolutely. It's the best program I've ever been into, and I've tried lots of diet programs.
Thank you so much, Dale. To learn the success of losing up to 1 pound of healthy fat a day and to start that own success story of your own, get a hold of the folks at slcfatloss.com. Here's the website again. That's slcfatloss.com.
Results may vary. Listen every Monday morning to DJ and PK and Monday afternoon with JJ and Alex for your Chevy Strong Play of the Game. Win great prizes from Rocky Mountain Chevy.
This is your Cougars at 30 update. Presented by Kenny J's Barbecue on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
It's your Cougs at 30 update here on Jake and Ben. Here's Coach Satake talking about how proud he is of his team for fighting back against the Buffs.
Colorado did a great job in their game plan and the strategy, their schemes. Not that we were caught off guard. We just didn't play within ourselves, especially on the defensive side at the beginning. Made a lot of mistakes, but a lot of the mistakes happened because Colorado put some pressure on us. So it was a good moment for our program and for our team to fight through some adversity and to find a way to get a win.
This update is brought to you by Kenny J's Barbecue. They cater, delivering bold, smoky barbecue no matter the occasion. Check out their catering menu at kennyjsbbq.com. For weddings, work, or any event, kennyjsbbq.com.
It's time to break down the biggest stories of the day. This is the top 3 stories of the day on KSLSports.com. 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Jake and Ben, I know it's Tuesday, Christian. You don't need to say just the liner.
How do I know what you know?
It's not jazz season yet. I'm at least loosely aware of what day it is.
Good point. How do I know what you know? That's an important question.
Want to remind you, you can win big every Wednesday on the KSL Sports Zone with Win Ticket Wednesday. Coming up tomorrow, you can win Fastness VIP tickets to Nightmare on 13th. 1 location, 2 haunted attractions, Nightmare on 13th, where Halloween lives. Get $10 off nighttime attractions by using discount code ZONE, and listen all day on Wednesday for your chance to win. All right. Time for the top 3 stories of the day. KSLSports.com, brought to you by J. Brooks Jewelers. Cherish your love with J. Brooks Jewelers. Explore their expertly crafted engagement rings made from the finest materials. J. Brooks Jewelers. All right, Christian, where do you want to start today?
Number 1, polls. So much fun. We love the polls.
Thank you, Christian. Yeah, Utah and BYU are both in the coaches poll. 23 for the Cougs, 25 for the Utes. BYU comes in at 23 in the AP poll. Ben, we didn't have much time to talk about this yesterday. Yeah, I think that's probably just about right for those two teams with the ability to climb with some quality wins.
I'm more worried about the Jake Ben and Christian Power poll, which comes out today in about 23 minutes. So make sure you stay tuned for that. I hope everyone filled out their ballot and did it with the utmost care and attention. But I think that's about right. Exactly. I think I'm right there with you. Now, do I know how good all these teams are in front of Utah and BYU? Of course not. It's a little bit early on that. How about Ole Miss shooting up the boards? Good for them. Top 5 right now on the coaches
My
poll.
guy,
Yeah.
Lane Kiffin.
He is your guy.
With a big win.
Actually, number 4 in both polls. Pretty cool.
The top 5 is the same in both, right? Oh, number 5's different. Ohio State 1, Oregon 2, Miami 3, Ole Miss 4, and then for the AP, Oklahoma is at 5. For the coaches, Texas A&M is at 5. Penn State only falls to 6 in the coaches, 7 in the AP after that loss to Oregon. At home.
They had a comeback, but yeah, that offense had been fully putrid through the first, 3.5 quarters of that game before they made that little bit of comeback. But Big Ten having a moment. How about no SEC school in the top 3 in either poll? It's pretty impressive.
Ole Miss carrying the flag for the SEC. How about your guy DeBoer getting a win over Georgia?
He needed it. Might save his job.
Yeah, he really needed it.
No, this is a good spot. And then you look around at the other Big 12 schools on this list. You've got Iowa State at 12 in the coaches poll, and you got Texas Tech at 14. That's a good setup. With the chance for BYU plays both of those schools, right? The rest of the way. So opportunity to get some top 15 wins, which would be ideal there. Win, take care of business. We'll see if those are good spots right now for the Big 12 because there's a chance you could get 2 schools in the in the college football playoff.
Okay, and as long as we're talking about college football, can we talk for 1 second about the worst fan base in the entire country? And that is the University of Virginia.
Okay.
And did you see them storm the field after beating Florida State? They nearly trampled those players, and I'm not even kidding. The players were still on the field when all of the fans rushed the field like they've never been there before because they've never been there before.
Quickly, if you were wondering, Iowa State and Texas Tech don't play each other, so they could continue to rise and go undefeated the rest of the way. Anyways.
Stop storming the field.
Yeah.
Just stop it. And there were people on the Snap Talk that were celebrating it. This is what college athletics is all about. I was wondering about the safety of the players who could have easily been trampled.
Unfortunately, I no longer trust our society, and at some point this is going to turn truly disastrous.
Absolutely. So
However,
stop it.
and then it's going to be too late, and we're going to say, why did we let that happen for so long? And then it'll be a huge thing.
Who was the SEC coach? Was it the Lane Train that thanked everybody for not storming the field because they get fined for it in the SEC? And he thanked his fan base. And I think the way he put it was, thank you for acting like you've been there before. And it's totally right.
My favorite has not been there before, though, of the weekend was Illinois rushing the field after beating USC, and I think it was the 23rd ranked team beating the 21st ranked team. It was not exactly a juggernaut performance or a battle of 2 great teams facing each other. And I know Illinois had lost and gotten absolutely smashed by Indiana the week before, but yeah, that was a little bit of a quasi half-field storming for beating a team with a name, but not a team that's actually ever done anything all that relevant in the last decade.
19 people were injured.
Wow.
In that field storming. 19 people.
Did we ever find out what happened to the player? There was the player, the Florida State player was right there.
Trampled. Yeah, I wondered about his safety. I would imagine that would be the headline if he were indeed hurt. So hope he's okay. But that was my first thought. So anyway, stop it.
Says he's, quote, okay after being trampled.
Stop it. 19 people got hurt.
Yeah.
I know you at Virginia have rarely, if ever, had a good football team. And now, by the way, look, UVA spending a ton of dough. This is how college sports are going. UVA, who's got a rich alumni base, is spending a ton of dough, and all of a sudden they're good. All right, what's next?
Number 2, Pablo Torre cannot stop. Kawhi Leonard calls it fake news.
Quit editorializing on these headlines, Christian. Stop it.
I thought that's what you wanted.
The headline. No, I'm kidding. The headline is Kawhi calls Pablo fake news. He's going for personal. No, it is what I wanted, Christian. You keep being creative. I like it. Kawhi had like a weird Kawhi-like denial when asked about all this. In fact, everything from Clippers Media Day, because they had Media Day yesterday, like the Jazz was, this is all drummed up by old Pablo Torre.
I don't know anything about this tourism. In fact, I don't know a whole lot about the country other than the same thing everyone knows about the country. But with this going on right now with the Clippers, your jersey patch being Visit Rwanda is one of the stranger jersey patches you would go with.
Is that their jersey patch?
Their jersey patch is from the tourism industry of Rwanda, which they are trying to move on from their horrible history of genocide.
Yeah.
But when you think of Rwanda, you think of genocide. And their jersey patch this year is Visit Rwanda, which again, it's probably actually a good thing. The idea is to move on, show that this rich country or this country has a lot to offer beyond its horrible history. That is what everybody knows it for. But if I were the Clippers right now and we were embroiled in weird sponsorship issues, I might just be like, what's the easiest, cleanest jersey patch we could go to, even if I have to take a haircut.
And you're in like L.A. too.
Sports cuts, cool. Sports cuts, yeah.
It should
Whatever
be a
it is.
layup. Yeah. No, I get exactly what you're saying. This is born out of some guy sitting in a cubicle who says, "I know another revenue stream we can tap." That's where this idea was born out of. I actually, though, Ben, to be honest, I think everybody has a right to market and advertise.
I'm totally with you.
I actually don't think it's. I mean, you could pick extreme examples, right? But I actually don't think it's to the media company. I don't think it's their duty to vet all their advertisers. Does that make any sense? I'm pretty loosey-goosey with this sort of stuff.
Sounds like it. Here's the thing, Jake.
But everybody should be. That's my point. I think
if you were to get arrested for, and this is an extreme, they found out that you were running an underground gambling racket in your basement, and then KSL Sports, our salespeople came to us and was like, Jake, we want you to endorse FanDuel. It would be weird.
That's a different, more convoluted scenario, but yeah.
But you understand, I'm taking the extremes out a little bit further, which is when you have a weird issue right now with who's marketing for you, and then you go visit Rwanda as your jersey patch, it's just a little bit of a weird, awkward timing.
I'm going to pick a controversial drug from the past as opposed to the present because I don't want to be controversial. Okay. But I remember, do you remember Fen-Phen from the 90s?
Yeah. The original weight loss drug.
The original weight loss drug. My grandmother actually took it for a brief period.
A lot of people took it, yeah.
It worked. A lot of people did. And then it did a lot of damage. I don't even remember how, was it the heart? I can't remember.
Heart and memory.
Is that what it was? I mean, it ended up doing a lot of damage.
Yeah.
Now, let's say that they advertised on Nickelodeon. I don't know why they would advertise on Nickelodeon. No, actually Nickelodeon, because kids complicate things. So let's say they advertised on the Discovery Channel in 1995. I do not hold the Discovery Channel responsible for not vetting the side effects of a drug. Does that make any sense?
Yes.
I should just keep my mouth shut on this stuff, but
keep talking.
The Jazz once had a very controversial advertiser. Okay. I'll just put it that way. But nothing had been proven. They weren't illegal. They weren't. There was nothing in court. There was nothing wrong other than their ownership was very controversial. Should they automatically be forbidden from advertising their company? And should the Jazz in this case have to vet every client that they have? I don't think so.
Okay.
I don't think the responsibility is there on either side.
All right. I'm not sure I agree with you, but that's a nuanced conversation that I'm not sure anyone needs my opinion on.
All right. What's next?
Number 3, Tyreek Hill. Gruesome knee injury last night, but he seemed oddly happy after getting hurt.
Well, he doesn't have to play for the Dolphins anymore.
That's what everybody's saying. Yeah. Did you guys know? I mean, the injury looked like I would not have had a smile on my face had I gone through that injury.
1,000% was just the adrenaline.
And he was like celebratory. I think he blew a kiss at one point. I mean, he was oddly happy. I guess I can't hold anybody responsible for their reaction after a major injury, Like
this
to Christian's point.
It's potentially career-ending for Tyreek Hill.
At this point in his career, with what his specific skill is, being his just flat-out absurd speed. And he's a great receiver, and don't know, borderline Hall of Famer at this point in his career.
He would be if he would have stayed with the Chiefs.
At his age, with that gruesome of an injury, which I'm sure is going to come out and be way more than just, he dislocated his knee.
He tore multiple ligaments,
shredded everything,
including his ACL. Yeah, that came out last night. He had surgery already.
You're talking at best he's going to come back probably in 2027. And then at that point, how old is he going to be? He's already quite a bit older, right? So, yeah, it might be a career ender for him. I wouldn't be surprised if he suits up again just to say I suited up again. So he'll be 33. That's not actually impossibly old. For some reason, I thought he was older than that. But
how many franchises stink so much, injury aside, how many franchises stink so much that they derailed what was once a sure Hall of Fame career?
Yeah, it happens occasionally.
Does it? I'm trying to think. I was trying to think of other circumstances in sports where somebody who was on the path to being a Hall of Famer went to a different... Like, did it happen to... Well, I remember for a hot second, really good pitchers were going to Colorado. Like Mike Hampton.
Yeah.
Maybe that's the example we're looking for. He was like one of the top 2 or 3 pitchers in the league, signed with Colorado, and then just disappeared.
Yeah, I mean, the White Sox have had a good run of getting all these really highly touted young prospects and not developing them in the slightest, and then seeing them go elsewhere and succeeding. But yeah, almost the inverse is like, I was great, and I go here.
I was on my way.
Your stench ruins
the stench of the franchise prevented them from getting in the Hall of Fame. Because he was on the Hall of Fame trajectory. I don't think you could argue. Signs with the Dolphins. Even before the injury, nobody would have made an argument for him as a Hall of Famer.
Like even Chris Webber overcame the Sacramento Kings.
Or the Wizards, for that matter.
Yeah. I don't think going to Minnesota is going to ruin Rudy's career. In fact, it probably helps it because he's getting to the conference finals now. Yeah, it's unique, but the Dolphins are going to really test that, especially with how hard it is to get into the Football Hall of Fame.
He's a 5-time first-team All-Pro, 1-time second-team All-Pro, 8-time Pro Bowler, and a Super Bowl champion.
I think he's in. But to Jake's point, had he found a way to stay in Kansas City, there wouldn't be a we think he gets in.
Yeah.
It would have been a surefire, stamp him already, start fitting him for his jacket today.
Travis Kelce.
Yeah, Kelsey's in.
He's
no
in.
question
Nobody's
about
arguing at all.
Yep.
Pre-Taylor.
Yeah. I think he probably still makes it.
Stay tuned. We'll have more coming up next.
But that was an ugly one. That was one of the bad ones. The nice thing is you couldn't actually see it break. Like, I actually thought Nate Ritchie's injury over the weekend, where you see his entire leg hyperextend.
Okay, that's enough of that.
Looked worse. Speaking of ripping fingernails out, seeing his knee hyperextend looked worse than the actual moment Tyreek Hill did whatever he did to his knee, but the after effect of his leg facing the wrong direction, him holding it up, like looking at it, was bizarre. My fiance is like, "Why do you always watch those videos?" I don't look them up, but I saw it last night.
You ever wanted to hear Ben clown an NBA player to his face? That's coming up next. Jake and Ben, 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
You've been listening to The Zone for decades. Yes! But now you can watch the guys break down your favorite teams.
Some viewers may find the following video disturbing. Viewer discretion is advised.
Catch the video stream of DJ and PK, Jake and Ben, Hanson, Scotty, and JJ and Alex right now at KSLSports.com or by searching KSL Sports on YouTube. Utah's best sports radio is on air, online, and on the KSL Sports app. This is 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Worried about market losses? If headlines are keeping you up at night, it's time to take control. Hi, I'm Jeff Jr. with Trajan Wealth, and I know you've worked hard to save. But in times like these, what if can turn into what now? If you're planning to retire or are in retirement, you need a strategy that helps protect your future. At Trajan Wealth, you can capture market gains, protect your account from losses, and guarantee income for life. Right now, you could receive a bonus of up to 30% or annual growth of up to 10% for retirement income. You heard me right. An upfront bonus of up to 30% or annual growth of up to 10%, all guaranteed to boost your lifetime income in retirement. Don't leave your future to chance. Plan with confidence. Call Trajan today at 801-899-7600. That's 801-899-7600.
Annuity guarantees are based on the claims paying ability of the issuing insurance company, DBA, in most states as Trajan Wealth Insurance Solutions.
Tom, I'm on the sideline here with Doug Smith Chevy. Doug, the NCAA has changed its rules regarding NIL money. What do I have to do to land an amazing new 2025 Chevy Silverado?
Just come on down to Doug Smith Chevy in Spanish Fork.
Doug, I'm more than happy for you to use my name, image, and likeness to talk about these amazing new trucks all you want. All I want to know is, how do I get one?
You have to buy it, Scott.
Dropping a Doug Smith Chevy in Spanish Fork. No one knows Chevy like Doug.
When your name's on the paint job, your primer better hold up. Painters trust Kills primers for serious adhesion, stain blocking, and a finish that lasts. Now, the full Kills lineup is available exclusively at the Home Depot. Need it fast? Get same day or next day delivery, or order online and pick it up in store. Kills primers. Pro results. Faster. The Home Depot. If you're a pro, you know.
Now that I'm a dad, I can't stop thinking about what would happen to my kids if something happened to me, like losing the house or not affording college.
Yeah, that used to keep me up at night too. It's why I finally got life insurance from Ethos. It's 100% online. No medical exams, just a few health questions. I got $2 million in coverage for around $2 a day.
I never realized it was that simple. Get your free quote at ethos.com/game. That's ethos.com/game.
Rates may vary. Bill monthly. Sample rate 10-year term life policy for a 35-year-old healthy non-smoking male.
All right, gentlemen. This is Emmett Smith on behalf of Depend, and I've got the perfect play. Run straight to your doctor's office for a life-changing catch. Because when prostate cancer is caught early, it's up to 99% treatable, and one blood test might be all it takes. And now through November, Depend is donating to the Prostate Cancer Foundation for select purchases. Talk about a great play.
From September 1st to November 30th, Depend is donating 25 cents to the Prostate Cancer Foundation for Depend Shields Guards Real Fit products purchased in the U.S. up to a maximum of $300,000 or in Mississippi.
This is a real good story about Drew, a real United Airlines customer.
After almost 4 years of treatments, I was finally cancer-free. My mom's like, where do you want to go to celebrate? I'm like, let's go somewhere tropical. And then pilot hopped on the intercom and started talking about me, and I was like, what is going on here?
My wife beat cancer too, and I wanted to celebrate his special moment.
That's Bill, a real United pilot.
We brought him drinks and donuts. We all signed a card.
I was smiling ear to ear. Best flight ever for sure.
That's how good leads the way.
The Missionary Starter Package now at Mr. Mac is everything a missionary needs at an unbeatable value. It includes one slim or modern fit suit, 4 and collar stretch shirts, 3 Teflon treated washable ties, 1 mission belt, and a pair of Echo or Johnston & Murphy walking shoes, all for just $695. Fit is never a problem at Mr. Mac with free in-store tailoring. Ask for the Missionary Starter Package at all 9 Mr. Mac locations.
Hey, this is Chris with JCW's. Not feeling a burger? We've got you covered. Try one of our hot ribeye, turkey, or BLT sandwiches, and you'll understand why we say JCW's, quality, and a lot of it.
3, 2, 1. This is your Utes at 50 update. 58! Presented by Kenny J's Barbecue on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Utes at 50 update here on Jake and Ben. Here's Devin Dampier, the quarterback, on the offense, racking up explosive plays.
Natural football, just going by the weeks. I feel like we're a family going into this already, and just the timing of everything. But, game situations a little different, a little higher energy and things like that. So, when that just tends to just flow a little bit better, being in week 5. So, yeah, it just started clicking on all cylinders.
This update is brought to you by Kenny J's Barbecue. They do catering, delivering bold, smoky barbecue no matter the occasion. Check out the catering menu at kennyjsbbq.com for weddings, work, or any event. kennyjsbbq.com.
Let's go! Complete game coverage of the Cougars is right here on the KSL Sports Zone. It's a Friday night battle in Provo as the undefeated Cougars square off against West Virginia. Your home for the best coverage of Cougar football is right here on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. You're listening to Jake Scott and Ben Anderson on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. Woo!
Jake and Ben, 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. Want to remind you to nominate the U Sports volunteer you know for the Hercules Hero of the Week. Submit your nominations at kslsports.com/contest and listen every Thursday afternoon to JJ and Alex for the winner. Help us celebrate the efforts of those volunteers making an impact with the Hercules Hero of the Week, sponsored by Hercules First Federal Credit Union and Beehive Meals. Ben, yesterday we were at Jazz Media Day, and one of the storylines at Jazz Media Day certainly was a familiar face coming back.
Yeah.
One George Niang.
Uh-huh.
I told you and George off the air, I can't wait to hear David's minivan calls now that George is back. But we had a chance to sit down with him. Now, before we play this clip, there is a little setup/history required, Ben. George and you had a bit of a run-in last time that he was here.
Do you want me to tell the story quickly? What happened?
I do.
COVID. 2020. Remember the season started weirdly late. And I'm not talking about when they came back and played in the bubble. I mean, they came back after that, and it was November of 2020. Regardless, neither here nor there. The Jazz have Jay Crowder on the team. They have Royce O'Neal on the team. They have George Niang on the team. And they go and they trade for Derek Favors and bring him back. And the last time we had seen Derek Favors, or they, signed him to $45 million, whatever it was. The last time we had seen Favors, he had been the Jazz's starting power forward. And I had just assumed that was his role coming back because they paid him and they had just drafted Udoka Azubuike, and it seemed like that was going to be their backup center because he had played 4 years at Kansas and should have been NBA ready, but it was a terrible pick. Regardless, because the Jazz now had, and then verbatim, a logjam at the power forward position, I said, hey, George, Jazz got a lot of players at the power forward position, which is where he had kind of been playing. I said, have they asked you to change your body at all to either play big, like a 4, or maybe even a stretch 5? Not really a stretch 5, but 4. Or they ask you to change your body to play more of the 3.
To slim down.
And for whatever reason, it really seemed to catch George off guard. And his response, and he had since DM'd me and apologized for it and said that was just an awkward encounter. But George's response when I said, are they asking you to put on weight or get thinner? He said, I don't know, Ben. I guess I have to play perfect defense and hit every shot. What do you think I'm supposed to do? And I said, I don't know, George. I'm just trying to figure out how you're getting on the floor. But it was awkward. And awkward to the point where I had several media members say, like, what happened with you and George? Is there a history there? And I was like, no, there wasn't. But anyways, that's the backstory. And then I covered him for an entire season or two, and everything was cool. But that was probably one of the more awkward interactions in my life.
You did call him fat.
Apparently that's how he read it.
That's how I would read it.
Okay.
It was like, what are you saying, Ben?
Okay.
Are you calling me fat? All right. Anyway, this led to yesterday where George was kind enough to sit down with us.
Again, that was 5 years ago.
That was 5 years ago. Yeah. Sat down, and it led to this.
You know, this is my 10th season in the NBA, and I don't think I would change anything because it's worked out pretty nice. Seasons? Pretty nicely for me, yeah.
Wow.
Crazy. I know you didn't think so a while back. No, I'm just kidding.
George?
Yeah.
No, he's going to have to get in shape.
Yeah. Wow, I can't catch any breaks here. I figured
That's
it's a
hilarious.
friendly fire over on this side. Yeah, no, but I've done it my way. I've done it this way. I've been successful doing it, and I'm going to continue doing that. You know, whether you think I'm in shape or not.
I feel like we need to bring up Iowa State football, Trance in Arizona or something to get this interview back on track.
Oh, no, we're good. I'll
cool.
direct message him on Twitter and try and bash.
Wow. Oh, it's so uncomfortable.
I didn't think it was that uncomfortable. You did try to move on. I didn't think it was that uncomfortable. And I thought George handled it well, and respectfully to George. Here's the thing, and the why I was shocked, and I went and did the research yesterday because I honestly was stunned by it. To be drafted in the second round and make it 10 years in the NBA is an absurd feat.
Yeah, and the Jazz signed him off the couch, right?
Jazz signed him off the couch. He'd been drafted by the Pacers. I think he signed a 2-way deal, lasted 1 season, 23-ish games, and then went to the Jazz the next year, I think also on a 2-way deal.
And played his way on.
And played his way onto the team. So there's been roughly 5,000 players in NBA history. That's about how total who have played in the league. 5,000 over its 75-year history. As of this year, there will be 235 players ever drafted in the second round or later who played 10 seasons.
Wow.
Less than 5% of the players in league history were drafted in the second round or later and played 10 seasons. I wasn't trying to say, wow, George, I can't believe you made it. The truth is nobody makes it who's a second-round pick a decade.
That is what you meant. Wow.
The funny part
that
is
amazing.
George was clearly playing into it, but
He
you could also tell that there was a little bit of truth behind his words.
George is sitting there like I'm one of 200 and how many?
35. As of this year, with Malcolm Brogdon and Ivica Zubac.
I'm one of 235 humans on this planet that has done that, and I've got this pencil neck sitting in front of me calling me fat.
Now
he should have thrown you through the wall.
I don't pretend to know
You're that
George
surprised, Ben?
super well. I don't pretend to know him super well, other than I've covered him for probably 4 or 5 seasons now in his career.
He knows you.
He does. George, one of his things that I've kind of picked up is he does not veer away from setting up an awkward situation and sitting in that awkwardness and making it uncomfortable, and then just sitting there and looking at you knowing that he has made it uncomfortable, and what are you going to do about it?
Oh man, see, I was just thinking it through the prism of the fat thing, and he didn't let that go. No, that was you clowning him about being in the league for 10 years and him being bent about it. That's what that was.
I truly didn't think he'd been in the league for 10 years. That's crazy.
Listen to Ben like, oh my God, you've been in the league 10 years? What?
Pretty
10
nice.
seasons?
Pretty nicely for me, yeah.
Wow.
Crazy. I know you didn't think so.
No, it wasn't the fat thing at all. It was that wow.
You are.
10
Well, yes,
seasons?
you're right. 10 seasons?
How did a fat guy like you make it in the NBA for 10 seasons? Wow. It's even worse than I thought.
Let me see how much money George Niang has made in his
Christian, can you believe that? Did you think it was just George remembering the fat thing? Or do you think he was bent because Ben was so shocked that he'd been in the league 10 years?
I think George remembered the fat thing, but he wasn't going to bring it up. But then once Ben said that gave George an avenue.
Oh,
Absolutely.
yeah.
You're exactly right.
Yeah,
it gave
that's
him the avenue.
It's like this
to bring
guy's
it up.
clowning me again.
Yeah. He will be.
I've been in the league 10 years, bro.
He'll be at a hair under $40 million after this season.
And yet you still sit in front of him and be like, oh, I'm shocked.
George's whole life has been about proving people wrong.
I'm shocked. You've been a guy like you has been in the league 10 years? Seriously?
It's truly remarkable. What I will say, honestly, is that I was amazed at what an accomplishment that is, and it probably didn't come off that way. Regardless.
No, it didn't. No, it didn't.
Anyways, credit him. 10 years is an eternity. You get the great pension at that point. You're set up for life. You've clearly, there's no question. You're a full-fledged NBA player.
We talked about what we need to isolate in this whole thing. I think what we need to isolate is the 10 years?
You didn't, or you
wow.
didn't think I'd do it,
The
did
10
you?
years, wow. And then you didn't think I'd do it. Yeah, that might be the drop. That might be
10 seasons?
10 seasons? What?
It's a lot. That was all it was, but yeah.
Pretty
10
nice.
seasons?
Pretty nicely for me, yeah.
Wow.
No,
crazy. I know you didn't think so.
You sound like you're reacting to somebody
I know
saying
you
they've been married 50 years. 50 years?
There are way more 50-year marriages than there are players drafted in the second round who played 10 years in the NBA. My parents are going to hit 50 years, in a couple of years. Yeah, no problem.
No, but you know what you did there. It's like the Britton Covey, the guy not believing he was on the team in the parking lot.
Exactly
That's
right.
like a guy like you, 10 years.
But you know what? That's also part of George's identity is I proved people wrong. That's part of his thing. So again, I'm telling you, credit George. Credit
crazy.
George.
I know you didn't think so.
Oh, that is so amazing. I love this job. What a time.
It's another chapter.
All right, stay tuned. We'll have what are we doing next?
Power pole, baby.
Yeah. We'll have that coming up next. Mickey Mental is going to be on the show at 11:30. Jake and Ben, 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Broadcasting from the Mountain Home Services Studio, this is 97.5 KZNS FM Colville, 1280 KZNS AM Salt Lake City, and 102.7 KSL FM HD2 Salt Lake City Midvale. This is 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Want to get the latest info on Utah's newest sports franchise? Sign up for the Utah Mammoth newsletter. Get exclusive analysis, plus the latest news and notes on the Utah Mammoth. Sign up today at KSLSports.com for the Utah Mammoth newsletter. Hockey fans, let your voice be heard with the Utah Mammoth Fan Forum. Visit the Utah Mammoth page on KSLSports.com to connect with the team, other fans, and our KSL Sports insiders. Start chatting today in the Utah Mammoth Fan Forum on KSLSports.com. Trucordia Insurance and Risk Solutions. You chase your dreams. Trucordia protects them. With national headquarters right here in Linden, Utah, Trucordia is centered on relationships. Relationships with their clients and the communities where they have such deep roots. Relationships with team members and businesses for an ever-expanding range of solutions. And relationships with national and regional carriers, providing competitive rates and enhanced market access. And Trucordia is proud to be a founding partner of Game Night Live. Another relationship right here in their own backyard.
Water runs Utah. It carves our canyons, fuels our farmers' fields, fills our lakes and rivers. It runs outdoor adventures and economic development. But if we're not careful, water runs out. And in the cooler fall months, your yard simply doesn't need as much water. That's why this is one of the best times to make a big difference. Learn more at slowtheflow.org.
Since 1954, Mountain Home Services has been Utah's trusted name in home comfort. Right now, get your AC and furnace tune-ups for just $29. A furnace tune-up helps prevent wear and tear, catches small issues early, improves efficiency, enhances safety, and keeps airflow balanced, adding years to your system's life. And Mountain Home Services is not just heating and cooling. They offer free second opinions on everything, including electrical, plumbing, and fireplaces. Plus, you're backed by Mountain Home Services' upfront pricing guarantee and 100% satisfaction guarantee. No surprises, just honest service. Call 801-543-2222 or visit mountainhomeservices.com to schedule your $29 tune-up today. Mountain Home Services. Comfort starts here. Again, that's 801-543-2222 or visit mountainhomeservices.com to schedule your $29 tune-up today.
Hey, Benjamin, we've got a surprise for you.
What?
You have a brother. $100 bill just like you.
Hey, I'm Ben.
What?
We just got him for joining America First Credit Union and opening a new checking account.
And you're going to live together at America First.
What?
This is nice.
For a limited time, new members get a $100 cash bonus when they open a checking account or $50 when they open a youth checking account. So head to AmericaFirst.com and get your money working today. Membership eligibility, terms, and conditions apply. Federally insured by NCUA.
Right now at Tim Daly Mazda Southtown, you can get any new 2025 Mazda CX-50 for 0% financing for 60 months. Yes, 0% for 60 months. Or extended to 72 months for only 1.9%. You heard right. As low as 0% for 60 months. It's happening now at Tim Daly Mazda Southtown.
APR OAC. Not available with any other offers. See dealer for complete details.
Be advised, this is your opportunity to save up to 40 to 80% on a hot tub or swim spa this weekend only, Friday through Sunday, Mountain America Expo Center, Sandy. Be advised, this is your opportunity to save up to 40 to 80% on a hot tub or swim spa this weekend only, Friday through Sunday, Mountain America Expo Center, Sandy. 18-month interest-free financing. Our factories have demanded we sell 1,000 hot tubs and swim spas this weekend. Mountain America Expo Center, Sandy. Huge factory incentives, factory rebates, this weekend only. Mountain America Expo Center, Sandy. We can remove your old hot tub. Free delivery of your new hot tub. Hot tub starting at $2,999. Mountain America Expo Center, Sandy. Free delivery of your new hot tub. Just relax and enjoy. Mountain America Expo Center, Sandy. Friday, 2 p.m. to 8 p.m. Saturday, 10 a.m. to 8 p.m. Sunday, 10 a.m. to 6 p.m. Free admission, free parking, free delivery. Mountain America Expo Center, Sandy. Call 833-SPA-SALE or visit hottubandSwimSpaSale.com.
Who is climbing? Who is falling? And who just flat out stinks?
Some of y'all football sucks.
This is the Big 12 Power Poll with Jake and Ben on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Jacob Ben joined Hanson Scotty. They're going to be at El Matador Restaurant, 606 South Main in Bountiful, coming up tomorrow from noon to 3. El Matador, a Utah Mexican food staple for over 50 years. It is now time for the Big 12 Power Poll, where we rank all 75 teams in the Big 12 from bottom to top. Where should we start today, Christian?
Number 16, still number 16. Probably going to be 16 for a while. Oklahoma State.
They started a little better against Baylor, and they scored 27 points, which is not the worst thing ever. They are 1-3. They are the only one-win team right now in the Big 12. Oklahoma State's bad. Head coach is not going to have any success. They're gonna have to overhaul their identity a little bit.
I don't know how great Baylor is either.
I'm with you. And, I don't know if their team they play this weekend, Arizona, is really a hot shot either. But Oklahoma State's, I think, clearly worse than everybody. Their future is going to be really interesting. There's a chance that they could rebrand, get some investments, and return to being a good team in the Big 12, which is what they were for a long time. There's also a chance they just fade into mediocrity.
Here's what they should do. Bring in Stinkin' Riley.
Oh, okay.
Instead of, Oklahoma State, like a spite hire, I guess is what I'm getting
I like
at.
that idea.
Yeah.
Or just do something stupid. Go get Chip Kelly. Give him money for no reason.
He's making so much money as
he
the
is
OC
right now.
of the Raiders.
Yeah, he's doing a good job.
Next.
No one has stolen more money in football recently
than Chip.
It's like, I went to Ohio State and won. It's crazy. It's like, okay. Yeah, that was probably a you thing.
Number 15, West Virginia.
I wouldn't be surprised, actually, if West Virginia would lose to Oklahoma State right now.
Well, that team we saw on Saturday.
And they're going to get absolutely smoked by BYU this weekend.
I would think. Although BYU, like I said, I don't think they smoke in it. Like, that's not really how they work.
Probably not, and we'll see. I really actually liked West Virginia's freshman quarterback. I thought he came in the second half and moved the ball well and actually plays a little bit like Caden Salter.
It reminded me of when BYU first started bringing in Jake Retzloff, and we were hearing like, oh, it helps the run game.
Yeah.
That was definitely true for West Virginia.
So that might be a little bit tough, but they just don't do anything particularly well. Again, Utah gave us some big plays to open the third quarter and then kind of tightened it up, and everything was fine and only gave up 14 points.
The defense is basically non-existent.
Defense is non-existent. Utah marched up and down the field.
I think there's been a breakout of walleye vision in the defensive room.
Yeah.
Number 14, Central Florida.
This is a huge drop for them. I'm not sure maybe they deserve to go this far, but then again, they lost to Kansas State, who had been, 15th last week.
Kansas State stinks. That's a bad
Kansas
loss.
State's not good. I think it was at Kansas State, but it was 34-20. They didn't score the ball particularly well. It's just, it's kind of, we were waiting for the bottom to fall out at Central Florida, and while it's only one loss, it seems like that's probably a more accurate portrayal of who they are versus what we had seen to their first 3 wins.
I still had them ahead of Colorado, however. You and Christian did not.
Central Florida does take on Kansas this weekend, and they are hosting them, so that would be a good win, though Kansas I don't think is great either.
Next.
Number 13, Colorado.
Colorado actually really didn't do it for me, even though they kept it close against BYU. I think the 14 early, I think that was on BYU, not really Colorado. I don't know if the final score really represented how good the Buffs are. Maybe I'm not giving them enough credit. But I thought BYU's defense came out and made some mistakes and was flat early, and then they were fine. And Colorado basically got drummed for the rest of the game.
We had talked about what an ideal schedule this was for BYU for their situation with Bear Bachmeier coming in at quarterback, and to have the 3 kind of non-teams to start the year in non-conference play. Stanford's a decent school, but not even a good football name. East Carolina can be good, but I don't think it's particularly good.
They were better than Stanford.
They were, absolutely.
Yeah.
And then Colorado's probably a little bit better than both of them, but is not exactly a world beater. And we didn't even know West Virginia was going to be as bad as they are, which gives BYU another week to figure these things out. But against a better team, had BYU's defense come out as flat as they did, it might have put BYU in an even deeper hole that they couldn't have climbed out of. Colorado will let you climb out of it, and it allowed BYU to win this game, though not easily. 24-21 didn't seem terribly in danger in the second half.
Listen, BYU's success is going to be predicated on their defense, period. I mean, if their defense is on and they give the Bear as many bites at the apple as possible to score some points, I think BYU's really good. If the defense is flat, which we had not seen the whole year, then they could be in trouble. But I don't think I don't think that's going to be the norm. So I expect close games from BYU pretty much throughout. I don't know about West Virginia because they are terrible, but BYU's going to win close.
Now the problem is for Colorado, they go on a murderer's row of good teams in the Big 12 that they have to face and may find themselves at 2-6 or 2-7 before they're competitive in a game again.
Next.
Number 12, Kansas State.
They don't deserve to move up that a ton, and they didn't. What did they climb from 15 to 12? And they just jumped a couple of the other really bad teams in Central Florida and Colorado. They did beat UCF 34-20. They are at Baylor this weekend. I suspect they go back to their losing ways.
Probably. Next.
Number 11, Kansas.
I don't know what Kansas is, really. Losing to Cincinnati, how bad a loss is that?
I kind of wonder if
By a
Kansas
field
is just
goal.
exactly what Kansas always is, which is okay.
Yeah.
Can win some games, but not going to look particularly good. They lost to Missouri this season. Now they've lost to Cincinnati.
Except for the reg is Kansas is always terrible.
This
And
is a
they've
little bit
been-
better.
They've been a little better for, 2 years now since Leopold got there?
But no one's going to go back at the end of the season and say, well, that Cincinnati loss was understandable. It's like, not that it's a bad loss necessarily, but it's not like Cincinnati's going to be a world beater, I don't think.
Next.
Kansas
Number
hosts,
10.
Kansas is at Central Florida this weekend, by the way.
Baylor.
Baylor beat Oklahoma State 45-27. You and I are both still up in the air about them.
Yeah, I don't know. I wonder if they'd be able to replicate that 45 against a decent team. I kind of doubt it.
They do get a chance this weekend to right the ship or continue their momentum by playing against Kansas State. Again, Kansas State, if they're going to fix this, which I don't think they have that overall upside, beating Baylor would be a good start. They'd pull back to 500 and maybe have a little bit of momentum. But Baylor probably needs this win. Baylor can't fall to 3-3. If they fall to 3-3 with a couple of these losses that they've had, I do think you really start to heat up the hot seat for Dave Aranda.
Next.
Number 9, Cincinnati.
Yeah, they beat Kansas.
3-1.
I'm up in the air about all these teams.
Yeah, I'm with you. This is this kind of that middle tier, late tier of the Big 12 that it's probably okay, probably serviceable, but I don't think anyone's really putting these teams as serious contenders in the conference. Maybe one of them will break out, but they haven't done it yet.
Number 8, Arizona.
That's a disappointing performance against Iowa State. Not necessarily that they lost, but
Iowa State's good.
But it wasn't all that competitive.
39-14. This looked like the Arizona team that we saw all of last year.
And Iowa State makes teams look like that, but
But what's been our knock on Iowa State, at least mine all year, is that Iowa State wins every
Like
game
that?
24-14. They hung 39 on them.
yeah, they rolled them.
Iowa State does not score a lot of points, and Arizona had zero resistance. I think this might be the beginning of the end of what was a decent start to the year for Arizona.
Next.
They do get to right the ship against Oklahoma State this weekend, excuse me.
Next.
Number 7, TCU.
3-1. Their first loss of the season, lost to Arizona State
Blew it.
27-24. They did.
Arizona State blew
They
it.
had this game in their back pocket.
In fact, I think somebody's shaving points.
Okay.
Just blew it.
We should call the FBI.
It had to be intentional.
They will win this weekend because they get to host Colorado. They'll move to 4-1. Still good, but that was a big loss. They had a chance to win that one. That would have really put them in an advantageous spot.
Next.
Number 6, Houston.
Little concerning.
If Houston would have rolled the Beavs, I would have put them way higher.
Agreed, but they went to overtime.
Yeah.
And Oregon State had been probably the worst team among previously P5 conferences.
They've been really bad.
They've been awful.
Yeah.
They're winless. And Houston needed to go to OT to beat them and almost lost. So 27-24, not particularly good. And I think Houston loses to Texas Tech this weekend, and we start to see the wheels wobble a little.
Next.
Getting into the top 5, Utah.
Handled West Virginia as they should. I don't know if this is necessarily... Look, the offense scored 48 points and looked good and moved the ball the way they needed to. I'm not sure it looked easy still for Utah's offense because I'm not sure it's ever going to look particularly easy, and we'll see what these injuries end up looking like. But it's a good time for a bye week because Utah did get banged up.
Utah is one of the better teams in the league. And it's appropriate. I don't know if they're the best team in the league. Doesn't look that way at the moment. But they certainly, I'm comfortable with it. They're ahead of the TCUs of the world at the moment.
They have a really good defense. I don't think it's the best in the conference. They have a pretty good offense. I don't think it's the best in the conference. So can you combine those things to win the conference? That's going to be a big question the rest of the way.
Next.
Number 4, Arizona State.
Beat TCU. They've rebounded from their lone loss
A wing and a prayer.
They did. But that was a good win, and now they got a bye week as well.
Next.
They needed that. They lost that. We said last week they probably could have pulled them out of the conversation for competing for the Big 12 title. So they get the win. They get to keep their names in that conversation.
Number 3, BYU.
Yeah, the Cougs undefeated.
Yeah.
Beat
4-0.
Colorado. The Frosch, the Bear, gets a win on the road in his first league game.
And they're about to move to 5-0 because I think they're going to beat West Virginia, and that's awesome. They are one of only 4 teams right now in the Big 12 that are still undefeated, with Houston, Texas Tech, and Iowa State. That's a good spot to be in. That's where you need to be if you want to continue to compete. And we will see again. The schedule does get significantly tougher the second half of the year. This really opened up and unfolded nicely for them to open the season with this winless stretch. But look, you can't compete for the title if you don't win your early games, and they've done that.
Next.
Number 2, Texas Tech.
Bye week last week at Houston this week. I think they get a win, move to 5-0.
Yeah, probably. This is a longer segment, but I think part of at least at the moment, it looks like me being wrong about Texas Tech. I think that has everything to do with their defensive front.
Yeah.
And that was something that I did not calculate before the season, as we all talked about it, because that's been pretty dominant. And Utah's offensive line bouncing back this week against West Virginia, I think shows those guys are pretty good up front, which is not something the Patrick Mahomes Texas Tech teams could ever say.
No, they've always had talent, and they never were able to do enough with it. Hence the Bozo conversation. Now they're doing something with the talent that they actually have.
So far.
Yeah.
I mean, we're so far.
Yeah, it's 4 games in.
Next.
Number 1, Iowa State.
Cleaned Arizona's clock.
On the road at Cincinnati. Should be another good win. They're a top 15 team in the country as a result.
George Niang was happy about it.
Absolutely. And rightfully so. This is a very good team. They have been the best team in the conference so far. I don't think there's a real question about it, though Texas Tech's win on the road at Utah might be the best win.
All right, top 10.
Number 10, Baylor. Number 9, Cincinnati. Number 8, Arizona. Number 7, TCU. Number 6, Houston. Number 5, Utah. Number 4, Arizona State. Number 3, BYU. Number 2, Texas Tech. And number 1, Iowa State.
Noted Raider Homer Christian had Texas Tech at number 1.
It's crazy.
He loves the Raiders. Did you know that?
The Texas Tech kind, not the Las
Christian
Vegas
is
kind.
a huge Raiders fan.
Red or black. They don't call them the Black Raiders.
Stay tuned.
So their logo's black and silver.
We'll talk to Mickey Mental, the head coach of Weber State.
I'm sure he's watching this game right now. Huge Cleveland fan.
Noted Raiders fan Christian. We'll get him on the horn for us coming up next. It's Jake and Ben, 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Hey, bro. You hear us every day with our crazy opinions. Hey, what you doing? Well, now, it's time to hear from you.
Hey, great show.
Download the KSL Sports app and fire off your thoughts with the call-in tab on the bottom of your screen.
Your show is fantastic. It's the one that captivates me the most.
You can tell PK to stop singing.
G-Bang! G-Bang!
Let Jake and Ben know what you really think of the Jazz. Tell Hans and Scotty about your favorite barbecue spot or what color of tie JJ should be wearing on TV. The best entries will be played on the air. Download the KSL Sports app now and hit the call-in button to let your voice be heard.
I think you guys do an incredible job.
This is 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
At Fisher Investments, we may seem like other money managers, but we're different.
What makes you so different than the rest of us?
We ensure clients receive unparalleled service at every step of the relationship.
Tell me more.
Our investment counselors focus on service over sales, prioritizing clients' needs.
How do you make money?
We don't sell any commission-based products. We have a simple management fee based on the value of our client's portfolio. So we do better when our clients do better.
What about client portfolios?
We get to know each client, their finances, family, health, lifestyle, and more, and then we tailor a portfolio based on their specific goals and needs.
Your clients really come first then, huh?
Yes, we make them a top priority. Our goal is helping them achieve a comfortable retirement.
Wow, maybe we are different.
At Fisher Investments, we're clearly different. Learn more at FisherInvestments.com.
Investing in securities involves the risk of loss.
Water runs Utah. It carves our canyons, fuels our farmers' fields, fills our lakes and rivers. It runs outdoor adventures and economic development. But if we're not careful, water runs out. And in the cooler fall months, your yard simply doesn't need as much water. That's why this is one of the best times to make a big difference. Learn more at slowtheflow.org.
Right now at Tim Daly Mazda Southtown, you can get any new 2025 Mazda CX-50 for 0% financing for 60 months. Yes, 0% for 60 months. Or extended to 72 months for only 1.9%. You heard right. As low as 0% for 60 months. It's happening now at Tim Daly Mazda Southtown. APR OAC. Not available with any other offers. See dealer for complete details.
I'm still going for it, even with higher stroke risk from atrial fibrillation, and a regular heartbeat not caused by a heart valve problem. Over a 3-year study, Eliquis apixaban tablets reduced stroke risk better than warfarin, and over 97% of Eliquis patients did not experience a stroke. A first stroke occurred in 2.9% of warfarin patients versus 2.3% of Eliquis patients.
Don't stop prescription Eliquis without asking your doctor. Stroke risk may increase. Eliquis can cause serious and potentially fatal bleeding. Don't take if you have an artificial heart valve, abnormal bleeding, or antiphospholipid syndrome. While taking, you may bruise more easily or bleed longer. A spinal injection increases blood clot risk, which may cause paralysis. Get medical help right away for unexpected bleeding or bruising, or back pain, tingling, numbness, muscle weakness, or incontinence. Aspirin products, NSAIDs, SSRIs, SNRIs, and blood thinners increase bleeding risk. Tell your doctor about planned medical or dental procedures. Learn more at Eliquis.com or call 1-855-ELIQUIS.
Cougar fans, game day isn't just for the players, it's for you. Power every tailgate, every high five, and every play with bucked up energy. Clean energy, bold flavors, zero crash. Whether you're charging the stadium steps or locking in for the post-game show, Bucked Up keeps you laser focused and ready to roar. Find it at 7-Eleven, Maverick, Harmon's, and Dick's Sporting Goods. Visit your local Bucked Up retail store today or go to buckedup.com and use code ZONE to claim 20%. Now go out and get bucked up.
Any Hour Services can help with any size plumbing project around the house. All you have to do is call Any Hour Services or schedule an appointment at anyhourservices.com. Help with plumbing maintenance or plumbing repairs are closer than you think. Call Any Hour Services or visit anyhourservices.com.
UCCU, proud sponsor of Game Night Live. Celebrate 6 Salt Lake Valley UCCU branches. Enter to win a Jeep. UCCU, love where you bank.
This is your Cougars at 30 update. Presented by Kenny J's Barbecue on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
The Cougars at 30 update. Here's Parker Kingston. Happy to be back to full health after his training camp injury.
Obviously, I was frustrated because it happened the first day of fall camp and I wasn't able to practice all fall camp. I started practicing first game week, I guess, game prep. I didn't feel like myself for those first 2 weeks, and having that bye after that second week was huge for me and getting that confidence back. And then the ECU game, I felt like being myself again. And then the Colorado game, I felt like I was back to full stride again.
BYU at 30 brought to you by Kenny J's Barbecue. Kenny J's Catering delivers bold, smoky BBQ, no matter the occasion. Check out the catering menu at kennyjsbbq.com for weddings, work, or any event. kennyjsbbq.com.
Whether it's the Jazz, Utes, Cougars, or Aggies, these guys have got you covered.
Time to eat, fellas.
You're locked on to Jake Scott and Ben Anderson.
1, 2, 3, move it.
On 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
It's Tuesday here on the Jake and Ben Show. That means it's time to talk a little Weber State football. Christian, hit it.
It's time to catch up with the head coach of the Weber State Wildcats, Mickey Mento, presented by Belliston Jewelry on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Coach Mental, not to start off the interview with an apology, but we are very sorry for distracting you from the Tigers-Guardians game at the moment.
You all right?
Well, and they're down 1-0. So we'll see. Well, maybe this will be the rally interview that can get them going right now. But tough game over the weekend, 45-10. You mentioned how good you thought this, that was last week against UC Davis. You mentioned how good UC Davis was, 34-12. What did you end up seeing from that team on film?
A lot of the same, what I saw on film. We just had to execute offensively in the red zone better. We got down there 5 times, only got 1 touchdown. I think if obviously you put it in, you're in the game if you go 5 for 5. So, and then we just got to limit the big plays defensively. But they're a good team, and we just got to be better at all-around aspects.
Your coaches talk a lot about red zone issues like you just did. Is that a hard thing to fix?
I think it's a little bit of you always got to put blame on the coaches, right, or on myself offensively, and are we putting our guys in really good situations to be successful, and then are the guys executing at a high level, winning their one-on-one, because everything for the most part is shrunken down. It's man. You got to win up front, and then you got to win when your number's called on the perimeter.
How quickly do you start preparing for Sacramento State after a game on Saturday? Is it Sunday you've got the film up and going?
Oh, yeah. Yeah, we're already started on Sac State, but we're also doing a lot more self-scout in a bye week, making sure we don't have any tendencies, making sure we're obviously aware of what we're running, more importantly.
Good time for a bye week?
Yeah, we're a little beat up right now. We just got to get healthy, got to get some guys back, and that way we can have a great stretch run after the bye.
How do you balance a little time off with preparation?
I think it's the maturity of your team. How mature are they to handle a couple off days? And obviously, I think every team needs to get away. So now it's, all right, can we handle it at a high level and come back better?
How do you measure that? How do you know, like, far away is too far away versus, hey, I've got to get these guys a little bit of space so they can, move on to the next thing?
I think you need the space. I think it's more about, hey, are we touching base when they're not here, making sure they're doing what they need to do, but also get away from the facility at the same time.
Maybe work on school a little bit too, right? I know we never talk about that, but it's an opportunity to catch up on grades, right?
Yeah, eliminate the noise and chaos and make sure we're obviously focused on the right things.
What have you seen from Sacramento State? Again, I know it's 2 weeks away, but what have you seen from them early?
So they lead the country in TFLs and sacks defensively, and then offensively, they run the football really well.
All right, so break down this Detroit-Cleveland series. You think the Guardians is this going to be easy or what?
No. Conference play, interconference, and then obviously they got Schoolboy who, in the playoffs, if you got a starter that can go out there and set the tone this first game and get a win, it makes their job a lot easier. So we got to find a way to win this first one.
I got to tell you, I hate the new playoff format for Major League Baseball. I guess it's not that new
out
anymore,
on the wild card.
Yeah, it's just who knows? One, best of 3 series. That's like anti-baseball to me.
Right. if you got 2 really good starters, you got shot. But that's playoff baseball.
Hey man, erasing 9.5 games in 14 days is truly the craziest thing I think I've ever seen in sports. 9.5 games in baseball in 14 days.
Yeah, it's about. I mean, baseball's a long season, so hitting your stride at the right mark is just as important as you being really good.
Before we let you go, what do you do on a bye week? Do you give yourself permission to take 10 or 15 to do something fun?
No, we got to win some games here, and obviously I love what I do, so I'm in the office working.
Well, hey, we love having you on the show. It was great to see you in person last week, and good luck. Enjoy the bye week, and good luck next week.
Go Guardians, yeah.
I appreciate y'all. Good to hear from you.
Thanks, Coach. That is Coach Mickey Mental, the head coach at Weber State. And Ben, we mentioned seeing him last week. That's because we were at Belliston Jewelry, that design and manufacture fine jewelry right here in Utah. We saw their whole operation last week, Ben. Discover the new Belliston Love Collection. Exclusive designs you won't find anywhere else. Belliston Jewelry, locally made for you, cherished for generations.
Custom, turn around quickly. It's really cool. Really a really fun spot. If you've never been in Ogden, go check it out.
We saw the computer program.
Yeah, it was really cool.
Yeah, it was really cool. And you could hear, during the show, them working on the jewelry.
Talking to our guy, Joe.
Yeah, it was cool.
Good time.
Yeah, it was cool. So thanks to Coach Mental for jumping on with us. We'll get to more coming up next. We'll get back and probably talk a little jazz. We'll wrap up the show. It's the Jake and Ben Show, 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
It's game week for the Cougars, and the KSL Sports Zone is getting you ready for kickoff. The undefeated Cougars return home to Provo for a Friday night showdown against the Mountaineers of West Virginia. Listen all week long for the best coverage of Cougar football. Then catch the post-game show immediately following the game on KSLSports.com, as well as a complete wrap-up the following day on College Football Saturday beginning at 10 a.m. Your home for the best coverage of BYU football is live on air, online, and on the KSL Sports app. This is 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
The Management Minute is a service of the MBA program in the John M. Huntsman School of Business at Utah State University. I'm Professor Scott Hammond. A website copywriter is doing 3 times more work than she was a year ago because AI programming is helping her with composition, organization, and editing. A data scientist who used to analyze data now checks the AI-generated analysis and helps managers make better decisions. A college professor, okay, it's me, tells AI to create PowerPoint slides for a lecture, and they do it in 45 seconds, and they do a better job than it took him 2 hours to do. AI is changing everything we do in the workplace, and it certainly has disrupted the workplace. There are fewer entry-level jobs, more impersonal communications. AI is making the workplace a more productive and less personal place. Learn more about how to lead a productive workplace without losing the personal connections. Go to UtahStateMBA.com. That's UtahStateMBA.com. I'm Scott Hammond. Hope to see you in one of our classes.
Discover the exceptional value of Bar W Beef, where quality meets convenience. Bar W Beef's dry-aged beef, aged for 14 days, offers rich marbling and tender texture, perfect for grilling, roasting, or pan-searing. Enjoy the rich flavor and generous size. Shipped directly from the ranch to your door. Now hosting one-day pop-up events, go to barwbeef.com to find a pop-up event near you, or stop into the store in Nephi for weekly in-store specials. barwbeef.com. That's barwbeef.com.
These days, many companies have turned to influencers to tout their products or services. But here at John Watson Chevrolet, the only endorsement we need is from our customers. Because of their feedback, we're proud to be Utah's best reviewed Chevy dealer. Visit us today to see why we get reviews like,
"Their sales team is the best. Didn't put on any pressure, just super helpful and fun. They made the process a breeze."
John Watson Chevrolet, your 5-star Chevy dealer. 3535 Wall Avenue, Ogden. Chevrolet. Together, let's drive.
Hey, it's JJ here. I love hearing from listeners that have also had success with Salt Lake City fat loss. I'm here with Blair. Thanks for coming in.
Pleasure to be here.
It's so great to see you. So how much weight have you lost?
I've lost an amazing 52 pounds in just 60 days.
That's incredible. How do you feel?
Oh, I feel great. I have more energy, and the GERD and acid reflux is gone.
Talk about the scale for a minute. Were you surprised at how quickly that number went down?
It was astonishing to me as I'd get on the scale, even in the very beginning when I saw, 2-3 pounds drop off. But I ended up looking forward to getting on the scale to see how much I'd lost in the last day.
Tell me about the biggest benefits that you've seen with Salt Lake City fat loss.
I have much more confidence in myself, lots more energy, much more adventurous walks with my dogs.
Thanks so much for sharing another great success story with Salt Lake City fat loss. Learn the secret of losing up to 1 pound of unhealthy fat per day and start your own success story at slcfatloss.com. That's slcfatloss.com.
Results may vary.
Be advised, this is your opportunity to save up to 40 to 80% on a hot tub or swim spa. This weekend only, Friday through Sunday, Mountain America Expo Center, Sandy. Be advised, this is your opportunity to save up to 40 to 80% on a hot tub or swim spa. This weekend only, Friday through Sunday, Mountain America Expo Center, Sandy. 18-month interest-free financing. Our factories have demanded we sell 1,000 hot tubs and swim spas this weekend. Mountain America Expo Center, Sandy. Huge factory incentives, factory rebates, this weekend only. Mountain America Expo Center, Sandy. We can remove your old hot tub. Free delivery of your new hot tub. Hot tub starting at $2,999. Mountain America Expo Center, Sandy. Free delivery of your new hot tub. Just relax and enjoy. Mountain America Expo Center, Sandy. Friday, 2 p.m. to 8 p.m. Saturday, 10 a.m. to 8 p.m. Sunday, 10 a.m. to 6 p.m. Free admission, free parking, free delivery. Mountain America Expo Center, Sandy. Call 833-SPA-SALE or visit hottubandSwimSpaSale.com.
Fall in love with the best steak you've ever had at Ruth's Chris. Award-winning service, sizzling steaks, appetizers, salads, sides, and dessert. Ruth's Chris, Salt Lake or Hotel Park City. Make reservations right now at ruthschris.com.
The KSL Sports Zone and Hercules Credit Union are highlighting people that impact youth sports. Nominate the youth sports volunteer you know for the Hercules Hero of the Week at KSLSports.com.
3, 2, 1. This is your Utes at 50 update. 58! Presented by Kenny J's Barbecue on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
So Utes at 50 update. Here's Kyle Whittingham on getting a dominant win after last week's loss to Texas Tech.
It feels great. It's just what we needed to clean our pipes out, so to speak. That was the objective all week long, and we spent a lot of time talking about just that. Hey, we need to come back and play our kind of football and play the full 60 minutes and get back on track.
Utes at 50 brought to you by Kenny J's Barbecue. Kenny J's Catering delivers bold, smoky barbecue no matter the occasion. Check out the catering menu at KennyJ'sBBQ.com. That's KennyJ'sBBQ.com for weddings, work, or any event.
What time is it? Your exclusive home of Utah Jazz basketball is right here on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
It's funny, my true feelings on him right now, and this would be to him and to our organization, and most importantly to the fans, is like, he doesn't have to prove us right the first day. I don't want him carrying this weight of he takes the floor and it's like, I got to score 27 points or they're all going to think that No, he's 19. And he's a good player and he's really talented. It's our responsibility to make his life micro right now, not macro, and focus on smaller things.
You're listening to Jake Scott and Ben Anderson on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Two amigos on the airwaves, talking sports. They got it made, Jake's and also loves his tie-dye. Ben's got style with his scarf. Oh my.
Jake and Ben, that was Will Hardy from our interview with him yesterday at Jazz Media Day. Ben, I asked him the question about what Ace Bailey's role was going to be, and I'm glad Christian played that clip because I actually thought it was a non-answer that served a different purpose. I think he's worried about expectations for Ace.
Yeah.
Being too much.
They're going to be high.
And so the fact that he's not going to be a 20-point-a-night guy from day one, I think Will's worried people are going to be, angry or disappointed or something. So he took that. I was asking him, was he going to be the number one offensive option? Yeah. And that may be true. It may not be true. Probably not at the beginning. But he took it as an opportunity to say, hey, he's focused on the day-to-day. He's working on this huge transition. Let's not get carried away.
He said, speaking of Will Hardy, about Ace Bailey, that, at Rutgers, everything ran through Ace, especially when Dylan Harper was out, and Dylan Harper missed quite a few games last year with injury. The number 2 overall pick went to the Spurs. Ace touched the ball a lot, and truthfully, that's probably not what his best skill set is right now. And he thought Ace would really benefit from being off the ball, not having to make a lot of decisions. Not that he can't, but it's just a lot for a 19-year-old to have to do in the NBA. And he said he might get there. Mm-hmm. And so they're not ruling out that is who he could be in the future. But that's not what they're going to ask him to do day one, nor should they. They have other guys on the team capable of making good decisions and setting Ace up to be successful. And that might open up actually things to make Ace's life easier and actually make him a better player.
Unfortunately for Will Hardy, Donovan Mitchell permanently ruined realistic expectations for rookies in Utah for the near future.
Yeah.
Donovan was great basically day one, and that doesn't happen all that often. So I don't think that will happen day one with Ace Bailey. However, I do think Ace Bailey's ceiling is higher than Donovan's.
Totally. He's much taller. He's much bigger. He's much more, maybe not much more athletic,
but Donovan's an all-NBA guy. Mm-hmm. I mean, I'm trying to pay a compliment to Ace as far as potential goes. He could be an all-NBA guy because that's what Donovan's gotten to. But he will not be awesome day one. What Donovan did was somewhat unique.
Extraordinarily. Yeah. And cannot be expected. Again, the number of guys who have averaged 20 points per game, led their team in scoring, and taken them to the playoffs in their rookie season, I think it's Donovan, David Robinson, and Carmelo Anthony.
Yeah.
And Carmelo's not a perfect player, but he's a Hall of Famer. And David Robinson's a Hall of Famer, and Donovan Mitchell is too. It's just not that many guys who have ever done it.
I remember, what's his name? Grayson Allen was drafted the next year, I think. Mm-hmm. And I remember specifically doing a show with Gordon, and Gordon was like, he could totally make an impact. This could be the guy that puts him over the top. And it's like, Gordon, no. He's a rookie. He's never going to be that guy. No rookies are.
Yeah.
But Donovan ruined it for everybody.
He did. And you're going to have to reset some of the expectations continually and recognize that guys do actually get better in the NBA. You don't have to be great from day one.
But his field goal percentage is going to be in the 40s. Probably the low 40s.
Yeah, probably the low 40s, and three-point percentage is probably going to be in the low 30s as well.
Yeah.
Just because it's a major jump. Maybe his life gets easier, and some guys do click, and maybe he shoots better than he did in college because he gets better looks as opposed to the number of difficult shots he chose to take and had to take.
What was Kobe's superpower, if you listen to basketball people? Getting to his spots.
Yeah.
There's been nobody better at getting to the spot where they're effective than Kobe Bryant. I bring that up because Ace has no idea where his spots are.
Right.
No clue.
Right. And actually, if you go back and watch
where
Rutgers,
the defense is going to be, how they're going to adjust, where his shots are coming from, he has no idea.
It's really funny because I bet if you were to look at his shot chart, it would be a mess.
Yeah.
He just shoots everywhere.
Right.
And yes, you look at Kobe, Bryce Sensabaugh brought it up on our show. He said, watch Kevin Durant. He does so little. It's 2 or 3 dribbles, and he gets to his spot, and he's so good at those spots. But he just knows exactly how to get there every time.
Yep.
Those 3 or 4 spots on the floor where he's a killer, he just gets there.
And how to get open when he's there. Now, if you're Kevin Durant, that's extremely easy because you're 7 feet tall. But others, it's a gift. How do you get an open shot where you want it? And that's why Kobe was so good, is he could get an open shot where he wanted it on any possession.
This is another thing Will Hardy said. He didn't say it on our show. He said it when he was standing at the podium, and I'll just read the quote for you. He said, "We've not had a wing with his size and length in this building in a long time. And so I think on that side of the ball, speaking defensively, I think he can use his length to be disruptive defensively and focus on basic team defensive concepts. If he can do that for the first 6 weeks, then we can reestablish what the next set of goals are on the offensive side. It's going to be about making quick decisions, what shots he shoots, and what actions he runs. I do think, again, they will set up some with the ball in his hand. Sometimes he will hijack possessions because that's what he is used to doing.
Yeah.
He was able to do it all throughout high school, and he did it at Rutgers to just grab the ball, hold on, decide to dribble, and see if he can make something with it. And sometimes I think it's going to look good, and I think sometimes it's going to look disastrous. But I do think that's the goal early on.
Well, of course, though, that's going to be the coach's opinion.
Sure.
It's whether or not the player, it's like somebody could tell me, maybe you should start with your chipping and putting and then work from there.
Yeah.
My mentality is,
give me the driver.
Give me that driver.
Yep.
I'm going to knock the crap out of this thing.
Yeah.
So, yeah, of course, that's the coach's take. If Will Hardy's take on it was, no, he's going to come in, cut it loose from day one, and never be expected to play a lick of defense, I would be concerned.
Yes. We're talking 20 shots a game, being protected on the other side
From
of the ball.
wherever on the floor.
Yeah.
Jimmer level expectations on defense.
Yeah.
Yeah, that would be concerning if that were the coach's message.
And
so
look,
the coach saying, yeah, we're going to concentrate on defense first. Not a shock, and probably a pretty good thing.
And I think you will see some showy, and I don't mean they're inauthentic, but I think you will see some instances of Will Hardy snapping at Ace and purposely giving him a very quick hook.
Yeah.
A very short leash at certain times this year just to slap him on the wrist in the sense of saying, we're not letting you get away with it, even though your leash truly is so long within this organization right now. So they're going to have to perform a little bit of that.
Can I switch gears real quick before we get out of here?
Mm-hmm.
So you and I have a long-running offensive or off-air conversation about media people, and I'm going to say radio people in general, and just what sick, egotistical humans that they actually are. Ourselves included, of course. Yeah. Two stories involving one media person. All right, so bear with me.
Okay.
But did you see yesterday who's now rumored to be the latest Senate candidate in Alabama?
Who is it?
Your guy, Paul Feinbaum.
Okay.
Who now has basically said he's considering a run for Senate.
Okay.
And he's used some examples of why he's considering it. The response to the Charlie Kirk thing, and there's the not really the point.
Sure.
The point is that a sick sports radio person sees issues in this country and thinks this. You know what the solution is? Me. You know what will solve?
I'm going to do what's best for this program. I'm sticking around.
I'm going to solve the problems in this country. You know what the problems in this country call for? Paul Feinbaum, sports radio idiot. Then today, did you see this? Todd McShay, do you remember Todd McShay? He was an NFL draft analyst for ESPN. He's now no longer with ESPN. You know who I'm talking about? Never trust an NFL draft analyst. Those people are naturally dishonest. But in this case, I found it interesting. So he used to work at ESPN with Feinbaum. Now, this has nothing to do with his political whatever. It has to do with Feinbaum's hot takes on your guy, Kalen DeBoer, and Alabama. Because apparently Feinbaum, which I do not consume his content, but apparently he's been clowning DeBoer pretty good. So after Alabama beat Georgia, here's what McShay had to say. Quote, "It's really good to see this for DeBoer, because it feels like if Alabama had lost this game after losing to Florida State and Florida State just lost to Virginia, that place is vicious. Watch that trash Paul Feinbaum to see how vicious. It's just not good. It's just not good humanity. Get my little shot in at Paul, one of the all-time cowards."
Wow.
And then actually went
you don't
on
see
to
a lot of media members go at each other like that.
Went
That's
on
pretty full-throated.
to send out a cryptic tweet, Ben, saying, "Next week I can let it all unleash. We'll explain why later," unquote.
Wow.
We got to get these two to meet up at a Starbucks. You remember that?
Yeah, what was that?
Jordan Schultz and Ian Rappaport, I think, at the Combine.
They were gonna. That's right. They were gonna fight at the Combine.
At the Starbucks.
No. Okay, so here's my diagnosis and where these two stories converge. There's no way Paul Feinbaum isn't just a nightmare behind the scenes, right? Just an absolute egotistical nightmare behind the scenes. And McShay probably doesn't hate that there's little comeuppance there. But imagine being so full of yourself that you think what this country needs is me, sports radio bozo. Not me lawyer, not me politician, not me, even with a medical background. You know what I mean?
Right.
Me, radio bozo, is going to fix this country.
This political assassination can only call for one thing, and that's me.
And that's me!
That's me gaining more power. Me using this to plant my flag, to put power in my back pocket. Good job, Paul Feinbaum. You know what? You're right. That is healing the planet.
That is it.
That is what we were. I didn't know that's what I needed, but that was the prescription. That was it.
Uh-huh.
Really appreciate that, Paul.
Right.
It's like a Stephen A. being like, I'm not ruling out running for president. It's like,
no,
will you please, though? Will you please?
You could throw him into the same exact category.
Absolutely. Will you please rule it out?
Guy, your lane is sports media.
The Rock.
That's
will you
your
rule
lane.
out running for president, actually? Oprah, will you rule it out, please?
Well, Oprah's going to run for governor of Hawaii. She's very popular in that state, I hear.
Strict districting.
Very popular in that state.
She could be the first person who ever gerrymanders just her house.
You know, this country is truly broken. You know what's going to fix it? There's only one thing.
Paul Feinbaum.
Paul Feinbaum. This guy right here. I'm fixing all the problems in our country. Get on board.
Who at the station is most likely to run for Senate?
Hans Olsen.
No, I don't think it is Hans. No.
I'm going to say Hans Olsen. Because Hans could win.
Well, Hans is very popular.
On remote, and people show up for Hans Olsen. And that's, by the way, why somebody texts Paul Feinbaum is like, you seem to really get a lot of reaction.
I don't think Hans would want to do the job.
I agree with you. But I think there are...
And I don't think
Ben's hot political takes. There are puppets occasionally that get set up to be supported and be a face.
Now, listen, and I'm not telling you that Hans isn't involved. I just don't think he's that self-involved.
Okay.
That, delusional.
Okay.
Does that make any sense?
Yeah.
See, this would be
but Arnold won, and Arnold and Hans are peas in the same pot.
This would be like if you were sitting on an airplane, Ben, and they announced, we're having mechanical issues, and you stood up and say, let me have at those.
Let me take a look, pilot.
Let me
pilot.
Let me get under the hood. Sir, are you qualified for any of that or have any sort of history whatsoever in any of that?
I host a sports radio show, pal. I think I do.
I know everything.
I think I do. Yeah, man.
Let me at it.
What's that light?
Hand me a wrench.
What is that blinking?
Hand me a wrench and some ball bearings and let me at that thing.
Listen, buddy boy. Yeah, I think I know what's going on here.
It's all ball bearings these days.
Yeah.
Christian, that's a reference from Fletch, a movie starring Chevy Chase from what, Ben, 88?
Is it that late even?
Is it earlier than that?
Yeah.
Have you seen Fletch?
I have not, no.
Put it on the Underhills bill, man. I made that joke a couple of weeks ago, and I got dead stares.
85.
You should watch that one, Christian. It's quite funny.
He's rocking the Magic jersey?
Yeah. Oh, he's a big Laker fan in that movie.
Yeah, it's his thing.
All right, Hans and Scotty G coming up next. Stay tuned.
Thanks, Christian.
The next senator from the state of Utah, Hans Olsen, alongside Scotty G.
But Scotty's the puppet master.
Oh,
Scotty's the one pulling the strings.
He'd be chief of staff.
Yep.
97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Hockey fans, let your voice be heard with the Utah Mammoth Fan Forum. Visit the Utah Mammoth page on KSLSports.com to connect with the team, other fans, and our KSL Sports insiders. Start chatting today in the Utah Mammoth Fan Forum on KSLSports.com. Get the latest Utah sports headlines delivered to your inbox with the KSL Sports Newsletter from the Jazz, Utah Hockey Club, BYU, Utah, Real Salt Lake, and more. Be in the know of all things sports in the state of Utah. Visit KSLSports.com to sign up for the KSL Sports Newsletter.
Hey, Benjamin, we've got a surprise for you.
What? You have a brother. $100 bill just like you.
Hey, I'm Ben.
What? We just got him for joining America First Credit Union and opening a new checking account.
And you're going to live together at America First.
What? This is nice.
For a limited time, new members get a $100 cash bonus when they open a checking account or $50 when they open a youth checking account. So head to AmericaFirst.com and get your money working today. Membership eligibility, terms, and conditions apply. Federally insured by NCUA.
Ticket packages for the Utah Mammoth 2025-26 season are available now. From full season and half-season packages to mini plans and other flexible options, choose the ticket package that fits you best and be part of the action all season long. Call or text 801-325-PUCK to talk with a rep or visit nhl.com/Utah/tickets/season tickets to learn more.
I am dedicated. I am TNT.
With Team in Training, you will reach your best physical self so blood cancer patients can reach theirs. Change your life by joining a marathon, half marathon, triathlon, or a cycle event, and you'll change the lives of blood cancer patients.
I am committed. I am TNT.
After 600,000 participants and almost $1 billion raised for treatments, TNT has helped the Leukemia and Lymphoma Society make a significant impact in the advancement of blood cancer therapies that save lives every day.
I am making a difference. I am TNT.
Join TNT. Expand your circle of friends to be part of a very special community. Train with world-class trainers and have the chance to be part of the most exciting endurance sports events in the country. Or train on your own schedule with TNT Flex. Join TNT and fundraise while you train and take part in getting us all closer to a world without blood cancers.
Join TNT now. Go to teamintraining.org.
You worked hard for your 401k, but if you've left your job, your money might be sitting in the wrong hands. I'm Jeff Jr. with Trajan Wealth, and it's very possible that the 401k that you have had for years has hidden fees and limited investment choices. But if you're no longer with the company, that 401k may be at the mercy of your former employer. All of these things could be costing you thousands. Rolling over your 401k into an IRA can provide better investment options that align with your long-term goals. At Trajan Wealth, we're fiduciary advisors that are held to a higher standard with no hidden agenda and no hidden fees. Don't let your retirement dollars sit in an old plan, and don't roll it over to your new plan without consulting Trajan Wealth first. Call Trajan today at 801-899-7600. That's 801-899-7600.
Advisory services are offered through Trajan Wealth, LLC, an SEC-registered investment advisor.
I'm still going for it, even with higher stroke risk from atrial fibrillation, an irregular heartbeat not caused by a heart valve problem. Over a 3-year study, Eliquis apixaban tablets reduced stroke risk better than warfarin, and over 97% of Eliquis patients did not experience a stroke. A first stroke occurred in 2.9% of warfarin patients versus 2.3% of Eliquis patients.
Don't stop prescription Eliquis without asking your doctor. Stroke risk may increase. Eliquis can cause serious and potentially fatal bleeding. Don't take if you have an artificial heart valve, abnormal bleeding, or antiphospholipid syndrome. While taking, you may bruise more easily or bleed longer. A spinal injection increases blood clot risk, which may cause paralysis. Get medical help right away for unexpected bleeding or bruising, or back pain, tingling, numbness, muscle weakness, or incontinence. Aspirin products, NSAIDs, SSRIs, SNRIs, and blood thinners increase bleeding risk. Tell your doctor about planned medical or dental procedures. Learn more at Eliquis.com or call 1-855-ELIQUIS.
Broadcasting from the Mountain Home Services Studio, this is 97.5 KZNS FM Colville, 1280 KZNS AM Salt Lake City, and 102.7 KSL FM HD2 Salt Lake City Midvale. This is 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. The noon hour is here. Check it out. And you're locked on to Utah's highest rated, most listened to sports radio station.
It's my station. It's my station.
This is Hans Olsen and Scotty G on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
This crew, absolutely not. So I brought Hans in a drink yesterday.
Yeah.
And
very generous.
It was
an expensive drink.
It was an energy drink, and
Very
you'd already
expensive.
knocked back one.
Yeah.
And you're like, you know what? I'm going to save it for tomorrow.
Yeah.
And we have a fridge here in studio. And you said, I'm going to leave it in here for tomorrow. I'm like, there's no way that's going to make it to tomorrow, because that means we have 1, 2, 3 shows that would come through here and producers that will steal it. I just fully believe somebody would steal that. And lo and behold, looking in there, it's still there.
And I'm happy to see that our studio is still full of people with integrity.
See, and that's what I thought there was integrity, and I'm glad to be right. I'm glad.
I just don't think it was the right kind. Had it just been like a Coke Zero, that sucker would have been gone.
Oh yeah, gone for sure. Gone for sure. Scotty, how you doing, buddy?
I'm doing great. How about you?
Well, I'm doing really good, and a couple of different things. Number one, did some Utah film stuff this morning and went over the Utah-West Virginia game. I'm excited to get into that because I think that was a bit of a redemption. I know West Virginia is not real good, but Utah had some really good moments in that game, and I want to talk about that. But I wanted to mention this to you. I went through Utah State's numbers because Utah's on a bye week, Utah State's on a bye week, so I went through Utah State's numbers. They do some things really well, and then they got to fix some things.
Third down.
They got to fix their third down offense.
And red zone touchdowns.
They got to fix their red zone touchdowns, and they got to fix their red zone defense.
Yes. Have they even forced an empty possession in the red zone this year?
They have not.
Yeah.
And out of 19 attempts, they've given up 15 touchdowns.
Touchdowns, yeah.
So they're giving up 79% touchdown rate. And then, as we know, their offensive line, they got to figure some things out.
Yeah.
Their offensive line has given up 35 TFLs.
Yeah.
They are in the They're one of the bottom 5 in the country in giving up TFLs, and they've given up 19 sacks. I think are we at 130?
19
times. Are we at 136 teams now, FBS?
Somewhere in that range, yeah. Upper 130s.
Because they're 134 in sacks allowed.
Wow.
So they got to figure that out. Defense needs to get a little bit better. Number 115 in the country, giving up 413 yards a game.
Yeah.
But they did play 2 high-octane offenses in Texas A&M and Vanderbilt. So, some of the early numbers that I put together.
And Air Force, which is always going to get a bunch of yards.
And Air Force, it's going to get a bunch of rushing yards. And their rushing defense is 122, giving up 187 yards. But then I look at things that, when you play Vanderbilt and Texas A&M, I look at things and I'm like, okay, red zone offense, efficient. The red zone offense, what you get in the red zone, you're scoring touchdowns.
Yeah, they do a tremendous job there.
You're getting sacks. This is a team that will dial up sacks and can dial up pressures. They're decent on turnovers. They've had 6. They've forced 6. They've only given 4.
Okay, so they're +2.
So they're +2, which still puts them in the upper half of the country. So they've forced 6. They've given up 4. So they're +2 on the year. Scoring offense is good, 36.4 points per game.
Yeah, and they played some really good defenses.
Some really good defenses. So I'm looking at Utah State like, I think these are Mountain West Conference contenders. They're self-scouting. I'm sure they're self-scouting.
Yeah.
And they're saying,
yeah.
They're saying, okay, what's our problem and what can we do about it? Because sometimes there's just nothing you can do about it.
Well, there's one big issue that hopefully helps out, and Bronco told us this yesterday, where he anticipates, and if I'm putting words in his mouth, let me know, but he says there's a good chance when they go to Hawaii, their offensive line will be as healthy as it's been all year.
He did say that, yeah. That was yesterday. He did say that.
So he believes Eichhorn will be back and Trey Anderson will be back. And when you bring back your starting right tackle and your starting left tackle,
that's going to help.
Yeah.
That's going to help. And a shout out to Trey and Jake. I know them both.
Yeah, I know
very, very well.
Those tackles are near and dear to your heart.
Very much. I love both those guys. And just get yourself better and let's go make a run on this Mount West.
It's certainly feasible. I mean, you look at Vanderbilt had only given up. I think they gave up 20 to 20 to Virginia Tech. They only gave up 7 to South Carolina. Utah State had 21 at halftime.
Yes.
And ended up with 35 for the game. So, I mean, I think there's some things you can take away offensively as long as Bryson Barnes stays upright, and that's going to be a big question as to what his status will be going in, but I think it's a great time for a bye week. Then if he's back and healthy, then there's no reason why this team can't make a run in the Mountain West.
I know we haven't probably said this very much. You haven't heard these two teams or this statement on sports radio here in the state of Utah very often, but I actually think this Utah State-Hawaii game coming up in 2 weeks, not this Saturday, but the following Saturday, I actually think that this is a massive game.
It is.
For Mountain West Conference implications.
Yep.
Because Hawaii's got a crazy good quarterback. That is a really tough place to go play. And if Utah State can come out of there with a win, that's something that Stanford and many other teams couldn't do. So, and remember, Hawaii sits 1-1 right now in conference. The only undefeateds in conference are Fresno, Boise, and Utah State. So far, there's quite a few that have not played a conference game.
Wow.
UNLV, New Mexico, San Diego, Wyoming, Colorado, Nevada, San Jose, Air Force. Let's see, no, Air Force is 0-3. So,
yeah.
So you've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 teams that have not played a conference game yet. And then you've only got 5 teams that have. And it seems like everybody in the conference has already played Air Force.
Yeah.
And beat them.
And put it on them, too.
Yeah. But I think this conference is way up in the air, and I think Utah State and Hawaii are going to – I think it's going to be a great showdown.
I'm going to hopefully get a good friend of ours, Timmy Ching, on next week on the show.
That'd be great.
Timmy is as good of a human being as there is on the planet. He is the head coach, former quarterback that set all kinds of records there at Hawaii, and is now back as the head coach. And look, he took over that program when it was in a really, really bad spot. And I think Craig Angelos hit it out of the park when he hired him and then gave him some resources and now has let him cook a little bit. And I think that they've got a chance to be really good. So should be fun. I'm fired up to. And look, spending a couple days on the islands never hurts, at least from my perspective.
I always wondered why, like, a kid that was being recruited wouldn't just go to Hawaii.
Yeah.
And after kind of going through the recruiting process a little bit, I think kids get a pushback on parents a lot because the parents are like, I'll probably fly out and see one game.
Yeah.
Maybe 2 games a year. It's expensive. It's very expensive. It's time consuming. It's a tough flight. And then, I've been to Hawaii twice. And I like Hawaii. Actually, I've been to Hawaii 3 times. I like Hawaii, but it's confining.
Oh, yeah. Especially there.
Yeah, it's confining. So I used to think, how does Hawaii not just retain the best talent from Hawaii, which there's really good talent that comes off that island, seems to really flood into the mainland. But I can kind of understand it to an extent after going through it. It's like there's too many cons. Plus, right now, you try to recruit to a stadium that doesn't exist.
Yep, and won't for another couple of years.
You're trying to recruit to a program that wins, but it hasn't. So, but you're like, but it will. If you come and play here, it will. We'll start winning. But it's tough, man. It's tough to turn the tides. But right now, Timmy Chang's got it in a place where at least it's respectable. Beating Stanford on the Rock, beating Air Force on the Rock.
Actually, in Colorado Springs.
Oh, that was...
Yeah, they beat Air Force at Air Force.
That was at Air Force.
Yeah.
Oh, okay. That's even more impressive.
Yeah.
That they're able to get the win there. But I think that Utah State-Hawaii game is going to be really good. I look at things, Scotty, and I'm always like, can you fix it? Like, for instance, BYU they're playing great football. And they do so many good things. But they're one of the worst in the country in passing yards. Now, most of that is out of necessity. Most of that is out of game plan. That's Aaron Roderick saying, we don't need it. We'll win without it. But the question is it there in case you do? For instance, Colorado got up on BYU 14-0. If you go through the half 14-0, Colorado comes out, puts one on you, and you're now 21-0 with 10 minutes left in the third quarter. You and I both know, Scotty, that 184 yards passing and the 105th best passing offense in the country, there's question marks of, can you claw your way out? Because there very well may be a game at Iowa State, at Texas Tech, Utah at home, where the run is just stopped up. Utah's rushing defense right now is number 13 in the country. No, Utah's rushing defense, actually, I wonder if I've got that right. Their rushing offense is 13th in the country at 243 yards. Their rushing defense is number 68 at 141. When's the last time Utah's given up that many yards? Utah's rushing offense is number 68 at 141. I don't know if you can double check that, Scotty. I might have. Their passing defense is number 19, only giving up 159 yards a game. But what I've got here is their rushing defense is number 68. But the point I'm trying to make is
the number is 140, and I'll see what that is nationally.
The number is 140, then it would be bottom half.
68.
Number 68.
Yep. And BYU is 8th.
Yeah.
76 yards a game.
Obviously, we'd have to take a look at opponents and opponent rushing. But the point I'm making is whether it's Utah and Utah bows up in the run defense or whoever they're playing, and you have to be able to hit some downfield. Can BYU do it? Can Bear Bachmeier do it? You know, when I'm self-scouting BYU football, And I'm looking at, okay, where are the areas? One of the areas is downfield.
Mm-hmm.
Bear Bachmeier uncorked a 35, 40-yard bomb through the air to his brother Tiger Bachmeier. And Tiger went airborne to catch this thing, actually caught it, but had the defender in his chest. And he was probably, by the time he got almost vertical in the air, he's probably 4 feet in the air and comes down back first and with the defender on his chest. And he still had the ball. And as the defender hits and he bounces off the ground really hard, the ball pops out. But there was a second there where it was like, oh, that was the downfield bomb that you're looking for. So I have people ask me, well, is he capable? Is this going to come along? I believe it will. I believe eventually it will. I believe off play action looks. They're not doing anything in 3- and 5-step traditional.
Well, yeah,
throws,
and that's what I was going to say. Everything is generated off the fact that they can run the football.
Right.
And so whether it's RPO or whether it's play action, because everybody's so scared of LJ Martin and their ability to run the football that it's really allowed him to get those shots down the field, whether it's those deep crossers to Jace Roberts or whatever the case might be. And so if it's like, nope, we're taking all that away and we're leading by 17 points midway through the third quarter, and it's like, oh, crap, we got to throw.
Yeah.
And it is those 3, 5, 7-step drops.
And you wonder.
Yeah, you wonder.
I mean, there's a question mark.
Yeah.
And
hopefully they never need to. Hopefully the running game's always going.
But here's the problem. Iowa State, Texas Tech, and Utah.
Yeah.
That's the gauntlet. That's death row right there. Utah, Iowa State, Texas Tech. And one of those three, if not all of those three, are going to make the run game very difficult for you. And it's like, okay, then how does the pass come along? I'm not saying he can't. I'm actually saying I've seen enough where he hits a ball into the pocket where it's 18 to 22 yards through the air, whether it's to Carson Ryan or Kingston. There was a nice deep post to Chase Roberts in that game against Colorado. I've seen enough where I'm like, I think he can do it. I think he can do it. Now, I have not seen him hit the go route. And I know the go route it's something that everybody wants to see and needs to see, where you're just running a full-on streak. You get over the top of a corner. You got a safety that sits shallow. Maybe you're running it into a cover zero. You get a nice blocked pocket, and you launch it. I just haven't seen that yet, the touch launch. But I'm not saying that doesn't exist either, because it's possible that it does. But it is going to be tested at some point.
Mm-hmm.
Somebody's going to go and see if they can stop up the run and force Bear Bachmeier into passing only. And part of me says he can do it if they do.
Like, I don't want it to come to that, but I do want to see if he can do it. Like, I would love to see BYU be able, and Aaron Roderick, to have the full complement of his offense and run play action and really protect Bear Bachmeier in that regard. But also because that means that BYU's winning games and playing well, and it's good for business when BYU wins games. But part of me also wants to see what happens when that run gets stopped up. And you're right. There's a good chance in this next stretch of games somebody's going to do it. And it's going to be like, all right, Bear, beat us.
Yeah, there's going to come that time. So to that point, wanting to see it, I wanted to see how this offense would respond when they were down.
Mm-hmm.
And you're down 14-0 with a couple minutes left in the first quarter. And I'm sitting in the booth thinking, okay, that's the question mark. You're down 14-0. And in the back of my mind, I'm like, can a true freshman, like if Colorado just keeps any type of pace, then they would end up with anywhere from 24 to 28 points if they kept any kind of pace. And in my mind, I'm thinking, can you now score 28? If that's the number, can you do it? Can this true freshman do it? Because they got stopped up on their first possession, and they had a stop on fourth down, a turnover on downs, and I'm thinking, I don't know. And then all of a sudden, Aaron Roderick starts coming up with these play action looks, these flips, these tornado reverses, and these things start cranking. And then you're still getting those chip shots with LJ.
Mm-hmm.
And then every once in a while, Bear Bachmeier would put one on a quick slant, or he'd put one on a deep slant. But then it felt like 30% of the time, Bear Bachmeier's keeping the football and running.
Yeah.
He ran 15 times. I don't think I want him running 15 times.
And I would say how many of those, and just off the top of your head, just guessing, how many of those were design runs where the play called for him to run the ball?
12.
Okay. Yeah, I was thinking 10 to 11, yeah. So a little bit. But there's a good chunk where it's nope. All right, I'm going.
Yeah, I think every one of his runs had an option to give. Most of them had an option to give, pull, and throw. But he chose to not give, not throw, but run. So that tells me where his confidence is. Mm-hmm. His confidence is in himself. His confidence is in his feet. And he'd rather say, I'm going to go get a sure 4 because I know I'll power through 4. I'm going to go get a sure 4. I'm not going to risk an incompletion. And the DNs stayed wide to take on LJ Martin. And I know I can go get 4. And I think he did that. That was often. I would say 12, 10 or 12.
I just think you're looking at a guy that I know Lloyd brought it up in the Sunday morning podcast, but honestly, there's a little bit of a Tim Tebow vibe to him. Now, look, I'm not saying he's going to have the career that Tim Tebow had. I'm not comparing them because Tim Tebow, when you look at what he was able to accomplish, is one of the most decorated college football players of our generation, of our time. And so people always confuse the NFL Tim Tebow with college. Forget about the NFL. College, he was elite. But there is that element of where he needs to get that yard. He's going to get that yard. And he will put his nose in, and he'll take some abuse, but he'll also deliver some abuse too.
I do want to see that arm component.
I do too.
But I also don't want to take away the fact that we have seen it a few times.
Yes.
He has shown the ability to throw. And he has not thrown a pick yet. That's another crazy thing.
Yeah.
Not a ton of attempts, but he has not thrown a pick yet. So you're seeing some consistency, but this Utah-West Virginia film, we'll jump into some of this stuff. I want to get some of your thoughts on West Virginia.
Yeah, we'll get to that starting lineup coming up next. Hans and Scotty, 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. Good friend of ours, and he should be a good friend of yours, Bailey from Mint Medical, kind enough to join us. Bailey, how you doing?
Hey, Bailey.
Good to see you both again.
Yeah, good to have you back.
You know what? There's a lot of people out there that are referring to you as a good friend because you've helped them out. And Mint Medical have got things cooking once again in the bedroom, and if you have any issues, now's the time to step up and get it taken care of.
Yeah, it's so rewarding to see some of these patients and their spouses kind of reignite their love life and their relationship. So that's rewarding for us to see that.
801-804-8000. That's the number to call. And if you're dealing with that, if you're dealing with ED, or if you're dealing with failure and you're tired of it, there's no reason to just sit there and stew and say that part of my life's over.
That's right.
Bailey, you can take the phone call and you'll give them all the insight and all the direction to get back in the saddle.
That's right. We do that free consultation where we'll give them a blood flow analysis. We'll give them that free exam so that they can find out what's going on. And then we do have the solution. The acoustic wave therapy does fix that. There's been 60 clinical trials that show that it can treat it and fix that. And we treat the root cause, not just, giving you a pill or something like that that's a Band-Aid. I mean, this really does treat it and get you back to mint condition, as we say.
Yeah, this isn't the blue pill. This isn't an injection. This isn't surgery. This is a process that is painless and will be done in a matter of weeks and get you back to where you used to be.
Yeah, just a few short treatments, like you said, a few weeks, and you're back functioning in the areas that you'd like to, and just restoring your confidence. And a lot of our patients, what they really love is, they're really kind of hopeless, and they think, well, this is just the way it's going to be, as you said, Hans, and it's not the way it has to be. You can fix it.
There's so many other things that you can approach too, because there's a lot of issues that lead to ED, or ED is a side effect of diabetes, obesity, hormone issues, and you can address all of those. And people are looking for a guy, like a GLP-1 guy. I need a guy.
Right.
And you guys are offering essentially so much great product at a ridiculously low price. You're going to match and beat anybody's price out there.
Yeah, if you're taking any GLP-1s, just feel free to call us and tell us what you're paying, and we'll not only match that, but we'll beat it. And that is, you're right, it's connected to ED. So if we can address all three areas of that, which is let's get your hormones balanced, let's get your ED under control with the acoustic wave therapy, and the GLP-1s, those are a great miracle fix that also helps the ED side.
And are we still doing it?
We're still doing it.
Yes.
Very good.
We're going to Hawaii, folks.
Right.
You become a patient at Mint Medical, you're on your way to Hawaii.
That's right. 5 nights, luxury resort in Hawaii, and that's part of it. As an incentive to help people to make the decision, make the choice to, let me get this taken care of. It's not going to get better, so we want to have a big incentive, and Hawaii's a pretty good one.
Romantic getaway.
There you go. 801-804-8000. That's 801-804-8000. Mint Medical. Get back in mint conditions. Bailey's going to be joining us throughout the show. So many great opportunities for you to get right. 801-804-8000. Hands, an update on the chance from Colorado. The Big 12 has weighed in, and they are not happy. We'll tell you the details on that coming up next. 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
It's game week for the Cougars, and the KSL Sports Zone is getting you ready for kickoff. The undefeated Cougars return home to Provo for a Friday night showdown against the Mountaineers of West Virginia. Listen all week long for the best coverage of Cougar football. Then catch the post-game show immediately following the game on KSLSports.com, as well as a complete wrap-up the following day on College Football Saturday beginning at 10 a.m. Your home for the best coverage of BYU football is live on air, online, and on the KSL Sports app. This is 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Attention high schoolers, are you ready to power up your future? The Hercules Scholarship Competition is officially open now through November 1st. You can win up to $2,000 towards your tuition. It's simple. Fill out the application, answer one essay question, submit before November 1st. Don't miss your chance to invest in your future. Apply today at HerculesCU.com for your Hercules Scholarship and make your education unstoppable. Hercules First Federal Credit Union, growing stronger together.
If you've ever had to deal with a plumbing problem, you may have felt the pain of realizing you don't know any plumbers. Whether you're trying to stop a leaky faucet, fix a running toilet, replace your old water softener, or install a tankless water heater, the plumbers at Any Hour Services can help. All you have to do is call Any Hour Services or schedule an appointment at anyhourservices.com. Help with plumbing maintenance and repairs is closer than you think. Call Any Hour Services or schedule an appointment at anyhourservices.com. No one helps more homeowners than Any Hour Services.
Be advised, this is your opportunity to save up to 40 to 80% on a hot tub or swim spa. This weekend only, Friday through Sunday, Mountain America Expo Center, Sandy. Be advised, this is your opportunity to save up to 40 to 80% on a hot tub or swim spa. This weekend only, Friday through Sunday, Mountain America Expo Center, Sandy. 18-month interest-free financing. Our factories have demanded we sell 1,000 hot tubs and swim spas this weekend. Mountain America Expo Center, Sandy. Huge factory incentives, factory rebates, this weekend only. Mountain America Expo Center, Sandy. We can remove your old hot tub. Free delivery of your new hot tub. Hot tub starting at $2,999. Mountain America Expo Center, Sandy. Free delivery of your new hot tub. Just relax and enjoy. Mountain America Expo Center, Sandy. Friday, 2 p.m. to 8 p.m. Saturday, 10 a.m. to 8 p.m. Sunday, 10 a.m. to 6 p.m. Free admission, free parking, free delivery. Mountain America Expo Center, Sandy. Call 833-SPA-SALE or visit hottubandSwimSpaSale.com.
Hey, JJ and Alex here. You've heard us talking about Beehive meals before. We have 7 kids. We have dinner needs every night, JJ, and I'm telling you, Beehive Meals has come through so clutch for us. Over the past year, it's changed our entire routine, and I've just loved the convenience of being able to have Beehive Meals when we get home.
Yeah, if you're like me and my wife work. We've got 4 kids. They're in school, they're in dance, they've got all kinds of activities, sports. It's so nice to not have to go out and spend a bunch of money on fast food, eat garbage, Instead, we can come home to a nice home-cooked meal waiting for us in the slow cooker. Beehive Meals is a game changer for you.
Beehive Meals, Utah-based meal prep service. You know these folks. They have been doing this for a while now, and they just revolutionized how to be able to make that dinner time so much more simple for you. Let me give you even more incentive to be able to do it. All you have to do is type in the promo code THEZONE at beehivemeals.com. That's THEZONE. Just tell them that JJ and Alex sent you, and you're going to get that discount, and you're going to love it, just like we have. Just go to beehivemeals.com.
Hey, this is Chris with JCW's. Are your kids picky eaters? Bring them in and try our chicken fingers or a grilled cheese sandwich. They'll be smiling big in no time. JCW's, quality and a lot of it.
This is your Cougars at 30 update. Presented by Kenny J's Barbecue on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
It is your Cougars at 30 update right here on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. How about this, Hans? Shehan Jayaraja and others are reporting that the Big 12 has issued a public reprimand and a $50,000 fine to the University of Colorado for the anti-LDS chants during their loss to BYU at Folsom Field. University of Colorado has already issued an apology for the chants over the weekend, but the Big 12 said, not enough. You're going to be $50,000 lighter. That's your Cougars at 30 update, all brought to you by our good friends at Kenny J's Barbecue. Go to kennyjbbq.com, check out their catering menu, and check out their restaurant. Beautiful facility in the district in South Jordan.
Nobody gets you ready for Utah football more than the KSL Sports Zone.
Ready?
It's a bye week for Utah as Kyle Whittingham gets his squad ready for the second half of the season. Your home for the best coverage of Utah football is right here on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. This is Hans Olsen and Scotty G. Presented by Mountain Land Supply on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Hans and Scotty, 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. Hope you're all having a tremendous day. And yes, BYU and Colorado, the anti-Mormon chants, have been met with a $50,000 fine, courtesy of the Big 12. Brett Yormark released a statement, said hateful and discriminatory language has no home in the Big 12 Conference. While we appreciate Colorado apologizing for the chants that occurred in the stands during Saturday's game, the Big 12 maintains zero tolerance for such behavior. Colorado will receive a $50,000 fine in accordance with our conference policies.
Okay, question, Scotty. If it was just FU BYU, would they have still got fined? Or is this for the
The Mormons.
The Mormons.
I think, I think it's mostly for the latter, but I also think it's somebody on Twitter, and I apologize, I should give credit. Somebody went through the apologies people have had to send over the last 4 years, and there's been like 5 or 6 of them. And you've been there for most of them. And it seems like it's picking up steam. Mm-hmm. And I know you dealt with it back in the day as a student and as a player, but in this day and age, that stuff's got to stop.
Yeah.
Like, it just does. And the fact that it seems to be gaining traction wherever BYU goes, I think that the Big 12's like, okay, you know what? Yes, it is letter of the law. We're going to fine you, but we also need to make a statement to everybody else in the conference. Like, you got to get control of your students. We know students are going to do dumb things, but if they do, just know we're going to come down on you. And you're going to feel the pain. And if this happens again, guess what? The number at Colorado, guess what? It's going to be 100,000 after that. And we'll just keep going up until you can figure out a way to get your students under control. And that's a message not only to Colorado, but the rest of the Big 12.
This is interesting to me. I mean, it's a precedence and it's a step. I would have liked it to specify. Now, it's saying anything hateful, or what is the specific
maintains
verbiage?
Zero tolerance for, let's see here, hateful and discriminatory language.
Okay, but then that's FBYU. That's F Utah. That's F ASU. It's right.
I would think so. Yeah. I guess it's what's your definition of hateful and discriminatory? I mean, is it, when the refs make a bad call and all of a sudden you hear the chants coming from the student section.
Bull beep.
Yeah, bull beep. Is that hateful or discriminatory?
It seems.
So, I mean, we've let that go on forever and nobody's done anything.
See, I think that this needs to be more specific.
Yeah, I think it needs to be targeted. Look, it's religion.
Yes.
Race.
Yes.
Sexual orientation. Like there's the big ones that you cannot cross that line.
Yeah. So either, look, this is pointed towards religion, or we will not put up with the F word being chanted, or whatever it is, specify it. Because you're not going to change Colorado. It's like when I talked to the security guard and I'm like, does it always smell like weed? Like, how come nobody does anything about it? And he said, what are they going to do? Kick out 17,000 people? Because the whole bowl smells like weed.
Yeah.
So why doesn't the Big 12 Conference step up and say, hey, look, if we're trying to clean things up, let's clean up the weed problem that we've got, the public weed problem that we've got in that bowl. They're not doing anything about that.
Nope.
I mean, I understand that weed use or whatever is legal in Colorado, but from what I understand, it's not legal publicly. So it's like, well, what are you trying to do, Big 12? You're just going to extend kind of a vague $50,000 fine and a vague response to what Colorado did? Let's specify it. If you get specific on a religion and it's hateful verbiage towards a religion, we're coming at you. We're not going to allow that. And you're right. We used to deal with it. BYU players have always dealt with it. They dealt with it before me. They've dealt with it after me. And I dealt with it. But I dealt with it in a time where, you'd laugh it off and nobody would drive a truck into a church building and light it on fire.
Yeah. And by the way, I'm not laughing at the situation. I'm laughing at the absurdity of the world we live in.
The difference of times.
Yeah.
The times are different.
Yeah.
Would I love to go back to the 80s and 90s where it just felt like everybody had brushed it off their shoulder and everybody could take a joke and everybody could move on and everybody just kind of poked at everybody? Yeah, I'd like to go back to that, but that's gone.
So I called Utah State was at Alabama a few years ago, and Alabama has this tradition, Dixieland Delight, Oak Ridge Boys, right?
Yep.
So they sing this song. I think it's in between, I want to say the third and fourth quarter, where they play Dixieland Delight. And the crowd kind of inserts their own words. It's kind of like Sweet Caroline, where it goes, da, da, da,
Yeah.
But there's a space in the song where everybody chants F Auburn.
Oh.
And then the next one, and F Tennessee too.
Oh.
And it's like, and everybody screams it.
Yeah.
And it's part of the song. And they play it because they know the reaction that they're going to get. And it's just part of the tradition. So at what point are we like, okay, that's not good, but we're going to let this go? But that's like, you're picking and choosing. And I know that's the SEC and this is the Big 12, but as a society, like, where do we draw the line?
Where do you draw the line?
Yeah.
What is it? I mean, because this feels vague.
Yeah.
Because if this is what we're finding, every campus, pretty much every university, every football game is going to get a $50,000 fine.
That's why I think it is not F BYU. I think it's F the Mormons.
That's what got this fine. But why not specify that?
I know. I think it would be pretty easy just to say any hateful or discriminatory language towards religion or individual person, whatever. Like you can specify there.
Yeah, or specify this $50,000 fine is in response to the Colorado fans that chanted F the Mormons.
Yeah.
And as I mentioned to you, I heard the F BYU. I never heard F the Mormons. I never heard that. I only heard the other. But you remember, what was it, 2-3 years ago, where the film surfaced of that happening in Oregon?
Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah.
With a section of that fan base that was chanting F the Mormons. It was very loud and very obnoxious. And I think Oregon issued
an apology. Yep.
But nobody was fined.
Nope.
Conferences didn't get involved. I do like the fact that the Big 12 did something. I just would have liked it to be a little bit more specific. Just too vague.
Yeah. I you know what? Look, I think it would have been great had they said this is in relation to comments made towards the Church of Jesus Christ of Latter-day Saints, derogatory and hateful speech towards a specific religion. Just know that the Big 12 will be enforcing this policy going forward. The first fine is $50,000. The next one is $200,000. Whatever the, whatever it,
give them the scale.
Give them the scale and let the rest of the Big 12 know that this isn't okay anymore. Like, that's the thing. We always joke about here in Utah, we want, and even Ryan Smith mentioned it yesterday at Jazz Media Day. He's like, we got to quit asking our players all the time, do you like it here in Utah? Do you like it here in Utah? Well, we do have, and I'm as guilty as anybody as a member of the predominant faith. Like, there is a bit of a persecution complex that's kind of wired through us based on the history of our religion, where we just want it to be. We just want to be liked. We just want to be left alone and let us do our thing. We'll let you do your thing. We do our thing, and let's just be cool. And so because of that, we've turned the other cheek a lot, and we've taken it. And I know that that's a part of the religion, is to turn the other cheek. But you get to a point where it's like, wait a minute, you wouldn't say this about the Jewish religion. You wouldn't say this about Muslims. You wouldn't say this about anybody else. But apparently it's okay if you say it against the Mormons. And I'm not saying anybody needs to retaliate with their own hateful language, but it's okay for you to say, like, no, I'm not okay with this. I'm not okay with this. I don't like it. It bothers me. And I think it should stop.
And like I said, there was a time where it was way less bothersome to me. Way less. But now I just feel like my patience with it is done. Somebody drives a truck into a wall of a church.
Yes.
Shoots up a congregation and lights the place on fire. Okay, well, what was it that radicalized him? What was it? And you just wonder, what is it that sets somebody in the wrong direction? And I don't think having 20, 15, 8,000, 5,000, whatever it was that was chanting that is helpful at all.
No.
I don't think that's helpful at all. I think it's a really bad deal.
Yep.
It emboldens, it empowers. It's like, oh, okay, so there's 5,000 people in that stadium that feel the same way I do. Well, let's do something about it. They're a bunch of chickens. All they can do is talk about it. I'm going to do something about it. And it's like, well, okay, well, we've got people that are doing that. So stop the chants, but make it specific, because I don't think the FU Utah or FU Colorado, I don't think that that's going to radicalize somebody.
No.
It's a specific religion, and it's any religion, and it feels ugly. If that chant had anything to do with race. It's like, whoa.
Yeah.
That's really weird to be chanting that.
Yeah.
Holy cow, that feels really uncomfortable.
I mean, I was in the middle of a firestorm a couple of years ago when Utah State had a player from Ukraine who was at the free throw line at Colorado State.
That was bad.
And they all started chanting Russia, Russia when he was shooting critical free throws down the stretch. Bad. It was disgusting. It was horrible. Yeah. And I tweeted it out. And that sucker caught fire, and Colorado State came under the hammer of Thor for that. And there you were looking at about 60 or 70 students. Here you had tens of thousands, if not, maybe that's exaggerating a little bit, but you had thousands.
I think thousands. Again, I didn't hear the F the Mormons. It must have happened. I did hear the F the BYU, for sure. That was loud and clear. Yeah. It felt like the whole stadium was chanting that.
Is it pretty hard to turn the mic down? I mean, is Greg over there trying to turn down the crowd mic?
I think he was, giving the signal to Mike and Barry, like, hey.
Yeah.
Because it was getting pretty loud. Does this stop anything, though, Scotty? Does $50,000 and a vague, hey, no.
No, look, yeah. No, 50,000 in itself is it's like a sand in the sea of the budget of Colorado. This doesn't hurt them at all financially. There needs to be more. It needs to be, you're right, more specific. And I think a 50,000 is a great way to start, because I've never seen a fine go out to a university based on language from fans. So we're getting into, we've seen actions of fans with field storming, but I can't remember a fine ever being issued based on the verbal actions of a fan base. So that
I can't either.
So that does get us into some interesting territory.
But that's why I'm saying, well, you better be specific on what verbiutah it is. Because otherwise, everybody's going to be looking around like, well, I'm going to just chant. I'm going to start an FU Utah chant.
Yeah.
And let's see what FU does. It is the FU. Is that what's going to get me fined? And then there are some. I bet the Colorado students are looking at this and laughing. Like, they think they're going to stop us.
It's not their money.
They think they're going to stop us.
Yeah.
Ha. It's like it's exactly like what that security guard said. How are you going to stop 17,000 people? How are you going to kick out 8,000 people? However many are lighting up weed, to where Deion Sanders comments that is the, whatever it was, the most eye-opening thing or the most memorable thing of his time at Colorado was the amount of weed that's smoked in the second quarter. And it's like, okay, well, what's our role? What's our job?
Yeah.
And, it's so tough for me, Scotty, because my whole goal as a father was to try to raise kids in an environment where it was healthy, it was protected, it wasn't foul, it wasn't discouraging, it wasn't disgusting. You try to raise your kids in that environment. And I took them to plenty of events that they heard and saw things that were just ridiculous and disgusting. And you try to use it as a teaching tool, like, that's not okay. Public behavior like that, that's not okay. You try. But it's so overbearing. When the kids see 5,000, 6,000 people that are chanting it, it's like, well, then the kid grows up and thinks, oh, well, it's okay to attack Muslims.
Yeah.
It's okay to attack Catholics. It's okay to attack the Church of Jesus Christ of Latter-day Saints, I guess.
Because what's it going to do to me? Nothing. My university might get fined $50K. Well, geez, that's a conference table or a conference room table, for crying out loud.
It is funny because there have been stadiums that I've been in that it feels like it would be impossible to hear something like that. Impossible. Like Baylor, not a chance. When I called the BYU Baylor game last year, not a chance. Felt like just a totally different crowd. I feel like there's 3 or 4 stadiums that have been like that. I mean, I'll just mention Arkansas, because Arkansas could be a place that holds a real grudge towards the Church of Jesus Christ of Latter-day Saints. That could be a place that's very ugly, very nasty. And that game in SEC country 2 years ago, 2023, it was great. There was no problems. I mean, it felt like an incredible environment. I would say 90% of the time it feels like an incredible environment. I mean, I could tell you the only 2 times that I felt like it was like, we don't want you or your kind here. I've only got 2 times.
As a broadcaster?
As a broadcaster. As a player, it was more.
Yeah.
Like when we stepped into Syracuse, I knew that we weren't welcome there. Like it was like very clear. Virginia, to a certain extent.
Interesting.
Was that way. But I hope that.
With the 2, Colorado and.
Yeah, I don't know if I
So you didn't even fill it at Colorado necessarily?
Oh, yeah, I did.
Okay.
Yeah. No, Colorado's one. I don't know if I want to mention.
Oh, okay. No worries.
You know what I mean?
Yeah, for sure. I get
because
it.
I don't want to sound judgy or finger pointy.
Yeah, I got you.
But I'm telling you, emotionally, it's only two places that I've really felt it as a broadcaster.
Yeah.
As a player, you could feel it. You drive your bus down a lane and you've got the signs that say it. But also as a player, I didn't take it personal. I was like, well, everybody goes through this. If the Washington Huskies were coming in here to play, I'm sure they're attacking the Washington Huskies some way. If the Wyoming Cowboys are coming into play, they're attacking the Wyoming Cowboys some way. It's just the way they can attack BYU and try to really get at us is through the religious aspect of it.
Yeah, absolutely.
And back in my day, it was like, well, okay, just get after us with the religion. We'll beat you. And we'll laugh and tell you that you're forgiven on our way out and be like, hey, we love you. And that was kind of our way of getting back at it. But it just feels like the times have changed so much, Scotty.
Yeah, it really has.
We'll kill you with kindness.
Well,
yeah.
But that's the thing. Like you're always looking for the low-hanging fruit. Like, you and I, when we start the show and when I'd say something that would get people upset that they'd go after, weight or whatever, the bald or whatever. Like, okay, you made me mad. What can I say to you right now without knowing you that I think can get under your skin? Okay, you're really big. Okay, boom. I'm going to tweet that out, or you don't have any hair. It's like, well, you're right. You're right. But without knowing anybody in the religion, without knowing, it's like, what can I do to really hit it home? Yeah. Okay, well, that's what I'm going to do.
Yeah.
And that's where the religion stuff comes from. I don't think anybody, well, I don't know. Never mind. Hans and Scotty, 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
You've been listening to The Zone for decades. Yes! But now you can watch the guys break down your favorite teams.
Some viewers may find the following video disturbing. Viewer discretion is advised.
Catch the video stream of DJ and PK, Jake and Ben, Hanson, Scotty, and JJ and Alex right now at KSLSports.com or by searching KSL Sports on YouTube. Utah's best sports radio is on air, online, and on the KSL Sports app. This is 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
America First Credit Union is extending you opportunities for, great accounts, easy deposits, business loans, business accounts. By the way, I've taken advantage of a lot of these things at America First Credit Union. You can find them at americafirst.com. But there's one right now that could be really helpful to a lot of you out there that are listening. 0% interest for the first 6 months on an America First Visa Platinum card. 0% interest for the first 6 months. So you've got an unexpected expense that just popped up, and you don't know how you're going to pay it. You're a little bit panicked, and you're strapped. You can find an America First location, get in and talk with one of their personnel, and they'll get you set up with this America First Visa Platinum card in the same day and get you usage same day. So if you're in critical need of some cash right now, but you don't want to hit all these interest issues, 0% for 6 months. You can find it at americafirst.com. 116 locations. They started right here in Utah in 1939. They are our people. This is our credit union. It's America First Credit Union at americafirst.com.
You're the fall cleanup phenom, the titan of trimming. You wield a leaf blower like a surgeon does a scalpel. When it comes to your lawn, power moves are the only moves you make. That's why you just applied IFA's Fall and Winter Lawn Food for stronger roots and an early green up next spring. IFA's Fall and Winter Lawn Food. It's the ultimate lawn owner power move.
Ticket packages for the Utah Mammoth 2025-26 season are available now. From full season and half season packages to mini plans and other flexible options, choose the ticket package that fits you best and be part of the action all season long. Call or text 801-325-PUCK to talk with a rep or visit NHL.com/Utah/tickets/season tickets to learn more.
Morning, Zoe. Got donuts.
Jeff Bridges, why are you still living above our garage?
Well, I dig the mattress, and I want to be in a T-Mobile commercial like you. Teach me, Saldana.
Oh, no, I'm not really prepared. I couldn't possibly. At T-Mobile, get the new iPhone 17 Pro on them. It's designed to be the most powerful iPhone yet and has the ultimate pro camera system.
Wow, impressive. Let me try. T-Mobile is the best place to get iPhone 17 Pro because they've got the best network.
Nice, Jeffrey.
You heard them. T-Mobile is the best place to get the new iPhone 17 Pro on us with eligible trade-in in any condition.
So, what are we having for lunch?
Dude, my work here is done.
The 24 monthly bill credits on experience beyond for well-qualified customers plus tax and $35 device connection charge. Credits ended. Balance due if you pay off earlier. Cancel. Finance agreement iPhone 17 Pro 256 gigs $1,099.99 and new line minimum $100 plus a month plan with auto pay plus taxes and fees required. Best mobile network in the U.S. based on analysis by Ookla Speed Test Intelligence data 1H 2025. Visit T-Mobile.com.
Discover the exceptional value of Bar W beef, where quality meets convenience. Bar W beef's dry-aged beef, aged for 14 days, offers rich marbling and tender texture, perfect for grilling, roasting, or pan-searing. Enjoy the rich flavor and generous size. Shipped directly from the ranch to your door. Now hosting one-day pop-up events. Go to barwbeef.com to find a pop-up event near you, or stop into the store in Nephi for weekly in-store specials. barwbeef.com. That's barwbeef.com.
Right now at Tim Daly Mazda Southtown, you can get any new 2025 Mazda CX-50 for 0% financing for 60 months. Yes, 0% for 60 months. Or extended to 72 months for only 1.9%. You heard right, as low as 0% for 60 months. It's happening now at Tim Daly Mazda Southtown. APR OAC, not available with any other offers. See dealer for complete details.
Delicious doesn't change because the times change. Delicious is something passed from one generation to the next. That's why for 50 years, delicious Mexican meals have always started in one place. El Matador. Family owned and operated, El Matador is a community legend featuring fresh menu items and tasty take and bake meals. El Matador now offers catering and is the home of chips and salsa gift bags for the holidays. Delicious. It starts at El Matador, 606 South Main Street in Bountiful.
3, 2, 1. This is your Utes at 50 update. 58! Presented by Kenny J's Barbecue on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
It is your Utes at 50 update right here on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone, as Utah gets the big win on the road against West Virginia. For the Utes now, well, they sit back and wait as Kyle Whittingham enjoys the bye week coming off a win.
Huge. You don't want to sit on a loss ever, but to sit on it for 2 weeks is double the torture. And so it's really big to be able to end that, first half of the season on a positive, get some guys healed up, hopefully, and give us momentum into the next contest.
That is your Utes at 50 update brought to you, brought to you by Kenny J's. Their catering will deliver all that bold, smoky barbecue no matter what the occasion. Check out that menu now at kennyjbbq.com.
Complete game coverage of the Cougars is right here on the KSL Sports Zone. The Cougars welcome in West Virginia to LaVell Edwards Stadium for a battle with the Mountaineers. Your home for the best coverage of Cougar football is right here on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. This is Hans Olsen and Scotty G, presented by Mountain Land Supply on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. Woo!
Hans and Scotty, 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. By the way, Hans, I feel like I let us down as a show today. I don't know if you got the email, but I got it, and I meant to talk to you about it, see if we could arrange being there this morning. But the Delta Center wrapped up or invited some people, and you and I were invited this morning to go over and check out the new samples of foods that are being provided.
That was this morning?
That was this morning.
I did not get that email.
And how about this?
I didn't get that email.
They've got a mountain menu where convenient and easy to find locations on level 3 and level 5, where you'll have bottled water for $2, box of popcorn $3, nachos $3, hot dogs $3, Farr's ice cream $3.
Permanently or just for, is this a one-off?
Remains available at all Utah Jazz and Utah Mammoth games. So
what?
There you go. Also, Jazz Note-shaped Banbury Cross donuts and Mammoth ice cream sundaes will be available. Dangerous Pretzels will arrive with a Mammoth-sized pretzel, along with other flavors. Proper Burger. I know a guy who works over at Proper Burger. He is incredible. A Jazz Jam Burger with onion jam and blue cheese. And the Hat Trick Burger with American cheese, barbecue sauce, candied bacon, pickled jalapenos, and fried onion straws.
Yeah, this is amazing.
Let's see. The San Diablo Churro will introduce a new Tusks Up Churro flavor. That's all they have. I don't know exactly what goes into a Tusks Up Churro flavor. But there we go.
I don't know, but it's putting a smile on my face.
I'm down. And Lloyd,
how did I miss that email?
I screwed up. Did you go? Did you?
I did not, but I did see it, yes.
Yeah. I am sorry, but our good friend Jim Olson, if you want to send some over across the street, we'd be more than happy to take those off your hand.
Well, I'm planning on being there, I think probably with the two of you for the opener of both the Jazz and for
Amen to that.
The Mammoth, just so we can see this new arena.
Yes.
It's going to be incredible. These retractable and extendable and going up and down bleachers that I can't even imagine the cost on this.
Yeah. And we're just getting started.
It's just crazy. You know, like you got somebody in your family that comes to you and is like, oh, my brake pads. It's like, oh, it's $120. Oh my gosh. All right. I'll get another job.
Yeah.
We'll figure out.
I got to pick up a few weekends at Maverick shifts.
Can you imagine somebody coming to Ryan Smith and just being like, yeah, so what we wanted to do was have this kind of, to be able to extend, but this wall is in the way. Okay, so what are we talking about? Well, it's $380,000 for demolition.
So if you could take that wall and remove that wall.
So you need $380,000. Is that what you're trying to tell me right now?
Yeah. By the way, the lower bowl was lengthened by 12 feet at each 12 feet at each end, and the event floor has been raised 2 feet to create ideal sight lines to accommodate a new floor slab. That now has added more than 1,100 new seats in the lower bowl. So your new capacity, while in the middle of this construction, has now been increased to 12,478 seats for Mammoth games this season, with no significant change in seating capacity for Jazz games. Then next year is when they start working on the upper bowl. And now what you see going on there on the backside of the arena, that is the construction of a 450 stall parking structure. That's expected to be done in time for the 26-27 season. And I know that's been a big point of emphasis. You go back to, I remember Darren Williams complaining that they didn't have underground parking for its players. Well, guess what?
What didn't he complain about?
Well, that's true.
Until he wasn't here anymore.
And then all of a sudden it was the greatest place on the planet.
I'm going to go raise my kids there.
Yeah.
All right.
Hans and Scotty, 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. Bailey's joining us. So if you've enjoyed way too many hot dogs, ice cream, and all the other goodies, and you need to cut back on the calories a little bit, you got the GLP-1s that can help you out.
That's right. The GLP-1s and the body contouring if your body got out of contour.
I keep forgetting about the body contouring, too.
That's right.
Which we can't, because that's an incredible option.
It really is. And people, I mean, you can lose, you mentioned one guy lost an inch and a half, and just one.
Yeah, 40 minutes of treatment, you can lose about an inch. We had some women that actually lost almost 2 inches in that first 40 minutes. So, yeah, it's another technology that's FDA cleared, and it works.
The body contouring. This is what I wanted to say in the last segment that we were with you, Bailey, that I didn't get a chance. One thing for people listening and thinking, okay, Mint Medical. Well, what's different with Mint Medical than any other place? Well, first of all, we talk about all these treatments that they offer, which is incredible. But secondly, I just want to rest everybody's mind knowing that it's the top of the line instruments and technology. So Bailey, when we've talked about this and you've mentioned what goes into these instruments that you have,
right?
It's top of the line stuff.
Yeah, I mean, this is stuff that's been clinically tested and proven that it works, and we do that because we don't want to have something that, well, does it work or not? This has been proven to work, and I know that the technology can maybe put your listeners to sleep, but the fact is it really does work, and we do a comprehensive treatment. We don't want to just fix one side of it. We want to fix the whole person.
So again, if you're struggling with ED, this is the state-of-the-art equipment that can resolve that issue, not just mask the issue, but resolve it in a matter of weeks.
That's right.
You're back to your old self.
That's right. It fixes the blood flow, which is the root cause of ED. So that's what those treatments do, and they're non-invasive. We don't do any injections for that. We don't need to. This device fixes it, and it's about a 10-minute treatment. Like you said, a couple of weeks you can have this fixed.
And to gain some aspect of that life back, some of the things that guys were putting themselves through was just horrific.
Yes.
And to think that this is a simple, non-invasive, painless procedure that can be over in a matter of weeks can change lives, I'm sure.
It does. And it's so gratifying to see kind of these relationships. And usually like the second or third treatment, the spouse shows up and she's just so grateful that it's reignited that part of their lives. And it's not everything, but boy, it's important. And so we focus on that.
Body contouring, GLP-1s, hormone help, and then, of course, treatment for ED with the acoustic wave therapy. This is all available for you at Mint Medical, and there's always a lot of freebies that come along, too.
That's right. So if you sign up and get the acoustic wave therapy this week, for the next 20 callers, we do it every week. For those first 20 callers, you'll get that free exam, free assessment. There's no obligation to come in and find out where you're at. But we'll also throw in either 1 month free of that GLP or hormones. You get to choose. And if you wanted your wife to get a body contouring, she could have that free as well.
That's awesome.
Just make sure you address it the right way.
That's
like,
right.
Hey, we've got this available for either one of us.
That's right.
I just want to,
And you can choose if you would like it.
Yes.
Right.
I would be more than happy to hand it over to you. And, of course, the 5-night stay in Hawaii.
Right. That's the kicker that as a big incentive, we want you to know how important it is. We'll give you that 5 nights free in Hawaii as you become a patient.
801-804-8000. It's Mint Medical. You need to get back in mint condition. Mint Medical can help make that happen. 801-804-8000 right here on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Get the latest Utah sports headlines delivered to your inbox with the KSL Sports Newsletter. From the Jazz, Utah Hockey Club, BYU, Utah, Real Salt Lake, and more. Be in the know of all things sports in the state of Utah. Visit KSLSports.com to sign up for the KSL Sports Newsletter. Hockey fans, let your voice be heard with the Utah Mammoth Fan Forum. Visit the Utah Mammoth page on KSLSports.com to connect with the team, other fans, and our KSL Sports insiders. Start chatting today in the Utah Mammoth Fan Forum on KSLSports.com.
Hans and Scotty, 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. You want to be your best self? Well, guess what? You can improve your marketability and your earning potential with an executive MBA from the Utah State University John M. Huntsman School of Business. This is a program that's really going to focus in on the foundations of business and leadership within businesses, how to perfect that with you, how to introduce that into your skill set. And in doing so is going to make yourself way more marketable. Now, the great thing is Utah State understands you're busy. You got a lot going on. You got kids. You got a wife. You've got a profession. You've got other obligations. So they have satellite campuses up and down the Wasatch Front. You can do it completely online. You can knock it out in 1 year. You can do it over several years. You can start any semester you'd like, whether it be spring, fall, or summer. All you have to do is go to the registrar's office right now. Utah State University, they'll waive the application fee. It's the John M. Huntsman School of Business at Utah State University.
Hi, this is Derek Overstreet, president of the New Millennium Group and co-host of Stop Working, Start Living with KSL News Radio. Can you imagine what your life would be like if you could retire 3 to 5 years earlier than you thought possible? The things you could do, the loved ones you could spend time with, the memories that you could create. That's what our team at the New Millennium Group does. We'll walk you through the entire process every step of the way. If you'd like to get a copy of the 5-step proprietary plan that will help you retire 3 to 5 years sooner than you thought possible, give us a shout right now. 888-999-6370. That's 888-999-6370 or utahsfinancialplanner.com. Listen, most of our listeners right now, have a tax problem, not a money problem. There's not enough money in Social Security, Medicare as it is. Let us show you how you can significantly reduce your taxes. That's 888-999-6370, 888-999-6370, or utahsfinancialplanner.com.
Be advised, this is your opportunity to save up to 40 to 80% on a hot tub or swim spa this weekend only, Friday through Sunday, Mountain America Expo Center, Sandy. Be advised, this is your opportunity to save up to 40 to 80% on a hot tub or swim spa this weekend only, Friday through Sunday, Mountain America Expo Center, Sandy. 18-month interest-free financing. Our factories have demanded we sell 1,000 hot tubs and swim spas this weekend. Mountain America Expo Center, Sandy. Huge factory incentives, factory rebates this weekend only. Mountain America Expo Center, Sandy. We can remove your old hot tub. Free delivery of your new hot tub. Hot tub starting at $2,999. Mountain America Expo Center, Sandy. Free delivery of your new hot tub. Just relax and enjoy. Mountain America Expo Center, Sandy. Friday, 2 p.m. to 8 p.m. Saturday, 10 a.m. to 8 p.m. Sunday, 10 a.m. to 6 p.m. Free admission, free parking, free delivery. Mountain America Expo Center, Sandy. Call 833-SPA-SALE or visit hottubandSwimSpaSale.com.
Listen every Monday morning to DJ and PK and Monday afternoon with JJ and Alex for your Chevy Strong Play of the Game. Win great prizes from Rocky Mountain Chevy.
Broadcasting from the Mountain Home Services Studio, this is 97.5 KZNS FM Colville, 1280 KZNS AM Salt Lake City, and 102.7 KSL FM HD2 Salt Lake City Midvale. This is 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. Nobody gets you ready for Utah football more than the KSL Sports Zone.
Ready?
It's a bye week for Utah as Kyle Whittingham gets his squad ready for the second half of the season. Your home for the best coverage of Utah football is right here on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. This is Hans Olsen and Scotty G. Presented by Mountain Land Supply on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
I'm having trouble trying to sleep. I'm counting sheep but running out.
Hans and Scotty, 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. Hope you're all having a tremendous day. We'll get underway with more, the Cougar Preview Show. Even though BYU does not have a game coming up this week, we will still have the Cougar Preview Show coming up tomorrow,
You
Thursday.
mean Utah? Right?
No, BYU on Wednesday, and then Utah on Thursday.
Oh, I thought you said BYU didn't have a game.
Yeah. Sorry. That's my bad. Yeah, BYU does have a game. Utah does not have a game.
For just a second, I was like,
I got a weekend.
Wait, we have to change our imaging. Our imaging's all messed up.
Yeah, it wouldn't be the first time I've screwed that up.
Holla!
Mesquite.
But,
Assemble.
You know, the Utah film looked pretty good, Scotty. Utah beat West Virginia pretty badly. And I was, during the film session, I'm sitting there thinking, how good is Utah? How bad is West Virginia? Because now I'm preparing for West Virginia for the call on Friday.
Correct.
So it was kind of a double-sided film review looking at what BYU chances are and what Utah did to West Virginia. And they beat them up. They beat them up soundly. West Virginia's front is not good. Or at least Utah's fronts made West Virginia fronts look not good. It was nice to see Utah's offensive line really rebound. And it was really nice to see their rushing game click in. Because it was there. The running game was there. And the run blocking was there. 250 yards or whatever it was that they put up against West Virginia. Really nice. Now, their rushing defense gives up 153. Utah went well past it. 100 yards past it.
Yes.
So I can appreciate that. Devin Dampierre made some throws in that game. That throw to J.J. Buchanan on the corner route, that's pretty.
Yeah.
That's pretty because the defender's back is turned. J.J. knows where he's going, and he knows where the ball is supposed to be. J.J. turns into it, goes up, high points it, and that ball was thrown like a corner throw is supposed to be thrown. Defender can't see it. It's thrown to the corner pylon, and it's thrown before the tight end or the receiver makes his move into the throw. And as he turns, it's high point, it's a touchdown. Now, it's still a great catch. That catch by J.J. Buchanan with that defender well into his chest. Because was there a flag? Was there a PI called on that? Do you remember, Lloyd? The J.J. Buchanan catch for a touchdown? Was there would that have been a PI if it wasn't caught?
I want to say it was.
I thought it was.
Yeah, I think you're right.
I thought there was a flag on that. It was nasty defense. It was tight. And JJ came down with it because it was perfectly thrown. The other thing I really like to see right now is the relationship between Dan Pierre and Ryan Davis. Because that's becoming I'm in trouble, where do I go? And there's my outlet. Ryan Davis is going to be open. He's going to be my outlet. And I'm all for that. I love when scrambling quarterbacks have good outlets and they have receivers that will maneuver to their scramble.
Yes. Come back to the ball. Like those guys, that's where you really learn how good a receiver is when the guy gets outside the pocket. What are your receivers doing to get themselves open?
Exactly. The two best in the history, I think, in my history of watching football, the two best to do that were Wes Welker and Rob Gronkowski.
Yep.
Those are the two best scramble receiving tight end and receiver that I've ever seen in my life because they knew when Tom got pressed to the right and moved to the left, I'm going to make these moves off script. And I'm starting to see that with Devin Dampierre and Ryan Davis. I want that relationship to continue to grow. I like that he feels like he can really trust Dallin Bentley. And he will get the ball. He will move the ball to Dallin Bentley into coverage. Now, he'll put the ball away from the double coverage, but he'll put it into double coverage, trusting that Dallin Bentley will come down with it. And the reason these things are important, I want Devin Dampierre, when he's on the scramble, when he's on the move, to have a really good awareness of the line of scrimmage and to throw first. Throw it before I scramble. Throw it before I move downfield. And if he can trust that Ryan Davis or Dallin Bentley or J.J. Buchanan can be open, those are all really great outlets. And that can make this offense really potent. Those relationships opened up a lot of the rushing lanes. Now, I would go offensive line opened up the majority of the rushing lanes, good combos. West Virginia had they got a trash box, man. They just don't have a good box. They don't have linebackers that will put their nose in there. They don't have safeties that want to get involved. And so I give Utah an A+ up front, and I give West Virginia a D-.
Yeah. And that's the one thing with Rich Rod. He's never been known for having great defenses. It's always the offense, and he'll put up 50, with Steve Slade and those offenses back in the day where he just churn out the yards and the points. But defensively, they've never been really good. Now he doesn't really quite have the offense where he needs it to be, and the defense still stinks. Yeah. So that's why it's going to be a long year for West Virginia. I have no doubt he'll get it going, though. I don't know if he'll be college football playoff, Big 12 championship, get it going. But they'll be respectable. He'll have some 8-9 win seasons there.
You think Rich Rod will?
I think so.
Just going to take a minute for him to get his design.
He's got money. West Virginia's got some booster money. They've got some things available to them. They should be able to get that going at a respectable level.
Who goes first, Colorado or West Virginia? Gets their program rolling. And I know Colorado came off a really good season because they had what they had. But
okay, you know what? I'm going to say West Virginia.
Really?
Where's that booster money coming from?
Oh, they got oil money. They got
Virginia?
Moonshine money?
Yeah. They got coal money. I don't know. There's money out there.
They got money.
I had a guy that I knew that was in development out there, and he says there's
money.
There's lots of money out there. Okay, this is why I think Colorado really struggles, and I think Prime shuts it down this year. That's my.
You think Colorado's going to nosedive?
I think Colorado is going to struggle, and Deion Sanders is going to say, you know what? I can't do this anymore.
I feel like BYU might have broke them.
Yeah, that's exactly right.
Because I think they put
so much into that game.
So much into it. So they put everything into it.
And I think Deion's like, all right, I can't. My health's not great. I had a cancer scare. My kids aren't around anymore. So I'm going to go get myself back that NFL Network job or ESPN, make a boatload of money, work 1 to 2 days a week, and just enjoy it.
I've already got my son's name up on the
Yeah.
wall.
What else do I need to accomplish?
And if I could be assigned to ESPN Cleveland, I'd really appreciate it.
Huh?
Because his son's in Cleveland.
Oh, yeah. Okay. I'm following you. The other thing I wanted to mention, this was Lander Barton's best game against West Virginia. And I think he's getting healthy, and I think he's getting confident. I feel like he's getting healthy, and he's getting confident. And he was destructive out there. Whether he was making the tackle or not, he was very destructive. I put out 5 or 6 different film reviews if anybody wants to go see them at 975 Hants. Just 1 or 2 of them were on Lander Barton, manhandling tight ends, manhandling offensive linemen. Maybe he's not making the tackle, but he's definitely pressing the gap. And, you know, there's a couple of guys that are going to be beneficiaries of Lander Barton's ability. Jonathan Hall was a beneficiary. Jonathan Hall was cleaning up everything that Lander was funneling. And that's what you want from this defense. Smith Snowden continues to be their best cover man.
Oh, yeah.
He's their best cover man.
Yeah.
And you had made a remark, I can't remember, maybe it was the back end of last week or maybe it was yesterday. I don't know. Things are really foggy for me right now. I think it was the back end of last week. You said, you know, Smith Snowden is extremely good at coverage.
Yes.
So focus and be careful with that.
Yeah.
I think that's a really good point, and I think I take Smith off the offensive side.
Yeah, I do. 1,000%, yes. Yep.
I can leave a couple of guys. I'm really sad that Benny went down, and I watched that in slow motion. I think that was a non-contact injury.
Makes it even worse.
Did you see that?
Turf. It's that turf.
I felt like it looked like it was non-contact. He got off the edge, and there was a player that hit him on the lower body, but then he took another step with that left foot, and then he pulled up lame and then got tackled. So I can't tell, but we have not heard season ending.
No, and that's the one thing Kyle sticks to.
He was still in uniform.
If it is season ending, he'll announce it.
Benny is a very unique talent.
Yeah.
Ooh, he's a unique
and
talent.
he's been such a fun part. He and Ryan Davis do it's been just kind of every year there's people like, oh, all right, I like this guy.
Yeah.
And he's been fun to watch.
So fun. And then Logan Fano, he might not have dominated the statistical categories in that game, but he dominated a lot of the scheme. So they were trying to trap Fano. They were trying to run away from Fano. They tried to double team Fano. They tried to chip Fano. Like a lot of what they were doing was to try to take care of him, and he was frustrating their efforts. They were trying to run a quarterback draw off of a counter block, so they pulled the left guard to try to log out Logan. And Logan came off the ball. He was so fast that as the quarterback gets the ball, acting to pass, then setting into the draw look with the pull, he beat the puller and he beat the quarterback's fake to the draw and tackled him before he actually pulled down the ball to run the draw off the pull.
Yeah.
That's fast. That's freakishly fast.
Yeah.
And it was like, I guarantee you, Rich Rod's like,
well, how do we can't, what are we doing here?
I had the play. That is the right play. He had the right play called. If the guard just gets a chip, just chips Logan and bumps him another yard wide and slows him down just a touch, but the guard couldn't even touch him. That's how fast Logan was there. So, yeah, that's a problem with the guard. And I'm poo-pooing the guard, but that's also speed from Logan. Those are all great things to see. I've got a lot of confidence with Utah right now. And I've got this Utah-Arizona State game circled in a week. A week in, what are we, 4 days now?
Yeah. Week and a half.
I've got that Utah-Arizona State game circled. That is going to be must-watch television at 8:15 on October 11th. That's going to be a great game.
How was Birdwatch 2025?
That's what I was going to say. Like,
I saw his outside break. He broke once on the outside, like in the fourth quarter. Our third quarter. Was it back into the third quarter?
Okay. We do need our...
I'm not saying Bird Ficklen's not good.
We need our 45 seconds of Bird from Lloyd Cole.
Well, everybody's heard about the bird.
I don't understand, Lloyd. What is it?
Your obsession with Bird Ficklin is getting to the point where it's a bit unhealthy.
I'm not saying I don't like him.
I know. He's a freshman. I get it. He slings it. I like it.
He broke a nice run to the outside for whatever it was, 15, 20 yards.
That scramble where, yeah.
The only thing...
He was 100% completion.
That outside throw to one of the tight ends for a touchdown was
The
nice.
only thing holding back Bird Ficklin is Kyle Whittingham and playing time. That's it.
Facts.
Only thing keeping Bird Ficklin away from a Heisman Trophy.
Preach it, brother.
Didn't you hit Bryce Duke? Was that who you hit?
No, I thought it was either Bentley or Buchanan. I thought it was one of those.
Okay. Then it would have been Bentley because J.J. Buchanan's touchdown came from Dampier. So it must have been Bentley.
Hans and Scotty, 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. Bailey's hanging out with us from Mint Medical, and we need you to call right now, Mint Medical, because there's so many ways in which they can enhance your life. Now, we talk about ED, and we talk about acoustic wave therapy. This is the real deal, folks. This is the thing that can help change your life. If you've been on the blue pill, a lot of guys, Bailey, have been on it for decades.
That's right.
And the longer they're on it, the more they have to take, which means the side effects are just miserable from what I understand with that. So you don't have to deal with that anymore. Get this resolved in a matter of weeks.
That's right. Those side effects, the blurred vision, the loss of hearing, I mean, they're horrendous. The headaches and the congestion, I mean, the lack of spontaneity is the big one. I mean, you just have to plan that around and what you eat and when did you eat it. So this acoustic wave therapy can fix that, restores that, gets the blood flow working again in the area that you need it, and reignites your love life again.
Hey, Bailey, what is the age group that's most embarrassed to deal with this? Do you find it to be the younger? Because you've told us that you've got kids in the 20s and 30s.
That's right.
That will struggle. Is it younger generation? Is it the older, the 70s?
No, I think the folks that are a little bit older, they realize, hey, this is a part of life. I didn't realize that there was a solution for it. But the ones that are probably in their 40s, 50s, and 60s, they think this is somehow going to get better. They're in denial, and so we find those. They feel like, should I be dealing with this? And yes, I mean it's so common. 50% of men over 50 are dealing with some form of ED. It's a huge number, especially in the United States.
Now, I'm sorry. Go ahead.
No, so we know people that are listening right now. We know.
Yeah.
You're struggling with it. So do something about it.
Yeah,
Don't just wallow in self-pity and think, well, it's all over for me.
Yeah.
That's what's great about Mint Medical. Come in. We'll take some weight off you.
Yeah, that's right.
With the GLPs. We'll take care of the ED with the wave therapy.
That's right. And what people should realize is it's a lot more common than you would think. That's the big thing. When the people realize that every other second person is dealing with this, that's a man, that we can fix that, then they realize it's not just me. This is a common thing, and it's fixable. That's the good news. It's fixable.
GLP-1s, body contouring, hormone help, and the acoustic wave therapy. These are so many services that can help better people's lives. And it's okay to take a step back and you're like, you know what? I want to fine-tune this little area in my life. And Mint Medical can help make that happen. Plus, you got a trip to Hawaii if you become a patient as well.
That's right. We always do that every week just to incentivize the next 20 callers. Feel free to call in. To come in and get the consultation.
Free.
It's free. There's no obligation. It's discreet. You can come in and find out where you're at, and then we'll show you the different solutions that we have. And we do always give away one free intimacy gift to those that come in for the consultation. So whether you do anything or not, you at least get that, and that's a big winner for a lot of people. They love that one. We've never seen it not work.
Mint Medical, 801-804-8000. That's 801-804-8000. Please call right now. Get yourself back in mint condition with Mint Medical, 801-804-8000. Right here on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
It's game week for the Cougars, and the KSL Sports Zone is getting you ready for kickoff. The undefeated Cougars return home to Provo for a Friday night showdown against the Mountaineers of West Virginia. Listen all week long for the best coverage of Cougar football. Then catch the post-game show immediately following the game on KSLSports.com, as well as a complete wrap-up the following day on College Football Saturday beginning at 10 a.m. Your home for the best coverage of BYU football is live on air, online, and on the KSL Sports app. This is 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
The Garden Restaurant has been open for a few months, and if you haven't stopped by, now is the time to get downtown and check out what everyone's been raving about. And if you have visited the new space, schedule a time to come on back. Grab a friend and come visit one of Salt Lake's best gathering spots for lunch. You'll be greeted by the delicious smell of fresh baked goods like our famous Lionhouse rolls, perfect for taking home for family dinners. Or maybe you have a sweet tooth and are craving one of our brand new cinnamon rolls. They're the size of a dinner plate and perfect for sharing between a group of friends. Come smell and taste the garden for yourself. Enjoy the beautifully reimagined space and convenient location with new street access on the ground floor of the Joseph Smith Memorial Building. Open weekdays 11 to 3. Choose from healthy and delicious options like the turkey pot pie, jalapeno pork and grilled cheese sandwiches, tomato bisque soup, and nut and berry salad. All favorites not to be missed. So much to choose from. Check out the menu at thegardenslc.com. Fresh flavors, iconic location. The Garden Restaurant.
So my mother is thinking of switching from Verizon to Pure Talk, but she's worried the deal sounds too good to be true. Michael, she said, how can those Pure Talk people offer me the same basic service as Verizon for so much less money? I said, Ma, go ask Google how much Verizon spends on advertising and promotions. A few seconds later, my mother said, oh my goodness, $12 billion a year? That must be a typo. I'll tell you what I told my mom. It's not a typo. Verizon spends $12 billion a year on advertising and promotions, and their customers are paying for it. Well, Pure Talk doesn't spend that kind of money on commercials. Trust me, I would know. That's why they can offer you and my mother unlimited talk, text, and plenty of data on a crazy fast 5G network for just $25 a month. And if you're a business owner, you could really save a fortune. Dial pound 250, say the words Mike Rowe, and you'll get an additional 50% off your first month. That's pound 250 Mike Rowe. Pure Talk. Everything you need and nothing you don't.
Ticket packages for the Utah Mammoth 2025-26 season are available now. From full season and half season packages to mini plans and other flexible options, choose the ticket package that fits you best and be part of the action all season long. Call or text 801-325-PUCK to talk with a rep or visit nhl.com/Utah/tickets/season tickets to learn more.
Ski Chevy is back with season passes to Solitude Mountain Resort. So drop in to a participating Rocky Mountain Chevy dealer now. Plus, upgrade to a discounted Icon base pass when you purchase or lease any new Chevy model. From powerful trucks like Silverado to our versatile families of SUVs. Retail value per pass is $999. Offer valid while supplies last or until 10/31/25. See participating dealer for complete redemption details, vehicle eligibility, and restrictions. See your Rocky Mountain Chevy dealers today.
Delicious doesn't change because the times change. Delicious is something passed from one generation to the next. That's why for 50 years, delicious Mexican meals have always started in one place. El Matador. Family owned and operated, El Matador is a community legend featuring fresh menu items and tasty take and bake meals. El Matador now offers catering and is the home of chips and salsa gift bags for the holidays. Delicious. It starts at El Matador, 606 South Main Street in Bountiful.
The KSL Sports Zone and Hercules Credit Union are highlighting people that impact youth sports. Nominate the youth sports volunteer you know for the Hercules Hero of the Week at KSLSports.com.
This is your Cougars at 30 update. Presented by Kenny J's Barbecue on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Your Cougars at 30 update right here on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. BYU coming off the big road win against Colorado, and Kalani Sitake proud of the way his guys were resilient during that game.
Colorado did a great job in their game plan and the strategy, their schemes. Not that we were caught off guard, we just didn't play within ourselves, especially on the defensive side at the beginning. Made a lot of mistakes, but a lot of the mistakes happened because Colorado put some pressure on us. So it was a good moment for our program and for our team to fight through some adversity and to find a way to get a win.
That is your Cougars at 30 update, brought to you by Kenny J's Barbecue. Kenny J's Catering delivers bold, smoky barbecue no matter what the occasion. Check out their catering menu at kennyjbbq.com for weddings, work, or whatever event. kennyjbbq.com.
It's time to saddle up and talk about the winners and the losers. This is the good, the bad, and the ugly. Now, here's the good.
Good, the bad, the ugly, right here on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone, all brought to you by RGS Exteriors. By the way, that preview we saw, Hans, the Rock is in. It's called The Smashing Machine. It's based on the life of extreme fighter Mark Kerr.
Mark Kerr?
Do you know who Mark Kerr is?
Kerr?
Yeah, Kerr, like Steve Kerr, but Mark Kerr.
No.
Stars Dwayne Johnson as former amateur wrestler and MMA fighter Mark Kerr.
I know Mark Coleman. I know Kerr. No.
Did you see?
How do I not know this guy?
They had a movie premiere, and apparently there was like a 10-minute standing O.
That's what he looks like.
The Rock was crying during it.
No, is an American former wrestler and mixed martial artist during MMA career, 2-time UFC heavyweight tournament champion. Mark Kerr, 56. Is he? But he's still alive.
Yeah.
So this is who The Rock is portraying?
In this movie, yeah. And we saw it, and we just saw it real quickly with
good.
no audio on it. I thought they were doing something about Andre the Giant because it kind of looked like that for a second.
Yeah, it did.
All right. Good, the bad, the ugly. Let's start with the good. How about those Denver Broncos? Bo Nix. Hey, you know what? You can be upset all you want, Lloyd, but the Broncos, this is I put it in the good, but it's a horrific stat, and I had no idea until last night. I knew there was a streak that Denver was on without having a 100-yard rusher. It was 37 games in between 100-yard rushers. J.K. Dobbins had 101 yards to end the game. And
so a couple of years.
So, yeah.
Last guy, was it Lindsey?
No, it was
Booker?
It could have been Devontae Booker, but no, it was pre-Sean Payton. Sean Payton had not had, in his time in Denver, a 100-yard rusher.
Jeez. That's not good.
I know. So,
well, yeah, but the Broncos are back, so
they are back.
They're heading in the right direction.
Bo Nix has gotten off to a little bit of a shaky start, but last night,
it'll be fine.
Boy, he did throw a really bad interception in the end zone, though.
Did he?
Oof. Yeah.
Yeah, that was subpar.
That was not good, Bob. But then he answered it back with a touchdown throw. So Denver now 2-2. How about this is another stat? They, because both Denver losses have come on walk-off field goals. So essentially a field goal as time expires. So officially, Denver has not trailed at any point in any game this year in the fourth quarter. But they are 2-2 because their two losses came as time expired on the last play of the game with field goals.
Well, then they're a good team. Better team than probably the 2-2 shows. Bo Nix did look really good. When I talk about Bear Bachmeier and his throwing, you know, when you close your eyes, you picture Bo Nix. He gets the pass. He takes the steps. He doesn't move a lot. He might shift into the pocket, but he just looks, and fires. And he can fire anywhere.
Yeah.
He can hit anywhere on the field. That's a really nice attribute of a quarterback. I think Bo Nix he's going to do Joe Burrow-like things.
Minus the injuries.
Hopefully.
Let's hope.
Yeah.
By the way, Cincinnati was awful. I mean, just awful. And Troy Aikman's taking a little bit of heat, but Troy Aikman was like, this is embarrassing. Why are we even here?
Yeah.
Like, Troy Aikman reminded me last night of you watching bad football. Like, he was
bugged.
He was getting physically angry watching Cincinnati play last night.
Well, Jake Browning, I was surprised that Jake Browning's still in the league.
Yeah, I know.
You know, he's an old Washington Husky, is he not?
Yep.
He's the old Washington Huskies guy. And, you know, he comes in and tries to replace a big-time quarterback, and it just looked bad. Everything was off time. Nothing felt fluid.
Penalties all over the place.
Yeah.
And Denver wasn't clean either. Denver did not play well, really. I mean, they were just the better team, but Cincinnati was just like their interest level in playing that game was like next to nothing.
Almost like they gave up as soon as Burrow went down.
Yeah. I mean, you got Jamar.
There's nothing else.
Jamar Chase is over there losing his mind because he's the only guy on that team that's got any element of care factor. Other than that, everybody was like, what are we even doing?
That's terrible.
All right. There's your good. Let's get to the bad.
Now the bad.
There are some injuries that just look worse than others.
Mm-hmm.
A dislocated knee is always a bad look. And Tyreek Hill was rushed to the hospital after he sustained a dislocated knee during the Dolphins-Jets game. Happened in the third quarter. Just had caught a pass from Tua. Was right there on the sideline. And the defender just got into the legs, and it just looked like a typical tackle out of bounds. Then the camera kind of pans in, and you see his foot's bent backwards, and it's like, nope, that's not a typical tackle. That's a bad injury.
Yeah.
TV stayed on it for a minute.
Nice. That's what I was going to ask you. I'm sure they replayed it several times because they really enjoy to do that.
Yeah, they do. They do. But TV stayed on it for a little bit too long. So Tyreek Hill, I don't know how long you're done on something like that.
So, I'll use the phrase you use sometimes. There's not every ACL tear is the same.
Yeah.
The term you use, he tore the guts out. According to Mike McDaniel, said that Hill not only tore his ACL, but multiple ligaments in his knee. So, and he is undergoing surgery. In fact, he sent out a tweet this morning of him being essentially wheeled into the surgery room.
You got the ACL, the MCL, you got the PCL, the LCL, and then you got the patellar tendon. Those are all the main ones. Then you got meniscus, which meniscus is a different thing. It's the cartilage, the padding. You tear that, you got problems. So I wonder, they're going to get in there, and it's probably going to look like a bomb went off.
Yeah.
The way it turned and twisted.
Yeah.
And where Tyreek Hill, all he is speed. That's all he is. He's just speed.
Yeah.
You take his speed away, he's nothing.
No. And that's somebody was saying last night, one of the talking heads, like, he doesn't run great routes. He isn't an elite pass catcher.
He's not a good teammate.
Not a particularly good teammate. What he does is he's faster than everybody else. And so he was already starting to lose a step just based on father time.
Yeah.
You throw this on, he'll come back and he'll try, but I think what we saw out of a pretty remarkable career with one of the fastest players to ever play the game, I think those days are in the rearview mirror.
Yep.
Peace out. All right, there's your bad. Let's get to the ugly.
And of course, the ugly.
So, Scotty, I wanted to bring this one up with you because you actually helped me on this one. Going back to 2015 or 2016, you and Clay helped me with this one. One of my really good friends, college, like one of my all-time favorite college friends, guy named Steve Vale. He played volleyball at UVU, and he was the color analyst for BYU women's volleyball. And he was really close with my wife, good friends with my wife, because my wife played at UVU about the same time as Steve Vale. But I came to you in about 2015, maybe it was 2016, and asked if you could help me get front row seats at a Jazz game. And you and Clay went to work and got a couple of tickets. And we sent Steve and his wife, Ginny, to a Jazz game, gave him great seats. And I remember he was really grateful. Well, he got the cancer in remission, the back end of 2016. But then he started having all these reoccurrences, and Steve Vale just passed. And it's a heartbreaker. So he leaves his wife, Ginny, who I know really well. He leaves 5 daughters, and he leaves a son. And it's like, but he leaves a legacy too, because anybody that ever watched or listened to a BYU women's volleyball broadcast, they heard him, they know him. But Steve was a great dude, just one of the best of all of humanity, and loves loves his family, loved his religion, loved his calling, loved his job, and it's crazy we lose people like this. But I wanted to thank you, wanted to thank Clay publicly, because, some of those good moments, he was able to, from 2016 until his passing, he was able to put together some pretty great things with his family and get some things done that he wanted to get done. But Steve Vales passed away, and it's a little bit darker world without Steve.
Yeah. And seeing a lot of people, not just in the volleyball world, but, just in the collegiate sports world, reach out and give their own, experiences with Steve. A good friend of mine, Grayson DuBose, who is the former head coach at Utah State and also spent some time at BYU. You could tell he's just gutted from it as well. And these guys that apparently, and I think I met him that night. But other than that, I have no connections with him, but just seeing the amount of love and outpouring for him and his family and how he treated people just seems like it's incredible. Incredible.
And he was a great man. And he will definitely be missed, for sure. But if any of his family's listening, if Jenny's listening, just know Steve was loved by many.
All right, coming up next, another edition of Whole World News. Hans and Scotty, 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
This is Jake Scott and Ben Anderson.
Deion Sanders is very relevant, and it's cool that he says nice things about Kalani. Because Deion is so electric, everything he does is news, and saying nice things about the BYU head football coach is cool. And if you spend time with Kalani Sitake, you're going to like him. I bet you $1 zillion if you spend a few minutes with that guy, you're like, oh, this guy's cool.
I also think game recognizes game. Deion recognizes Kalani's a good coach. If you don't see that Kalani's good at this, it's a you problem. If you're going to overlook Kalani and not recognize that what he's building is pretty special at BYU and that you're going to have to be prepared for it, you're just probably not a very good coach. But Kalani's done a heck of a job putting this program together. So I think Deion also has enough knowledge to recognize that what Kalani has built is authentic and is real and is something worth respecting. And I'm not saying steal a page out of his book, but recognize that what he's doing is doing it the right way.
Hear Jake Scott and Ben Anderson every day from 10 to noon on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
If you haven't tried the Bucked Up products, it's time to try the Bucked Up products. So good. Delicious flavors. And I know that's one of the things that really stands out to me. This pre-workout, this woke AF, it's this peach rings flavor. I just got it about 2 days ago. I've tried it a couple of times, and I am hooked on the peach rings flavor. Love it. And I love the pre-workout. I love that extra little bit of boost that I get when I'm trying to push out that next rep. Or when I'm in my third or fourth mile and I want to quit, you got a little bit more boost. If you haven't tried a pre-workout, this is the one to try. Go to buckedup.com, use promo code ZONE, and you're going to get 20% off your order. Promo code ZONE will give you 20% off your order. And by the way, that goes to everything. That goes to their energy drinks. That goes to their protein powders, their creatine, which, by the way, I love their creatine. Their creatines are so good. There's such a clean delivery of creatine, and you can find it at buckedup.com. Don't forget, promo code ZONE, 20% off. Order your drinks, order your protein powder, order your pre-workout. Use promo code ZONE, get 20% off everything. It's sent to your front door, and you can thank me later. Bucked Up, a Utah product that I'm proud of and that you should be proud of at buckedup.com.
You're the fall cleanup phenom, the titan of trimming. You wield a leaf blower like a surgeon does a scalpel. When it comes to your lawn, power moves are the only moves you make. That's why you just applied IFA's Fall and Winter Lawn Food for stronger roots and an early green up next spring. IFA's Fall and Winter Lawn Food. It's the ultimate lawn owner power move.
Hey guys, Alex Curie here. You've heard us talking about SLC fat loss for a while, and I'm sitting down here with Jeff and Angela, who have also been on the program. How are you guys doing?
Thanks.
We're glad to be here. Well, you look awesome. Tell me how much weight you guys have lost and how long it's taken.
I lost 36 pounds in the 60-day reduction phase, and I've lost an additional 6 pounds on maintenance, so 42 pounds total so far.
And I've lost 59 so far. Tell me exactly what's changed about that health now that the weight has been lost with SLC fat loss.
I immediately started sleeping better. I also quit craving things late at night that I knew were sabotaging my diet.
I don't have to take a deep breath to tie my shoes anymore, and I can actually stand up after I've been kneeling on the floor without feeling like I was going to pass out.
What would you tell somebody who is like you guys and maybe wants to start losing some weight about SLC fat loss?
Don't wait another day. This plan will change your life.
Just get a hold of the folks at Salt Lake City Fat Loss. Just go to their website, slcfatloss.com. That's slcfatloss.com.
Results may vary.
These days, many companies have turned to influencers to tout their products or services. But here at John Watson Chevrolet, the only endorsement we need is from our customers. Because of their feedback, we're proud to be Utah's best reviewed Chevy dealer. Visit us today to see why we get reviews like,
"Buying a car should be a fun experience, like a kid getting a new toy. And at John Watson Chevrolet, it was."
John Watson Chevrolet, your 5-star Chevy dealer. 3535 Wall Avenue, Ogden. Chevrolet. Together, let's drive.
Be advised, this is your opportunity to save up to 40 to 80% on a hot tub or swim spa this weekend only, Friday through Sunday, Mountain America Expo Center, Sandy. Be advised, this is your opportunity to save up to 40 to 80% on a hot tub or swim spa this weekend only, Friday through Sunday, Mountain America Expo Center, Sandy. 18-month interest-free financing. Our factories have demanded we sell 1,000 hot tubs and swim spas this weekend. Mountain America Expo Center, Sandy. Huge factory incentives, factory rebates, this weekend only. Mountain America Expo Center, Sandy. We can remove your old hot tub. Free delivery of your new hot tub. Hot tub starting at $2,999. Mountain America Expo Center, Sandy. Free delivery of your new hot tub. Just relax and enjoy. Mountain America Expo Center, Sandy. Friday, 2 p.m. to 8 p.m. Saturday, 10 a.m. to 8 p.m. Sunday, 10 a.m. to 6 p.m. Free admission, free parking, free delivery. Mountain America Expo Center, Sandy. Call 833-SPA-SALE or visit hottubandSwimSpaSale.com.
Water runs Utah, but water can run out. And with cooler fall temps, your yard just doesn't need as much. Learn more at slowtheflow.org.
3, 2, 1. This is your Utes at 50 update. 58! Presented by Kenny J's Barbecue on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
It Utes at 50 update right here on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. John Henry Daly is the team continuing to work on the basics, getting back to simple things just like tackling in their win against West Virginia.
So just go back to the basics. I mean, we know what we're supposed to do. Now it's just about executing it. And we got the guys and the talent level to be able to execute it. So we just kind of went back to the basics this week and really honed in on what our job is and doing that play in, play out.
This update brought to you by Kenny J's Barbecue. Their catering will now deliver all that barbecue right to you and whatever location and function you have. KennyJBBQ.com. That is their catering menu. KennyJBBQ.com.
Go! It's time to span the globe for the hard-hitting news you care about. Well, not really. But hey, at least we found it interesting. This is Whole World News on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
You got the whole world in our hands. You got the whole world in our hands. We've got the whole world in our hands. We've got the whole world in our hands. We got the whole world in our hands. You got you and me, brother, in our hands. You got
Hans Olsen, Scott Gerard, 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. It is time, Hans, for another edition of Whole World News.
So I think that the cutest rodent in the world is a squirrel.
More than a raccoon.
A raccoon is not a rodent, is it?
Oh, is a squirrel technically a rodent?
Yeah, a squirrel is a rodent.
Oh, okay.
I don't think a raccoon is. Raccoon would unseat the squirrel.
Yeah. Now, just in appearance. And raccoons are horrible, disgusting, vile creatures.
Yeah, they do horrible things.
And horrible
They'll tear
things.
apart houses.
Oh, yeah.
If a man from Weezer says that a squirrel is a rodent, I'm going to trust him.
How much were you getting per squirrel tail?
You're wrong.
Oh, is it not?
No. I believe you. I don't know. I haven't looked.
Yeah, no.
I don't know. I trust you.
I know a squirrel's a rodent.
Like I said, I trust you.
Hey, no, that was part of paleontology.
Do you know what the largest rodent in the world is?
I did not look that up. In all my years, I've never looked it up.
And I'm going to have somebody fact check me on this, but I think I know. I think it's the capybara.
Oh, I don't even know what that is.
It's a large rodent.
Well, apparently, yeah.
The largest of all rodents.
Like, is it?
It's a large rodent. It's a large rodent.
I don't know well, it's a rodent, and it's quite large, actually.
Man, now I got to look this up because I might be wrong.
Like, is that where does a capybara live?
Africa.
Australia, I think.
Are you sure?
The capybara is the world's largest rodent. Thank you.
How big?
Where do you find it?
I like how you thanked Google for.
Thank you, Google. It's native to South America. They're gentle, and they are a python's favorite meal.
Oh.
They are approachable, and they can hold their breath for long periods of time underwater. Anyways.
Or in the stomach of a python.
The capybara is not my favorite. It's not the cutest rodent.
Only when the python is holding him underwater.
The squirrel happens to be the cutest rodent. But, Scotty, I think we're getting into some hybrid squirrels that we may need to take out of our world.
Uh-oh.
Okay, we go to the North Bay now, where some neighbors are on alert after a series of attacks on people perpetrated by a vicious squirrel.
Yeah, ABC 7 News reporter Cornell Bernard spoke with some of the victims today in San Rafael.
This clomped onto my leg and it was just hanging on. His tail was flying up here, and I was like, get off me, and I kind of didn't want to touch it. But
it's the last thing Joan Hebleck expected on her morning walk through Lucas Valley in San Rafael.
Came out of nowhere.
Out of nowhere. I didn't see him running up to me at all.
Joan suddenly attacked by a squirrel, which clawed and bit her legs. The wounds bad enough, she had to go to the ER.
Scary.
Oh, yeah, very scary. And how do you get the squirrel attached to your leg off?
This is beautiful. Now it's following us until she almost killed me.
Isabel Campoy and her niece Carmen were also attacked while walking in the same area off Mount Lassen Drive.
The squirrel went to the floor and from the floor tried to jump to my face, which I tried to protect my face from, and then my arm was completely overcome by the squirrel. Finally, it jumped off, and by then I was full of blood, and I ran to the emergency room.
When I saw her with all the blood in her arm, I was like, oh my God.
These flyers are now posted alerting residents about the incidents. Neighbors say 5 people have been attacked, possibly by the same squirrel with a golden color. It's also been the talk of next door.
Unfortunately, it's not unheard of.
Vanessa Potter from Wild Care in San Rafael says squirrels are not vectors for rabies. The aggressive behavior likely due to the animal being fed and cared for by humans when it was small.
Well, if they associate people with food, then they're not afraid of them. They come up, they look for food, they don't get it. There could be frustrations. They can be territorial of their space.
Wild Care urging the public not to feed wild animals. Meantime, neighbors are enjoying the outdoors but watching their backs. Isabel is trying to heal and move forward.
It hurts to touch the skin. I am putting my best power, mind, positive, in order to say I will survive this.
I hate that you do this to me sometimes.
My best mind and positive.
Is it wrong that I'm Team Squirrel here?
Oh, yeah, that is bad. You can't be Team Squirrel.
I'm Team Squirrel.
I'm actually with you.
I'm Team Squirrel.
These are people that are in harm's way.
These people sound annoying as hell.
It is a very nice neighborhood in California. It's a very nice neighborhood.
The worst they've ever dealt with is a squirrel.
I realize now how sometimes I may sound about the deer in my neighborhood, and I apologize. Because if I sound this, like the deer just annoy me. I'm not scared of the deer. It's a squirrel. It didn't almost kill you. Like, calm it down.
I don't know.
It didn't almost kill you.
You saw some of the scratches on that last lady's arm. There's some scratches.
It's almost like she scratched herself.
Like,
let's
it looks
be
like
honest.
she brushed by it.
Are you accusing her of?
I'm just saying, these scratches, the arm is just like these claws. And I'm like, there's no way a squirrel is doing that.
Well, and I like how you had the government person was like, are we really interviewing me about squirrels? Like, she was annoyed.
Yeah.
She was bothered. Like, well, okay, quit feeding the stupid squirrels, you morons. You have this coming to you.
You can agitate them.
Life is good in that neighborhood. If that's the worst that this news crew news story they have going on in there, like, geez, life's good.
Life's pretty good.
Life's good. Crazy squirrel.
I got scratched by a squirrel. It almost killed me. Shut up. No, it didn't.
Well, the one lady said that it attacked her leg, and there was a couple bite marks on her leg, but she said, I didn't know how to get it off of my leg. Well, you grab it by its golf ball size head.
Yeah.
And you pull it off your leg and throw it like it's a golf ball.
Yeah.
And then should go away.
And then it will be like, oh, okay, I won't do that again.
I would not want to be attacked by a squirrel. But I do want to clear up some confusion in this country, because a lot of people think that there are rabid squirrels that carry hydrophobia.
Yeah, hydrophobia.
Squirrels don't carry hydrophobia.
It's not a vector.
In the United States of America. Now, technically, they can get the phobia, but we have never had a case of contracted hydrophobia transmitted by a squirrel. So let's not all take up arms against squirrels thinking that they're all foam-mouthed and ugly. They're still sweet and cute rodents.
Just don't feed them.
Don't feed them.
They get angry. They get frustrated. A certain level of frustration.
Don't feed them.
When you don't bring them food.
And don't take their nuts, because those are stored for winter.
Oh, yeah, okay. All right. Hans and Scotty, 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. I'm going to let you want to transition into this? Hi, Bailey. How are you? All right. So if you are struggling for whatever reason, Mint Medical is here to help you out. If you've got issues inside the bedroom, you got it. You got it taken care of. You need a little help with the GLP-1s. Boom, you got it. Body contouring. Boom. Hormone replacement or help there. There's nothing really you guys can't handle there outside of maybe treating squirrel wounds.
Yeah, we haven't figured that one out yet, but we do treat the other side, and that is, the acoustic wave therapy is, we talk about it each week, and it really is a revolutionary, non-invasive treatment. We like to mention that, and just to get that spontaneity back and reunite your love life and your intimacy, that's what that does.
I hope that people that are out there that are listening and they've suffered with any of this, or they are suffering with any of this, I hope that they understand that there is a treatment, and it has been clinically proven that this will work for our listeners out there. Talk just about some of the clinical proof of what this does and how it can help.
Yeah, it basically can open up, regrow, and heal the blood vessels in that area of the body. And that's really what this is about, is getting the blood flow back. And as we age, that part of the body needs some help. And so that's what this does. It's been clinically proven to do that.
Is this the kind of roughly the same technology that people use on kidney stones and things like that? Or
they do use something similar, but the concentration and the depth of how deep that goes, it is different. And so this is specifically designed for ED treatment.
And I think that's important to know, because I think people are like, okay, well, it's being used for multiple different things. And so they just, okay, well, no, this is specifically designed for this purpose.
And it's the only one that has clinical trials done on it for this exact purpose. And it really does work. And for people that, as you mentioned, Hans, that maybe have lost hope and thinking it's just not going to get any better, it can. You can get that restored. And that's what's amazing about it, is it really does restore that part.
Now, let's talk about the gifts.
Yeah. We always give away the free intimacy gift, which is part of just coming in for the consultation. No obligation for that. But you'll get that ultrasound, the blood flow analysis. That's all free. But if you do sign up and become a patient, you can either choose 1 month free of hormone or 1 month free of GLP-1s, the semaglutides and tirzepatides. You get to either choose that or a body contouring 1 session for either you or your spouse if you'd like that. So we always encourage the spouse to come in. It's such a compliment to the relationship when they are supportive of this. And then the big one is if you sign up as a patient, we're going to send you to Hawaii for 5 nights in a luxury resort.
It's really simple. All you have to do is call, become a patient, but it all starts with a free blood flow analysis, free consultation. Right. You get the intimacy gift for free as well. I mean, that's a lot of free, and then you can decide if you want to move forward.
Exactly. There's no obligation to come in and find out what is going on. And remember, we have Layton location and Sandy location, so we kind of cover the valley there. So find one that's convenient for you and just come in. It's easy to get in and find out where you're at.
One thing about Bailey that I think people need to understand, you're running an operation where, look, you understand, like Hans and I joke a little bit about, the squirrel thing and stuff like that. But at the end of the day, we understand it's a major issue. People are dealing with it. And
it's a horrifying issue.
And we may chuckle a little bit, but this is affecting not just your life, your partner's life. So let's get it addressed. Don't just hide behind the fact that you're too proud to call or whatever the case might be. Whatever your hang-up is, it shouldn't exist anymore.
That's right. It's a medical issue, and it's very, very common. It's a lot more common than most of us want to believe or admit. And so, just make the call, and we'll take care of you.
801-804-8000. It's a really easy number to remember, 801-804-8000. And if you're sitting there and you're thinking, well, I'm just too overweight. I'm just too overweight, and that's a problem. They're just going to tell me that I'm overweight, and that's a problem. No, they'll help you start to fix that.
Right.
Get the testosterone in order, get those GLPs, start to get the pounds off, and let's get you back to feeling good about who you are.
That's right, and restore that confidence.
Yes.
The treatment, that works right away. So it might take a little bit more time to get the weight off, but we can restore the confidence in the bedroom with the acoustic wave therapy treatment.
Let's get it started.
801-804-8000. It's Mint Medical. So many ways you can improve your life. 801-804-8000.
Whether you're stuck in the office,
I believe you have my stapler,
in your car, or at your in-laws.
You want a piece of me? You bet I do.
The Zone is with you every step of the way. Download the KSL Sports app to get live streaming of your favorite shows and access to all the latest updates on your favorite teams. Your home for the best coverage of the Utes, Cougars, Jazz, and Mammoth is on air, online, and on the KSL Sports app. This is 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
I'm Walker Kessler, and I play basketball for a living. So I know how important it is to have the support of a team you can trust. That's why I love UCCU. UCCU is more than a credit union. They're a true financial partner, a local team of experts your entire family can trust at every step of your financial journey. Just visit uccu.com and elevate your banking experience.
What's up, everybody? I'm Mike Wilson with Any Hour Services, and you might have heard that during the month of September, Any Hour Services is having our free furnace sale. That's the sale where when you have Any Hour Services install a new air conditioner, we'll give you a new furnace for just the cost to install it. About $400. The furnace is free, you just pay the labor. If you think you might be interested and want to know how much you can save during our free furnace sale, call Any Hour Services and schedule your free estimate today. Google Any Hour Services or schedule online at anyhourservices.com. No one helps more homeowners than Any Hour Services.
I love a day on the water with friends, but my moderate to severe plaque psoriasis sometimes holds me back. Now I'm all in with clearer skin thanks to Skyrizi. Risankizumab Riza, a prescription-only 150 milligram injection for adults who are candidates for systemic or phototherapy.
Teaching music is my passion, but my active psoriatic arthritis can limit me at times. Now I'm treating my joint symptoms with Skyrizi.
With Skyrizi, most people with plaque psoriasis saw 90% clearer skin at 4 months.
Or if you are an adult with active psoriatic arthritis, Skyrizi helps you move with less joint pain, stiffness, swelling, and fatigue.
Don't use if allergic to Skyrizi. Serious allergic reactions, increased infections, or lower ability to fight them may occur. Before treatment, get checked for infections and tuberculosis. Tell your doctor about any flu-like symptoms or vaccines.
There's nothing like clearer skin.
There's nothing like better movement, and that means everything. Ask your doctor about Skyrizi. Visit Skyrizi.com or call 1-866-SKY-RIZZI to learn more.
When your reputation's on the line, you don't leave anything to chance, especially your primer.
Painters trust Kills primers for a smooth start, strong adhesion, and serious stain-blocking power. And now, the full Kills lineup is available exclusively at the Home Depot. Need it fast? Get same-day or next-day delivery, or order online and pick up in-store. Kills primers. Pro results, faster. The Home Depot. If you're a pro, you know.
You're still glowing, flirting, grooving. You've still got it. But your immune system weakens as you age, making it harder to fight flu, pneumococcal pneumonia, RSV, and COVID-19. Vaccines are a key part of any health routine and help strengthen your immune response. Ask your doctor or pharmacist which vaccines you need. Schedule in minutes at vaxassist.com. Sponsored by Pfizer.
Broadcasting from the Mountain Home Services Studio, this is 97.5 KZNS FM Colville, 1280 KZNS AM Salt Lake City, and 102.7 KSL FM HD2 Salt Lake City Midvale. This is 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. Let's go! Complete game coverage of the Cougars is right here on the KSL Sports Zone. The Cougars welcome in West Virginia to Lavelle Edwards Stadium for a battle with the Mountaineers. Your home for the best coverage of Cougar football is right here on 97.5 The KSL Sports Zone. This is Hans Olsen and Scotty G, presented by Mountain Land Supply on 97.5 The KSL Sports Zone. Woo!
Hans and Scotty, 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. Get ready, folks. Coming up on Friday, we need you coming up to Bountiful because we will be at El Matador, 606 South Main in Bountiful. We'll be there from noon to 3. El Matador, Utah Mexican food staple for over 50 years. Todd, Cammie, and the crew are the best people on the planet with the best restaurant. Come on by and say hi. El Matador. We will be doing the show there coming up on Friday from noon to 3. All right, joining us now, one of our favorites to break down the world of college football in this crazy world we're living in right now. Season nearing the halfway point. Brian Fisher, kind enough to hang out with us. Brian, how you doing?
Hey, Brian.
Well, I was doing well until you said we're nearing the halfway point because it doesn't feel like that in college football.
No.
Kind of bums me out a little bit. Hey, I want to start out. This is a little bit selfish, but I call games for Utah State. I was at Vanderbilt, and you know what? I know they're coming up on Murderers Row, and I know you weren't planning on talking Vandy right out of the gate, but that team's sneaky good. Like, I think they're going to be a problem for some teams.
Oh, absolutely. And, credit to Broncos guys up there for, getting the cover for a lot of folks. I know late that was a big thing for that game. But you're right. I mean, this is a good Vandy team. I think we understood that last year in terms of what they were able to kind of show for a lot of folks, not just Diego Pavia running around, but they got guys like Eli Stowers and really have I think, filled out their roster even better from last year in terms of kind of coming onto the scene. And this is a physical group. They will beat you up front. And I think that's the one thing. If you're looking at Alabama in that Florida State game, they got pushed around a little bit by the Noles, and so I think they kind of improved on that this past weekend against Georgia. That's the one thing they got to keep in mind for this game against Vandy. I think they are the real deal, and you kind of look at this path. If they can get past Alabama this week, now you're kind of starting to think, all right, maybe that flirting with making a run to Atlanta is not so crazy after all for the Commodores.
So give us a big picture look here. As we look at the top 25, we look at the way the country is shaping out in this new world of college football with NIL and transfer portals. Would you say there's more parity or less parity?
I think there's more parity. I think there is a definite consideration when you talk with coaches, when you talk with general managers, that there is more talent being spread around, and I think it's going to be interesting too. I think moving forward, we kind of just in such of an interim period. These last couple of years, you kind of got layers on. You had NIL kind of come around, then you had revenue sharing that's coming around. I think it's going to be interesting to see. Our coach is going to be able to kind of land a lot of talent out of the transfer portal moving forward with guys in some of these revenue sharing deals, which are multi-year things. It's going to be a big deal come January with this new transfer portal window opening up. guys are going to have buyouts nowadays. So, like, it might not be quite as easy to flip rosters, to get talent to move around moving forward, but I think that's definitely been a factor in a lot of these rises. You look at a team like Oregon. Yes, they've recruited well, and they've landed 5 stars out of high school, but they've also supplanted well. I mean, the guy, Bear Alexander was a kid from USC last year, but he really flashed in that game against Penn State. Like, that's a key piece if you want to not only contend within one of these conferences, but contend for the playoff. And you're seeing that all down the line with teams like Vandy, with teams like Texas Tech. I mean, Iowa State, has found some smaller school guys as well that they've been able to kind of complement. And now they're right in the thick of the Big 12 race. So I think it has definitely spread things out, and I think that's why we're seeing all these upsets. Really the 12-team playoff came out at the right time because that group of contending teams, it's probably as deep as ever because that talent is spread out.
Brian Fisher joining us, Sports Illustrated staff writer covering all things college athletics. When you watch BYU and they just find ways to continue to win games at East Carolina, at Colorado, and with the freshman quarterback, but with an elite defense, do you feel pretty comfortable in saying that BYU is going to be right there in the mix for a chance to earn a spot in the college football playoff coming out of the Big 12 in a potential Big 12 championship game?
Yeah, I think the thing that probably hurts them more than anything is just kind of the non-conference schedule. They really don't have that marquee win, but gutting out wins and finding a way. I think in the Big 12, where really every game is a toss-up, that does provide a nice, easy path for you. And, frankly, they probably got to help. It probably helps them, if Utah can certainly win these next couple of weeks to really set up that Holy War to be a big-time game where you can get a big, ranked opponent and potentially take them down. Obviously, you're going to Texas Tech, kind of later in November. So, like, that's another big game that could really stamp this group as one of those contenders in the Big 12. But that is the path to the playoff, I think, for a lot of teams. I mean, it's not even them. Like, even Arizona State, everybody kind of wrote them off, kind of earlier in the year when they lost to Mississippi State. Well, you know what? They're still right in the thick of the Big 12 race, and that means you're right in the thick of the playoff chase. So I think it's going to be really fascinating. And I think that's probably one of the storylines of that kind of second half of the season is kind of which of these Big 12 teams really does emerge because, teams are doing it all sorts of ways. And I've really been impressed, not just with BYU's defense, but I think the conference overall for a lot of these defenses in the Big 12, you got that outside perception. All right, they're going to be quarterbacks that are going to be throwing around. You're going to have running backs running free. That's not the case. There are a lot of teams with a lot of good defenses in the Big 12, and I think it's going to be fascinating to see how that plays out the second half of the year.
It's kind of a shame, though, because I feel like the way it's ranked out right now, with Texas Tech is the highest ranked. This is a one-bid league for the 12-team college football playoff. Do you see any way that the Big 12 has two?
Yeah, I mean, I think just because Iowa State and Texas Tech, I think that would, if they both went into that Big 12 title game undefeated, or maybe even just, one of them having one loss, I think that's the way the Big 12, that's kind of the path nowadays that, the league is going to get two teams. But, I mean, BYU is going to have a big say in that because they end up playing both those teams, I think, even back-to-back, if memory serves, on the schedule. So I think it's going to be very interesting to see kind of how that race shapes up because that is a thin margin for error. And I think the flip side of that kind of is helping the Big 12 right now is there is a little bit of ACC chaos as well. I think if you went back a week ago or so, you probably would have penciled in Georgia Tech going 11-1 at this point. But you know what? When you struggle on the road against a Wake Forest team, all right, maybe your perception is going to change a little bit of the Yellow Jackets. You kind of thought Florida State would have been one of those teams in the playoff chase. Well, all right, well, they lose to Virginia. You're talking about maybe they got two losses after this weekend with Miami coming into town. So that's, they are getting help in terms of the other conferences kind of coming back to the pack a little bit. But I think it's going to be a little bit difficult just from overall perception wise for the committee to start saying, all right, you're racking up those non-conference wins. You're racking up those top 25 wins. Maybe that will be the case at the end of the year, but I think it's going to be a pretty narrow path really involving Iowa State and Texas Tech meeting, in Dallas with a lot on the line for the playoff bid for the Big 12 to have a chance necessarily to kind of get in multiple teams to the bracket.
How much pressure and how much is the noise now surrounding James Franklin after that loss to Oregon?
It's funny. Right before this, I was just talking with my editor, and I was in Happy Valley this week, and obviously wrote a couple of columns, and there's definitely a lot of interest in James Franklin's tenure. I can say that with some confidence. And look, I think if you're a Penn State fan, you are happy with kind of the floor of the program at this point. I mean, they're always contending in terms of the Big Ten. They're always in playing these type of big games, but not getting over the hump. I mean, that is a big issue. And credit to James Franklin. Like he acknowledged it Saturday night and saying, hey, this is not a narrative. This is facts. And that it takes a lot for a coach to say that. Usually they're trying to spin things and saying we were close and we kind of came back. But, I think it means a lot for a lot of people around that program to say, how do we get back over the hump? How do we kind of overcome these games? Maybe they can this year. They got Ohio State and India. They got 2 more shots to kind of do this, but it's going to be tough for, I think, Penn State in this version of the team that we saw on Saturday against Oregon to really compete in those games. And so I think that's a question long-term for Pat Kraft, the AD. They're redoing the Beaver Stadium there. Like a lot of resources have been pumped into the program. And if James Franklin's not delivering on results, I think it's going to be some interesting conversations this offseason for both him and for the program in general.
Brian, have you had a good opportunity to watch BYU's true freshman quarterback? And if so, what do you think of Bear Buckmeyer?
I think he's doing what he needs to win. And, I think, the completion percentage is approaching 70%. So, he's playing within himself, playing within the game. I think Aaron Roderick is doing a really good job kind of developing and bringing him along the line. I will say the biggest thing I think in talking about Bear is probably just the number. Like, that's the thing that sticks out when you're watching back BYU games and seeing somebody with usually you're used to those single-digit numbers, but, completing 70% of his passes in conference play and, using his legs as necessary and, no interceptions. I mean, that's the text mark, not beating yourself. And when you can have that good defense, when you can play that complementary football, which I think BYU has always leaned into, that's a way you can kind of overcome a little bit some of those freshman jitters, if you will, in some of these big games. And, I think Jake Retzlaff would have given them a little bit more in terms of the ceiling, but I think it's been impressive in terms of, given all the changes, especially late in the process and bringing guys in late. It's been an impressive job by that staff to get Bear not only ready to play in a lot of these games, but get the rest of the team around him to kind of pick him up when he needs. And I think, when you play well in all those phases, that definitely gives you the opportunity to win a lot of these games, which, like I said earlier, in the Big 12, everything is a toss-up. So if your quarterback's not turning the ball over, if he's playing within the offense, that's going to give you a chance more often than not on every Saturday.
Utah suffers that tough loss to Texas Tech. They rebound with a nice road win against West Virginia. Where are you at on the Utes right now?
I still think they're one of the top teams in the Big 12. I think, even in that Texas Tech game, I mean, it was still, close going into that fourth quarter, and the offense truthfully didn't play that well. And I think if they had gotten another couple of cracks, maybe they are able to put up some more points and move the ball a little bit more effectively, not only in that game, but I think you can see the ceiling, if they are hitting on all cylinders. And you combine that with that defense, that's one of the better teams. So it wouldn't be surprising at all if we end up seeing that as a rematch potentially, down the road. I think the thing for them is just, you got to go down to BYU. You got to make sure that you win a lot of those road games that you're going to have that are kind of those toss-up games, and you need the offense to show up in those games. And so we'll see if that's ultimately the case. But I still think Utah is one of the top 25 teams right now. Whether they're closer to kind of the top 10 versus the more in the top 20 type of range, I think we're going to find out in the next couple of weeks because they've got some tests on that schedule, and we'll definitely find out here pretty soon.
Brian, are you hearing any names on the UCLA search or the Stanford search or any of the other open searches that are out there?
You definitely hear some names, and there's definitely more chatter, I think, now, right at this point in the season in terms of, agents filling things out and really even the athletic directors, like UCLA just to kind of announce their committee, if you will, who's kind of going to contribute to the search and kind of going to help steer it. But, I think it's still a little bit early in the process. I think the names out there are pretty standard. It's going to be interesting to see if a guy like Pat Fitzgerald really kind of throws his name into a hat, into the running for a job like Stanford, given the similarities that he had in his old job at Northwestern. I think it's going to be interesting to see how do coaches value some of those gigs? Is it because you were in the Big Ten? Does that make UCLA a more attractive job than versus in the ACC? Because you know what, the ACC is a little bit more of an open path. You can win a little bit more. I think that's why it's going to be interesting to see how the Virginia Tech job is treated by a lot of coaches, a lot of agents, in terms of the attractiveness with that one, because maybe there's a little bit easier path to the playoff. Maybe if you win in a job like that in the ACC level, maybe you can get one of those big-time Big Ten SEC type of jobs that you're going to have the resources to not only compete for the playoff, but compete for championships. And so I think that's going to be the really interesting thing on what should be a very active cycle. I think this is going to be one of the more active coaching cycles that we're going to see of these last couple of years. And there's going to be a lot of hard decisions. And some teams are going to luck out with the candidates that are presented to them. And I think the reverse, some teams are going to struggle, to kind of attract some candidates. So I think it's going to be very interesting to see how those two searches in particular play out. But probably a little bit too early right now in terms of the actual names they're going to get hot and heavy in terms of the conversations, in terms of the interest level at both those places.
So if you're you're a coach out there and you're looking to take that next step into that P4 level or maybe switch, how appealing is that Oklahoma State job?
I think it's actually pretty appealing. This is a program that still wants to invest. I think there is definitely a narrative in terms of all right, this is kind of the second tier job. And I don't think that's the case at all. I think it's probably going to hurt them a little bit in terms of the fact that you have an Arkansas job that's kind of nearby that should have the SEC resources and maybe a little bit more attractive to them. A lot of the kind of similar tier jobs. But I think for the right coach, in the Big 12 in particular, these are a lot of coin flip games. You can recruit into Texas. There's a lot of attractive qualities to that job. And, the fact of the matter is it's been so long since we've seen it come open. I think that it probably hurts them in terms of the perception. But when you kind of dig down to it, I think they've got a good athletic director. I think they've got, very supportive administration at this point that can kind of be pretty aligned in terms of what they want to do on the field. I think it's a pretty attractive job, all things considered, because if you have some success there, you can parlay that into a big-time SEC job. You can parlay that into, a big-time Big Ten job. And I think that's what a lot of coaches are going to look at it as. The question for Oklahoma State is going to be, do you want a guy who is kind of going to look at that as this is going to be a way stop on your career, or do you want to try to find the right fit? Maybe somebody that's maybe a little bit older on the scale and not just a young guy, but he wants to stay there. He wants to build that program like Mike Gundy did. I think that's going to be a big question surrounding the OSU search. There are a lot of hot offensive coordinator type of names that they could probably get and probably have success, but they might have the job come open because the success happens almost too much and too quickly there in Stillwater.
Coaches overall happy with the change of the transfer portal where now you've got a singular window, looks like, January 2nd to the, 16th?
Well, I think even more than the head coaches, it's the general managers, the player personnel folks. Those folks are really going to be, excited because that really does give them even more of a window, especially in that kind of December timeframe. Number one, you can get your high school guys and get all that set in terms of you kind of know how many scholarships you're going to have to play with. You're going to know what your revenue sharing numbers you're going to have to play with. That's a big thing for them, just in terms of the alignment of the calendar. And I think that's going to be key for really managing these rosters moving forward. And I think it's going to be also a factor for a lot of these coaches in terms of really just the coaching cycle. I think that you're going to see a lot of got a lot of power forward gigs are going to come open. So this allows those coaches, it's not a pressure point anymore to necessarily say, I got to take this gig. I got to get in. I got to leave my team. I don't got to worry about this bowl game. I got to get in. I got to re-recruit the roster. That sort of pressure-packed moment in terms of almost compressing everything within 2 weeks to manage your roster, manage your job, that sort of thing. I think that will be lessened a little bit in this cycle. Now, I think it does put a lot of pressure on a lot of folks come January in terms of hitting the ground running and making sure everything is good to go as soon as that portal window comes open. But I think you ask a lot of folks around the NCAA, they're excited to almost get their Decembers back a little bit, not just in terms of the holidays with the family, but actually having a little bit slower pace of life because there's a lot of gray hairs that were growing these last couple of Decembers just with everything that was going on. And I think that gets pushed off a little bit with a single portal window.
Well, we appreciate your time, Brian. Thanks for joining us, and look forward to catching up again here soon.
Absolutely. Anytime, guys.
You check him out on Sports Illustrated. That's Brian Fisher right here on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. One singular portal window in early January. I know Bronco Mendenhall is not happy about it, but that's not about the singular window. I think he's happy about that. It's the timing of it because Utah State starts their semester so early. Mm-hmm. They start like January 2nd. And so when you're got a transfer portal and you need to get a guy into school and school's already going, it can make things a little bit difficult there.
Yeah, I get that. I do like the one time.
I do too.
I don't like
get rid of the spring.
Yeah.
Yep.
That's a mess. So I'm glad they clarified that, got that cleared up. You ask about the OK State job. I actually think that's a really good job.
I do too. I would take it over UCLA.
Yeah.
I would take it over Stanford.
Yeah, I would for sure. Because I feel like you'd be a priority in Norman. I think, or in Stillwater.
Yeah, Stillwater.
I think that it would be a priority. I don't think I'd touch UCLA.
No. Nope. You have high expectations and no resources.
Yeah. I've got a lot of respect for Jim Moore Jr. I think he's a pretty darn good coach, and I think UCLA drained him.
Yep. He's having far more fun at UConn.
Yeah. Did he ever win at UCLA?
I think he was okay, but
500
never
500 below. 500,
yeah, maybe a good year was 7-5.
Yeah. I wouldn't touch it.
No. Nope. Bailey's hanging out with us. We're chatting about Mint Medical, and they do so many great things. And, every time we talk, it feels like I learned something new about what you do at Mint Medical. We talk a lot about these GLP-1s, but here's what's really fascinating. Not all these GLP-1s are created equal. They're kind of supposed to be, but you get trizipatide, and some people kind of water it down with B12. When you go to Mint Medical, you're getting the actual stuff and all of it.
That's right. It's pure. They put B12 and cypionate and some other things in it, and those can be helpful, but it also dilutes down what you're getting. Ours is pure. It works very good, and many of those that have been on others and then have taken ours, they said, "What's different about yours?" And we simply say, "It's uncut, if you will. It's direct from the pharmacy."
One thing I want to mention to people: if you've thought about using the trizepatides or the GLPs, and you looked into it, and you see $700,000, $800,000 price tags, and you're like, I just can't afford it. Well, this is an opportunity to get yourself fixed in that area and have a 1 month free supply of the GLP.
That's right. It's included in, if you're doing the body contour, you're going to get your GLP-1 for free, or you get your hormone for free. So yeah, and if you're paying that kind of amount for those things, just let us know, and we always beat it by $50 at least.
So whatever you're paying, at least $50 cheaper.
That's correct.
I love it. And of course, the acoustic wave therapy. If you're struggling with ED, let's get it addressed.
Yeah, that's the foundation of what we do at Mint Medical, is fixing that, and fixing the relationships is a big part of that. So that's it's a big part of our offering, is getting that acoustic wave and getting the ED treated and fixed.
So you go in, you call Mint Medical, you go in for a free assessment, right, a free blood flow analysis, a free consultation. You actually get a free gift as well. And there's no pressure. If you want to move forward, great. If not, you can take all that information in the gift home.
That's right. At least you'll know where you stand. And you mentioned the intimacy gift. We do give that out to folks, and they love that. And as part of the treatment, you actually get 1 month free of those intimacy trochees is what they're called. But they really do kind of complete the offering that we give.
And, of course, if you decide to go forward as a patient, you get that trip to Hawaii.
That's right. It's a 5-night luxury stay in Hawaii. It's on the island of Oahu, and it's really worth it. It's a big incentive, because we want people to recognize how important this is to get the ED fixed and treated, and reignite your relationship again.
There's really no excuse. You've left no excuse whatsoever for anybody not to call Mint Medical, 801-804-8000. That's 801-804-8000. Please call right now. It's discreet. They'll get you taken care of. 801-804-8000. Get back to mint condition with Mint Medical.
It's game week for the Cougars, and the KSL Sports Zone is getting you ready for kickoff. The undefeated Cougars return home to Provo for a Friday night showdown against the Mountaineers of West Virginia. Listen all week long for the best coverage of Cougar football. Then catch the post-game show immediately following the game on KSLSports.com, as well as a complete wrap-up the following day on College Football Saturday beginning at 10 a.m. Your home for the best coverage of BYU football is live on air, online, and on the KSL Sports app. This is 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
You're the fall cleanup phenom, the titan of trimming. You wield a leaf blower like a surgeon does a scalpel. When it comes to your lawn, power moves are the only moves you make. That's why you just applied IFA's Fall and Winter Lawn Food for stronger roots and an early green up next spring. IFA's Fall and Winter Lawn Food. It's the ultimate lawn owner power move.
I'm Walker Kessler, and I play basketball for a living. So I know how important it is to have the support of a team you can trust. That's why I love UCCU. UCCU is more than a credit union. They're a true financial partner, a local team of experts your entire family can trust at every step of your financial journey. Just visit uccu.com and elevate your banking experience.
Be advised, this is your opportunity to save up to 40 to 80% on a hot tub or swim spa this weekend only, Friday through Sunday, Mountain America Expo Center, Sandy. Be advised, this is your opportunity to save up to 40 to 80% on a hot tub or swim spa this weekend only, Friday through Sunday, Mountain America Expo Center, Sandy. 18-month interest-free financing. Our factories have demanded we sell 1,000 hot tubs and swim spas this weekend. Mountain America Expo Center, Sandy. Huge factory incentives, factory rebates this weekend only. Mountain America Expo Center, Sandy. We can remove your old hot tub. Free delivery of your new hot tub. Hot tub starting at $2,999. Mountain America Expo Center, Sandy. Free delivery of your new hot tub. Just relax and enjoy. Mountain America Expo Center, Sandy. Friday, 2 p.m. to 8 p.m. Saturday, 10 a.m. to 8 p.m. Sunday, 10 a.m. to 6 p.m. Free admission, free parking, free delivery. Mountain America Expo Center, Sandy. Call 833-SPA-SALE or visit hottubandSwimSpaSale.com.
Worried about market losses? If headlines are keeping you up at night, it's time to take control. Hi, I'm Jeff Jr. with Trajan Wealth, and I know you've worked hard to save. But in times like these, what if can turn into what now? If you're planning to retire or are in retirement, you need a strategy that helps protect your future. At Trajan Wealth, you can capture market gains, protect your account from losses, and guarantee income for life. Right now, you could receive a bonus of up to 30% or annual growth of up to 10% for retirement income. You heard me right. An upfront bonus of up to 30% or annual growth of up to 10%, all guaranteed to boost your lifetime income in retirement. Don't leave your future to chance. Plan with confidence. Call Trajan today at 801-899-7600. That's 801-899-7600.
Annuity guarantees are based on the claims paying ability of the issuing insurance company, DBA, in most states as Trajan Wealth Insurance Solutions.
Ticket packages for the Utah Mammoth 2025-26 season are available now. From full season and half season packages to mini plans and other flexible options, choose the ticket package that fits you best and be part of the action all season long. Call or text 801-325-PUCK to talk with a rep or visit nhl.com/Utah/tickets/season tickets to learn more.
The wheel is loaded, and it's time to talk some sports. This is Sports Roulette with Hans and Scotty on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Hans Olsen, Scott Gerard, 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. Hope you're all having a great day. I know I am. I know Hans hopefully is.
I'm having a great day. A fantastic day.
Learned a lot about squirrels today.
Yeah. Yep.
So I do have a question. Like, what constitutes a rodent? Because you think rodent, and I think bad, like mouse, rat. So what, like, how would you classify a rodent?
Well, they're distinguished from their incisors and no canine teeth. So that's why a
You had to ask. Of course, this guy knows.
Exactly. That's why I asked.
Okay.
And by the way, I sent you guys a couple squirrel attack videos, just maybe like last segment. Very terrifying. Those things, those little things just come chasing you down. They're very fast.
They're fast.
Yeah, it's terrifying.
And they are a little crazy when they'll lose their minds.
Yeah.
But I think that's the main thing that separates them. That's why, like a raccoon, it falls into the mammals category, because rodents still have live young and still feed off milk, but there's that separation.
Okay.
And then raccoons would be more of the mammalia category.
I love that you, like, by the way, he's not Googling this.
No, I just am trying to know it. But I hope I'm not completely off, because I'm definitely not an expert. But I do love the animal kingdom.
Sounds like an expert to me.
I trust you.
You know what, though? I've always thought if you could take the energy of a squirrel that's on the attack and put it into a human, that'd be a great football player, because they just freak out. They lose their minds. It's the same with like a powerful big cat. There's nothing you can do. Or even a gorilla. You know, you upset a silverback,
You're done.
you're screwed.
Yeah, you're dead.
It can rip your arm off just the same way that you would tear a piece of paper.
Yeah.
Like that's how easy it could just.
What'd you say that if you trained it to do the bench, it could bench?
Yeah, 3,000 pounds.
3,000.
So maybe we need to ask 100 squirrels versus one human.
Oh, that's not even the squirrels
okay,
will kill you.
50 squirrels? How many? Where is it maybe a fair fight?
10?
No, 50 would be. 100 would overwhelm you. You'd be done. They'd scratch and chew you to death. 50 would be menacing. I think you could scathe off 50. No weapons.
No weapons.
You're coming out bloody.
Oh yeah,
and probably without an eyeball.
Oh man. Well, maybe I was wrong in getting after these people in the affluent neighborhood that were thinking that one squirrel was going to kill them. Because maybe, you know what? If you're not ready for it, you're not ready to fight and get your dukes up, that squirrel is going to take you down.
What if they do?
50 men. It was 50. It was
Stop. It makes me feel so stupid. It's the worst accent ever. Don't play that again. I'll never do that again. I'm sorry. I apologize to everyone. That's horrifying.
No, it wasn't.
Yeah, I don't even like hearing that. It makes me feel really stupid.
All right, let's get to the wheel. Lloyd, spin it.
Perhaps another domino falls.
Maybe. Well, at least the sale has gone through. A group led by Florida-based real estate developer Patrick Zalupski has closed on the purchase of the Tampa Bay Rays. Major League Baseball owners unanimously approved the transaction, the price not disclosed, and now they will begin working on the search for a new ballpark. They had a $1.3 billion project to construct a new ballpark adjacent to Tropicana Field. That fell through. The hurricane and delays also drove up the costs. So they sell the team, and now that new ownership group is looking for a site to build a new stadium. And hopefully that means Major League Baseball can get onto expansion here relatively soon, and we can get our baseball team here in Utah.
Man, isn't that the truth? Oh, it would be so nice to get that done. I know that there are a couple of things. Is this the last one, though?
Yeah, there was A's need to figure out their situation, and they're moving to Vegas. They're building their stadium, so that's settled. And then it was the Rays and their stadium. And now that ownership group is sold. You got a new owner flush with cash. It's a real estate developer, so obviously land is right up their alley. So hopefully they can secure a site and get that finalized. And then Major League Baseball said, okay, next up on the docket will be expansion.
And you just need Portland to continue to harm themselves with their stupidity.
Yeah, Portland's going to be Portland, and they'll screw themselves.
Yeah,
so.
And because I think that's the only competitor out west.
It really is. Yeah, Nashville, and I was out at Nashville over this last weekend, and they're like fired up because they know they're getting a baseball team, and they are. Like Nashville will be the team in the East that gets the baseball team, and then hopefully Salt Lake is the team in the West.
Well, I'm glad to hear that it's sold. Did it say anything about keeping it in St. Pete? Or
no, but it will be in that area, whether it's St. Pete or somewhere else. But it's not moving out of that region of Florida.
Well, I just went to a Rays game. What was that, last year, 2 years ago?
I think it was last year. And you liked it.
It was before the top blew off. It was the same year that the hurricane hit it and blew the top off it. It was that year, I think. I loved it. I love the area. I'm a big fan of St. Petersburg. Beautiful.
Is that close to your place?
No. St. Petersburg is on the other side, so it's in the Gulf of America side.
Okay. I don't know my Florida geography very well.
Yeah. Tampa would be on the Gulf side, and Daytona, Smyrna, Port Orange, Coco's all on the Atlantic side. But I went over to the Miami side. Miami's on the Atlantic side. I went over to a Marlins game. That was just as fun. Actually, that Marlins indoors is as fun as I've had at a baseball game.
Mm.
I think all baseball should be indoors, honestly. It spoils you. I do like the outdoors and, seeing the mountains. But the problem is here in Salt Lake, Scotty, we're going to get into some of these late games, and nobody's going to want to sit out in 12, 18, 25-degree weather with a little bit of a wind blowing across your face. That sucks.
Yeah. I mean, they make it work in Denver, so I got to imagine we can do that here.
What do they do? Just try to keep it all day games?
I'm not sure.
Peak heat?
Yeah. I mean, they played a World Series in Denver, so you're talking October football or baseball.
So people just bundle up
and get after it.
Well, how do you picture a baseball game?
A 2:00 afternoon in the sun, sipping a beverage, and eating a hot dog or a pretzel.
That's me. Short sleeve.
Yep, shorts.
Some shorts. Warmth, trying to shade my eyes from the sun, and just enjoying a game.
You more worried about the heat or the cold?
Oh, it used to be the heat.
Yeah, way more worried about the cold.
Now I'm way more worried about the cold.
And I'll tell you why.
Fair enough.
Because my ideal baseball game is shared with my wife. She will not be in the cold. Won't. I was right in the middle of listening to that Chicago concert that they had 4 or 5 years ago it used to be USANA.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, Chicago.
Yeah.
There's a couple remakes and people have gone their own way, but it's the greatest music ever known to man. And it was 68, 65, maybe. She was like, I'm done. And I'm like, baby, sweet baby, let the warmth.
It's Peter Cetera.
Yeah, let the warmth of Chicago burn inside your soul. She's like, that's stupid. I want to go home. I'm like, we can't leave. It's Chicago. And she's like, man, I'm cold.
I'm done.
So we went home. And I missed the rest of Chicago. Same with Lady Antebellum. That one just didn't hurt as bad because I don't like. I took her to Lady Antebellum for her.
For her, and then when she's like, "I'm cold,"
I was like, "Me too."
Hey, aren't you cold?
I'm blowing on the back of her neck. Oh, it's cold.
You want to get out of this. All right, Hans and Scotty Bailey's with us from Mint Medical, and one more chat with Bailey. Bailey, you guys are doing such good things, but honestly, I know that there are listeners right now that are driving around. And they're going through hell, to put it frankly. And they just I just wish I could get in a time machine and go back to my 20s. I wish I could have that same kind of enthusiasm and that same kind of drive and that same kind of ability, and you just feel hopeless and you feel like it's all over and you're at a stage in your life where you're like, what else? If I can't be a part of this, then what else is there? Yeah. And honestly, to be able to turn that around and give that part of people's lives back, I got to imagine is incredibly rewarding.
It is, and just to see the folks when they come back in the second or third treatment, and just to see, sometimes the spouse will come with them and they're thanking us just because it's changed the dynamics of their relationship, kind of taking them back to when things were reignited before and spontaneous, and that's a big plus of what we can do. It really does help the relationship, and for men, it restores so much just in their confidence, their drive, and just kind of the feelings about themselves. It affects all aspects of their life. So yeah, it is rewarding.
So if you're driving around and you've had these issues, try to picture yourself in a better world.
Yeah.
Try to picture yourself maybe losing 30, 40 pounds, using some GLPs, and try to picture yourself having that vigor and energy that you had by boosting the testosterone.
Right.
And try to picture yourself being able to be romantic and be in the moment with your significant other.
That's right. Being spontaneous and just being kind of back to where things were working normally.
And if you're 65 or you're 70 and you're thinking, oh, that's no longer.
Yeah, those days are behind me.
Stop it.
Yeah.
Let's re-energize you. Let's re-energize your significant other.
Right.
Maybe get your wife feeling better about things, and we can make your world a ton better. All you got to do is call.
And you'd be surprised at how many folks that are in their 60s, 70s, 80s, even 90s that come in and they're thinking, can you fix this? And we can. And it's amazing that technology, it's not age discriminate. It can still fix you. So we encourage you to call in, and regardless of what your age or the station you are in life, we can help you.
Just get information.
Right.
You can get the blood flow analysis for free. You can get the consultation for free. You get the gifts for free.
That's right.
That in itself is worth a lot of money, and you can just find out where you're at and then decide how you want to proceed.
That's right. There's no obligation to just come in and find out what we can do for you. And if there's nothing that we can do for you, that's okay too. But if there is, we have some great solutions for it.
And if you become a patient, 5-night stay in Hawaii.
That's correct.
That doesn't suck either.
No, it doesn't. Luxury stay, it's a real gift, and it's an incentive to get folks to make the call.
801-804-8000. Please call right now. 801-804-8000. It's Mint Medical. Bailey, thank you so much.
Thanks Bailey. Thanks for having me.
We'll wrap this up next. 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
You've been listening to The Zone for decades.
Yes!
But now you can watch the guys break down your favorite teams.
Some viewers may find the following video disturbing. Viewer discretion is advised.
Catch the video stream of DJ and PK, Jake and Ben, Hanson, Scotty, and JJ and Alex right now at KSLSports.com or by searching KSL Sports on YouTube. Utah's best sports radio is on air, online, and on the KSL Sports app. This is 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Hans and Scotty, 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. I was just telling Hans, you know what? I feel like I'm going to go home after the show, and I'm going to go open up the freezer, and we're going to play a little Beehive Mill roulette.
There you go.
I don't know what we're going to put in the old the slow cooker, but we're going to put something in there for tonight.
Whatever you grab's going in.
Yep.
If you haven't tried the Beehive Mills, this is the opportunity to do it. You're going to get $10 off by using promo code ZONE. If you sign up as a subscriber, you're going to get 10% off. You can compound those. And by the way, if you're a subscriber, it locks you into nothing. Nothing. So you're not committing to a year. You're not committing to anything. Be a subscriber, 10% off. Use promo code ZONE, $10 off. And just try the amazing Beehive Meals. And it's really hard to encapsulate everything in 60 seconds. But the way I'll tell you is, it's fresh prepped meals. It's delicious. It's convenient because you just open up the package, put it in the slow cooker, and it's cost effective. $3 to $4 per serving.
BeehiveMills.com. Get there now. BeehiveMills.com.
Water runs Utah. It carves our canyons, fuels our farmers' fields, fills our lakes and rivers. It runs outdoor adventures and economic development. But if we're not careful, water runs out. And in the cooler fall months, your yard simply doesn't need as much water. That's why this is one of the best times to make a big difference. Learn more at slowtheflow.org.
Delicious doesn't change because the times change. Delicious is something passed from one generation to the next. That's why for 50 years, delicious Mexican meals have always started in one place. El Matador. Family-owned and operated, El Matador is the community legend featuring fresh menu items and tasty take-and-bake meals. El Matador now offers catering and is the home of chips and salsa gift bags for the holidays. Delicious. It starts at El Matador, 606 South Main Street in Bountiful.
Hi, this is Derek Overstreet, president of the New Millennium Group and co-host of Stop Working, Start Living with KSL News Radio. Can you imagine what your life would be like if you could retire 3 to 5 years earlier than you thought possible? The things you could do, the loved ones you could spend time with, the memories that you could create. That's what our team at the New Millennium Group does. We'll walk you through the entire process every step of the way. If you'd like to get a copy of the 5-step proprietary plan that will help you retire 3 to 5 years sooner than you thought possible, give us a shout right now. 888-999-6370. That's 888-999-6370 or utahsfinancialplanner.com. Listen, most of our listeners right now have a tax problem, not a money problem. There's not enough money in Social Security Medicare as it is. Let us show you how you can significantly reduce your taxes. That's 888-999-6370. 888-999-6370 or utahsfinancialplanner.com.
So my mother is thinking of switching from Verizon to Pure Talk, but she's worried the deal sounds too good to be true. Michael, she said, how can those Pure Talk people offer me the same basic service as Verizon for so much less money? I said, Ma, go ask Google how much Verizon spends on advertising and promotions. A few seconds later, my mother said, oh my goodness, $12 billion a year? That must be a typo. I'll tell you what I told my mom. It's not a typo. Verizon spends $12 billion a year on advertising and promotions, and their customers are paying for it. Well, Pure Talk doesn't spend that kind of money on commercials. Trust me, I would know. That's why they can offer you and my mother unlimited talk, text, and plenty of data on a crazy fast 5G network for just $25 a month. And if you're a business owner, you could really save a fortune. Dial pound 250, say the words Mike Rowe, and you'll get an additional 50% off your first month. That's pound 250 Mike Rowe. Pure Talk. Everything you need and nothing you don't.
Right now at Tim Daly Mazda Southtown, you can get any new 2025 Mazda CX-50 for 0% financing for 60 months. Yes, 0% for 60 months. Or extended to 72 months for only 1.9%. You heard right. As low as 0% for 60 months. It's happening now at Tim Daly Mazda Southtown. APR OAC. Not available with any other offers. See dealer for complete details.
Nobody gets you ready for Utah football more than the KSL Sports Zone.
Ready?
It's a bye week for Utah as Kyle Whittingham gets his squad ready for the second half of the season. Your home for the best coverage of Utah football is right here on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. This is Hans Olsen and Scotty G, presented by Mountain Land Supply on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Standing here beside you, want so much to give you this love in my heart that I'm feeling for you.
Let them say we're crazy. I don't care about that. Put your hand in my hand, baby. Don't ever look back. Let the world around us just fall apart. Baby, we can make it if we're heart to heart.
JJ and Alex coming up next. Big thanks to Bailey at Mint Medical, 801-808-8000. Give them a call right now and enjoy everything they can do for you at Mint Medical.
And take advantage of the 5 nights free.
5 nights free.
Yeah, in Hawaii, on Oahu.
Yes.
Hawaii. How cool would that be, though? Like, drop some weight.
Yeah.
Re-energize.
Yep.
And head to Hawaii.
And Hawaii.
It's not a bad deal.
Take the new you to Hawaii.
Yeah. And go rediscover love.
Yes.
Take it for a test drive.
I was going to say that, but it didn't feel right, though.
Yeah. No,
Did you say that on the air?
Yeah, that feels right.
Okay.
What's wrong with it?
Take the new
It felt
you.
okay.
All right.
Yeah.
Fair enough.
I mean, you haven't used that in a while.
Well, I know, but not in that regard, though.
BYU preview show coming up tomorrow. We're going to take a real deep dive on Bear Bachmeier.
Yep.
I've got some thoughts on the offensive line, and I'm going to point out 2 major weaknesses of this team that have to get better.
Yeah.
Tomorrow.
And can they get better? Because we talked earlier in the show, there's some things that's just who you are.
Yeah.
And then there's other things you can fix.
But
tomorrow.
1 o'clock, we're going to stop being friendly and start getting real.
Yeah. Hey, did you, can we tease a potential guest tomorrow? Have you reached out?
No.
Okay.
Are you talking about like the one?
Yeah.
Our
the
guy?
one.
Okay.
Yeah.
No, I'm actually going to text him right now.
Julie from Real World.
Yeah. You had a thing for Julie, didn't you?
Puck. We all did, didn't we? Or no?
No.
That was Real World New Orleans, wasn't it?
New Orleans, yeah.
Yeah, kind of.
Yeah, okay. All right. Hans and Scotty, JJ Alex next. 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Win big every Wednesday on the KSL Sports Zone with Win Ticket Wednesday. This Wednesday, win fastest VIP tickets to Nightmare on 13. 1 location, 2 haunted attractions. Nightmare on 13, where Halloween lives. Get $10 off nighttime attractions by using the discount code ZONE. And listen to the KSL Sports Zone all day Wednesday for your chance to win.
Hey, Benjamin, we've got a surprise for you.
What?
You have a brother. $100 bill just like you.
Hey, I'm Ben.
What?
We just got him for joining America First Credit Union and opening a new checking account.
And you're going to live together at America First.
What?
This is nice.
For a limited time, new members get a $100 cash bonus when they open a checking account or $50 when they open a youth checking account. So head to AmericaFirst.com and get your money working today. Membership eligibility, terms, and conditions apply. Federally insured by NCUA.
Ski Chevy is back with season passes to Solitude Mountain Resort. So drop into a participating Rocky Mountain Chevy dealer now. Plus, upgrade to a discounted Icon base pass when you purchase or lease any new Chevy model. From powerful trucks like Silverado to our versatile families of SUVs. Retail value per pass is $999. Offer valid while supplies last or until 10/31/25. See participating dealer for complete redemption details, vehicle eligibility, and restrictions. See your Rocky Mountain Chevy dealers today.
You don't show up to Lavelle Edwards Stadium halfway. Neither should your energy drink. Bucked Up Energy gives you smooth, long-lasting power. No jitters, no crash. Just focus, flavor, and pure Cougar drive. Grab a can of Sour Bucks or Rocket Pop on your way to the game and taste why athletes and fans everywhere get bucked up. Visit your local Bucked Up retail store today or go to buckedup.com and use code ZONE to claim 20%. Bucked Up Energy, built for game day, made for every day.
Discover the exceptional value of Bar W Beef, where quality meets convenience. Bar W Beef's dry-aged beef, aged for 14 days, offers rich marbling and tender texture, perfect for grilling, roasting, or pan-searing. Enjoy the rich flavor and generous size. Shipped directly from the ranch to your door. Now hosting one-day pop-up events, go to barwbeef.com to find a pop-up event near you, or stop into the store in Nephi for weekly in-store specials. barwbeef.com. That's barwbeef.com.
This is Jake Scott and Ben Anderson.
Deion Sanders is very relevant, and it's cool that he says nice things about Kalani. Because Deion is so electric, everything he does is news, and saying nice things about the BYU head football coach is cool. And if you spend time with Kalani Sitake, you're going to like him. I bet you $1 zillion if you spend a few minutes with that guy, you're like, oh, this guy's cool.
I also think game recognizes game. Deion recognizes Kalani's a good coach. If you don't see that Kalani's good at this, it's a you problem. You know, if you're going to overlook Kalani and not recognize that what he's building is pretty special at BYU and that you're going to have to be prepared for it, you're just probably not a very good coach. But Kalani's done a heck of a job putting this program together. So I think Deion also has enough knowledge to recognize that what Kalani has built is authentic and is real and is something worth respecting. And I'm not saying steal a page out of his book, but recognize that what he's doing is doing it the right way.
Hear Jake Scott and Ben Anderson every day from 10 to noon on 97.5 The KSL Sports Zone.
Express Employment Professionals makes hiring easy.
Forget about posting jobs, sifting through resumes, being ghosted, and interviews with unqualified applicants. Move up to the pros with ExpressPros.com. With Express, you can lower contingent labor costs and reduce turnover. Every day, Express recruits and screens a variety of workers in your area. So when it's time to hire, they have the talent you need, ready to go to work. When you're ready to improve your hiring efficiency, choose Express. Go to ExpressPros.com to find the location nearest you. ExpressPros.com.
When your reputation's on the line, you don't leave anything to chance, especially your primer. Painters trust Kills primers for a smooth start, strong adhesion, and serious stain-blocking power. And now, the full Kills lineup is available exclusively at the Home Depot. Need it fast? Get same-day or next-day delivery, or order online and pick up in-store. Kills primers. Pro results, faster. The Home Depot. If you're a pro, you know.
Broadcasting from the Mountain Home Services Studio, this is 97.5 KZNS FM Colville, 1280 KZNS AM Salt Lake City, and 102.7 KSL FM HD2 Salt Lake City Midvale. This is 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Hey!
This is JJ and Alex.
I made a name for myself, I told you I won't be denied.
As you wrap up your day, it's time to get your fix of the teams you live for and the sports you love. This is JJ and Alex on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
What's going on, everybody? Welcome on in to another edition of JJ and Alex, 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. Baseball playoffs underway. What?
Playoffs?
What?
Wrong sports, sorry.
I just want to win the game. Is he still with us, Jim Morris Sr.? I'm just kidding. Of course he is. He is, all right. Hey,
maybe not for long. Are you?
That clip might be 30 years old at this point, right?
Yeah.
I mean, like if I'm a man, I'm 40 is 20 years old now. 20-something years old now, or 18 years old now?
He was the head coach of he was the head coach of Hans Olsen.
Yeah, he was.
Colts back in 2001 when he said that.
So, 24 years ago.
Yes.
Jim Morris Sr. with the, I just want to win a game. There you go. By the way, the Cincinnati Reds are in the playoffs for the first time in like a cajillion years. Good for them. Congrats. But New York and Boston facing off in the wild card in a 3-game series. Seems like we're getting shorted on that one, right?
A little bit.
Don't you feel? I mean, this is just how it played out. This is what the playoffs are. I guess the best way to kick off any playoffs would be awesome with New York and Boston. But you kind of wish that those teams would meet up in like a divisional round or something like that. But you know what? It's fine. It is what it is. Are you an October guy? Are you a baseball?
I love playoff baseball.
So do I.
Yes.
It's the. Like, I remember where I was when the comeback of all comebacks happened. You know, I remember the apartment I was sitting in Provo, you know, watching that thing go down.
2004.
And it was just so cool to watch something like that. And it's hard because baseball goes 162 games, and we just tend to go, all right, call me when this thing gets to the playoffs, and here we are. So, there you go. It's an awesome thing.
Yep. Tigers already defeated the Guardians today 2-1. Tarek Skubal was amazing.
Yep.
Potential Cy Young Award
Probably going to be your Cy Young Award winner in the AL. Yeah.
And the Cubs hit back-to-back home runs to take a 2-1 lead over the Padres. That's in the top of the 8th.
You got. I mean, look, when those are best out of 3, stealing game 1 would be awesome, right? For those teams, the teams are not supposed to win, especially the Cubs are not supposed to beat the Padres, and that would be awesome if they did.
Does home field advantage really matter in playoff
it really does.
The Cubs are the home team.
And early in the postseason,
they're the
especially. Early in the postseason does not matter at all.
Right.
So, but yeah, playoff baseball, it's exciting. Lots going on, of course. And that just proves again to me that I don't care if basketball is into March Madness, starts to get into April. October still is king when it comes to sports, right? College football, full swing. The NFL in full swing.
Sly's going to call in on the show and argue with you.
He's such an April guy, which is freaking weird to me. It's so weird. A former professional football player, and he's like, I love April. You're like, get out of here, Sly. Come on, man. You love April. just because of March Madness that has now turned into April because it's gotten that far into it?
I'm also an October guy.
I am too. I mean,
combination of baseball and hockey starting, basketball and hockey starting up, baseball in the postseason.
I mean, full disclosure,
NFL and college football in full swing is.
Full disclosure, we're gonna have a really hard time paying attention to the show today, starting at 4:00. Alex Napolis, just be ready. All right, stop. Come on, it'll be.
He's
fine.
got a poop-eating grin on his face right now. Can I say that on the radio?
It's more of a.
I edited myself.
It's
there.
more of a. Love you, kind of fake love you.
Yeah, it was definitely.
Thank you guys.
That was not a
you.
sincere smile
Appreciate
back at you.
Ya. Fine. We'll pay attention.
Gritting his teeth behind that
We'll
smile.
pay attention for you. All right?
You sure about that? You sure about that?
I think we might.
You sure about that?
I'm thinking about it. I'm thinking about taking it seriously today. Sometimes I don't.
No, we're not taking the show seriously.
All right, let's get this thing going, though. We got tons going on in the program.
Well, you know what? Before we get started,
Yes?
I must say this.
I thought you were going to have some breaking news.
No breaking news, but it is an important anniversary this week.
Oh, boy. What is this?
It is the 40-year anniversary of the first ever episode of MacGyver.
Hold on.
40 years of MacGyver.
Hey,
and Alex Napolis just wants to leave.
Are you familiar with MacGyver?
I've never seen MacGyver.
Okay. Do you know? Are you familiar with MacGruber? Oh my gosh. Okay, so do some homework in the break.
We don't have time.
I used to be like, I mean, look, you give me some MacGyver, you give me Airwolf.
Oh my
gosh.
gosh.
And then maybe
Richard Dean Anderson.
And then give me some of these and then give me some some episodes of the A-Team.
Jan Michael Vincent.
And then that's
Richard Dean Anderson.
I'll be in a good
Jan
spot.
Michael Vincent. Who was the greatest 80s TV star?
I'm trying to figure out
Richard Dean Anderson.
Oh yeah.
Jan Michael Vincent or Mr. T?
Got to be Mr. T.
Absolutely.
Gotta
Mr.
be
T
Mr.
was
T.
in a Rocky movie too.
The
He
whole
crossed
thing
over.
about Mr. T was, I know you want to press the cut button. Just stop it. All right, for just.
You ever heard of the A-Team?
You ever heard of the? Do you know what the A-Team is?
Yeah, I saw the remake with Bradley Cooper.
Yeah, that wasn't as
There
fun.
was a remake of the
Oh
A-Team?
yeah.
How did I miss
Bradley
that?
Cooper's Hannibal.
Really?
Yeah, and it's like the 2021 version, so he can't smoke
that-
a cigar. He has to
No, it
like
came out in like 08.
08. All right, I think let's
that
split
on
the
Netflix
difference.
or something?
Let's
I
split
never
the
heard of it.
difference. It can't be 08. It's probably
Bradley
like
Cooper was in that? And I
yeah,
haven't
he's
seen it?
Hannibal, and like instead of smoking cigars, he like did an Upper Decker Zin to like to like really be
Glad
with the
you
kids.
put Zin on the end of Upper Decker. Thank you for doing that. I don't even know what to think. What does that have to do with the A-Team? What does an Upper Decker have to do with an A-Team?
2010, you were closer than I was. I'm going to be honest. It could have been made last year, and I would have believed you. That's how little I cared about it.
Dude, there's an A-Team episode. Now, this is sports related. We'll move on here soon.
Not
There's an
too soon,
A-Team
though.
episode where they fly into the stadium in Hawaii. I believe it was in Hawaii.
It's probably,
There's a football game going on.
Yeah.
And they go in there in a military operation inside the football stadium and then fly out.
Yeah.
During a football game.
Was it a real football game?
Some
like
kind
the
of football
Pro
game.
Bowl? It's like the Pro Bowl. They're all, this game doesn't mean anything. Let's shoot
It's on
this.
YouTube. You can go watch it.
What I was going to say was, A-Team was funny because, like, remember how I was like, oh, shucks, isn't this hilarious? B.A. Baracus doesn't like to fly. So let's drug him every third episode.
That's right.
This was at Annapolis. This was a plot point all the time. Mr. T is afraid of flying, so they used to have to inject him and knock him out to get him on planes. And it was like, yuck, yuck. We have a totally drugged up Mr. T getting on airplanes every third episode. If they needed to fly anywhere, which is like half of the show because they were mercenaries who nobody could find them except for random people who were like, "Can you help my dad?" So anyway,
So I have an idea. Maybe I should just keep this to myself. But
Okay.
I hope Nate Dowdle's listening. I have an idea here since we're looking for ideas, right?
Yeah.
We do a video podcast, where we take clips from 80s shows.
Oh yeah, I'm already on board
and enjoy the unintentional comedy.
Oh,
Because
I'm
there are
telling you.
so many weird
Yeah.
things
Most of them
that
out of-
happened in the 80s on
Yeah.
TV or in movies.
And most of them out of Walker, Texas Ranger. To be full disclosure,
yeah.
kind of early '90s even. Yeah, got really weird. So If you look up some of the best clips from Walker, Texas Ranger.
Oh, my gosh.
Chuck Norris. Dude, it is bad. It is bad. All right.
I have AIDS.
Oh, I know. That's what I was thinking of. Haley Joel Osment being like, Walker told me I have AIDS. And you're like, what? Excuse you? All right. This is when Alex Napolis is ready to hit the cut button and move right.
We could do the whole football scene in the A-team. We could come up with, there's so many funny things.
I know. Most of it. I love how you brought up it's the 40th anniversary of MacGyver. That's what got us down this stupid rabbit hole. Let's kick off the program here officially and get us away from that so that our producer, Alex Napolis, feel more comfortable. Let's kick it off here. It's the cut, top of the program. Let's do it.
It's time for the biggest story of the day. This is what made the cut with JJ and Alex on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Trajan Wealth brings you this portion of the program. TRAJANwealth.com for all your trusted local needs in retirement. That's TrajanWealth.com. Here's the deal. So this is the time of the year where we start to look around on these early week college football season. You're trying to figure out who these teams are. You're trying to figure out who's good and who's not. And what I think is fascinating, JJ, is that the transfer portal is just as important for the coordinators across college football as it is for the player. For the player who gets into the transfer portal and goes to a new team and becomes somebody different, gets paid more. This has always been the case with coaching. You do a really, really good job, even if for 2 seconds. If you're that hot name, we'll take you and we'll overpay you to try to get you here, right?
Yeah.
That's what's happening at the player level now. But I think it's happening at a clip now where guys are getting pulled over for not just their offensive prowess, but for the players that they could bring with them. And Utah was part of that in the offseason. Is it Ben Arbuckle and John Mateer, the combo down there at Oklahoma that Utah tried to get first? They go to Oklahoma, and suddenly John Mateer is now first or second best odds for the Heisman Trophy, although it's early. But he's at least shown a lot more promise than the long list of quarterbacks at the beginning of the year that we now look back at and go, were we serious about who the best college football quarterbacks were at the beginning of the season? And so it's interesting because one of the so this article that we found that actually grades the coordinators, and in this case, the new coordinators across college football, and the newest coordinators, of course, here locally. You've got Jason Beck. And, of course, Jason Beck can't be mentioned without Devin Dampier, which is the package deal that you got. In fact, that's the way they mentioned it. So they get a B+ so far, and I'm convinced that it's not in the A range just because of the lack of production in that Texas Tech game.
Yeah.
But I think also you look back and you go, yeah, and he was hurt, and that was a tough deal. But they were outgained in that game 484 yards to 263. However, so far, the offense is going. And even though they took a dip the week in the fourth week of the season, they are now back up to that scoring total that they were at before. So they were averaging 45.5 points before that 10-point performance against Texas Tech. And then they got back to 48 again, which is their best output in Big 12 play in the last 2 years, by a wide margin, by the way. If that Utah team would have scored 48 points at any point last year, we would have all been like, wow, thank heavens. There's at least some life in this thing, but there never was. And it's an interesting thing because I think that you've got, with Jason Beck and with Devin Dampier, you've got a chance with this team that you haven't had in the last few seasons. But it's all about whether or not your quarterback is healthy. I think that Jason Beck, notwithstanding that, even with that Texas Tech game, still gives you the best shot. And I like what the offense is doing. You're still waiting for some guys to rise to the top. But so far, where's your grade for Devin Dampier and Coach Jason Beck?
B. I like what I've seen. I like the different scheme they're running, the different personnel groups they're running. Everything about Utah's offense I've loved, except for what we saw at the Texas Tech game. And I know that Devin Dampier was injured, but nothing was working in that game. And it's like, okay, is this what it's going to be like against the best teams? Can you just make that offense work against the teams that are average? Is this just against Wyoming? And that first half against Wyoming wasn't good either, right? So I can't give them an A. But it's much, much better than what we were seeing the last two seasons. And I think there's hope for growth there. You remember, Devin Dampier's just a junior, his first year in Power 4 football. A lot of young players on that offense. They're using a lot of guys from the defensive side of the ball. We've talked, shouldn't say a lot of guys, but obviously Jackson Benny and Lander Barton and Smith Snowden are being used on the offensive side from the defensive side. So I like the creativity there, and you've got this nice mix of young players that are getting worked in. There's a lot of potential there, but they haven't hit that potential yet. It's not like what Oklahoma went through with Mateer. I don't think it's been at that level, so I can't give it an A. But obviously it's much, much better, and I trust that over time it's going to get better and better. I actually think that Utah's going to be better next year than they are this year. I really do believe that. And there's a few things, there gaps they may have to fill with personnel. I know they're probably going to lose some really good seniors, especially on that offensive line, with possibly losing some underclassmen to the NFL draft. We know who I'm talking about. So there's going to have to be some additions there in the transfer portal or otherwise, but I think Utah can actually be better next season when you have a senior quarterback in Devin Dampier and a lot more experience and comfort in what's going on here. But so far, so good, except for that Texas Tech game, and that was pretty glaring, and that was a gut punch because it felt like, okay, this offense is nice in the first 3 games, but it certainly didn't work in this game, and it didn't look good in this game. Do you chalk that all up to a banged-up ankle for Devin Dampier? I'm not so sure that's okay to do that because I don't think that's the truth. I think it was more than that. And was it just a bad day for the offensive line or for certain players on that team and the turnovers and everything else going on? And could have been a perfect storm, I guess, but can't give him an A because of that game. I give him a B.
I'm bullish on this combo. Like I really do think that they are. You know, it's hard to say, find a stride in the first. Every week of the season needs to be 550 yards of offense. Like that's honestly where they were at, right? I mean, and they did it again last week. They had 532 yards of offense. They had 33 first downs, and Devin Dampier is better than he's ever been in his career. And part of that is because of the situation that he's in, right? And so I like the combo. I like how this thing works, and I think it's something that's a big deal. You know what I mean? Like, and the Morgan Scalley, Jason Beck combo is really, really good. It's crazy too because how long has Morgan Scalley been the defensive coordinator at Utah now?
Feels like forever.
And yet you see him on the sideline.
I can't even tell you the official start date of when he was the defensive coordinator. I had to go back and do the research on that because ever since he was there as a player, it just feels like he's always been there.
Right? And he's. And he's 45 years old, and you look at him, and he still looks like he's 31. He still kind of, feels like he's that young coach, and he's the coach in waiting, and he's been that way for a long, long time. Yeah. 18th year, by the way, at Utah as an assistant.
There you go.
18 years, and he's 45 years old. That just tells you the amount of smarts that he's always had, and so you've got a great combo right now. It'll be interesting to see what the future looks like for a guy like Jason Beck, who I would assume has designs to be a head coach at some point in his career. Maybe he doesn't, but I mean, this is a great stepping stone. If he's able to get Utah to a spot offensively that they haven't seen in a few years, not just a few years, like, I don't know, even the way that they're calling plays right now, it's an exciting time to be a Ute fan. I mean, I really think that Texas Tech game was such a blip on the screen to –
I'm hoping –
yeah, I think I really do.
I'm
think
concerned that it's just that there's another step that needs to be taken against the good teams, but it could be a blip.
Well, so think about how wild this is. So I know it's Utah's bye week, and I don't want to get too far ahead of it, but the 2 teams that have buys this week in the Big 12 are Arizona State and Utah, who face off against one another next week.
Yes.
Like, that is as big of a game in the Big 12 as we've seen all season long. What we've seen already in the Big 12 is nobody's rising to the top yet. Texas Tech is kind of there. Iowa State's kind of there, but they have not really played like Utah. Texas Tech beating Utah, it was so early in the year that I think we're going to be able to see that and go, okay, maybe that ends up being. But again, if Texas Tech doesn't win out, this conference has got a problem. I'm going to tell you this right now. You need Texas Tech to be good the rest of the year. If you're a Utah fan, you need Texas Tech to be good the rest of the year.
Yeah.
You know why?
Yeah.
You want them to go undefeated, and your loss and get as close to that one loss as possible for you,
and then beat them in a Big 12 championship,
and then in a revamped version of this, when you guys meet up again in Arlington, that would be phenomenal. And by the way, if that happens, you could still see a Utah team going to and you win that Big 12 championship. Obviously, those two teams would go.
Yes.
As it is right now, what a freaking mess in the Big 12. Right now, and you tell me if this is the highest ranked team in the Big 12 is number 11 Texas Tech.
Yes.
But every other conference has teams that are not just inside the top 10, but inside the top 5. Inside that all-important top 4. Everybody's talking about all these other conferences except for the Big 12. Is it a slight, or they just still haven't shown enough yet?
Texas Tech hasn't played anybody. It hurts them that the best team in the conference right now, we believe, had a non-conference schedule of Arkansas, Pine Bluff, Kent State, and Oregon State. Texas Tech's schedule is weak. And here's the thing.
Notre Dame has that schedule. Where would they be if they were 5-0 right now?
If Texas Tech had Notre Dame's schedule?
No, I'm saying if Notre Dame played Texas Tech's schedule and they were 5-0 right now,
they'd be top 5.
They beat top 3.
You might be right.
And that's what I'm saying about the disparity there.
Because their
of how
loss,
people
of course,
look at
was
it.
to Miami, which they wouldn't have been playing.
Right, so. And so that's what I'm saying.
You're
is
right.
That
they
Miami,
would be top 3.
I mean, Notre Dame, if USC had this schedule. Now, they lost last week to Illinois. If they would have beaten Illinois, think of the jump they would have made.
Oh, top 15.
No teams in the Big 12 would have made that kind of a jump. No teams. And by the way,
win on the road at Illinois, top 15.
And TCU lost on the road to ASU. ASU gets bumped into the top 25. The top 25 is 23, 24, 25. 3 of the 4 teams, sorry, that's in the coaches poll.
Right.
Coaches poll is 23, 24, 25. And then you've got Iowa State, who everybody's still kind of wondering about. Nice win over the weekend against Arizona. But you still don't know.
Beat?
Right, same thing. If they all start beating each other, JJ.
Iowa State's wins are Kansas State, South Dakota, Iowa, Arkansas State by a touchdown.
Yeah.
And Arizona at home.
And they blew out Arizona, which was actually really good for them because it looked like Arizona was a little bit better. I don't know what Arizona is. I think there are a lot of Big 12 teams that we have no idea what they really are. I think we have a better idea of what Utah is than we think we do. I think that the version of this Utah team is more closely aligned with what you saw against West Virginia than what you saw against Texas Tech. I don't know what happened that weekend. I don't know. And credit to Texas Tech. It was a combination of I don't think that they were there mentally. I really don't think. I think they had a bad day. And I think that Texas Tech is a better team than we
I don't think it was mental. I think it was execution. I think it was getting pushed around. I thought Texas Tech was more physical, and I thought on defense, as soon as Hammond came in the game, everything changed. You got a mobile quarterback that they didn't know how to deal with. So that the getting pushed around on offense and having to deal with a mobile quarterback thrown into the game on defense threw everything out of whack for them on that day. But offensively, they were out of whack the whole time. But yeah, to your point about who's going to jump up here, I mean, you say Texas Tech, but their schedule's not good. Even in conference, what do they have coming up? At Houston,
they're
Kansas.
going to Houston, and that's like what's funny about that.
They have 2 hard games left.
They're trying to sell that. They're trying to sell that game
but they're going down to undefeated Houston. It's
Get out of here!
But you know what?
They had to kick a field goal to beat Oregon State in overtime. Oregon State's garbage. Kansas just got creamed by Cincinnati. They're at Arizona State, which is tricky, and then they're at Kansas State after Oklahoma State. BYU at home.
Yeah.
Their schedule is a gift. Texas Tech, there's a good chance they're 12-0 at the end of the season.
Yeah.
And we still may not know exactly how good they are.
I frankly think that anybody who's watching this thing should hope that that's the case. Because they're not they're now I know BYU fans would be like, "Yeah, hold on a minute."
The best case scenario for the Big 12 will be at the end of the season that Texas Tech is 12-1. Meaning another team in the league
beats them in the conference championship.
And that team is in the playoff as well.
Right. They got to find a path to a multi-bid league. I mean, and I'm not trying to say that like some sort of a Big 12 shill. What I'm saying is that until that kind of stuff happens, you're not going to see teams in the preseason top 25 like these other conferences already get. You know what I mean? You got to put some sustained multi-bid years together. Otherwise, you're going to be like, why is the ACC so much more respected than the Big 12? Despite the fact that I think that everybody looks at that and goes,
brands, blue bloods.
It really is. Are there blue bloods in the ACC?
Is Miami and Florida State considered blue bloods?
No. No, they were good when you and I were growing up.
Okay.
That was it. But they're not considered blue bloods.
Well, those are strong brands.
Yeah.
As is Clemson. So I think that's it.
I guess you could say it's new blue blood. You know what I mean? All right. We'll take a break. We'll come back. We've got more around the corner. When we return, we've got ourselves a conversation about the college football playoff and the projections. I've got some more to say about where these teams are actually looked at right now, and where the Big 12 currently looks as well. We have the bids from across all of these right now. Now, and there's lots of opinions, but I can't wait. Let's just jump in next right here, 97.5 the KSL Sports Zone.
And now, a look at traffic from the KSL Traffic Center.
Murray to Midville is already slow on southbound I-15 to kick off the afternoon commute. Out in Tuella County, the right lane is blocked due to road construction for both directions of SR 36 approaching 24th North in Tuella City. The southbound side is particularly slow as a result. When you take UTA, you can do just about anything while you ride. You won't even notice all the traffic that you're missing. Plan your trip at rideuta.com. With your traffic update, I'm Alex Napolis here on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
It's game week for the Cougars, and the KSL Sports Zone is getting you ready for kickoff. The undefeated Cougars return home to Provo for a Friday night showdown against the Mountaineers of West Virginia. Listen all week long for the best coverage of Cougar football. Then catch the post-game show immediately following the game on KSLSports.com, as well as a complete wrap-up the following day on College Football Saturday beginning at 10 a.m. Your home for the best coverage of BYU football is live on air, online, and on the KSL Sports app. This is 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
What's up, everybody? I'm Mike Wilson with Any Hour Services, and you might have heard that during the month of September, Any Hour Services is having our free furnace sale. That's the sale where when you have Any Hour Services install a new air conditioner, we'll give you a new furnace for just the cost to install it. About $400. The furnace is free, you just pay the labor. If you think you might be interested and want to know how much you can save during our free furnace sale, call Any Hour Services and schedule your free estimate today. Google Any Hour Services or schedule online at anyhourservices.com. No one helps more homeowners than Any Hour Services.
Delicious doesn't change because the times change. Delicious is something passed from one generation to the next. That's why for 50 years, delicious Mexican meals have always started in one place. El Matador. Family-owned and operated, El Matador is a community legend featuring fresh menu items and tasty take-and-bake meals. El Matador now offers catering and is the home of chips and salsa gift bags for the holidays. Delicious. It starts at El Matador, 606 South Main Street in Bountiful.
The Missionary Starter Package now at Mr. Mac is everything a missionary needs at an unbeatable value. It includes one slim or modern fit suit, 4 and collar stretch shirts, 3 Teflon treated washable ties, 1 mission belt, and a pair of Echo or Johnston & Murphy walking shoes, all for just $695. Fit is never a problem at Mr. Mac with free in-store tailoring. Ask for the Missionary Starter Package at all 9 Mr. Mac locations.
Hey, Benjamin, we've got a surprise for you.
What? You have a brother. $100 bill just like you.
Hey, I'm Ben.
What? We just got him for joining America First Credit Union and opening a new checking account.
And you're going to live together at America First.
What? This is nice.
For a limited time, new members get a $100 cash bonus when they open a checking account or $50 when they open a youth checking account. So head to americafirst.com and get your money working today. Membership eligibility, terms, and conditions apply. Federally insured by NCUA.
Need life insurance but have diabetes, high blood pressure, or on anxiety meds? If you're a 50-year-old male, even porky, or with type 2 diabetes, $1 million of life insurance may only cost you about $200 a month. For affordable term life insurance, call Term Provider and speak with Big Lou at 800-444-2013, 800-444-2013, or visit biglou.com. Remember, Big Lou's like you. He's on meds too. 800-444-2013.
When your reputation's on the line, you don't leave anything to chance, especially your primer. Painter's Trust kills primers for a smooth start, strong adhesion, and serious stain-blocking power. And now, the full Kills lineup is available exclusively at the Home Depot. Need it fast? Get same-day or next-day delivery, or order online and pick up in-store. Kills primers. Pro results? Faster. The Home Depot. If you're a pro, you know.
Ticket packages for the Utah Mammoth 2025-26 season are available now. From full season and half-season packages to mini plans and other flexible options, choose the ticket package that fits you best and be part of the action all season long. Call or text 801-325-PUCK to talk with a rep or visit nhl.com/Utah/tickets/season tickets to learn more.
Be advised, this is your opportunity to save up to 40 to 80% on a hot tub or swim spa this weekend only, Friday through Sunday, Mountain America Expo Center, Sandy. Be advised, this is your opportunity to save up to 40 to 80% on a hot tub or swim spa this weekend only, Friday through Sunday, Mountain America Expo Center, Sandy. 18-month interest-free financing. Our factories have demanded we sell 1,000 hot tubs and swim spas this weekend. Mountain America Expo Center, Sandy. Huge factory incentives, factory rebates, this weekend only. Mountain America Expo Center, Sandy. We can remove your old hot tub. Free delivery of your new hot tub. Hot tub starting at $2,999. Mountain America Expo Center, Sandy. Free delivery of your new hot tub. Just relax and enjoy. Mountain America Expo Center, Sandy. Friday, 2 p.m. to 8 p.m. Saturday, 10 a.m. to 8 p.m. Sunday, 10 a.m. to 6 p.m. Free admission, free parking, free delivery. Mountain America Expo Center, Sandy. Call 833-SPA-SALE or visit hottubandSwimSpaSale.com.
Listen every Monday morning to DJ and PK and Monday afternoon with JJ and Alex for your Chevy Strong Play of the Game. Win great prizes from Rocky Mountain Chevy.
This is your Cougars at 30 update. Presented by Kenny J's Barbecue on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
BYU wide receiver Parker Kingston talks about why the Cougars play so well at night.
I mean, I don't know. They play us that time every single week, so we just got to be ready for it. And I think we love it. Our sports scientists and everyone, they do a great job of getting us prepared, waking us up, telling us when to take naps, getting food in us at the right time. And I mean, I think we just come out and under the lights, we like to shine. So it's been fun.
That's your Cougars at 30 update. Kenny J's Catering delivers bold, smoky barbecue no matter the occasion. Check out the catering menu at KennyJ'sBarbecue.com for weddings, work, or any event. That's KennyJSBBQ.com. Bubble Watch on the college football playoff next on JJ and Alex, 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Complete game coverage of the Cougars is right here on the KSL Sports Zone. It's a Friday night battle in Provo as the undefeated Cougars square off against West Virginia. Your home for the best coverage of Cougar football is right here on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. You're locked on to JJ and Alex on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. Woo!
You know who the Eurythmics are? Annapolis? You just know who Annie Lennox is. How dare you? Great tune, though. I'll tell you that.
Timeless.
Welcome back to the program.
Still awesome.
Still, no, it's very good. Like, this beat is unbelievable.
Iconic.
Phenomenal. Way too many references to Kelly Kapowski during our group chat during the break here with our boss, Nate.
Hey, it's all right because we're Saved by the Bell.
I still have the Saved by the Bell board game in my house.
The board game?
The board game.
How does that work?
You got to pass notes. You go to the Max.
Really?
Oh, yeah. It's all sorts of things. Kelly wants to meet you at the Max.
I'm almost intrigued enough to play it.
I
said almost.
No. My kids are like, what is this? I'm like, I don't know, but it's still making the move with us. Every house we've moved to, I'm like, I can't give it up.
How old is that game?
Oh, it's got to be 35 years old.
Oh, my
for sure.
gosh.
Yeah. I had every episode memorized to Saved by the Bell. I'd get home from school after football practice, and I'd knock out back-to-back episodes because it was always like on.
Oh, yeah. Saturday morning, 10 a.m.
Yeah, man. Good times. I'm so excited. I'm so Scared. Oh, that's so dumb.
We got to do this show.
No,
we're gonna
our 80s podcast.
We're gonna have to do this.
80s TV reference drops only.
Oh my gosh.
Podcast. Yeah, absolutely. We'd be speaking to the 39 to 48-year-old crowd like so hardcore.
Do you remember on Family Ties when a family friend that they called Uncle Arthur made a pass at Mallory?
Oh yeah. Yeah,
Like this stuff is the kind of stuff that happened in the 80s.
Very weird stuff.
Like what? This show's supposed to be funny. What's going on here?
No. Justine Bateman was something else back then. All right. We've got lots
sorry about
going
the
on.
distractions.
No, there's not distractions to me. It's how I get through life, my guy. Talking about 80s and 90s pop culture. We got to get Sly in here.
We don't have TV shows like that anymore.
No. They're way more appropriate now. What's funny is that the stuff they show on TV is crazy. The stuff they said on TV back then was insane.
Oh, yeah.
This is very wild. Okay. Our program, as always, on Wednesdays is a Win Ticket Wednesday. So tomorrow, tune into the KSL Sports Zone all day long, and we're going to give you some tickets to the Fastness VIP tickets, or we're going to hand out some Fastness VIP tickets. Nightmare on 13th, one location, 200 attractions. Nightmare on 13th, it's that time of the year where Halloween lives. Get $10 off of nighttime attractions by using the discount code ZONE, or just listen tomorrow all day long for your chance to win tickets. All right, so projections are always fun for us. See what the guesses are going to be across the board. I've seen all sorts of different versions of how this thing could shake out. Now, I will say that I was reading this article that Heather Dinich put out on ESPN, and she brings up two programs in the Big 12. And she says, okay, right now, the undefeated Red Raiders, 13th in this week's projection of their rankings. I'm not sure why, except for, why not? Why can't Texas? You said the out-of-conference games. Yeah, that's great, but they also beat Utah by 24 at their place.
Yes.
And undefeated at that point, Utah team. That was early in the season, but again, nobody just waltzes into Salt Lake City and trashes the Utes like that, like ever, hardly at all.
Except in 2024.
Yeah, but not to this degree. Like it even felt worse than last year.
It was the worst home loss for Utah in quite a while.
More than a decade. And
so that Oregon loss 2 years ago was pretty bad.
No, you're right. They haven't lost, or they haven't won like at all at Rice-Eccles Stadium in the Big 12. However, Texas Tech is still 13th or between 11th and 13th on most of the rankings. And they're the highest ranked Big 12 team. And that's what they have them here as the projection is like that they'd be right there. And then she mentions also a team. So they have, here are the teams, if the playoffs were today, who would be in. Texas Tech would be in, according to her. And then on the cusp, the only team she lists is BYU, which I thought was really weird because the work to do category has Arizona, Arizona State, Cincinnati, Houston. I mean, Cincinnati did get a road win at Kansas, so I guess I can't dog them that much. Houston's undefeated. I guess I can't laugh that much. But Iowa State, TCU, UCF, and Utah, I'm not sure why Iowa State's taking strays, because in a lot of the projections, it's kind of a coin toss between Iowa State and Texas Tech, who a lot of people have them. I mean, right now, if the season were to end, it would probably be those two teams who would be facing off in a conference championship.
It would be most comfortable for me right now to say the two best teams in the Big 12 are Texas Tech and Iowa State.
Sure, yeah.
But nobody's played anybody yet outside of Texas Tech playing Utah.
And TCU losing to Arizona State.
Arizona State has played,
Baylor,
to their credit, TCU and Baylor,
yes,
and won.
And won both of them. And had
Arizona
to come back
State's
to win them.
back in my top tier.
And I think that's why they're back in the top 25, obviously.
Exactly.
And here's what the advantage that they have at Arizona State. It's that they've been here. Like they've it's weird to be like they already have the experience of winning tight games to go to big places. And the Big 12 is weird. Think about who their losses were against last year in the Big 12. Arizona State. I'm pretty sure it was Cincinnati and who's the other team? But they lost twice, and they were both losses that you're like, what are you doing? Oh, was it Kansas? Was it one of the teams who was? No. Kansas beat everybody else to get where they were. Either way, what I'm saying is
it was Texas Tech.
So they lose to Texas Tech, and they lose to Cincinnati.
In Lubbock.
The problem is the Big 12 does this to you. The Big 12 will have games like this. It's so hard to get an undefeated in here because the great teams aren't that great right now. And the bad teams aren't as bad as the bad teams are in the ACC and the SEC, and even in the Big Ten. So right now, from a percentage standpoint, ESPN's FPI has a 26.1% chance of BYU making the Big 12 title game, which is wild to me. It feels so early. I want to give BYU all this credit. It just feels way too early.
Let's let her give it. She gives the credit. She call in her if you can go read what she talks about, but she calls BYU the enigma in the Big 12.
Yeah, and on the cusp of making the college football playoff.
She says the undefeated Cougars have won back-to-back road games against East Carolina and Colorado, but is this another 2024 tease? Last year, BYU was undefeated until mid-November when back-to-back losses knocked them out of the Big 12 and CFP races. The Cougars haven't earned a signature win yet and might not until the October 25th trip to Iowa State. Utah fans grumble when they hear that.
I know.
That's when the committee will start to learn how seriously to take BYU, as the following week is a second straight critical road trip to Texas Tech. The Cougars have the second best chance to reach the Big 12 title game, 42.7%, and win it, 26.1%, according to ESPN Analytics. And they'll have the Friday night spotlight this week against a struggling West Virginia team. So the analytics right now, and I know it is early, but the analytics right now are in favor of BYU.
So here's what you need if you're looking to be a second team of the Big 12 to get to the college football playoff. And I think a lot of people are going to be chasing Texas Tech, BYU included.
Yep.
You need Notre Dame to keep falling out of favor with people, but their two losses are to Miami and Texas A&M, who are both really good. And it was early in the season, and people will absolutely pretend like that didn't happen. You know what I mean? Like, they will find ways to put Notre Dame in, just like they will find ways to put a fourth or fifth ACC or SEC team in. And right now, according to this projection, you've got 5 SEC teams, 3 Big 10 teams, 2 ACC teams, 1 Big 12 team, no Notre Dame, and then Memphis would represent your G5 team. You need no Notre Dame. That helps you. That only helps.
Yes.
Okay? You got to figure this out. And 2 losses already in the season. I mean, they're 2-2. And so you would always you'll throw out anybody who's 2-2 at this early in the season.
You know that they're going to pull them back in.
But Notre Dame's freaking schedule sucks after this.
It does.
Okay? And they're gonna roll. They're gonna roll a lot of these games. Weird Big 12 and Utah and BYU fans that you're gonna be cheering for USC to beat Notre Dame.
That just feels gross.
I hate both of those teams. But I'm telling you, that's kind of where you've gotten. And it depends on the projections, but I think most of the people, it's such an uphill battle when you're in a conference that is just like all over the map. It's all over the map. I can't
just go win.
I know, it just is. I can't.
That's the simple thing, and I
can't get there.
Hitting this every year. Somebody in the Big 12 has just got to go big, and it feels like Texas Tech is doing what's required to do that. But they still have to go out and do it, and they got to beat people, and they haven't done that yet over a long period of time. But they're putting their money where their mouth is, and so far so good. But somebody in this league, in this new Big 12, now that Texas and Oklahoma are no longer in it, has to become the bully. The Big 12 needs a bully. Who's going to be it? BYU and Utah need to say, we will be. BYU and Utah need to say, we're going to be the bully in the Big 12. We're going to run this league.
Yeah. Yeah,
but wild. I'm worried it's Texas Tech that's saying, no, it's us.
Yeah, and
you got to go knock them off. And so far that hasn't, obviously that didn't work out for Utah. But this league needs bullies. The Big Ten has bullies. The SEC, bullies. Right now, Miami's a bully in the ACC, right? Who's going to rise up to the top? Because a league full of parity in college football isn't going to help you get where you want to go. It only works in the NFL.
What a competitive league.
Yeah. Oh, top to bottom.
What a competitive league.
I mean, any given Saturday.
When them and Memphis get in.
Cincinnati could beat Texas Tech. What a great league. That's not a great league.
I know. That sounds like such trash. I know. Is that your Doc Brown impersonation?
1.21 gigawatts. Since we're doing an 80s theme today, why not? Man. Marty.
That's a terrible Doc Brown. Marty.
Sorry.
Marty.
Did I not get it done there? Did I fall short?
You had it at the beginning and then you lost it. It's like when somebody starts with they start with an English accent and they end with a German one. You're like, okay, you had me in the first half. Not gonna lie, All right, we'll take a break. We'll come back. We got more to go. When we do return, I've got a Would You Rather around the corner, okay? I'll roll it out when we come back, and you can give me some ideas. But it has to do with college football. It has to do with college football. It has to do with college football quarterbacks. So stay with us. 97.5 the KSL Sports Zone.
You've been listening to The Zone for decades. Yes! But now you can watch the guys break down your favorite teams.
Some viewers may find the following video disturbing. Viewer discretion is advised.
Catch the video stream of DJ and PK, Jake and Ben, Hanson, Scotty, and JJ and Alex right now at KSLSports.com or by searching KSL Sports on YouTube. Utah's best sports radio is on air, online, and on the KSL Sports app. This is 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Beehive Meals, beehivemeals.com. Go check it out for yourself. So if you go into our deep freeze out in the freezer, here's what we've got. We've got a lineup. All right, I've got the soup shelf, I've got the chicken shelf, I've got the pork and beef shelf, and it's so nice to be able to organize it that way. By the way, yeah, I'm not the one who organizes it like that, but you get what I'm saying. It's nice to go out there. I'm usually the one who goes out and checks it out, though, and it's like a library of the best. It's the best library you've ever seen.
That's my kind of library.
Those are the books you want to read right there. You bust out a Beehive meal, and I'll tell you what you're going to get, a hot meal together. We have meals where we sit down now all together at night. That's important to sit down as a family. Eat together and have a moment together, even with those busy schedules. 2 full-time parents, 7 kids at our house with every activity you can imagine. JJ, you guys are the same way. And so being able to have that convenience with the taste, with also the price that you're going to save money on instead of going to the fast food joint, it's really a win-win with the folks at Beehive Meals.
It really is. October has a great menu. Beehive Meals is here to take the fright out of October with 10 brand new meals ready for your slow cooker. No more last-minute scrambles. Just pick one, set it, and by the time the final whistle blows, dinner's ready to serve. Apricot chicken, chicken and stuffing, Hawaiian teriyaki chicken, salsa verde chicken, Tuscan chicken, summer corn chowder, sausage and peppers, brown sugar glazed pork roast, taco mac, French dip. Doesn't that sound amazing? Doesn't that sound better than some bad tacos at a drive-thru that cost you $50? Beehive Meals is better. They're going to save you time. They're going to save you money. Go to their website right now. Sign up for the month of October. Give this menu a try. Put in the zone as your code and your promo code when you make your order, and you're going to get $20 off that first order. Do it right now. Give it a try. It's worked for our families. It will work for yours. It's going to save you time and money. Beehivemeals.com. That's beehivemeals.com.
5 guys walk into a JCW's and order burgers, a pastrami, a mushroom Swiss, a guacamole bacon, a hickory barbecue, a ribeye steak, 2 onion rings, 3 French fries, a strawberry, mint, peanut butter, chocolate, and marshmallow shake, and not one left to tip. Because at JCW's, we don't ask for it. We think the price you see should be the price you pay. And all that, would you like to leave a tip stuff, is for the birds. JCW's. Quality and a lot of it. Open in American Fork, Lehigh, Provo, South Jordan, and Harriman.
Everybody knows that exterior remodeling salespeople are all about the high-pressure sell. Am I right? Windows, siding, gutters, those suckers are going to twist your arm and get you to buy, or they won't leave your house at night. Tim Jr. here from RGS Exteriors, and I want you to know we don't have high-pressure sells. In fact, we don't even have salespeople. Nope, we have estimators. That's a huge difference. Estimators are trained to look at the entire scope of the project, to see and know if there are any problems, like rotten wood, wood-borne insects, or construction issues specific to your house or your neighbors. Salespeople are more concerned about playing those silly price games. Buy one, get one free, sign today and get 40% off, as if they didn't just jack the price up to give you a fake discount. RGS Exteriors estimators are going to give you a great quote. No games, no tricks, no nonsense. Call RGS Exteriors to quote your exterior project. Our number is 801-280-3110 or visit us at rgsutah.com. That's rgsutah.com.
Hi, this is Derek Overstreet, president of the New Millennium Group and co-host of Stop Working, Start Living with KSL News Radio. Can you imagine what your life would be like if you could retire 3 to 5 years earlier than you thought possible? The things you could do, the loved ones you could spend time with, the memories that you could create. That's what our team at the New Millennium Group does. We'll walk you through the entire process every step of the way. If you'd like to get a copy of the 5-step proprietary plan that will help you retire 3 to 5 years sooner than you thought possible, give us a shout right now. 888-999-6370. That's 888-999-6370 or utahsfinancialplanner.com. Listen, most of our listeners right now, have a tax problem, not a money problem. There's not enough money in Social Security Medicare as it is. Let us show you how you can significantly reduce your taxes. That's 888-999-6370. 888-999-6370 or utahsfinancialplanner.com.
Trucordia Insurance and Risk Solutions. You chase your dreams. Trucordia protects them. With national headquarters right here in Linden, Utah, Trucordia is centered on relationships. Relationships with their clients and the communities where they have such deep roots. Relationships with team members and businesses for an ever-expanding range of solutions. And relationships with national and regional carriers, providing competitive rates and enhanced market access. And Trucordia is proud to be a founding partner of Game Night Live. Another relationship right here in their own backyard.
Any Hour Services free furnace sale is going on right now. Schedule a free estimate by September 30th, and when you have Any Hour Services install a new air conditioner, we'll give you a new furnace for just the cost to install it. For more information, call Any Hour Services or schedule online at anyhourservices.com.
The KSL Sports Zone and Hercules Credit Union are highlighting people that impact youth sports. Nominate the youth sports volunteer you know for the Hercules Hero of the Week at KSLSports.com.
3, 2, 1. This is your Utes at 50 update. 58! Presented by Kenny J's Barbecue on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Kyle Whittingham talks about Nate Tillman coming in and replacing an injured Nate Ritchie against West Virginia.
He did some good things. He did some things that he'll get better at. You know, he didn't quite overlap enough on that cover two, the ball up the boundary, the whole shot. Someday he's going to intercept that ball instead of, having it be completed. But he's a tough kid. He threw it in there on the run 2 or 3 times and didn't turn anything down. Wasn't perfect in his tackling, but I don't think anybody was. But he's got a bright future. He's got all the tools to succeed at that position.
That's your Utes at 50 update. Kenny J's Catering delivers bold, smoky barbecue no matter the occasion. Check out the catering menu at kennyjsbarbecue.com for weddings, work, or any event. That's kennyjsbbq.com. Would You Rather's next on JJ and Alex, 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Listen, everybody! Real-life hypotheticals to get your brain churning. As JJ and Alex ask, would you rather?
All right, everybody, welcome back. JJ and Alex, 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. Thanks for being with us on the program. This portion of the show is what we like to call Would You Rather. Here's how it's played. I give you a scenario. You tell me if you'd rather have one thing or the other, okay? Easy one today. Let me tell you what it is. First of all, I want to go back, 4 weeks. I'm looking at the college football 2026 top quarterbacks of 2026. EA Sports. You see EA Sports got bought by the PIF?
Ooh.
Yeah.
Really?
$55 billion.
Whoa.
For EA Sports. Pending approval by whom? Like, is American
Who's that committee?
Is American Express holding the charge? Is that what's going on? All right. Alex Napoles will keep us up to date when that purchase goes through. But here are the top 20 quarterbacks going into the season. Okay? Tell me which quarterback you'd rather be right now. Cade Klubnik or Garrett Nussmeier?
Nussmeier.
Those are your 1 and 2s, by the way.
LSU's still in the mix. Clemson's done.
Yeah, but Cade Klubnik, he's putting it all on film now.
Yeah, there you go.
Garrett Nussmeier or Lenora Sellers?
Nussmeier.
Garrett Nussmeier or Arch Manning?
Nussmeier.
Yeah, Arch Manning, by the way, ranked 3rd going into the season. So your quarterbacks go like this: Klubnik, Nussmeier, Arch Manning, okay, Lenora Sellers, John Mateer, DJ Lagway.
Well, Mateer is going to be the answer here.
I know. So let me get.
But it's crazy.
I'm gonna put Mateer to the side for a second and say Garrett Nussmeier or Carson Beck.
Ooh, Carson Beck.
Yeah.
And here's where we have to apologize to Carson Beck. He's been great this year.
He's still been good.
I thought he would flop at Miami. He's been outstanding.
So Carson Beck or DJ Lagway?
Come on now. Carson Beck.
Carson Beck or You know what's funny? 11th on the list is Avery Johnson.
Wow.
Like, that's the first. I think that's the. No. Okay, how
Isn't
about
it
this?
crazy how many of these quarterbacks who are highly touted before the season have just absolutely struggling? And you know what? Nussmeier hasn't been great either.
I know. 5th on the list, by the way, Sam Leavitt from Arizona State, who is starting to come around.
Yeah.
Again.
That Mississippi State game was not his best, but against Baylor and TCU, he's awesome.
Guess who the 8th on the list is? Caden Salter.
Oh, boy.
Yeah.
That's insane.
You know what's funny?
How are they missing on all these quarterbacks so
Guess
badly?
who is 7th on the list? Nico Iamaleava. Iamaleava. We already figured out his name.
Has he already transferred?
When was the time that we talked about UCLA in the last 3 weeks? We haven't. Just since they fired Deshaun Foster, and then we went, anyway.
Because they might be the worst Power 4 program in the country right now. Who's worse?
By the way, Jake Retzlaff on the list at number 9. Pretty wild, right?
Yeah.
They didn't even put a logo next to him because they didn't even know exactly like what was going to be going on. And then Sawyer Robertson was 20th. So would you rather be John Mateer or Diego Pavia?
Ooh, that's hard.
He's like right now. He
Pavia
was 18th, by the way, on the list.
Pavia had 5 touchdowns last
We
week.
owe him an apology. He's been playing.
Yeah. He's got Vanderbilt in the top 20. I'm going to go Mateer, but Mateer's hurt. I got to go Pavia. Mateer's hurt.
Yeah, you got to apologize to Diego Pavia while we have this music, by the way.
Diego.
Why'd you have to say it like that? Diego.
I'm just pronouncing it correctly. How else do you pronounce?
Diego. Well, you didn't have to say it like that. You put your hand up like an Italian guy. Diego. How about this? So you got, okay, how about Luke Altmaier?
Diego or Domingo. I can't tell.
Luke Altmaier. So Cade Klubnik, who was by far number 1 on this list prior to the season. This is what I'm talking about. Cade Klubnik. Drew Aller, we didn't even bring up. He's 5th on the list.
Rough weekend for him.
Mm-hmm.
My goodness.
Yeah, all these guys we thought were the guys.
Who are the guys? We don't know.
We still don't know, actually. Might just be John Mateer, Carson Beck by the end of it.
That's insane.
Oh, and by the way, guess who's not on the top 25 of the list that EA put out? Mendoza, right? The kid out of
the transfer from Cal.
Yeah, out of Indiana.
Yeah, he's been great. I'm pulling up the passing leaders. I know we got to get to break. Passing leaders right now. Sawyer Robertson 1. Jaden Maiava 2.
Yeah.
Darian Mensah 3 at Duke. Caton Hauser at East Carolina.
Oh, geez.
This is yards. For
yeah,
the season.
just yardage, right?
I mean, it's just the stars or these names that you're throwing out there. They just haven't delivered in a big way.
And frankly,
so I'm just going to strictly on touchdowns because that's maybe more telling. Or I could do rating as well. Which one would you rather me do?
I'm going to go full Kyle Whittingham. Give me the QBR.
QBR.
Yeah.
Carlos Del Rio Wilson of Marshall.
Well, I already had that down.
Fernando Mendoza's number 1, tied. I'll just go touchdowns because it's Sawyer Robertson, Jalen Daniels, Fernando Mendoza, Dante Moore of Oregon, Diego Pavia.
I like Heisman.
Vanderbilt. Your top 5 touchdown passers of the season so far.
I like saying Heisman Mendoza too. Sounds good. Rolls off the tongue.
There's just not like those like top 5. We know who the dudes are, and that list. It's crazy. You're reading off that list of quarterbacks in the top 20, and you could say 16 of them have been disappointing.
Bonkers, right?
Wow, quarterback's tough.
Okay, we'll take a break. We'll come back. When we do return, we're going to chat with Steve Bartle. He's our Ute insider for KSLSports.com. Steve, of course, it's a bye week for everybody else, but not Steve. Your Ute insider still at work, still doing, still getting you ready for this Utah rest of the season. He's going to join us and give us some thoughts on where the Utes are through 4 games of the season and how this turnaround could have started last week against West Virginia and what he saw in that game. We'll come back. We've got more to go. Stay here, 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Whether you're stuck in the office,
I believe you have my stapler,
in your car, or at your in-laws.
You want a piece of me? You bet I do.
The Zone is with you every step of the way. Download the KSL Sports app to get live streaming of your favorite shows and access to all the latest updates on your favorite teams. Your home for the best coverage of the Utes, Cougars, Jazz, and Mammoth is on air, online, and on the KSL Sports app. This is 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Alpine Home Medical. They've been bringing wellness home for decades here in the state of Utah. Let me tell you what you get with the folks at Alpine Home Medical. It's peace of mind because nobody else does it better in the whole business. Their white glove concierge service to be able to deliver medical devices to your home discreetly and to work with the insurance companies, that's the big deal too. If you have a loved one who's got mobility problems or if you've got somebody that you know in your family that needs help with something like these, you call the folks at Alpine Home Medical and just without being afraid to say, hey, I got to ask this question because everybody is worried about how much they're going to end up paying and how much they're going to be taken care of. But again, like I said, if you have that loved one who's dealing with mobility issues, Alpine Home Medical is going to help you out. They are the best in the state of Utah, and they have been for decades, best in Utah for the past 15 years. And I'm telling you, they're going to help you out. Just give them a call today. Go to alpinehomemedical.com for more information.
Yeah, since starting back in 1997, they started with a truck, a dream, and have since grown to 11 stores from Idaho Falls to St. George. And when you visit a showroom, you're going to feel the difference of a clean, welcoming experience with a team there to listen and guide you to the best solutions for whatever your needs are. Their belief is the right equipment can transform lives. That's why they say we bring wellness home. For stores, locations, and equipment, visit alpinehomemedical.com.
Hey guys, it's Woodrow from Mint Medical Clinic. Are you struggling with ED? Well, you are not alone, and now there's a real solution that treats the root cause, not just the symptoms. Introducing our trifecta approach, a breakthrough combination of acoustic wave therapy, hormone replacement, and cryotherapy, all designed to restore blood flow, boost performance, and rebalance your hormones. Whether it's ED or hormonal imbalance, if you're ready to reignite your love life, this treatment helps bring back your energy, your drive, and your confidence. And right now, when you call, you'll receive a free consultation, a blood flow ultrasound, and an intimacy gift. That's a $650 value, absolutely free. And here's the bonus. The next 20 callers will also receive a 5-night stay at a luxury resort in Hawaii just for taking the first step. But you must call now. With 2 convenient locations in Layton and Sandy, help is closer than you think. Call 801-804-8000 now. That's 801-804-8000. Mint Medical Clinic. We'll get you back to mint condition.
At Fisher Investments, we may seem like other money managers, but we're different.
What makes you so different than the rest of us?
We ensure clients receive unparalleled service at every step of the relationship.
Tell me more.
Our investment counselors focus on service over sales, prioritizing clients' needs.
How do you make money?
We don't sell any commission-based products. We have a simple management fee based on the value of our clients' portfolio. So we do better when our clients do better.
What about client portfolios?
We get to know each client, their finances, family, health, lifestyle, and more, and then we tailor a portfolio based on their specific goals and needs.
Your clients really come first then, huh?
Yes, we make them a top priority. Our goal is helping them achieve a comfortable retirement.
Wow, maybe we are different.
At Fisher Investments, we're clearly different. Learn more at FisherInvestments.com.
Investing in securities involves the risk of loss.
You worked hard for your 401k, but if you've left your job, your money might be sitting in the wrong hands. I'm Jeff Jr. with Trajan Wealth, and it's very possible that the 401k that you have had for years has hidden fees and limited investment choices. But if you're no longer with the company, that 401k may be at the mercy of your former employer. All of these things could be costing you thousands. Rolling over your 401k into an IRA can provide better investment options that align with your long-term goals. At Trajan Wealth, we're fiduciary advisors that are held to a higher standard with no hidden agenda and no hidden fees. Don't let your retirement dollars sit in an old plan and don't roll it over to your new plan without consulting Trajan Wealth first. Call Trajan today at 801-899-7600. That's 801-899-7600.
Advisory services are offered through Trajan Wealth, LLC, an SEC-registered investment
Whether you're dealing with a weekend warrior injury or recovering from surgery, Canyon Sports Therapy gets you back in the game fast. We specialize in sports and orthopedic rehab with expert physical therapists, personalized sessions and treatment plans, and the latest tools to speed up recovery. As primary care providers, we can take new patients without a referral, often with same or next day appointments. And yes, we're even open on Saturdays. Book now at canyonsportstherapy.com and feel better. Canyon Sports Therapy, getting you back in the game.
Broadcasting from the Mountain Home Services Studio, this is 97.5 KZNS FM Colville, 1280 KZNS AM Salt Lake City, and 102.7 KSL FM HD2 Salt Lake City Midvale. This is 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. Nobody gets you ready for Utah football more than the KSL Sports Zone.
Ready?
It's a bye week for Utah as Kyle Whittingham gets his squad ready for the second half of the season. Your home for the best coverage of Utah football is right here on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. You're locked on to JJ and Alex on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
You may find yourself living in a shotgun shack. And you may find yourself in another part of the world. And you may find yourself behind the wheel of a large automobile.
And you may find yourself in a beautiful house with a beautiful wife. Love Talking Heads. Great pull. Here's what we got. Welcome back to the program, JJ and Alex.
How did I get here? It's like an eternal question.
I know. Talking Heads, by the way, is crazy because they're still like kind of active. Like they still, and I think like this song is 45 years old. This song is predates me.
They were formed in 1975.
Yeah.
50 years ago.
I think.
That's insane.
If you're going to be like, hey, there's a group out there who didn't do drugs, you'd be like, Talking Heads. Or at least they didn't ruin their career with drugs. Talking Heads feels like that group. All right? Yeah, still active, still touring.
David Byrne's 73 years old.
Oh, my gosh. He looks it, too.
Wonder if he still has that giant suit.
Well, there's that commercial he's been doing where he went and picked it up at the dry cleaner. I don't even know what it's for. Did you see that? No. He goes, he had this ticket, and the guy goes, oh, I have it. He goes, yeah, I have it still. It's like this year. He went and picked it up.
That's great.
From the dry cleaner. It was like a phenomenal commercial. I know. So, there you go. Let me see here. Our program this hour.
We've had an 80s flair today. Sorry. It's sorry, not sorry.
No, it's our producer Alex's fault. He keeps playing 80s music. And then he laments when we start talking about the 80s. He's like, what? I know. I love it. Let's kick off this hour here with the cut. Let's jump in right here. We've got some Utah football to talk about and Utah athletics overall. So let's get right to it.
Covering the Utes better than anyone else. This is Ute Insider Steve Bartle of KSLSports.com on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
All right, the cut this hour brought to you by Doug Smith, an incredible selection of Kia, Subaru, Chevy, Jeep, Dodge, or Ram. And now Mitsubishi in the family of dealerships. Just go to American Fork, Spanish Fork, or in Linden. That's where you can find the Doug Smith dealerships. Nobody knows cars like Doug. Nobody knows the Utes like Steve Bartle, our Ute insider for KSLSports.com. Steve, how are the country roads out there? How did you like the stadium setting and all that you saw out there at West Virginia?
Yeah, dude, Morgantown was a fun trip. You know, that was a program. You know, when I was in high school and college football, EA Sports college football, like, you know, Pat White, Steve Slayton, that was a team that I spent a lot of time playing with. And so getting out there, seeing West Virginia for the first time, it was really cool. And I didn't walk around a whole lot because it's nothing but hills, and I'm not built like that.
I'm not built like that.
But no, I was impressed. Like, they love their tailgating out there. That was, I think, my big takeaway. You know, they're using hospital parking lots for tailgating. I was really impressed with Morgantown. It was my first time out there, and stayed out there in Pittsburgh, which was awesome. And I had a good time out there.
Well, the Utes were impressive, even though you consider that felt like half their roster wasn't available. But still, the Utes did what they needed to do and what they were asked to do out there. What's your overall takeaway from what you saw from the Utes after that Texas Tech loss to go to West Virginia against a team we know that was compromised? What did you learn about Utah on Saturday?
Yeah, I think first and foremost with that, with what we learned, that Texas Tech loss, it was a tough one, and you could see in the post game, that the players knew that they let one, go by in pretty rough fashion, and I think there was a lot of concern about Utah and how good is this team and how would they respond after the loss, and I think with what they showed us, specifically the offense, coming out, scoring on 4 straight possessions, marching down the field and putting up 28 points in the first half, and more specifically, even taking it a step further with Devin Dampier, after I think he connected on a throw to Dallin Bentley down the sideline for, a 20-yard gain. And I think that was really good to see them start the game that way. Dampier moving the ball through the air, attacking downfield, because that was the big issue for Utah was just they had no threat down the field. They had no presence, down the field to keep Texas Tech off of their toes. And I think that was really good to see that. So, I think with Dampier, he executed at a really high level outside of a ball slipping out of his hands and ending up as an interception. Did a really good job of making good decisions, making good throws. And, it was never like really poor conditions, but it was kind of misting all game long, and it was wet all game long. And, it very easily could have turned into, a kind of a sloppy game, but I think Utah took care of business on both sides of the ball and kind of reestablished, some confidence, some optimism, not only, amongst themselves, but among the fan base and those that have followed Utah football this season.
Steve, when you look at what this team needed for a reset, do you feel like they got it? And do you feel like it's a sustainable thing, too, where they go, okay, that made the Texas Tech game feel more like it was the exception and not the rule for this team?
Yeah, I do. And obviously there's still a big question mark because we know that West Virginia is an inferior opponent this year with, Rich Rod inheriting a program and having to turn that roster over. They're in year one of a genuine rebuild. So, I think there's still very obvious questions about, how good in terms of how great is Utah really, right, in terms of talking about the top of the conference. But I think it was good and sort of telling that, they went into Morgantown on the road in what, potentially could have been a hostile environment. There was a pretty good West Virginia crowd for the game. And yet they went in there and got a stop and quickly took the air out of that stadium. And I think provided some answers in terms of, the offense and the passing game that I think they can continue executing at the same level moving forward. I think Devin Dampier did a much better job of attacking, the intermediate parts of the field and getting guys involved outside and down the middle, which, attacking down the middle for Dampier this season, it hasn't been a big source of production for him or an area that he's looked to make throws in. And yet, you look at his numbers at the end of the game, I think he can play. I think he went 11 for 11 over the middle of the field, which was really, really good for him. And I think the most production he's generated, in that part of the field all season long. So I think there were some good things that Dampier can build on, and getting the win going into the bye week, I think is so huge for Utah because it's just so much better for the vibe of the program to build on what they did because, this next phase of the schedule is going to be much, much tougher than what they faced, the first 5 weeks.
Looking at the Utah offense and the run game, they had 242 yards of rushing against West Virginia, but nobody had more than 66 yards, which was Wayshawn Parker. Do the Utes need somebody in that group to emerge as the bell cow, or is this working for them? And will this work against some of the better opponents in the Big 12, especially with Arizona State coming up?
Yeah, I think, at the end of the day, it's all about the total production, and I think you're never going to be mad at 240, 250 yards. But I do think it would benefit Utah to have somebody emerge as kind of that go-to running back, somebody to, be that sort of playmaker. I think there's plenty of room for that and somebody to emerge in that sort of role. That's always been key to Utah's success, in years past. With Beck going back to last year at New Mexico, that was Devin Dampier. Dampier was that guy for the Lobos on the ground with 1,100 yards and 19 touchdowns on the ground. And Dampier doesn't need to be that guy for Utah this season. I think Utah's got a good combo of running backs with Wayshawn Parker and Nakari Rogers, but I do think they're going to need to start creating a few more explosives on the ground with this offensive line, the way that they're blocking, and I think Wayshawn offers a little bit more potential in that regard. And then, with what we saw late in that game, with true freshman Daniel Bray, and he took, I think it was only 3 handoffs, but each one you saw some pretty special athleticism in terms of his burst and speed, and I think he's going to be a guy that we could see incorporated into this rushing attack to make this, even more kind of spread out in terms of the carries and all of that. So it's going to be interesting, but I do think, Utah would be best served to have somebody emerge above the rest. But I think Beck's operating and mode of operation is incorporating a lot of different players into the rushing attack. And I think that's good for the health of this team, especially as they get into November and having guys that don't have a lot of mileage on the tires is going to benefit them as they get into those later weeks of the season.
Steve, when you kind of reflect off of what was happening last year at this time, I guess the team was already 4-0 and people were looking and they're like, oh, but obviously they took their, they were 4-1 at this time last year, but that one started off a 7-game losing streak that was unprecedented. This one, to get a bounce back after their first loss was huge. What's the real different feeling that you have with this team versus what people had last year? It's one thing to look and go, well, the records were the same at this point, but it just feels very different. But what feels the most different with this team?
I just think it's the offense and the health, at that quarterback position. With the way that Dampier has performed, and obviously that Texas Tech game is, leaves questions around his performance and Utah's performance overall. But I think with the other 4 games we've watched so far, it's been pretty consistent in terms of the overall production and how that production has been generated. And I think it's key. I think Dampier has been key to all of that. And beyond that, I think the offensive line has played a pretty significant role in, the success of the team this season. And so I just think, this offense compared to last year's offense is just better suited to the strengths of the personnel. There's a bit more creativity and a bit more variance in terms of play calls and player usage. And I think that's created a little bit more, excitement for this team, which is, added to the vibe around the program. But I think, with this defense continuing to play up to its standard and continuing to, make opponents inefficient outside of that, the last 8 minutes of that Texas Tech game, I think all of that has contributed to a much better vibe around the program, greater optimism, and I think there's still sort of that cautious optimism where I'm talking about there still being question marks around this team and them needing to go out against the top contenders in the Big 12. That's sort of the next step for this group is they've got to get some valuable wins against the top of the conference, and they're going to have a couple opportunities out the gate coming out of this bye week.
On defense, obviously, they're getting after the quarterback. They're making some really good plays on the defensive side of the ball. Hopefully, Jackson Benny's going to be okay because he's been a big factor in that. But if you're looking at Utah's offense, if you're trying to find some concerns, I think there's two things that stand out. One is the tackling that's been brought up, but another is QB run. There's been some quarterbacks this year that have been able to get some explosive runs against that defense. Have the coaches talked about those two things and what they're doing to shore those things up?
Yeah, Whittingham talked about it in his post-game press conference that missed tackles and tackling is going to be, the primary focus for Utah over the bye week and into next week. I think it's, a big area of improvement for Utah and what can help this defense even more, as we move forward throughout the schedule. I think in that West Virginia game specifically, they cut their missed tackles down from 23 against Texas Tech down to 10, but there were a couple of missed tackles that led to big plays for West Virginia. And so if you can, convert those tackles, you limit West Virginia's big plays and you give your offense, a couple more chances even to put points on the board. And so I think that's going to be a big area of focus for Whittingham, Scally, and Coach Shaw specifically. I think that the defensive secondary has the most work to do, in regards to the tackling. And then with the QB run game, I think, I think going back to Texas Tech and Will Hammond, that was such a change from, preparing all week for Bayron Morton, who is a pocket passer. He is not much of a threat on the ground. He doesn't use his legs a whole lot. He is a pocket passer. To then, knocking him out of the game and all of a sudden you've got this quarterback, Will Hammond, who, he's very much an athlete and is going to be utilized in the run game. And so I think that was something that, you spend all week preparing for one look and then it changes on you and it led to some opportunities. That's not to excuse Utah. Obviously, when you're competing against the offense that you are every day in practice, with Dampier and Ficklin, you should be pretty well versed in QB run game and what that looks like and what it takes to defend it. So I think those are going to be keys for Utah moving forward, especially, with Sam Levitt coming to town next week. He may not be the sort of designed QB runner that, a Dampier is or Will Hammond is, but with his athleticism, he's awfully dangerous when, he's dropping back. He's got time in the pocket. Nothing's developing downfield. He's really adept at using his legs to pick up first downs. I remember that vividly last year in Tempe. He picked up a couple of crucial first downs. I think he got hurt on one of them and that. But, then Jeff Sims came in and he continued to lead the Arizona State offense, to a touchdown even with his legs. So I think that's going to be a pretty important factor for Utah moving forward is, cleaning up the missed tackles and preparing for the QB run game.
Steve Bartley's our Ute insider for KSLSports.com. Any plans on the in the bye week? Do you take a bye week? I don't really know. I mean, it's like I was just assuming there's going to be like a no press conference. Kyle Whittingham, no availability for Steve Bartle either. Yeah, dude, we got no availability this week, so it's kind of throwing me off my rhythm and all that. But this week I think we're just going to relax and enjoy the weekend. Probably try to finish our basement, which. We started that back in May, and we said we'd have it done by the end of the summer, and then we said we'd have it done by the bye week, and now we're probably hoping to get it done by Christmas is what we're aiming for. So we'll see, but we'll try to get some work done on that front.
Well, DIY going on at the Bartle home, huh?
Yeah. Yes, sir. Got to get it done, man.
Hey, no game this week. Why don't you just go ahead and do an activity that's going to make you absolutely furious?
Yeah, dude, it's what we do, man. It sucks.
Steve Bartle, keeping it real for all the dads out there. Steve, we'll chat with you next week, man. Have fun this weekend.
All right, appreciate you guys. Have a good one.
There you go.
Thanks, Steve. Always something. There's always something that needs to get done.
Yeah, I just did okay. The hardest thing to keep up with in our house is just our kids put holes in the walls. You know what I mean? They just put dings everywhere.
Yeah, I know what you mean.
And patching that stuff and then repainting it, and then being like, is the paint matching still?
Yeah.
Is this paint
You're
still
using
good?
an older paint than when you bought it, and it doesn't look right. Wait a minute, this isn't the right sheen.
But like my kids will put their door handles through the wall.
Jeez.
Like it'll just push through those, I'm mad, Dad. And then they push the door open as hard as they can, and it breaks through the little door stop at the top.
A lot of
the
aggression
hinge.
in the Curie home. Jeez.
I got a wild 4-year-old.
Simmer down.
I got a wild 4-year-old. She will break everything. Yeah. Yeah. And then you go up in the boys' room and you're like, what are you guys doing? What are these golf ball size holes dents in your walls? Not golf balls. Yeah, but there are dimples actually in the indentations too. So get your golf clubs out of here. All right.
They turn their bedroom into a driving range? What's going on up there?
I don't know. They got one. Honestly, we have like a head-shaped dent in a ceiling too. That's not good.
Someone's head went through the ceiling?
Yeah, it was somebody jumping on a blow-up mattress, launching the other one.
No way.
Oh, yeah. We are that family. We are wild.
No vertebrae were destroyed in the making of that stunt?
No, in fact, it's like the little, you know how little siblings are. I don't know, Annapolis, where are you in the pecking order? Are you youngest?
I'm the middle child.
Okay, so you had older siblings who are like, don't tell mom, don't tell mom. Like,
yeah, no.
I would get like my.
There's no dirty secrets in the Annapolis home.
I would get my elbow like broken off, and my siblings would be like, "Shh, you're tough, aren't you, buddy?"
Oh my gosh.
Because I was the youngest. You know what I mean? Like, and the last thing I'm going to do is disappoint my older siblings. And so the tradition continues of hiding it from mom and dad. We're all going to get in trouble if you tell them you're hurt right now, okay? This is not going to be good for anybody. So that's what we're dealing with in our house right now. All right. Good luck, Steve Bartle. Because, by the way, he's like, I have all these designs to get some home improvement stuff done this weekend. Not going to happen. This is, right? It's just not going to happen.
Yeah. No.
All right. We'll come back. We've got some wild, just like absolute crash out commentary from one of the WNBA's players during an exit interview with the media. What Nafisha Collier's comments have done to absolutely light the WNBA on fire. And if you like people going after commissioners of sporting of leagues, you're gonna love this.
You ever wanted to yell at your boss? Nafisha Collier did it today.
Have you ever wanted to yell at? Have you ever wanted a player to go after a commissioner of a sport the way that Nafisha Collier does it? You're going to want to hear these comments next. So stay right here. More to go. 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
And now, a look at traffic from the KSL Traffic Center.
It's super slow for northbound traffic on the I-215 West Belt, and you'll be in it just before Parkway Boulevard and won't clear up off of it until you get past California. Northbound I-15 delays from 33rd South up past downtown and up to the North Interchange. Bad weather and parking lots love GoPave Utah. GoPave Utah loves snow. Don't wait for bad weather. Schedule your snow removal services with GoPave Utah. Visit GoPaveUtah.com. With your traffic update, I'm Alex Annapolis here on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
This is Jake Scott and Ben Anderson.
Deion Sanders is very relevant, and it's cool that he says nice things about Kalani. Because Deion is so electric, everything he does is news, and saying nice things about the BYU head football coach is cool. And if you spend time with Kalani Sitake, you're going to like him. I bet you $1 zillion if you spend a few minutes with that guy, you're like, oh, this guy's cool.
I also think game recognizes game. Deion recognizes Kalani's a good coach. If you don't see that Kalani's good at this, it's a you problem. You know, if you're going to overlook Kalani and not recognize that what he's building is pretty special at BYU and that you're going to have to be prepared for it, you're just probably not a very good coach. But Kalani's done a heck of a job putting this program together. So I think Deion also has enough knowledge to recognize that what Kalani has built is authentic and is real and is something worth respecting. And I'm not saying steal a page out of his book, but recognize that what he's doing is doing it the right way.
Hear Jake Scott and Ben Anderson every day from 10 to noon on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Ryan from the Dish Pros is standing by. I don't care if it's a TV watching issue. You don't have the channels that you want, the streaming service that you've been paying a ton of money for. It turned out it wasn't that great. Maybe you need to hook up with the folks at the Dish Pros, but also maybe the internet carrier that you're using absolutely stinks and is a monopoly that has been stealing your money. Ryan can help you out. Ryan, what do you have?
They're stealing your money, yes. And, this is a real thing. Prices keep going up over and over, and this is a great opportunity right now. If you call us up, take advantage of the deals we have. We'll get you set up and installed for free with Dish. We've got an awesome 2-year promotion with a 2-year price guarantee, which is going to be a lot cheaper, $40, $50, $60, $80 less than what you're currently paying, especially for cable and DirecTV customers. Call us up, take advantage of that. We'll throw in Dish's top package, over 400 channels, free for 3 months. The NFL Red Zone with the multi-sports pack, free for 6 months. Plus the movie channels, and you'll get the best DVR out there. Guys, it's so slick. Auto-record your locals, auto-hops commercials. It'll auto-record your games, too. Just put in whatever your favorite teams are, and it'll pick them right out, and you can just watch them at your leisure. Plus, we literally have become the internet professionals with a ton of internet providers. If you call us up right now, we can get you guaranteed a better internet solution. I've got more than 7 available now at our fingertips just in Salt Lake and the Salt Lake market. And guys, there's great promotions. You get the first month free. It's cheaper than what you're currently paying, plus probably faster or as fast. But here's the deal. You don't know unless you call. We've done all the work. You just got to call us up and let's see how much money we can save you. Call today and get set up with Dish. I'll throw in dinner at JCW's, install the system for free. You got to call right now, 424-DISH, 801-424-DISH.
Hi, this is Derek Overstreet, president of the New Millennium Group and co-host of Stop Working, Start Living with KSL News Radio. Can you imagine what your life would be like if you could retire 3 to 5 years earlier than you thought possible? The things you could do, the loved ones you could spend time with, the memories that you could create. That's what our team at the New Millennium Group does. We'll walk you through the entire process every step of the way. If you'd like to get a copy of the 5-step proprietary plan that will help you retire 3 to 5 years sooner than you thought possible, give us a shout right now. 888-999-6370. That's 888-999-6370 or utahsfinancialplanner.com. Listen, most of our listeners right now have a tax problem, not a money problem. There's not enough money in Social Security Medicare as it is. Let us show you how you can significantly reduce your taxes. That's 888-999-6370. 888-999-6370 or utahsfinancialplanner.com.
Delicious doesn't change because the times change. Delicious is something passed from one generation to the next. That's why for 50 years, delicious Mexican meals have always started in one place. El Matador. Family-owned and operated, El Matador is a community legend featuring fresh menu items and tasty take-and-bake meals. El Matador now offers catering and is the home of chips and salsa gift bags for the holidays. Delicious. It starts at El Matador, 606 South Main Street in Bountiful.
The Missionary Starter Package now at Mr. Mac is everything a missionary needs at an unbeatable value. It includes 1 slim or modern fit suit, 4 and collar stretch shirts, 3 Teflon treated washable ties, 1 mission belt, and a pair of Echo or Johnston & Murphy walking shoes, all for just $695. Fit is never a problem at Mr. Mac with free in-store tailoring. Ask for the Missionary Starter Package at all 9 Mr. Mac locations.
Ticket packages for the Utah Mammoth 2025-26 season are available now. From full season and half-season packages to mini plans and other flexible options, choose the ticket package that fits you best and be part of the action all season long. Call or text 801-325-PUCK to talk with a rep or visit nhl.com/Utah/tickets/season tickets to learn more.
Be advised, this is your opportunity to save up to 40 to 80% on a hot tub or swim spa. This weekend only, Friday through Sunday, Mountain America Expo Center, Sandy. Be advised, this is your opportunity to save up to 40 to 80% on a hot tub or swim spa. This weekend only, Friday through Sunday, Mountain America Expo Center, Sandy. 18-month interest-free financing. Our factories have demanded we sell 1,000 hot tubs and swim spas this weekend. Mountain America Expo Center, Sandy. Huge factory incentives, factory rebates, this weekend only. Mountain America Expo Center, Sandy. We can remove your old hot tub. Free delivery of your new hot tub. Hot tub starting at $2,999. Mountain America Expo Center, Sandy. Free delivery of your new hot tub. Just relax and enjoy. Mountain America Expo Center, Sandy. Friday, 2 p.m. to 8 p.m. Saturday, 10 a.m. to 8 p.m. Sunday, 10 a.m. to 6 p.m. Free admission, free parking, free delivery. Mountain America Expo Center, Sandy. Call 833-SPA-SALE or visit hottubandSwimSpaSale.com.
Listen every Monday morning to DJ and PK and Monday afternoon with JJ and Alex for your Chevy Strong Play of the Game. Win great prizes from Rocky Mountain Chevy.
This is your Cougars at 30 update. Presented by Kenny J's Barbecue on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Kalani Sitake talks about the uncertainty West Virginia has at quarterback and preparing for all the possible options.
I guess we have to prepare for all of them. They've used a bunch of quarterbacks. They all have stats, and so it's not easy, but we have to prepare for all of them. And I think if you can look at, maybe even for us to assume we're going to see certain looks for different guys, but if you look at all the quarterbacks, they're all athletic. They can run, they can throw, and they know the system, so it's going to be really difficult. But regardless of who we face, we need to make sure our guys are assignment sound on our end and that we tackle well. That's going to be the key.
That is your Cougars at 30 update. Kenny J's Catering delivers bold, smoky barbecue, no matter the occasion. Check out the catering menu at KennyJ'sBarbecue.com. For weddings, work, or any event, you'll be the hero when you're serving brisket and ribs. That's KennyJSBBQ.com. Incredible comments coming up from Nafisa Collier about WNBA leadership next on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
It's another battle for the Aggies, and the KSL Sports Zone has it covered. Bronco Mendenhall and the Aggies look to heal up during the bye week in preparation for the remainder of the Mountain West Conference schedule. Your home for the best coverage of Aggie football is right here on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. You're locked on to JJ and Alex on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Still holds up as one of the best videos of all time. Welcome back. JJ and Alex, 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. Alex Curie, Jeremiah Jensen. Hey, I just saw the greatest Major League Baseball postseason stat. You ready for this? When you out home run your opponent, you are 94-20 in the last 4 postseasons in the Major League Baseball. So let me get this straight. If my team hits the ball out of the park more times than you, I have a better chance of winning. That's
you needed a computer to tell you that?
It's hard-hitting stuff there, ESPN.
That's groundbreaking.
They're like, if you out home run the other team, I mean, you got a pretty good chance to win that baseball game. Back to you. Let me see here. We got to hear some comments. Now, the WNBA is in an interesting spot right now. It is simultaneously going through its most visible history in its short, young, sports league career.
Relative to other leagues. It's been around since the 90s.
Yes. But, it's having its moment right now. And if you don't have the right people in position to help that moment along, you will botch it. You can botch it, absolutely. And Nafisa Collier had quite the things to say in her exit interview with the media. This was a no-holds-barred commentary that I wish that other people would bust out in other leagues. However, I will say this. I don't know any other leagues that are run like this currently.
How many of these leagues need this? Not many.
Here's what Nafisa Collier said, blasting the WNBA commissioner, Kathy Engelbert. Here's what the comments were, and they just kept going, and it was phenomenal.
The real threat to our league isn't money. It isn't ratings or even missed calls or even physical play. It's the lack of accountability from the league office. Since I've been in the league, you've heard the constant concerns about officiating, and it has now reached levels of inconsistency that plague our sport and undermine the integrity in which it operates. Whether the league cares about the health of the players is one thing, but to also not care about the product we put on the floor is truly self-sabotage. Year after year, the only thing that remains consistent is the lack of accountability from our leaders. Sorry, I had to walk here in my boot. I'm kind of out of breath. The league has a buzzword that they've rolled out as talking points for the CBA as to why they can't pay the players what we're worth. That word is sustainability. But what's truly unsustainable is keeping a good product on the floor while allowing officials to lose control of games. Fans see it every night. Coaches, both winning and losing, point it out every night in pregame and postgame media. Yet leadership just issues fines and looks the other way. They ignore the issues that everyone inside the game is begging to be fixed. That is negligence. At Unrivaled this past February, I sat across from Kathy and asked how she planned to address the officiating issues in our league. Her response was, well, only the losers complain about the refs. I also asked how she planned to fix the fact that players like Caitlin, Angel, and Paige, who are clearly driving massive revenue for the league, are making so little for their first 4 years. Her response was, Caitlin should be grateful she makes $16 million off the court, because without the platform that the WNBA gives her, she wouldn't make anything. And in that same conversation, she told me players should be on their knees thanking their lucky stars for the media rights deal that I got them. That's a mentality driving our league from the top. We go to battle every day to protect a shield that doesn't value us. The league believes it succeeds despite its players, not because of them. I have the privilege of watching my husband run a league where he has to balance 100 different things at once. I won't pretend the job is easy, but even with all of that on his plate, he always takes the time to reach out to players when he sees an injury, whether it's Unrivaled or even during the WNBA season. That is what leadership looks like. It's the human element. It's basic integrity, and it's the bare minimum any leader should embody. This year alone, I've gotten calls, texts, and well wishes from so many players across the league. Those moments remind me that sometimes there are things bigger than the results than this game we play. But do you know who I haven't heard from? Kathy. Not one call, not one text. Instead, the only outreach has come from her number 2 telling my agent that she doesn't believe physical play is contributing to injuries. That is infuriating. And it's the perfect example of the tone-deaf, dismissive approach that our leaders always seem to take. I've finally grown tired. For too long, I have tried to have these conversations in private, but it's clear there is no intention of accepting there's a problem. The league has made it clear it isn't about innovation, it isn't about collaboration, it's about control and power. I've earned this platform and I've paid the price to get here, and now I have a responsibility to speak on behalf of the fans and everyone in this league that deserves better. Our leadership's answer to being held accountable is to suppress everyone's voices by handing out fines. I'm not concerned about a fine. I'm concerned about the future of our sport. At some point, everyone deserves to hear the truth from someone who I hope has earned the benefit of the doubt to fight for what is right and fair for our athletes and our fans. We have the best players in the world. We have the best fans in the world. But right now, we have the worst leadership in the world. If I didn't know exactly what the job entailed, maybe I wouldn't feel this way. But unfortunately for them, I do. We serve a league that has shown they think championship coaches and Hall of Fame players are dispensable, and that's fine, it's professional sports. But I will not stand quietly by and allow different standards to be applied at the league level. Thank you.
I know these commissioners are appointed by the owners. Yes?
Yes.
I mean, ultimately, and that's who they report to.
Right.
So it is a weird thing because they don't really work for the players.
No, they don't care about the players.
No, and in fact, these collective bargaining agreements are in place so that the union and the league can try to see eye to eye somehow. And the commissioner a lot of times represents the best interest of the owners, which sometimes doesn't really represent the best interest of the player. You've got to make that relationship work. And in this case, so she already released a statement, the commissioner of the WNBA, Kathy Engelbert. I have the utmost respect for Nafisa Collier and for the players in the WNBA. Together, we've all worked tirelessly to transform this league. My focus remains on ensuring the bright future of the players of the WNBA, including collaborating on how we can elevate the game. I'm disheartened by how Nafisa characterized our conversations and league leadership, but when our perspectives differ, my commitment to the players to this work will not waver. Now, she didn't actually respond to whether or not, when she says, I'm disheartened how she characterized our conversations, but she's saying that
she didn't deny anything that was said.
These are pretty damning words that are being said.
She hasn't denied any of it.
Right. The part where, should be on their knees thanking us for the opportunity, or Caitlin should thank her lucky stars for the WNBA. No. It's the other way around.
Oh, 100%. She doesn't get that TV deal done without Caitlin Clark.
And Kathy,
no way.
You didn't develop Caitlin Clark.
No.
Women's college basketball, by the way, is a better product from a promotional standpoint than the WNBA.
From a television standpoint.
Yes. And so how can you capitalize on that? You got to have better leadership than this. Now, I don't know Kathy Engelbert from Adam, right? I guess in this case from Eve, yes?
Yeah.
I don't know what type of a leader she is. I'm going to be honest. I don't dip that often into league negotiations between the WNBA commissioner. If you would have asked me yesterday what the WNBA commissioner's name was, I was been like Katie or Kathy or something. Maybe. But part of the reason that we have this view of what the WNBA is currently is because they haven't done a good enough job of making sure that the players feel like that they're welcomed inside the league that they are actually putting together. And the league has been around for the last 32 years.
It was formed in 1996, yeah.
But I will tell you that the biggest audience it's ever had is in the past 18 months.
100%.
And that
we wouldn't be talking about this on this radio show.
By the way,
for the women that were mentioned in her rant.
And it will go away like that. It will go away in the blink of an eye if they don't manage it well. If they don't manage these ladies well, when I say manage these ladies, what I'm saying is I'm not gonna stand up here and go pay them what they're worth. I know the league doesn't make a lot of money, okay? But when these players are going to other countries because they're getting paid a lot more, because those countries are able to take the sport of basketball and grow it, and not just sit back on whatever laurels I feel like that Kathy Engelbert feels like that this league has earned. They really haven't. By the way, the only way that the WNBA, look, places like the NBA are absolutely you see the value of the league, right? And the league sees the value of the players, and they've had to make sure that they make that a priority. Contracts are absolutely. I mean, we just saw the Kuminga number, right?
Yeah.
And it's the extension is 2 years, another $49 million. Okay. And we were both like, is he worth it? And I was like, I don't know if he's worth that. At this point, it doesn't matter. It's whatever
the money's there. Yeah.
Right. It's whatever he was paid.
Yep.
It's whatever they decided.
The market decides.
And I don't think that the league, obviously, the WNBA will absolutely implode if they can't capitalize on the most talent that they've ever had right now. And by the way, the most attention they've ever gotten. So I love blowing up bad commissioners who are not for. I'm sure she's sick of people complaining. I'm sure she's sick of it. She's sick of having to deal with all the people complaining about the referees and all that. Then do a better job. Well, that's it.
I'm sure a lot of you listening right now would love to put your boss on blast or the leadership at whatever company you work on blast because they're not doing a good job.
If they're doing a bad job, yeah.
And so you have to relate to Nafisa Collier, and she's doing this because she loves basketball and she loves the league and she wants it to succeed. And we all wish we could do that. And she knows and she understands she has the power to do it and get away with it. And it's important that she used her voice to do that because people need to hear the truth. That league could be better. And it's not because of a commissioner who doesn't lead well and doesn't know what she's doing and has no idea what's going on in reality.
I've got the top 10 around the corner. You don't want to miss it. We've got so much more we want to keep bringing up, and then we'll get to Ben Anderson at the top of the hour. He's one of course, our Jazz insiders, not just for KSLSports.com, but across the station, of course, host of Jake and Ben. Does a great job. He hosts Jazz Notes as well. So we'll take a quick break. We'll come back, and then top of the hour, we'll chat with Ben also. But top 10 right in the corner next, 97.5 the KSL Sports Zone.
And now, a look at traffic from the KSL Traffic Center.
Major issues on the highways across the valley, especially in Salt Lake County. A westbound crash on the I-215 southbound just past I-15 is blocking multiple lanes and turning the drive into a parking lot back to Union Park Avenue. A southbound crash is also blocking a center lane, causing major I-15 slowing approaching the 6 North exit. From system install to fast fixes to deliver award-winning heating, cooling, plumbing, and electrical, call Whipple Services Champions for the win today. With your traffic update, I'm Alex Napolis here on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
It's game week for the Cougars, and the KSL Sports Zone is getting you ready for kickoff. The undefeated Cougars return home to Provo for a Friday night showdown against the Mountaineers of West Virginia. Listen all week long for the best coverage of Cougar football. Then catch the post-game show immediately following the game on KSLSports.com, as well as a complete wrap-up the following day on College Football Saturday beginning at 10 a.m. Your home for the best coverage of BYU football is live on air, online, and on the KSL Sports app. This is 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Look, dropping weight, not easy, obviously. Keeping the weight off, even harder. I just described two things that have been difficult for me my entire life. But guess what? I've had the best results I've ever had with the program with the folks at SLC Fat Loss than I've ever had in any program. About a year and a half ago, we started off on this journey. Lost 65 pounds in 60 days, that first initial reduction phase, and I've been able to keep it off. And why? Because the program works. Check it out for yourself. All you have to do is go to slcfatloss.com. That's saltlakeCityfatloss.com. They have there on the website how the program works. You can get a free phone consultation. Start it there and just ask the questions, and they'll be happy to answer them and how this thing works.
Yeah, it's an easy-to-follow weight loss program. It's going to help you lose weight fast, naturally, and safely with no drugs or injections, no prepackaged meals, bars, shakes, or exercising required. It's a program that's going to help reset your metabolism so you can lose weight quickly and keep the weight off for good with an easy-to-follow maintenance plan that Alex is talking about. Ongoing personal support, an app right on your phone where you're going to get education and knowledge each and every day. It's just an awesome way to lose weight. It worked for me, too. I lost 40 pounds in 60 days, and more than a year later, I am keeping that weight off as well with the maintenance program. Go to their website, slcfatloss.com. That's slcfatloss.com. Get a free consultation. If you want to do this, tell them JJ and Alex sent you. You're going to get $200 off the program. That's slcfatloss.com.
I'm Walker Kessler, and I play basketball for a living. So I know how important it is to have the support of a team you can trust. That's why I love UCCU. UCCU is more than a credit union. They're a true financial partner, a local team of experts your entire family can trust at every step of your financial journey. Just visit uccu.com and elevate your banking experience.
Right now at Tim Daly Mazda Southtown, you can get any new 2025 Mazda CX-50 for 0% financing for 60 months. Yes, 0% for 60 months. Or extended to 72 months for only 1.9%. You heard right, as low as 0% for 60 months. It's happening now at Tim Daly Mazda Southtown. APR OAC, not available with any other offers. See dealer for complete details.
Do Crohn's disease or ulcerative colitis symptoms keep coming back? Tremfya, guselkumab, may help, with rapid remission achieved at 12 weeks and lasting clinical remission at 1 year. Some even saw visible improvement of their intestinal lining at 12 weeks and 1 year. Tremfya is a prescription medicine used to treat adults with moderately to severely active Crohn's disease and adults with moderately to severely active ulcerative colitis. Serious allergic reactions and increased risk of infections and liver problems may occur. Before treatment, your doctor should check you for infections and tuberculosis. Tell your doctor if you have an infection, flu-like symptoms, or if you need a vaccine. Healing is possible with Tremfya. Approximately 3 out of 10 patients were in endoscopic remission at 1 year, based on areas visualized on colonoscopy, which may not represent the deeper bowel layer or entire GI tract. Individual results may vary. Ask your doctor about Tremfya today. Call 1-800-526-7736 to learn more or visit tremfyaradio.com.
Jim Jr. here from RGS Exteriors. I want to tell you about our famous "You Don't Need a Warranty" warranty. That's right. It's a warranty you don't need, but we give it to you anyway. Let me explain. Most warranty problems for siding, gutters, and windows are caused by not installing stuff right in the first place. If you rush the work, cut corners, or use subpar materials, you're just begging for problems later. At RGS Exteriors, we don't tolerate careless workmanship. We slow down, focus on every detail, and use only the best materials. We prevent warranty work by doing the job right in the first place. That's why the 10-year everything guarantee we give you is also known as our "You Don't Need a Warranty" warranty. We absolutely will be there if you need to use it. But honestly, you probably will never have to. Done right the first time. That's the RGS way. For siding, gutters, and windows, call 801-280-3110 or visit us at rgsexteriors.com.
3, 2, 1. This is your Utes at 50 update. 58! Presented by Kenny J's Barbecue on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Utah defensive end John Henry Daly, JHD, talks about having the mindset to finish games following the late collapse against Texas Tech.
Coach Witt last week said that we played 3.5 quarters of great football and we just need to finish out the fourth quarter, and so we went in with that mindset this week to finish out the game, and we did a great job at that, and we plan on continuing doing that.
That's your Utes of 50 update. Kenny J's Catering delivers bold, smoky barbecue no matter the occasion. Check out the catering menu at kennyjsbarbecue.com for weddings, work, or any special event. That's kennyjsbbq.com. Top 10's next on JJ and Alex 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Let's go! Complete game coverage of the Cougars is right here on the KSL Sports Zone. It's a Friday night battle in Provo as the undefeated Cougars square off against West Virginia. Your home for the best coverage of Cougar football is right here on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. You're locked on to JJ and Alex on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Welcome back, everybody. JJ and Alex, 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. Final segment of the hour here. We're going to go quick on a top 10. Before we do, though, I want to mention that your Hercules Hero of the Week program, brought to you by Hercules First Federal Credit Union and Beehive Meals, marches on. Every week, we honor the people who do an awesome job as youth sports volunteers in your neighborhood, and we want to get those nominations going. Just go to kslsports.com/contest. Nominate a youth sports volunteer you know in your neighborhood, somebody who does an awesome job in your city, however it might be, team mom, etc. We take all the people who do an awesome job. We'll take anybody. Come on. We love it. And then they get themselves a prize from Beehive Meals and from Hercules First Federal Credit Union, our two great sponsors of the Hercules Hero of the Week. And we get to read that nomination right here on the air on Thursdays. So there you go. Top 10 goes like this. I've got a category. I've got a top 10 in front of me of that category. Our producer, Alex Napolis, pushes all the responsibility over to my co-host, Jeremiah Jensen, to get the questions right. And then we go from there.
And then I look stupid.
It's fine.
That's the whole point of the bit.
It's not a bit. This is a real top 10. Now, when I say a real top 10, it's still kind of a fake top 10 because this top 10 was ESPN's post-spring top 25 college football rankings. Okay, from this year. So I need your top 10. I'll give you 60 seconds on the clock. On your mark.
The preseason rankings?
Post-spring.
Post-spring. Okay.
So this is when hopes were absolutely way too high for a lot of people. So I'm going to give you the chance to name off your top 10 here. This should be a piece of cake. You get 10 out of 10. On your mark. Get set. Go.
Clemson, Notre Dame,
Ding,
Penn State,
ding.
Oregon,
Ding.
Ohio State.
Ding.
I think I remember BYU being on there.
No, not that high. Florida State, no. Alabama, Georgia.
Ding.
Tennessee. Clemson, we already said. Miami.
Ding.
Not Indiana. Illinois. There's no Big 12 teams on there. Arizona State. Who's left? Michigan? Notre Dame?
Ding. I thought you said Notre Dame.
That did. Who else is left?
There are 136 options.
I named every SEC and Big Ten team. Who am I missing right now? Oh man, SMU.
SMU is 11.
Ooh, I almost got it. I mean, I named quite a bit. Did I
did
miss
name
somebody?
a few. You missed 3.
What?
Yeah. You missed 3. And I was like really listening in to make sure that I didn't totally embarrass you on this because both of you should be embarrassed. The number 1 team you didn't mention. Nobody said Texas.
Oh, yeah, that's right. Jeez.
Nobody said Texas. Massive oversight.
Yeah.
Fools, the both of you. And then the last 2. Number 9, LSU.
Oh, yeah.
And number 10.
They were way overrated.
And LSU's funny because I think they're actually one that's actually ranked up that direction still. Number 10 was Florida. Okay.
Oh, that's right.
So let me give you the actual order of it real quick. Texas was 1, Clemson 2, Penn State 3. How are they doing? Great.
Penn State lost to Oregon.
Clemson has got 3 losses.
Yeah.
Texas looks like but. And then Ohio State's 4. Notre Dame was 5. They've got 2 losses. Oregon was 6. Georgia was 7. Miami was 8. LSU was 9. And Florida, 10. SMU, 11. BYU was on the list in the preseason post-spring rankings at 20th. But you had Tech at 14. Arizona State at 13. SMU is 11, inexplicably. Right?
Wow.
Michigan, 12. Alabama was 16. People didn't believe in Kalen DeBoer even back then. All right. There you go. We'll come back. We've got more Jazz to cover, of course. Media Day was yesterday. Ben Anderson, one of our Utah Jazz insiders for KSLSports.com, and, of course, host of Jake and Ben every day, 10 to noon right here, is going to join us next. We'll talk about all those things. Break down the preseason Media Day, everything that had to do with the Jazz. We'll get you ready for that. More to go. 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Get the latest Utah sports headlines delivered to your inbox with the KSL Sports Newsletter. From the Jazz, Utah Hockey Club, BYU, Utah, Real Salt Lake, and more. Be in the know of all things sports in the state of Utah. Visit KSLSports.com to sign up for the KSL Sports Newsletter. Want to get the latest info on Utah's newest sports franchise? Sign up for the Utah Mammoth newsletter. Get exclusive analysis, plus the latest news and notes on the Utah Mammoth. Sign up today at KSLSports.com for the Utah Mammoth newsletter.
They're not just the dish pros anymore. You can call them also the internet pros, because if you are paying for internet at your house, which guess what? We all are. Everybody needs internet. You don't just need internet. You need fast, reliable internet that you're not going to get charged an arm and a leg for. And the era of the monopoly needs to be over. Ryan, how can you help these guys save money?
It is so easy. If you call us up and just tell us, hey, this is what I have and what can you help me with? And guys, we have tons of internet options right now, and we save people money day in and day out. Listen, if your current service is not what you would expect, or you just keep seeing that bill get more and more expensive and you're wondering why, well, they think they got you on the hook. But, guys, there's a lot more options, and good competition means you can get some good prices. And we've done all the homework. We've gone out and did all the work for you. Just call us up. We'll get you a great internet provider. Give us your address, and we'll do the rest of the work for you. Also, with Dish right now, best promotion. This is such a great offer right now, and this is truly where we save people just a ton of cash. If you haven't noticed, did your DirecTV bill go up $11? Well, it did. And are you ready for your cable bill to jump another $10, $15? Well, it's going to. Call us up and take advantage of this promotion with Dish. It's 2 years of credits. The price is guaranteed not to change for 2 years. We're going to set you up with Dish's top package. Over 400 channels, free for the first 3 months. Plus, throw in the NFL Red Zone, the multi-sports pack for 6 months, movie channels. And, guys, clear and simply, just get the best equipment. It's completely integrated with all the streaming apps. It's got a 16-tuner, 2 terabytes of storage, so it'll auto-record, it'll auto-hop commercials. It'll have all the games just on your DVR ready for you to watch. It's a super awesome system, and we want to hook you up and get you the best deal out there, guaranteed. You just got to call 424-DISH. Call us today. We'll throw in dinner at JCW's. Call 801-424-DISH. That's 424-3474.
Discover the exceptional value of Bar W Beef, where quality meets convenience. Bar W Beef's dry-aged beef, aged for 14 days, offers rich marbling and tender texture, perfect for grilling, roasting, or pan-searing. Enjoy the rich flavor and generous size. Shipped directly from the ranch to your door. Now hosting one-day pop-up events, go to barwbeef.com to find a pop-up event near you, or stop into the store in Nephi for weekly in-store specials. barwbeef.com. That's barwbeef.com.
You're the fall cleanup phenom, the titan of trimming. You wield a leaf blower like a surgeon does a scalpel. When it comes to your lawn, power moves are the only moves you make. That's why you just applied IFA's Fall and Winter Lawn Food for stronger roots and an early green up next spring. IFA's Fall and Winter Lawn Food. It's the ultimate lawn owner power move.
If you've ever had to deal with a plumbing problem, you may have felt the pain of realizing you don't know any plumbers. Whether you're trying to stop a leaky faucet, fix a running toilet, replace your old water softener, or install a tankless water heater, the plumbers at Any Hour Services can help. All you have to do is call Any Hour Services or schedule an appointment at anyhourservices.com. Help with plumbing maintenance and repairs is closer than you think. Call Any Hour Services or schedule an appointment at anyhourservices.com. No one helps more homeowners than Any Hour Services.
Water runs Utah, but water can run out. And with cooler fall temps, your yard just doesn't need as much. Learn more at slowtheflow.org.
The KSL Sports Zone and Hercules Credit Union are highlighting people that impact youth sports. Nominate the youth sports volunteer you know for the Hercules Hero of the Week at KSLSports.com.
Broadcasting from the Mountain Home Services Studio, this is 97.5 KZNS FM Colville, 1280 KZNS AM Salt Lake City, and 102.7 KSL FM HD2 Salt Lake City Midvale. This is 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
You know what's coming.
Your daily deep dive into everything Utah Jazz.
It's time.
All season long and even in the off season. It's Jazz Daily with JJ and Alex on your exclusive home of Utah Jazz basketball. 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Welcome back. JJ and Alex, 97.5 the KSL Sports Zone. Alex Curie, Jeremiah Jensen. And, of course, with the music in the background, we remind you, it's that time of the year to not just think about college football, not even just think about the NHL, of course. It's going into year 2 here in the state of Utah, but, of course, our original love, the Utah Jazz. And our Jazz Notes host, of course, he does a phenomenal job. Jake and Ben, of course, is where you can also find him. You can also read his byline. KSLSports.com is our Jazz insider. He is Ben Anderson in the program. Ben, what's going on, man?
Hey, guys. How are you?
Oh, we're phenomenal. Trying to digest all the things that happen at Media Day. And I know it's kind of it's just one of those things we're so desperate to hear what on earth is going on with this franchise. We don't get to hear much from them after Summer League. And then we get to this point, we start asking all the questions. And obviously the ones that started to percolate to the top are extension for Walker Kessler, what Ace Bailey's going to be looking like. But I'm interested in some of these veterans that the Jazz acquired in the offseason and are going to be kind of populating this locker room for this young core. It's the youth of this team, but some of these, what intrigues you about some of these veterans that they brought in and some of the names that you're going to see in this locker room for the Jazz that are the older, trying to lead you around the league variety?
Well, I think, George Niang is a name that's familiar to fans, but it will be different. When he was here last, he was still kind of a young guy. He was older because he had played 4 years of college before he came out, but he was still trying to, really prove he belonged in the NBA. And it was funny, earlier today I was looking at his salaries, and he's going into his 10th season, which is remarkable, but he's, only in quotations here, he's only made $29 million. In today's NBA, Ace Bailey will make that much money before the end of his first contract. But $29 million.
Kaminga just got $29 a year for the next 2 years today. So there you go.
Right, exactly right. So it's like, while he's definitely a veteran, one of those older names, the last time we saw him, he was still trying to prove he belonged in the NBA. And even the contract he signed after he left the Jazz was not a big deal. It was not until this latest one where he's making about $8 million a year did he really start to kind of establish himself with money that will support him for the rest of his life. So I thought that was kind of interesting that he will be playing a different role than the last time we saw him. And we'll have to see how he kind of functions in that role because, in Philly, in Cleveland, the spots he's been in, Atlanta late last year, he was very much just a supporting 5th, 6th, 7th, 8th guy, and he kind of has to change his role. So I'll be curious how he handles that. That'll probably be a little bit newer for him. And then Kevin Love, we talked to today at practice, and he's just a remarkable person. He's just, he's been in the league long enough. I think this is his 18th season now, he said, where he just has the ability to go back and look at his own career and kind of diagnose it historically. And he was talking about how poorly he kind of managed himself. And I don't mean just physically. I mean emotionally, from a preparedness standpoint, as a teammate early in his career in Minnesota. And it wasn't until he got to Cleveland when there were some other veterans around and there was an expectation to win games with LeBron James that he started to figure out, this is what you have to do to be a pro. And now it seems like he's got a really good sense of, I owe it to this younger generation to impart on them the knowledge I have from the mistakes I made. And that's up to them to listen, but he certainly seems interested in doing it. It's not Joe Flacco with the Cleveland Browns saying, hey, man, I'm not here to mentor anybody. I'm here to win football games. I do think Kevin Love really is going to accept the role of – he'll be on the floor, but he also wants to make sure that these guys are in a better spot than where he found them.
Walker Kessler had a chance to answer questions about his contract extension situation for the first time since news came out that him and the Jazz were unlikely to come to an agreement before the deadline. And I think we all can relate that we work for an employer and we think we do a great job and we go to ask for a raise and the employer says, "Oh, sorry, we don't have money for you." That's got to be really frustrating. So I think we all relate to Walker's frustration. But how much of a concern is this to Jazz fans, for Walker's future here with the Jazz? Do you believe eventually this is going to get resolved, or is this something that could become a negative force?
I don't think it'll get resolved until next summer, unless the Jazz start to feel like, hey, this is gonna be bad for everybody. Right now, the Jazz have the leverage point, and again, just a quick kind of backstory on why the Jazz didn't sign him this summer. If they wait until next year when he becomes a restricted free agent, so they can match any contract out there, they have an additional $14 million because there's a thing called a cap hold, which is kind of expected money you're supposed to make, and he will make well beyond that. But it's just the NBA limits how much money you can spend in free agency when you have a restricted free agent already on your team. They kind of pencil in a number of how much they're expected to earn, and it dictates how much other freedom you have next summer. By not signing him, the Jazz are going to have an extra $14 million next summer. So from a team building standpoint, it's really a no-brainer what the Jazz are doing, and honestly, it's the right move, unless Walker were to agree to a really small deal, which doesn't make sense for Walker. And the Jazz may have been willing to sacrifice some of that, $14 million in extra space that they can use before signing Walker had he wanted to take a steep discount. But I'm sure him making his first contract, remember he was the 22nd pick, so he also has not been making $9 million a year like some guys who were drafted in the top 5 or 6. He's been making $2 million a year. So in that sense, I'm sure Walker wanted to feel long-term security and felt like he had earned it. At the same time, it's a no-brainer for the Jazz not to sign him. But if we do start to get to this point where Walker checks out, which I thought he did in his second year with the Jazz and wasn't playing as hard as he needed to be a good player that he can be, and we saw that in year 1 and year 3, and it feels like the Jazz could lose him emotionally, I guess maybe there's a chance they could try and get a deal done, but I don't expect them to. And then it falls on Walker to prove that, hey, I recognize that I didn't get paid this summer. It's not like he would have gotten this money this season anyways. It wasn't going to kick in until next year. So he's got to handle that. He's got to show that emotionally he can tackle that. And that's going to be a challenge for him because he did not handle year 2 particularly well at all. And he can't afford to do that both literally and figuratively. If he does that, he's not going to get paid the money he thinks he's worth right now. And the Jazz will start to question whether or not he's a guy they want to build around if, every other season there's an emotional letdown that doesn't allow him to play at a high level. So if he plays well, he'll get paid, and I think that needs to be his number one focus. But I'm with you, JJ. Everyone's felt like they've earned it and felt like, hey, when am I going to get my recognition? And Walker doesn't feel like they're giving it to him.
They're trying really hard, it feels like, to make sure that people aren't trying to already call for the Rookie of the Year honors for Ace Bailey right out of the gate. It just is. It's an interesting thing. I don't know if it was you or Jake that asked the question to Will Hardy about basically the usage of Ace Bailey, which I don't know if there was actually an answer to. Did you feel like that was an answered question during that media back and forth? Because I'm not sure if we landed on anything.
It was, Jake, and I think it was a little bit vague. And Will did say, yes, I have plans for him. I don't think he laid it out immediately, and some of that may just be we're not telling Ace yet exactly what the schedule is going to be, because you don't want him to put the cart before the horse. And they had kind of said, let's focus on defense for the first 6 weeks. Let's see if we can get you to buy into what your role is, what we're expecting of you. And then once you get that down, we will start putting more on your plate offensively beyond catch and shoot the ball or catch and pass the ball. I don't think they're putting a lot of playmaking or decision-making in his hands right now on the offensive side. So I do think that is there, and I think you're absolutely right, Alex. They are not trying to – or they are trying to – limit some of those expectations for him. I honestly think they're doing some of it for themselves, because one of the things I did kind of continuously get yesterday from a lot of people off the record, talking to people, in the front office or coaching staff or whatever, I should just say non-players, that they're like legitimately excited that he's on their team. And Will Hardy did say in that interview, they had to try and hide how excited they were on draft night about what had happened, because I don't think they expected to get that caliber of player at 5 after the disaster that was lottery night. So I think they were really thrilled about it. I do think they also like Walt Clayton a lot, and they are trying to slow the roll a little bit of how quickly this could get away from them. But honestly, Ace, I thought, was terrific yesterday. He was by far the standout player. His energy is really incredible and unique, and not like anything I remember from a Jazz player, especially one in a starring role. There are goofy side characters and silly guys, and you get the Kirill Fisenkos who become fan favorites because they're just kind of silly. Ace is silly. He's 19. He's certainly fun-loving. He's rambunctious, but it feels very authentic, and it feels like the type of thing that if the play starts to live up to the expectations on the floor, you've just got the makings of like a true main character, which is what teams are trying to find every year in the draft.
The Jazz also have an all-star caliber player in Lauri Markkanen still on the roster, who's in the prime of his career, but having to forge ahead with this rebuild, which has caused everybody in the league to think, oh, he's going to get traded at some point. I mean, it just feels, Ben, you cover this. It's like every other day there's some national writer talking about there's another rumor about Lauri Markkanen getting traded, yet the Jazz maintain that they're not shopping him. How does this situation play out? What's your vibe? What's your feel on it? And did you learn anything yesterday about what's going on with Lauri and his future with the Jazz?
The Jazz were a little bit non-committal. I mean, I don't want to say non-committal. They certainly said, we like Lauri. We expect him to be a part of our next good teams. Like, we're really happy he's here, and they were happy to pay him. That's kind of been the consistent theme. I do still get the impression that if the right deal comes along, they will listen, and absolutely they should listen. When they were listening a couple of years ago with Golden State and before they got Lauri signed to the contract, I do think that the market was open. So if the right deal comes along, especially if someone like, Ace Bailey starts to break out and you realize, okay, this is what this is going to look like. This is the type of player he's going to be. And actually the more beneficial thing the Jazz can have is $40 million next year, the year after that, and the year after that, to start to formulate a roster around Ace and what that is going to look like, versus hoping that, Lauri fits into the context of Ace Bailey, if that ends up being the player. Because we know this is probably another 25-win team, meaning they're getting another top 6-7 player next year in the draft. And ideally, it's one of the top 3 guys, but this is supposed to be a much better draft than it has been the last few years. And even the Jazz look like they got a pretty good player at number 5 this year. So in that sense, I still don't know, when we're realistically looking at the rubber meeting the road for the Jazz 3 years from now or 2 years from now, if they start going out and spending some money on free agents with guys who fit the true stars in the young core, if it's safe to bet that, of course, Lauri would fit that. Lauri is a pretty good fit along most players in the NBA, but when you're talking about, well, he's a pretty good fit, it's hard to justify spending $40 million on that guy. So I think the Jazz recognize that if the right deal comes along, they feel it's advantageous, they feel like it's going to match their timeline better, I still think they would listen, though I don't think they're hurting to get Lauri off the roster by any stretch.
Ben, what do you think that when you start to look at what a roster could really look like, what do you think an opening night roster would be for this Jazz team? I mean, this is really early, but I mean, if we were to just guess, you see the names that are out there, and the people that are going to be wondering who is or is not mentioned, in that starting five or maybe at the beginning of the season. But what should Jazz fans anticipate maybe that they roll out in the first game? And I know they're going to mix up the lineups quite a bit this year.
I think there's two locks, and obviously that's Walker Kessler, who's the best five on the team by a lot, and Lauri Markkanen, who's the star of the roster. I think Ace is going to start too. I think if you're serious about developing him, if you're serious about losing 65 games last year to, put together or potentially get a star of the future, Ace has to be in that conversation. So I think that's three of the spots, which leaves probably at least one of the guard spots. And I guess you could go to two guard spots if you wanted to start, a point guard and a shooting guard, or you could slide Ace to the two, and that would open up somebody you could play at kind of the 3-4 spot. And the nice thing about Lauri is you can play him at either forward position. So my kind of line all summer has been, I think Keontae George is going to be the starting point guard. And I know that was not what he was doing fully last year, but I think until Walt Clayton is able to take that job over, and I do think that's what the future holds for the Jazz. And I know it's really early. We haven't seen him in a preseason game yet. That's kind of just always been my projection on him. Until he's ready to take over, I think Keontae probably checks the most boxes as far as scoring, playmaking, veteran understanding of what's being asked of him. And then I actually kind of think Kyle Filipowski might jump into that 4 spot, and you might start Lauri at the 3, Kyle at the 4, Walker at the 5, because if Kyle can shoot well enough, he's a good passer, so he kind of ties some things together in the front court. You've got great size then across the board. Keontae's not a huge point guard, but he's not tiny. Ace, if he's playing the 2, is really an enormous player. Lauri at the 3, Flip at the 4, Walker at the 5. You kind of get a sense of the Jazz might be able to put pressure on people. They might be able to have a couple of strengths on the floor at a time as opposed to just toying with lineups here and there. But if they don't go as Flip, I could see Bryce Sensabaugh maybe starting at the 2 along with, a Keontae George and giving him a bigger role because of what he does as a floor spacer.
Keontae George is interesting. Third year now, still very young, but a veteran, as you say, because of the experience he has. It feels like he's trying to show, at least in the offseason, it felt like he's trying to show he's more mature and he's taking on a leadership role. What have you seen from him, and what do the Jazz want from him now that he's entering year 3?
Yeah, and I will just say, to paint some background, since June, I've been being told, this has been a big summer for Keontae. Stuff has changed. Something has changed. He's really started to figure it out. Now, talk is really cheap. It's easy to say that. And nothing I heard yesterday contradicted that. Everyone continues to say that Keontae's been, the best young player out of the summer and the MVP, and there's high expectations for him. It will, in a lot of ways, come down to, are you still shooting 39% from the floor and 34% from 3? Because if you are, you're not good enough. It's just not good enough to support the rest of the players around you and punish opposing defenses for what they do and don't do to you. And that's where I think Walt Clayton, as a more developed shooter and older player coming out of Florida, has a chance to win that job maybe midway through the season. But he does seem to be the name that everyone is circling. And you guys have seen him for 2 years. At his best, he's pretty special. He can shoot off the dribble. He can get where he wants to on the floor. He can attack the paint. He can go off for huge scoring outings, huge scoring quarters. He's pretty explosive. Those things are valuable if they're consistent, and they just can't be as inconsistent as they are for Keontae. So if he can lace some of those together and really kind of understand how that fits in a team role, I thought it was impressive. I wrote an article about it yesterday, just kind of his whole shift in recognition of a lot of guys from his draft class have been traded or are out of the NBA already, especially guys who were truly his peers, other one and done guards for his draft class that were in the conversation probably at 15 or at 16 for the Jazz when they drafted him. I think he's looking at the NBA landscape and realizing this does not wait for you. And if I don't change, it will move past me and I won't be in the league anymore. And I think that scares him a little bit. And you wonder if that fear and gain perspective will allow him to channel what's best about Keontae George, which is a very talented basketball player.
Ben Anderson, before we get you out, Ben, I wanted your thoughts on, this is kind of the first real time that Austin Ainge was the face there. I think that, and it was his time. Danny was somewhere else. You bring in Ryan Smith, he makes some comments, but it's Austin Ainge's show, in terms of asking or answering those tough questions. How do you think that ad has been so far in his first kind of real go as an administrator, kind of the front facing guy at these at this media day?
I'm not sure he was. I don't want to say not dynamic. I don't want to know I don't think he was a force necessarily. And that would make sense. This is the first time doing it. When Danny Ainge came in, and I kind of felt like the time we felt Danny Ainge plant his flag was when Quinn Snyder was resigning, and Danny was kind of like, this is my team, and he was moving it forward. I thought it was a really fascinating, shift in power. I'm not sure I saw that yet from Austin Ainge, and that's totally understandable, and I need to get to know his personality more. I've only talked to him a handful of times, so maybe that he's just a little bit understated. I do think the work he did this summer was pretty impressive. I thought certainly what they did on draft night was certainly more 4D chess than a lot of teams were able to play, and he actually pulled it off, which is hard to do. A lot of guys talk it and back it up by making mistakes. So far, and we will see, I don't think the Jazz have made a lot of mistakes this summer under Austin Ainge's watch. So I will be curious how that goes. I also don't think he's going out there to try and be the face of the team and the face of the franchise the way some guys do, and that can be a positive. If the front office member wants to be a star or the owner wants to be a star, that can really detract from the rest of the team. So I think best case scenario would be he lets his work speak on the floor, and if he's good, we will be able to tell pretty quickly. If not, you hope he's not too timid to be able to do the job.
Ben, we appreciate your time, man. As always, best in the market. You guys do a phenomenal job being able to cover this Jazz team, not just as the home of the Jazz here, obviously, on our station, but you and Chandler doing the Jazz Notes podcast, and then Jake and Ben, of course, every day on this very station. Ben, thanks for being with us, man. We'll chat with you again through the season.
Thanks, guys. Good to talk to you.
There you go. Ben Anderson. Hey, isn't it good to have a guy like him in your
That was great. Really enjoyed that.
Well, and on top of it, it's just it's I just so I walk away from something like that and go, I don't feel like daunted by what's going to happen with this team this year. Does that make sense? Like I don't feel as
accept what it is and what it's going to be.
Yes.
And then focus on how is Keontae George going to develop? We get to see Ace Bailey. That's pretty cool.
Yeah.
Is this kid really going to become a superstar? You get to watch that process unfold. The drama with Walker Kessler in that situation. Can he overcome his frustration with his contract to go out there and play at an elite level like he did last year? What happens with Lauri Markkanen? There's storylines here. There's a lot of interesting things. And ultimately, they can take this group, which is pretty eclectic with old and young, put a lineup out there and be entertaining. Doesn't mean they're going to win a lot of games,
right?
But be entertaining. There's been times in the last couple of years where they were both not competitive and not watchable. I don't think that's going to be the case this year.
Yeah, and then when you start to add up all the names that are on this list too, and we didn't even talk one word about Isaiah Collier. What's he going to bring to the table?
Bryce Sensabaugh had an incredible summer league,
right? And
Kyle
Filipowski, like he brought it up. Maybe even ends up being a starter.
There's a long list of dudes on this team, young and old, that are interesting.
Yeah. Well, I'm
curious to see how it all comes together.
Jazz fans, don't hate on life as much as you think you're going to as a Jazz fan this year. Just enjoy it for what it is. Okay, watch the process.
You just drop the process,
and we'll see. And we'll see you at the Delta Center. Don't bring your signs.
Not allowed.
Can't bring your signs in anymore. Sorry, Napolis, you said something to me. I don't know what you said. Ah, yes. This portion of the show is always brought to you by the good folks at Trajan Wealth. TRAJAN Wealth.com. That's Trajan Wealth for all your trusted local needs in retirement. All of our beginning of the hours at 3 and 5 are brought to you by the good folks at Trajan Wealth. All right, we'll take the break. We'll come back. We've got our NFL Blitz next. We'll describe for you in great detail, if you weren't able to see it, the Tyreek Hill injury. So come right back. More to go. 97.5 the KSL Sports Zone.
And now, a look at traffic from the KSL Traffic Center.
The area around the south interchange between Murray and Midvale remains a hot spot, although all westbound lanes of the I-215 south belts are now open where a crash took place just past I-15. Westbound slowing goes back towards Highland Drive. Southbound I-15 continues to be heavy and slow heading past the I-215 interchange. Advanced Window Products. Get $2,500 off 10 windows or more at advancedwindows.com. Affordable windows guaranteed. With your traffic update, I'm Alex Napolis here on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
It's game week for the Cougars, and the KSL Sports Zone is getting you ready for kickoff. The undefeated Cougars return home to Provo for a Friday night showdown against the Mountaineers of West Virginia. Listen all week long for the best coverage of Cougar football. Then catch the post-game show immediately following the game on KSLSports.com, as well as a complete wrap-up the following day on College Football Saturday beginning at 10 a.m. Your home for the best coverage of BYU football is live on air, online, and on the KSL Sports app. This is 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
I'm still going for it, even with higher stroke risk from atrial fibrillation, an irregular heartbeat not caused by a heart valve problem. Over a 3-year study, Eliquis apixaban tablets reduce stroke risk better than warfarin, and over 97% of Eliquis patients did not experience a stroke. A first stroke occurred in 2.9% of warfarin patients versus 2.3% of Eliquis patients.
Don't stop prescription Eliquis without asking your doctor. Stroke risk may increase. Eliquis can cause serious and potentially fatal bleeding. Don't take if you have an artificial heart valve, abnormal bleeding, or antiphospholipid syndrome. While taking, you may bruise more easily or bleed longer. A spinal injection increases blood clot risk, which may cause paralysis. Get medical help right away for unexpected bleeding or bruising, or back pain, tingling, numbness, muscle weakness, or incontinence. Aspirin products, NSAIDs, SSRIs, SNRIs, and blood thinners increase bleeding risk. Tell your doctor about planned medical or dental procedures. Learn more at Eliquis.com or call 1-855-ELIQUIS.
Ryan Reynolds here from Mint Mobile. The message for everyone paying big wireless way too much. Please, for the love of everything good in this world, stop. With Mint, you can get premium wireless for just $15 a month. Of course, if you enjoy overpaying, no judgments, but that's weird. Okay, one judgment.
Visit mintmobile.com/radio.
Upfront payment of $45 for 3-month plan, equivalent to $15 per month required. Intro rate first 3 months only, then full price plan options available. Taxes and fees extra. See full terms at mintmobile.com.
How can you free your team from time-consuming office tasks? Amazon Business. Smart business buying tools enable buyers to find and purchase items fast so they can focus on strategy and growth. Free up your teams and focus on your future. Learn more at amazonbusiness.com.
Let's go! You still got it, but your immune system weakens as you age, making it harder to fight flu, pneumococcal pneumonia, RSV, and COVID-19. Ask your doctor or pharmacist which vaccines you need. Sponsored by Pfizer.
The Management Minute is a service of the MBA program in the John M. Huntsman School of Business at Utah State University. I'm Professor Scott Hammond. A website copywriter is doing 3 times more work than she was a year ago because AI programming is helping her with composition, organization, and editing. A data scientist who used to analyze data now checks the AI-generated analysis and helps managers make better decisions. A college professor, okay, it's me, tells AI to create PowerPoint slides for a lecture, and they do it in 45 seconds, and they do a better job than it took him 2 hours to do. AI is changing everything we do in the workplace, and it certainly has disrupted the workplace. There are fewer entry-level jobs, more impersonal communications. AI is making the workplace a more productive and less personal place. Learn more about how to lead a productive workplace without losing the personal connections. Go to utahstatemba.com. That's utahstatemba.com. I'm Scott Hammond. Hope to see you in one of our classes.
Hi, this is Doug Wright. I love fall, and I love October. In our family, October is replete with all kinds of fun things. We have a lot of birthdays. Dee and I have our anniversary, so of course, we're making our plans right now to go to Ruth's Chris Steakhouse for several of those occasions. And of course, we can choose from Hotel Park City, want to go up into the mountains, enjoy this great time of year, or all the fun things that are happening in the heart of downtown Salt Lake City. There's a Ruth's Chris Steakhouse downtown for you at 275 South West Temple. You, of course, can rely on the very best service, the great atmosphere, but it does kind of boil down to the food, and you will never have a better meal. The steaks, the entrees, whatever it might be, poultry, seafood, you name it, it's all waiting for you, including those delicious side dishes, the desserts that are off the charts. It's time right now to make your reservation at Ruth's Chris Steakhouse.
Hey, Benjamin, we've got a surprise for you.
What?
You have a brother. $100 bill just like you.
Hey, I'm Ben.
What? We just got him for joining America First Credit Union and opening a new checking account.
And you're going to live together at America First.
What? This is nice.
For a limited time, new members get a $100 cash bonus when they open a checking account or $50 when they open a youth checking account. So head to americafirst.com and get your money working today. Membership eligibility, terms, and conditions apply. Federally insured by NCUA.
Be advised, this is your opportunity to save up to 40 to 80% on a hot tub or swim spa this weekend only, Friday through Sunday, Mountain America Expo Center, Sandy. Be advised, this is your opportunity to save up to 40 to 80% on a hot tub or swim spa this weekend only, Friday through Sunday, Mountain America Expo Center, Sandy. 18-month interest-free financing. Our factories have demanded we sell 1,000 hot tubs and swim spas this weekend. Mountain America Expo Center, Sandy. Huge factory incentives, factory rebates, this weekend only. Mountain America Expo Center, Sandy. We can remove your old hot tub. Free delivery of your new hot tub. Hot tub starting at $2,999. Mountain America Expo Center, Sandy. Free delivery of your new hot tub. Just relax and enjoy. Mountain America Expo Center, Sandy. Friday, 2 p.m. to 8 p.m. Saturday, 10 a.m. to 8 p.m. Sunday, 10 a.m. to 6 p.m. Free admission, free parking, free delivery. Mountain America Expo Center, Sandy. Call 833-SPA-SALE or visit hottubandSwimSpaSale.com.
Grab a friend and come check out the Garden Restaurant. You'll be greeted by the delicious smell of fresh baked goods like our famous Lionhouse rolls and our brand new cinnamon rolls. Open weekdays 11 to 3. Fresh flavors, iconic location. The Garden Restaurant.
This is your Cougars at 30 update. Presented by Kenny J's Barbecue on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
BYU wide receiver Parker Kingston talks about having to play on Friday night against West Virginia.
I mean, not really. We played late Friday night. It's basically like playing a Saturday morning game, honestly. So we're going to attack the week like we normally will, and it'll be nice to have a longer week going into next week. But yeah, it's going to be a fun week this week.
That's your Cougars at 30 update. Kenny J's Catering delivers bold, smoky barbecue no matter the occasion. Check out the catering menu at kennyjsbarbecue.com for weddings, work, or any event. That's kennyjsbbq.com. The NFL Blitz starts right now on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
All the latest news and notes from the league and the locals in the NFL. JJ and Alex bring you the NFL Blitz on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
All right, welcome back, everybody. You know what that music means. Of course, it is our NFL Blitz. Thanks for being with us on the show. Alex Curie, Jeremiah Jensen. Let me see here. First of all, I told you, I'm going to be full disclosure. We had 2 Monday Night Football games on last night, and we had 2 massive, giant, terrible dumpster fire games for me. I mean, on paper, the Dolphins and the Jets was going to be bad anyway.
Yeah.
And it was.
Oh, it lived up to the hype.
And then if you're a Miami Dolphins fan and you go, man, it's going to be a rough one. Hey, you got Tyreek, though. Well.
Not anymore.
Can you recover from being the fastest man in the world to your leg being on backwards last night, like Tyreek Hill had? So it's all torn up, right?
It's an ACL,
ACL, and then I saw a thing that said, and also other ligaments. I'm like, they probably didn't want to get into it.
It didn't look like an ACL. It looked like a broken leg.
Well, it was I know, that's what I thought.
It was going the wrong direction.
So then they said, yeah, it's a
I was shocked when they said ACL.
Right, and they said dislocated knee. At that point, I thought, okay, so it's a dislocated knee. So then I thought, well, there's no way that the ligaments are going to be intact here. If it's a dislocated knee, it turns backward. Everything's torn. Everything's stretched out. Yeah. Everything's bad. And yes, when I saw that people were trying to post it on social media, I was like, everyone sucks. I do not want to see one bit of this. I mean, the Joe Theismann, remember when we were growing up and it was almost like, dude.
Oh, I saw that live when I was a kid.
You're like, hey, let's go watch the Joe Theismann video.
That was insane.
And it was grainy and it was grainy. It was like far away, and it was still absolutely terrible. Now we have Tyreek Hill's leg backwards in 4K.
Right.
And I'm over it. I do not want to see one daggum thing. A couple years ago, remember when Dak Prescott did the same thing, broke his leg 90 degrees? They blurred it out on TV, and I was like, good. But then they were like, because they blurted out there, we'll show it 78,000 times.
Yeah.
Like in a row and in slow motion, but we're blurring it out, and you're like, okay, move on. You know what I mean? So Tyreek Hill's out. This Dolphins team is in a bad way. I know they beat the Jets last night, which actually is a bigger problem for the Jets.
Who's in a worse way? The Jets or the Dolphins?
No, the Jets are. I mean,
there's no doubt.
They have to play each other again at some point. They'll go up to New York, and you know what's going to happen? The Jets will win that one by 6 points, just like, what was it, 27-21 last night after it was all said and done. And Justin Fields is not a great quarterback. He can run the ball, and he looks exciting, but he can't freaking throw it. So, yeah, it's a bad deal. Hey, but your Broncos got a win last night.
They look good. My Broncos, I'm you know.
Here it comes. Fine.
All right.
My Broncos. I want to hear more. Your guy, Sean Payton?
No, you don't.
Yeah, I do.
They lost 2 games in a row at the buzzer. They literally didn't trail in the fourth quarter. They should have been 3-0, but they didn't finish the damn games. They finally finished last night, and I don't care. The Bengals were bungled.
Oh, boy.
By Burrow being out.
Oh, wow.
Speaking of teams that need to make a trade for quarterback, because the other dude ain't it.
Former Washington Husky Jake Browning?
Yeah, he ain't it. He's not an NFL quarterback. I'm sorry. He is not an NFL quarterback. Go get Kirk Cousins. Do something. But
who else is available? Is Jimmy Garoppolo out there?
No? Sometimes you just need like a get-back win, and they put 28 points on the board last night. I'm satisfied with it. Bo Nix got going. The interception in the end zone wasn't great, but he ran for one. He threw for a couple more. The run game was good. They ran the ball really well. I think it's been a while since they had a 100-yard rusher, and J.K. Dobbins got there last night, right? So there's a lot to like about what the Broncos did last night. I get it. The Bengals are a mess right now, but Broncos won a game 28-3. I'll take it. Yeah, Dobbins, 101 yards.
I wonder what the total offense was for the Bengals last night. Not good, right?
I'll tell you right now.
Not good.
It was, I mean, they only had 43 plays. 159.
Yeah, that's...
The Broncos had 512 yards of total offense. The Bengals, 159. You have Jamar Chase on your roster.
Well, you saw Jamar Chase go over to Zach Taylor after, right? Or not after, it was during the game, and people caught the interaction. It wasn't on, like, live TV, like, right on the main thing, but people were able to kind of locate it, and he went over to Zach Taylor and was like, "Get me the blanket ball, dog." And it wasn't, and Zach's trying to be like, "Okay, I got you."
Or go get me another quarterback, dog.
All right, I got you. Go ahead and sit down. This doesn't look good. Come on, you're not Travis Kelce. I'm not Andy Reid. We're not going to bump bellies and start yelling at each other. Please just go sit down. You're making this worse, Jamar. So
Jamar had 5 catches for 23 yards. He averaged. This is Jamar Chase averaging 4.6 yards per catch. You got to get a quarterback that can get the ball downfield.
Yeah,
the Bengals need to seriously consider a deal, and they won't because their owners are tight.
Hey, who's your backup over at the Rams? Is it Stetson Bennett?
It's Jimmy G.
Oh yeah,
and Stetson Bennett. Yeah, they're both.
See,
on the roster.
but that's what I'm saying. Garoppolo's the new backup because he signed up Jimmy G.
Stetson Bennett has the best job in the NFL.
That guy.
He's cashing checks. He'll never see the field.
Oh my heavens, wild, right?
Yeah.
Sauce Gardner, by the way, one of the best cover corners in the league, but tells the media, "I'm getting picked on by the referees because we're a losing team." You're a losing team because you're getting kind of beat, and even the great Sauce Gardner can't cover. Look, how many? I mean, it's just a math problem.
Wah.
Like at some point, you can't maintain that level all game long. By the way, how about Darren Waller coming back after? I mean,
Good story. Yeah.
The last time he was active was like in January of 24.
Yeah.
Or 23 even? No, it was 24.
He didn't play last year at all. Remember, he retired.
Right. So he retires from football the season prior, doesn't do the whole 2024 season, comes back and catches 2 touchdowns last night. 3 catches, 2 touchdowns. And by the way, they were like phenomenal. Like his back of the end zone tiptoe situation, you're going, that guy hasn't been playing the game for like 18 months? Wild. So good for them. I hope he works it out. I hope he can figure it out. I hope he stays in this organization. Let me see here. Well, that's probably it. That's probably good. There's so many other things.
That's a missed opportunity if we don't
Sorry.
talk about the Browns quarterback
Dang
situation.
I'm so used to forgetting about Cleveland altogether. Shedeur Sanders is going to get the start. Oh, wait. Looks like Dylan Gabriel is going to get the start for the Cleveland Browns coming up on Sunday. They didn't like Joe Flacco? Come on, what's going on?
I think Joe deserves a little longer look. I mean,
this is a desperate franchise, my guy. And what they're doing is here, too.
it's disrespectful to Joe
They're
Flacco.
getting Joe Flacco, is like, please pull me, man. I'm out. And I bet they're going to get to Dylan Gabriel, have him poop the bed as soon as possible so that they can get to Shedeur Sanders so that they can say, we played him. I don't think he's it either. They have no answer there. And when you have your third-string quarterback in the locker room doing media interviews at the end of on Sunday when he's like, put me in, man.
That's pretty weird, right?
I'm better than these clowns in this league. I mean, he's saying basically the guys in front of him. And why are we interviewing the third-string quarterback in the freaking locker room anyway?
That is weird.
Get out of here. So, anyway. All right. We'll take a break. There you go. There's your Cleveland quarterback update. We're going to give you one every day. No. But I will. Boy, I'm going to be staring at those stats on Sunday.
Dylan Gabriel becomes the latest starting quarterback at Cleveland. The list grows.
Oh, yeah. You got to get the guy with the jersey
Put it on the
patches.
jersey.
Come on.
It's like number 412 in the last 20
It'd be
years.
so good if they have 3 starting quarterbacks in the first 5 weeks of the season.
The most
10 weeks of the
Cleveland
season.
Browns thing ever.
Then they have to sign like a Tyler Huntley again, bring him back again, have him start again. Come on. All right, we'll take a break. We'll come back. We've got our best and worst next. Stay here. 97.5 the KSL Sports Zone.
You've been listening to The Zone for decades. Yes! But now you can watch the guys break down your favorite teams.
Some viewers may find the following video disturbing. Viewer discretion is advised.
Catch the video stream of DJ and PK, Jake and Ben, Hanson, Scotty, and JJ and Alex right now at KSLSports.com or by searching KSL Sports on YouTube. Utah's best sports radio is on air, online, and on the KSL Sports app. This is 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
So I'm minding my P's and Q's. I'm counting my calories. I'm doing all the stuff. But the reality is that I am not torturing myself like I have before in some of these programs. One of the things I hate about trying to lose weight is just the constant reminder all the time how hungry you are or how hard this thing is and how tough it is to try to figure this out. And I just don't like thinking about it all the time. Well, it's become second nature for me now with the program at SLC Fat Loss to be able to make sure I can maintain my weight. And at this point right now, I'm on another reduction phase, and it's going awesome. You can have the same success that JJ and I have had. This is the most success I've been able to not just drop weight, but keep it off with Salt Lake City Fat Loss.
Yeah, losing weight isn't easy. It requires commitment and dedication, and you must commit and decide, I'm going to do this. You have to have discipline, right? Well, Salt Lake City Fat Loss makes it as easy as they possibly can for you to lose weight and lose it fast. They have a program set up. Everything's there for you. You understand exactly what you need to do each and every day. There's a plan, and all you got to do is stick to that plan each and every day and have that discipline and be committed. And once you do, the weight will start melting away. I lost 40 pounds in 60 days, and a year later, I'm able to keep it off with their maintenance program. That's the Salt Lake City Fat Loss difference, helping you lose the weight fast, healthy, naturally, no drugs or injections, and then helping you keep that weight off. You're going to learn the skills. You're going to get the knowledge you need to know about food and about the calories you eat each and every day that's going to help you moving forward. Go to their website, slcfatloss.com. Learn more about the program. Get a free consultation. If you want to do the program, tell them JJ and Alex sent you. You're going to get $200 off. That's slcfatloss.com, slcfatloss.com.
Right now at Tim Daly Mazda Southtown, you can get any new 2025 Mazda CX-50 for 0% financing for 60 months. Yes, 0% for 60 months. Or extended to 72 months for only 1.9%. You heard right. As low as 0% for 60 months. It's happening now at Tim Daly Mazda Southtown. APR OAC. Not available with any other offers. See dealer for complete details.
So my mother is thinking of switching from Verizon to Pure Talk, but she's worried the deal sounds too good to be true. Michael, she said, how can those Pure Talk people offer me the same basic service as Verizon for so much less money? I said, Ma, go ask Google how much Verizon spends on advertising and promotions. A few seconds later, my mother said, oh my goodness, $12 billion a year? That must be a typo. I'll tell you what I told my mom. It's not a typo. Verizon spends $12 billion a year on advertising and promotions, and their customers are paying for it. Well, Pure Talk doesn't spend that kind of money on commercials. Trust me, I would know. That's why they can offer you and my mother unlimited talk, text, and plenty of data on a crazy fast 5G network for just $25 a month. And if you're a business owner, you could really save a fortune. Dial pound 250, say the words Mike Rowe, and you'll get an additional 50% off your first month. That's pound 250 Mike Rowe. Pure Talk. Everything you need and nothing you don't.
Whether you're dealing with a weekend warrior injury or recovering from surgery, Canyon Sports Therapy gets you back in the game fast. We specialize in sports and orthopedic rehab with expert physical therapists, personalized sessions and treatment plans, and the latest tools to speed up recovery. As primary care providers, we can take new patients without a referral, often with same or next day appointments. And yes, we're even open on Saturdays. Book now at canyonsportstherapy.com and feel better. Canyon Sports Therapy, getting you back in the game.
When your name's on the paint job, your primer better hold up. Painters trust Kills primers for serious adhesion, stain blocking, and a finish that lasts. Now, the full Kills lineup is available exclusively at the Home Depot. Need it fast? Get same day or next day delivery, or order online and pick it up in store. Kills primers, pro results, faster. The Home Depot. If you're a pro, you know.
Life insurance. Why are you putting it off? Can't afford it? Too much hassle? Think you don't need it? There's lots of excuses for putting off life insurance. But if you weren't there, who would pay the mortgage and other bills? With Ethos, you could be covered in 10 minutes and boom, family protected. Ethos, fast and easy online term life insurance. Up to $2 million in coverage with no medical exam. Some policies as low as $1 a day. Answer a few health questions and get your free quote at ethos.com/play. That's ethos.com/play.
The KSL Sports Zone and Hercules Credit Union are highlighting people that impact youth sports. Nominate the youth sports volunteer you know for the Hercules Hero of the Week at KSLSports.com.
3, 2, 1. This is your Utes at 50 update. 58! Presented by Kenny J's Barbecue on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Kyle Whittingham talks about how important it is to head into the bye week with a win.
Huge. You don't want to sit on a loss ever, but to sit on it for 2 weeks is double the torture. And so it's really big to be able to end that, first half of the season on a positive, get some guys healed up, hopefully, and give us momentum into the next contest.
That's your Utes of 50 update. Kenny J's Catering delivers bold, smoky barbecue, no matter the occasion. Check out the catering menu at kennyjsbarbecue.com for weddings, work, or any event. That's kennyjsbbq.com. Best and worst next. Deion Sanders apologizing to BYU next on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Wrapping up the hour with our picks for the best and worst moments on today's show. As JJ and Alex want to hear your best and worst of the day.
She's a good girl, loves her mama, loves Jesus, in America too. She's a good girl, is crazy about.
All right, everybody, welcome back. JJ and Alex, 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. Best and worst brought to you by Doug Smith Dealerships in American Fork, Spanish Fork, and in Linden. Nobody knows cars like Doug. When you think of Tom Petty, that's a classic song.
1989.
It's barely in the 80s. There you go. But I can't help it. Okay, so MTV, there were some music videos that stuck with you forever. And the one that always stuck with me was it wasn't Free Fallin'. Don't Come Around Here No More. Do you remember this? Not even one of their better songs.
Okay.
But the video was the whole Alice in Wonderland thing.
Yeah.
And when I was a kid, I was just absolutely affected by when they made her into a full cake and cut into the cake. And I was and fat kid me was like, I want some of that cake.
I had no idea where you were going with that.
It was supposed to be like creeping you out.
Now I get it.
And I was like, that blue frosting is pretty dang good.
Jeez.
I knew I had a problem even back then. When
it's people. The cake is made of people.
It was supposed to look like a torture scene. Yeah, something out of like Soylent Green. And I'm all, I bet that's a marble cake.
I want that.
What is that, buttercream frosting?
Mm-mm.
All right, let me see here. I do have some audio for you to listen to, and that's Coach Prime. Now they got so today I got the email. I'm sure you got the same one. We get the emails officially from the conference, and it was like, hey, Colorado reprimanded, and they get a $50,000 fine. And then at his press conference today, Coach Prime was like, I know they probably don't want me talking about this, but I'm going to talk about it. And he wanted to address it because I think that he wanted to make sure people knows, like, this is not something that comes from our department. This was just some wild fans on Saturday. But here's what he had to say about the apology to BYU and the $50,000 fine for the anti-Mormon chant that was at the baseball game. I'm watching baseball. The football game on Saturday in Boulder.
Let me mention this, and Rick might not want me to mention. I know it was an incident at the conclusion of the game or whatsoever. On behalf of CU, on behalf of our athletic department, we would like to apologize to our opponents from a week ago for whatever derogatory statements were made by our fans. That's not indicative of who we are. Our student body, our kids are phenomenal. So don't indict us just based on a group of young kids that probably was intoxicated and high simultaneously. Maybe I shouldn't have said that as well. But the truth will make you free. But BYU, we love you, we appreciate you, and we support you.
Coach Prime, man, with another big one. Hey, look, BYU, sorry about all that. We have a student body that's really great, but that group, probably drunk and probably high. Both.
You can really depend on Coach Prime for
Okay.
a sincere apology.
Does he? If he mentions depends at every press conference, does he get another boost? Like, whoop.
I'm sure.
He did it again this week. So there you go. And then the worst is if you thought about making that sign that says, Walker Kessler, we love you, and taking it into the Delta Center, holding it up for your 10-year-old holds it up and
This
maybe
is
gets seen
our
on the
Jazz.
camera.
This is our team. We love them.
Forget about it. Leave your signs at home. A new policy on signs and posters inside Delta Center is going to make sure that you do not have either one of those things ever going forward for Jazz games, Mammoth games, concert and events, unless they otherwise specify it. I mean, they say, hey, look, this is one of those events you can bring a sign to. Can't bring a sign inside Delta Center anymore. They don't want to have to try to review all the signs and go, is this something the kids are talking about these days? I don't know. Is it inappropriate? I don't know. What does 6'7" mean? I'm not sure.
6'7".
We'll take a break there. It's a great time to end the hour, right? Come on. We'll come back. We got more to go, so stay right here with us. 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Is there anything about Folsom, about this stadium that surprised you, that you didn't expect?
Yeah. The smell of weed in the second quarter, man, it surprised the heck out of me. Like every game, I'm like, dang, like it seems like it's like a light up quarter. You know what I'm saying? Like, so is this the quarter that y'all chose? Like, I'm serious, it's a TV timeout, it never fails, and I'm like, wow, what's going on? Because I've never been high a day in my life, so that's kind of new to me.
That's a Boulder essential, I guess.
Truly.
Win big every Wednesday on the KSL Sports Zone with Win Ticket Wednesday. This Wednesday, win fastest VIP tickets to Nightmare on 13. One location, 2 haunted attractions. Nightmare on 13, where Halloween lives. Get $10 off nighttime attractions by using the discount code ZONE. And listen to the KSL Sports Zone all day Wednesday for your chance to win.
Hi, this is Derek Overstreet, president of the New Millennium Group and co-host of Stop Working, Start Living with KSL News Radio. Can you imagine what your life would be like if you could retire 3 to 5 years earlier than you thought possible? The things you could do, the loved ones you could spend time with, the memories that you could create. That's what our team at the New Millennium Group does. We'll walk you through the entire process every step of the way. If you'd like to get a copy of the 5-step proprietary plan that will help you retire 3 to 5 years sooner than you thought possible, give us a shout right now. 888-999-6370. That's 888-999-6370 or utahsfinancialplanner.com. Listen, most of our listeners right now have a tax problem, not a money problem. There's not enough money in Social Security Medicare as it is. Let us show you how you can significantly reduce your taxes. That's 888-999-6370, 888-999-6370 or utahsfinancialplanner.com.
Since 1954, Mountain Home Services has been Utah's trusted name in home comfort. Right now, get your AC and furnace tune-ups for just $49. A furnace tune-up helps prevent wear and tear, catches small issues early, improves efficiency, enhances safety, and keeps airflow balanced, adding years to your system's life. And Mountain Home Services is not just heating and cooling. They offer free second opinions on everything, including electrical, plumbing, and fireplaces. Plus, you're backed by Mountain Home Services' upfront pricing guarantee and 100% satisfaction guarantee. No surprises, just honest service. Call 801-543-2222 or visit mountainhomeservices.com to schedule your $49 tune-up today. Mountain Home Services. Comfort starts here. Again, that's 801-543-2222 or visit mountainhomeservices.com to schedule your $49 tune-up today.
Alpine Home Medical, we bring wellness home.
Hi, I'm Jay Broadbent from Alpine Home Medical, and I'm humbled to win Utah's Best of State for 2025 for the 15th year in a row. After 28 years, we're all about you. Over 1,700 5-star Google reviews and a 4.8 customer satisfaction score to prove it. We'll keep working hard for you. I've spent this year advocating with lawmakers for better Medicare reimbursement, ensuring you always have the best access to medical supplies you need. From Idaho Falls to St. George, our 11 stores are your home for comfort. When you hear Alpine Home Medical, think of that best of state experience every single time. Visit us online at alpinehomemedical.com. That's alpinehomemedical.com.
Alpine Home Medical, we bring wellness home.
Ticket packages for the Utah Mammoth 2025-26 season are available now. From full season and half-season packages to mini plans and other flexible options, choose the ticket package that fits you best and be part of the action all season long. Call or text 801-325-PUCK to talk with a rep or visit nhl.com/Utah/tickets/season tickets to learn more.
For nearly 70 years, Les Olson IT has been the trusted name for businesses. From state-of-the-art printers and copiers to managed IT services, we have the solutions you need to stay ahead in today's world. And now Les Olson IT is trusted and licensed in Utah for security systems, for technology that helps you work smarter. Les Olson IT, providing solutions that empower your business.
Les Olson IT.
Broadcasting from the Mountain Home Services Studio, this is 97.5 KZNS FM Colville, 1280 KZNS AM Salt Lake City, and 102.7 KSL FM HD2 Salt Lake City Midvale. This is 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. Hey! This is JJ and Alex. I made a name for myself, I told you I won't be denied. As you wrap up your day, it's time to get your fix of the teams you live for and the sports you love. This is JJ and Alex on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
What's going on, everybody? Welcome on in to another edition of JJ and Alex, 97.5 the KSL Sports Zone. Baseball playoffs underway. What?
Playoffs?
What?
Wrong sport, sorry.
I just want to win the game. Is he still with us, Jim Morris Sr.? I'm just kidding. Of course he is. He is, all right. Hey,
maybe not for long. Are you?
That clip might be 30 years old at this point, right?
Yeah.
I mean, like if I'm a man, I'm 40 is 20 years old now, 20 something years old now, or 18.